Chapter 1 A New Arrival. Northern Asia, Special District 9, Songjiang City. Chinya stood within Thefasi building Goth Black Street Police Department, Partov Municipal Police Department, and smile-dressa da Midali Gedman, Isit ready? Yes, coming in, the Midali Gedman waved a Shandan turned to enter Thefas and he left. Adjusting his clothing gath the sound, Chinya stepped forward to follow him inside. Thefas was rather spacious, measuring around 60 square meters, yet only one individual was seated behind the desk, he appeared to be in his 40s sporting a distinctive mustache, with a BFFS that gave him a rather intimidating appearance. The Midali Gedman approached the desk and placed 2 stacks of documents in front of him mustached man, speaking softly, Chief, this is the last stone. Have I undergone a physical examination? The mustached man inquired picked up the documents. Yes, chemotherapy, very well, you Malivano, understood. After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man departed, while Chinya walked a couple of steps forward, positioning himself before a feed without uttering a word, merely observing gas the mustached man scrutinized the documents. Inside the office, the mustached man furrowed his brow, fixing in peppers, and began to read aloud mellow voice Chinyu, age 22, weight 75 kg, height 1.82 meters, born before Ivera, original life from J City in H province, hit that squid a Clasido Songjung, before joining, held in the planetary operance missing suspected deceased, no relatives? We is theory and emptiness seniorism? I don't the verisum, Chinyu replied with as mild. Living in the planetary wasta fitted weight of a raikud for food what kind of frizumi could I possibly have? Had the mustic headman chuckled, you could have at least jotted down some mething before you go there, it looks rather unappealing without a record synthesis system. Sure, you'll fill something out later, Chinyu agreed without contention. The mustached man scrutinized the documents again and asked, Norcords, which men say you haven't served, do you have any experience with firearms? Chinyu shukished without hesitation. No, have you ever been convicted of a crime? No. The mustached man pondered for a moment before slowly lowering the documents, looking up at Chinyu with a grin, to have me this far, to the point of affording to purchase a work and residence I permit for Special District 9, a special life from that lawless and unrestrained place, you get a bite of experience ain't you? Not really, Chinyu flashed a tooth a grin, just some good fortune and a few wealthful acquaintances. The mustached man lifted a water cube and took a moment to scrutinize Chinyu, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, you seem quite spirited. Chinyu smiled, knowing and said nothing. The mustached man set down teacup, interlocking a shansash dressed Chinyu in a succinct tone, the situation in Special District Nini is Quatunic, although it falls under the jurisdiction of the United Governmental Framework, it possesses a considerable degree of autonomous rights, differing fundamentally from the major districts. Here, Manyathnic groups mingle and besit assassins. There are significant numbers of black and witty individuals. The social environment is incredibly complex, in certain areas. There truly exist chaotic phenomena that way interactive boot cannot change immediately, a sallow enforcement offer, you must adopt comprehensively the surrounding shura. Understood, Chinyu said with a serious nod. Moreover, I don't care about our background when you eat with remember, whether you're a dragon, Kiplo fiery a tiger, lay flat, if you cause a trouble or see conflicts, you will dealt with you immediately, the mustached man cautioned blindly, hands clasped. Chiefly, I'm here to help you reduce a trouble, Chinyu said with a playful smirk. Hee the mustic headman chuckled, tapping a few buttons in the touch screen of the desk before lianing into speaking to the receiver. Moments later, Amala voice responded, hello, Chief, this is first criminal investigation team. Where's Yuanku, Chief inquired. Team leader Yuan just step it out, send Samiana to collect the recruit promptly, sure. That Wilball. Chief flipped at his mistake, preset the hang up button, and said, wait Bethin Tron Simeon you will come to collect you can learn the specific or less when you reach the team. Alright, Chiefly, Chinyu Nadiden took 2 steps forward, then leaned down to pull a small black bag from his pocket, placing it on the desk. Little specifically instructed Meta remained hating during the Special District's policy system is exceedingly difficult, and without your assistance, I will know how long it wait for apposition. So please don't forget etiquette. Chiefly casually opened the bagand, upon seeing the small diamandrale the says of Azoibin was momentarily taken aback, you have a quit the talents in the planetaria, how on earth they do manage to procure these? I haven't seen enough t years. Chinyu's maledscently, not engaging. Chiefly tossed the small bajinto a dry ran luckadite, then looked at Chinyu, adding, you may being butherus ascertain quality toya. Ahavian lithus litlia set, Chinyu figna innocence, scratching his shed. Noticing Chiefly didn't have immediate lift for lunk, hatcheted a little longer. Minutes later, Aang Mangmuna Flumster, appearing about the same age as Chinyu, strode into the room with a straight posture, saluting Gashet declared, reporting to Chiefly, Officer Chilin from Timo Naishari to escort the Nuka League. Up and hearing the voice, Chiefly patted Chinyu in the arm, give ideal hopetoso shiny and thindo for your evaluations. Yes, Chinyu replied, alright, go to Thedium no. Chiefly gesturet to Chilin. Tell Yuan Kito take care of the Zionman. With the diamond discreetly exchange a danda brief conversation, Chinyu felt as though had Jane little Marethanaka's ulti erective. In the hallway, the plump Chilin walked alongside Chinyu, eagerly asking where area from, buddy? The planetaria, Chinyu replied. You come from the hellhole, Chilin paused, seemingly incredulous, that must have been quite a challenge. Just a bit of luck, Chinyu grinned. Chilin did in acknowledgement, not probing further in these times, lacking resources and struggling to survive every like litter bored Tyronin told secrets. As they walked briskly, Chilin detailed the essential information about the police department. This functional branch primarily handled criminal activities in a region, including public safety and case investigations, but did not encompass household registration, residency permits, or immigration paperwork. Essentially, it resembled the district distinctions of Tarragona, albeit without head detailed division of functions. If, for instance, the department Chinu was assigned to Natanla tackled major criminal cases, but also handled basic law enforcement. After approximately an hour of walking through the 5 floors of the police department, Chilin had introduced Chinu to the firearms storage, interrogation rooms, public areas, training facilities, and the cafeteria among various functional locations. During their interactions, Chinu discovered Chilin to be a notably affable individual, capable of striking up conversations with almost anyone. Furthermore, he combined remarkable patience, providing detailed response to Chinu's inquiries. The surface impression being that of a warm-hearted companion. Around 20 afternoon, Chilin invited Chinu to the communications department, where he needed to an internal purchase a mobile phone. However, upon glancing at the counter, Chinu noticed that the Ruas and Leon model available, and it appeared quite outdated, with an unappetizing price tag. What brand is this? I've never even heard of it, Chinu remarked, scanning the phone before turning to Chilin. Forget it, I'll wait until I'm settled to buy on outside. This is way too expensive. Chilin chuckled, then glanced at the young man sitting behind the counter, leaning in closer to Chinu. Whispered, you should probably just buy either. What's that? Chinu inquired, puzzled. The special reason the communications department belongs to the policy department, but the phone sales are privately contracted. The owner is a friend of team leader Yuan Solar Kritzari expected to buy their phone. Chilin explained with oink, being new, it's better not to attract any special attention. Although his phone is forgettable, it saves you from having to interface with the communications department systems. Once the details are into into the larger system, you can just input your name and badge number and it'll be ready to. Having lived in the anarchic planned area for several years, Chinu certainly understood the most fundamental societal norms. Thus, when Chilin provided this insight, he refrained from persisting in his objections, reluctantly turning to the cashier. Alright, please help Megatone, thank you. Why washerlinting? Because Chinu was extremely frugal and meticulous with his finance would demand a warranty of for a pair of socks. It was precisely his mindset that allowed him to manage his funds meticulously, ensuring his survival and enabling him to afford a job in Special District 9. After acquiring the phone, Chilin led Hamut off to police department toward a nearby daily necessity store across Test Street. It was August, and all thought his sky was clear, chilling arid in the air, with sporadic flakes of snow still visible on the streets. Does it snow constantly in the special district? Chinu asked. It has been snowing for 3 years, Chilin replied. Damn, it's unbearable, Chinu Zigadan shed. As they conversed, they entered a rather large daily necessity store. Once inside, Chinu glanced around and patted off some small mud splatters from his legs, chuckling, this store is quite spacious, yet it seems rather empty. Feel free to look around, buy whatever you need, Chilin said, taking a puff from his electronic cigarette. Chinu began to meander around the shelves, but he further wandered, Femory his brow furrowed. After about 10 minutes of aimless wandering, he hadn't picked up a single item. We aren't using anything, Chilin asked, approaching from the counter. Chinu frowned, fixing his gaze on Chilin, and asked skeptically, are you a show? What do you mean? The price sure market up at least 30% compared to outside, and the receipt of counterfeit goods squeezed a comforter and it felt like it was fed with steel wool. It was pricklight at the touch, man. The quality isn't great, beautiful newcomers from the policy department buy here. What's that? Chinu inquired, perplexed. Because at the story's own team leader Yuan's cousin, Chilin disclosed an shed tone, it's basically the police department's designated procurement unit. At this revelation, Chinu felt utterly dismayed, struggling to respond for a moment before finally asking, so does Chief Lil Sasha fear? Now you're just being contrary. Even if Chief Leader read to be, team leader Yuan wouldn't risk selling to him. Chilin Rolethizayasand explained, the buyer Shirurial Nuko Mercifay chauffeur for a couple of months, you won't need to buy from this place anymore. I won't even buy anything for a day. Is that make you look foolish? Chinu declared defiantly, let's get Takima to another store. Chilin was momentarily stunned, after Ovio Rita spent his money, doyoria Kariba the difference, trust me Vrion buys from Mary Dontrito be different. I already gave team leader Yuan enough space buying gaphone with that genius to pet toward fix it. Hey, Xiao Yu, listen Tom. Doyish to commission or something? Just steer me out is not a bad deal, buy a few things. Buy what? The toilet paper is sharper than a blade singly use would leave man eating a band-aid, Chinu Kutham striding out decisively. At 4:30 in the afternoon in the dormitory building of the police department, outside room 2 of the first criminal investigation team, Chilin cheerfully called toward a few mengathera around table playing cards, third brother, I Bruthan. Inside, Sainor Seven and Young Mean were huddled around the table and the lead figure glanced up at Chinu as she entered, come in. Up and hearing Thickle, that went to read the room, and Chinu surveyed the interior, noting that the small spaciof list 1030 square meters contains 6 bunk beds 12 in total, 2 communal metal lockers, and a plethora of personnel belongings. While it appeared quite cramped, it remained relatively tidy, with non-pleasant doors. Chinu, let me introduce you Thysis third brother, our team leader, Chilin indicated politely. Third brother has been with us for 3 years, excelling in his work and serving gas team leader Yuan's right handman. Third brother, Thysis Chinu, our new brother. Hello, third brother, Chinu greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Third brother, with a busket, swept the gazette word Chinu, glanced at the cards in his hand, and merely noted before asking where do you hail from? The Planetaria, Chinu replied truthfully. Planetaria, what did you do there? Third brother inquired, seemingly interested. Help Pedabas deliver goods, mainly daily necessities. Ways it illicit transport, seems like a tough third brother marked. No, we was just a driver. Ah, a driver, interesting. Third brother's curiosity waned, replaced with Alan Gwidtone. What connections did I owe ravaged to jet and toff police department? Afrian Putin award paid my own way in Totha department. He, so I bought your way in, third brother now focus said solely in Hiskards, announced, fine, wait for you and taka me back for our arrangement. Chilin, have him take the bed with the window. Sure, Chilin responded, directing Chinyu, you can take Ethabadinther. Alright. Chinyu hefted his belongs, previously left at Thagward station, along with newly purchased essentials, and moved to enter. Wait a moment, third brother called out upon spotting Thedam's Chinyu was carrying, what's that you've got, kid? What's up, third brother, Chinyu turned back to inquire. Los Anglin seedeth the convenience of agent Chinya Shandandast, where ready to buy the daily necessities? I forgot the name, Justice Dorenix Tothefus, Chinyu Kasual I replied. Lausan was playing cards and, expressionless, turned his back to Chilin and asked, Chilin, didn't he tell the newcomer where to buy things? Hearing this, Chilin full tabit awkward. He didn't want to say in front of Chinya that this guy was listen to advice as it would making him seem untrustworthy. Beautif hadn't say anything, I would feel like he was being blamed for Noriason. After a brief silencio of 2 seconds, Chinyu quickly interjected, Chilin told me to be daily necessity as across test street, but the stuff there is a bite expensive, and I didn't fade much money, so I went to Thestra next door. Right, Lausan continued playing cards, leaving Chinyu hanging for a few seconds before replying, oh, that's fine, you can make your bed. Okay, Chinyu noted down welcome inside, lowering ish to open the package and started in his bed. Chilin stood near me, helping to organize while quietly advising, newcomers sleep on the upper bunk with the window because it's drafty over here, and it gets pretty cold at night. Later, you can see our coat as a blanket for a while, and it'll be fine when the next newcomers come in. What's the big deal? I've lived outside for months. Chinyu dismissed it nonchalantly, opening his luggage and discreetly pulling out 2 boxes of Sangwa cigarettes, handing them to Chilin. What's this? Chilin was taken up a cash received the cigarettes. I saw you smoking a cigarette earlier. Chinya's Muladand replied, I don't have a much good stuff, so we'll give all these a 2 boxes to thank you for hanging out with me all day. In a time when even food was a concern, traditional cigarettes were quite a luxury. Moreover, these were an old brand from before Athera, and most smokers hadn't even seen them, let alone smoke at them. Holding the 2 boxes of cigarettes, Chilin looked astonished and said, you can't just in the planetaria, Zhonghua, I haven't seen this in years. There are benefits stop or plus S2, Chinyu grinned, you'll clean up be myself I'll go ahead and jet busy, you'll treat you out of something latter. Thanks, bro. Chilin didn't facilitate and stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. Just as that were re-talking, Laos incidentally turned around, tilting his head to look at Chinyu with a smile. Oh, you've got some Iral goods there? Chinyu didn't expect them to be watching, so he was momentarily taken aback and replied, Afri and Gavetham tome. Good stuff, what haven't seen it before, Laos sneered. Chilin, momentarily stunned, quickly took a 12 6 off Zhongmawat, bent down, and said, Wario brothers, let's smoke together, come on, every on a take on. Chinyu gaveth a cigarettes to Chilin out of gratitude for keeping hen companialde, but didn't feel indebted to anyone in the room. However, since Lausan had noticed a dan I clear, he considered that would have to live in this room in the future and didn't want to create amic tension. Hate hot for ramament 10th and pull a do to another box off song from his bag. At the cartable, Lausan pushed Chilin sarmacity and said, this cigarette is tugu de venever smoketed por, so in no to toit. Chilin stood frozen in place. Chinya found this remark a bit prickly, frowned, and stuffed the cigarettes back into his bag, continuing to tie-dye up his things. Lausan threw down Hiskards, a smiley on his face, and turned to Chinyu, saying, we have her you'll hear when a newcomer arrives, they have a tower 3 shifts in a row, tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, you'll be in duty in the street, no problem, right? Chinyu looked at Chilin, who seemed a bite evasive and immediately understood what was happening. Sangu, how do the 3 shifts work? It's just continuous data me with the team, nighttime in the street, Lausan took a promise cup, is theory overtime pay, Chinyu scattigan. That's just the team's rule if there's snoover timpe, Lausan replied without having looking up. Xiao Yu, if it's 3 shifts, then it's 3 shifts, I'll find Samiana to swap with you for 2 days. Chilin hesitated for a long time, glanced at Song was cigarettes in his hand, and finally must read the courage at Jose Samething. Yuraquid a loyal, Xiaoqi Yang man sitting next to Lausentist with Asmile, Wario brothers, helping Jakatharad. Chilin smiled back. Lausen put down his cue pen pointed at Chilin, saying, Ons Hegat uniform, you tell him how to schedule the shifts, alright Chilin added. Sango, I can't if the sift, Chinyu Sedenla said, as soon as spoke, Therum fell silent. Lausan Likadislipsan looked at Chinyu, asking I falfino commerskendoit, why can't ya? I have a heart condition I can't unless staying up late. No problem, I'll get you some acting heart pills, and the old 3 shifts. I said I can't do it, Chinyu replied with a smile. Damn it, after being confronted with a newcomer twice, Lausan's expression darkened instantly. How do you think he aware, every O'Neill secondoit, beauty okant? Sango, Wario brother swats with these, let's talk it to the haha, Chilin stepped forward to immediate. Bang, Lausan punched Chilin in shoulder, Yuri a piece of work was sked for your opinion, whose brother's with ya? Chilinkon shed the cigarettes in his hand, feeling stuck in place, unsure whether to speak or leave. Lausan stepped forward with 4 others, tilting his head to look at Chinyu and asked, next week, your shift will be all week long whenever you have a heart attack, that's when it ends, do I understand?
Chapter 2, Upon arrival in the dormitory, Chinyu squinted at the group before him, succinctly responding, I understand what you're saying, but it's not my responsibility, I simply can't do it. What's the matter? Do you have a wealthy relative in your department? Old 3 grinned widely, yanking on Chinyu's collar, you just got here, and you want to stir up trouble, are you capable of that? Don't touch me. Huh? You think you're a cactus or something, I'm going to touch you, so what? Old 3, a robust figure, raised his right arm and threw a punch at Chin Yu's temple. Chin Yu sidestepped, swiftly grasping Old 3's wrist with both hands, while his right leg executed a precise lateral sweep. Bang, crash. A deafening sound erupted as Old 3 was flung onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing. Beat him up. Old 3 shouted, clutching his head. Chin Yu bent down, leaning into the bunk, seized Old 3's collar with his left hand, and swiftly raised his right knee, driving it forcefully toward Old 3's temple. Bang! Old 3's head snapped back from the impact, colliding painfully against the wall. Hit him harder. If anything goes wrong, it's on me, he declared, and in an instant, the others charged forward. Chin Yu, however, nimbly darted out from the bed, retreating 2 steps before positioning himself in the corner between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. Old 3 rose, snatching a retractable baton from the wall, as he approached Chin Yu, muttering curses under his breath. You little brat, thinking you can come in here and cause trouble. At that moment, the ajar door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a light green police uniform, her voice booming, "What's going on?" The group turned in unison at the sound. Old 3 froze, wiping the blood from his forehead, and immediately plastered a smile on his face. Sister Wen. I could hear you all the way in the hallway. What are you trying to do, kill someone? The woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, was slightly shorter but possessed striking features, an oval face and large, expressive eyes that radiated vitality. Nothing serious. Just a little chat with the new kid. Old 3 grinned back. She glanced around the room, her eyes narrowing with annoyance as she scolded Old 3. Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you just because he arrived? No, I asked him about the schedule, and he refused, cursing at me instead. Old 3 casually set down the baton, baring his teeth in explanation. You all have been playing cards on duty. I've caught you several times already. Sister Wen shot Old 3 a disapproving look, her tone growing impatient. If you cause any more noise, don't say I didn't take note of it. Understood, Sister Wen. Old 3 nodded repeatedly. Sister Wen, uninterested in entering the dorm, called out to Chin Yu from the doorway. So you're the new recruit? Yes, Chin Yu replied, nodding. Why haven't you gone to collect your uniform? I went just now, but there was no one there, Chin Yu replied sheepishly. Sister Wen narrowed her eyes. Nonsense, I've been in the office the whole time. Chin Yu was taken aback. Oh, I must have missed them. Come with me to get your uniform, she instructed before turning to leave. Okay, Chin Yu quickly agreed, bending to pick up his luggage and heading out, also calling to Chi Lin, why don't you come with me? Chi Lin, unsure of how to confront Old 3, immediately followed suit. Inside the dormitory, Old 3 sat up and rubbed a large bump on the back of his head, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor. That bastard has some skills. He hits pretty hard. Are you all right, Brother 3? Old 3 remained silent, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hey, are you in the office? It's nothing serious, I just wanted to ask about the new recruit, Chin Yu. Is there any connection on file? None, are you sure? Alright, I got it. In the corridor, Sister Wen, hands clasped behind her back, asked Chin Yu, do you have someone backing you? Chin Yu was taken aback. No. Then be honest. The environment here is quite complicated, Sister Wen cautioned, her demeanor cold yet warm. Try to avoid unnecessary confrontations and focus on your work. It won't kill you. Thank you, Sister Wen. Chin Yu nodded. Sister Wen said nothing further, leading Chin Yu to the first-floor storage room, where she selected a set of standard police uniforms, a training outfit, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton, before elegantly leaving. In the lobby on the first floor, Chi Lin glanced at his watch, saying, I need to deliver some documents shortly, so I won't be able to accompany you. Just speak softly when you return. Don't stir up trouble. Old 3 has connections with Captain Yuan, and if you cross him, you'll regret it. Okay, I understand, Chin Yu replied with a smile. If you're free tonight, let us have dinner together. Sure, if I'm not busy, I'll come find you. Chi Lin agreed readily. After exchanging a few more words, Chin Yu grabbed his belongings and returned to the dormitory. However, Old 3 and his group had already departed, leaving only 2 individuals who cast a cold glance at Chin Yu before continuing their conversation on the bed. Chin Yu took a cursory look at the 2, confidently returning to his bunk and efficiently organizing his possessions, utterly ignoring them. As evening approached around 7 o'clock, Chin Yu finished packing his things. Noticing that Chi Lin had yet to come for him, he decided to explore the streets alone, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and perhaps grabbing a bite to eat. He dismounted from the bed, retrieving a waste bag from beneath his pillow and stepping outside. Oops, my apologies. Just as Chin Yu exited, he collided with Chi Lin, who was rushing by. They exchanged surprised looks, and Chi Lin quickly explained, I was caught up in an impromptu meeting. I'm late. What are you up to? I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to head out to grab something to eat, Chin Yu greeted with a smile. Let us go out together. I have a friend who needs to discuss something with me. Is it alright if you join us? Chi Lin asked. Of course, Chin Yu replied, slightly taken aback. It's fine, let us go together. Great. After a brief exchange, the two descended the stairs and encountered another young man at the lobby entrance. Chilin's friend was named Li Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat. According to the veterans within the police department, he had some connections with the police chief, but the two rarely interacted, leaving their exact relationship unclear. Moreover, he was known for his erratic behavior. One particularly outrageous incident involved him getting drunk and openly soliciting while on duty, insisting on a public audition, which ultimately led to the inspection team catching him. However, the one who orchestrated the debacle only received a reprimand and a half-month administrative suspension, while two of his colleagues, who had always been at odds with him, faced dire consequences and were dismissed, losing their positions. Despite his somewhat unrefined nickname, Old Cat was quite handsome. If Qin Yu's appearance exuded a spirit of resoluteness and vigor, Old Cat had a more roguish charm, reminiscent of the once popular actor Zhang Yishun. Upon their meeting, Qilin briefly introduced, "This is Old Cat, a friend who usually looks out for me. This is Qin Yu, our new intern in the first squad. I heard you stirred things up with Old 3 as soon as you arrived." Old Cat remarked, a sly grin playing on his lips. "Seems like you've got some fire in you, brother." "Not really. Just a little argument," Qin Yu replied, sensing Old Cat's bluntness. "I'm just as annoyed with them. If work needs to be done, just do it," Old Cat scoffed. "The first squad is filled with miscreants, always up to no good." Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words, glancing at Qilin, who scratched his head and explained, "Old Cat has a straightforward personality. He speaks his mind." "Where are we eating?" Old Cat inquired. "I just arrived, so I'm not familiar with the good spots," Qin Yu admitted. "You guys decide. Who's treating?" Old Cat asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I'll treat, haha," Qin Yu chuckled. "Oh, you're treating?" Old Cat waved his hand dramatically. "Let us go to Urgi's place." "Don't go there. It's quite expensive," Qilin advised. "Is it going to cost you?" Old Cat retorted, casting a sidelong glance. It's fine that I still have a bit of change. It'll definitely cover the meal." Although Qin Yu felt a pang of regret, knowing that in this day and age, resources were scarce, particularly basic necessities like vegetables and grains that required significant land for cultivation. For those living in the unregulated zones, securing even a meager meal was a relentless struggle. Consequently, dining out was a luxury most impoverished individuals could only afford once a year, if at all. Nevertheless, Qin Yu recognized that as a newcomer, he needed to forge connections, and unavoidable expenses for necessary socializing were part of the process, especially now that he had a stable job. After deciding where to eat, the trio walked along the road for about 2 kilometers until they found a restaurant called Little Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu glanced at the restaurant's facade, instinctively patting his waist back, feeling a renewed sense of regret. "Let us go," Old Cat called out, stepping up the stairs. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the roadside as a dilapidated SUV pulled up to the entrance. The trio turned to see 4 men and a woman disembarking, striding toward the restaurant. "Let us go inside." Qin Yu, having seen a bit of the world in the unregulated zones, merely glanced at the gasoline vehicle before turning to head toward the restaurant's entrance. However, Old Cat remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated on the woman among the 4 men, exclaiming, "Wow, she's stunning." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned back, catching Old Cat's infatuated gaze, and said exasperatedly, "Come on, she is with those guys." Among the 4 men, the woman blinked her beautiful eyes, surveying her surroundings before looking down and stating, "I need to go to the restroom." "Don't cause any trouble." "Hurry up," a short middle-aged man admonished her, his accent thick with a hint of Japanese. "Buzz." At that moment, Chilin's phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He pulled it out and, after reading a message, cast a complex glance at Qin Yu, who was walking ahead. Chapter 3, Unreliable Li Fugue. Inside the restaurant, after Qin Yu and his 2 companions settled down, the Old Cat ordered 3 plates of Chinese dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a bottle of the cheapest half-pound white liquor. "There's no need to be frugal on my account. Order a couple more dishes," Qin Yu feigned politeness. "Forget it, you just arrived and haven't received any salary yet. This is sufficient," the Old Cat replied. Though his speech was somewhat blunt, it was evident that he harbored no ill intentions. Rubbing his somewhat dry and cold palms, he looked up at Qin Yu and asked, "I heard you came from the planning area." "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "It must be tough over there, right?" "Not really. People just fear change," Qin Yu smiled. "Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere." "True enough." The 3 young men found common ground in their conversation, with no generational gaps to hinder them. Both the Old Cat and Qin Yu were lively individuals who enjoyed joking around, which led to a growing camaraderie. During their chat, Qin Yu noticed a subtle detail. Qilin, in both his body language and tone, seemed to be quite subservient to the Old Cat, displaying a notably low posture. Once the food and drinks arrived, Qin Yu raised his glass and said, "Now that we're seated, we're friends. I'm new here, let us look out for each other." "There is nothing to look out for. In this day and age, if you have the ability, you can thrive anywhere. If not, it won't matter who looks after you," the old cat replied candidly before raising his glass and adding with a grin, but we should indeed keep in touch. Just the fact that you dared to confront Lao San makes us friends. Haha, Chin chuckled, cheers. 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 The three clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Come on, pour a bit more, Lin said, wiping his mouth and reaching for the bottle to refill the old cat's glass. Old brother, about that matter I mentioned last time, can you handle it? The old cat rolled his eyes in response, using his chopsticks to pick up a small piece of beef while teasingly saying, you're quite the schemer. Xiao Yu is treating us, and you're asking for favors, how did you get so cunning? Lin, unbothered, scratched his head and replied, I'm just tight on money. When have you ever not been tight on money? The old cat frowned, continuing, I asked about that issue for you, but there are no vacancies in the administrative positions right now. If you want in, you'll need to pray for good fortune, but you don't have the funds for that, so just wait a bit. Qin Yu was taken aback and curiously asked, why do you insist on getting an administrative position? He is just timid, the old cat scoffed. Last year, when the police chief reported, we lost 35 people in 6 months. The world is in chaos now, he feels insecure in the first unit and wants a less dangerous job. Oh, I see, Qin Yu remarked, showing no surprise, as the security situation here was markedly more stable compared to the planning area. The old cat turned to Lin, his gaze laced with disdain as he admonished, Lin, you must understand this, the environment has changed. If you don't fight and push yourself, when will you ever rise? I could have gotten you into the administrative department, but if you have no connections, you'll just be pushed out eventually. There's a saying, times create heroes, just look at Yuan Ku's elder brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? But when the chaos hit, he rose to prominence. Now, in this area, no one dares to provoke him. He has married 6 wives. Who did he rely on? No one. I can't compare to him. Lin grinned sheepishly. I just want to live a peaceful life, earn enough to support my mother and sister. Is that all you aspire to? The old cat replied, somewhat exasperated. I thought by getting you into the first unit, you'd find some opportunities to make your way. Yet here you are, just washing socks and serving tea for others with an attitude like that. It's no wonder people take a swing at you when they have nothing better to do. You don't even have an equal standing. How can you talk about building connections? Is this how you make friends? Lin bowed his head in silence. Sigh, with such a spineless character, your father named you Lin. And here I am, so exceptional, yet my mother calls me Li Fugue. Where's the justice in that? The old cat lamented, shaking his head. All right, let us not dwell on these matters. Let us talk about something else, Qin Yu interjected. With that, Lin refrained from bringing up the job transfer again, and the three continued to drink and chat as time flew by. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Lin looked down at a new message on his phone and quickly said, I have something at home, I need to leave, see you tomorrow. Aren't you going to stay for a bit longer? Qin Yu asked. No, I really have to go back. Let me walk you out. No need. I can manage on my own. Take care then. I'm fine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin hurriedly left with his phone, while Qin Yu remained with the old cat, continuing to drink. Old cat, being able to sit here and drink together means we're friends, Qin Yu, slightly flushed, advised, so please give Lin a bit of face. Am I scolding him? I want to motivate him, the old cat replied passionately, tapping the table for emphasis. You see, if a person always kneels, they'll never learn to stand up. Do you understand? Qin Yu pondered at this and nodded thoughtfully. I only have him as a friend in the police force. I can't bear to see him in distress, the old cat said, shaking his head in resignation. Forget about him for now, I need to take care of some business. What business? Qin Yu asked, taken aback. I observed that young lady from earlier. She doesn't seem to have any romantic ties with those 4 men. The old cat blinked and whispered, I think we can make a move. Qin Yu was somewhat bewildered. Which young lady? Damn it, how are you so clueless? The one who got out of the car at the entrance, the old cat grinned. She is quite striking, doesn't she resemble that former star, Jun Jihyun, tall and with long legs. Qin Yu felt a sweat break out. Dude, take it easy. Things aren't as they were before, it's quite chaotic now. No worries, I'll give it a shot. The old cat rubbed his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eye as he strode towards the table by the window. Outside, Lin stood by the roadside, taking a couple of deep puffs from his e-cigarette. After a long internal struggle, he finally decided to call Qin Yu. However, as his thumb hovered over the screen, he remembered that Qin Yu's new phone hadn't yet synced with the contact system, leaving him no choice but to pull up the old cat's number. Inside the restaurant, the old cat smoothed back his little pompadour and approached the table by the window, smiling at the young lady. Hey there, beautiful, are you dining out with family? The girl, who had been gazing out the window, turned back with a puzzled look. Do you need something? Well, haha, I'm the director of a star hosting program at the television station. We're currently holding auditions. Would you be interested in learning more? The old cat asked, spinning an elaborate tale. As he spoke, A short middle-aged man across the table exchanged a strange glance with his companion and asked in Japanese, "Is this for delivery?" His companion glanced at the old cat with a furrowed brow. He is not speaking in code. While the two conversed, the girl regained her focus and eagerly replied to the old cat, "Is it really from the television station? What a coincidence, I'm actually studying hosting." The old cat had expected her to be so receptive, and his eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly asked, "That is fantastic. Do you have your contact information? Let us connect privately later." As he spoke, the old cat had already taken out his phone, which he had prepared beforehand. However, this was his personal phone, not the one issued by the police department. The girl took the phone and began to input her number. Smack. The short middle-aged man suddenly stood up and firmly grasped the girl's arm, his expression serious. "Give him back the phone. It is time to eat." "Uncle, I'm really interested," the girl smiled, looking up. "I said, give him back the phone," the short man reiterated. The old cat glanced sideways at the man, still wearing a bright smile. "I really am from the television station. Please don't be alarmed, I mean no harm." The girl hesitated for a moment but then returned the phone to the old cat, saying cheerfully, "Forget it then, sorry about that." Seeing her so agreeable, the old cat was initially thrilled, but the unexpected goblin interruption left him feeling irked, and he opened his mouth to negotiate further. "Forget it, thank you," the girl insisted. The old cat was stunned, staring at her for 2 seconds before reluctantly responding, "If that is the case, then I won't press further, sorry for the disturbance." 1 minute later, the old cat sat back down across from Chin Yu, his expression peculiar. "Did you get shut down?" Chin Yu inquired while picking at his food. The old cat blinked rapidly and kicked Chin Yu under the table, whispering, "Look down." Chin Yu was taken aback and glanced below the table, where the old cat held his phone, speaking in a hushed tone, "Look at the screen." Chin Yu peered over and saw the dialing screen with 959595 being entered. "What does this mean?" Chin Yu asked, puzzled. The old cat rubbed his face with his left hand and replied, "Damn it, I stumbled upon something." "What do you mean?" "Those 4 men are definitely not with the girl. She kicked me under the table earlier," the old cat said, putting his phone away and taking a sip of his drink. "But I can't figure out what their intentions are. However, it's clear that girl wants us to help her." At the windowside table, the short man checked his watch, his face stern as he whispered to his companion, "Was the person who came earlier a coincidence or a test?" "Hard to say," his companion shook his head. "He looks dazed." The short man cast an uneasy glance at the old cat. "Time is up. We leaving?" "Sounds good," his companion nodded, coldly addressing the girl. "Don't cause any trouble, come with us." The girl's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as she stole a glance at the old cat before nodding in compliance. Not far away, the old cat, feeling agitated, rubbed his cheeks and quietly asked Chin Yu, "What should we do? Are we getting involved?" Squeak! At that moment, an electric vehicle came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. Chapter 4, The reluctant move of the third brother. Chin Yu initially felt no interest in the quartet of men and a woman, but upon old cat's suggestion, he cast a sidelong glance toward the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in shearling coats and work trousers, their feet shod in worn leather boots, their gazes sharp, and the exposed skin of their bodies tinged with a slight redness. "They don't seem like they're from the special zone," Chin Yu remarked quietly. "How did you discern that?" Old cat inquired, curiosity piqued. "They're dressed too warmly, and they have frostbite," Chin Yu replied succinctly. "They resemble the types that frequent the planned district." "What do you mean by types?" "Those who make a living on the edge." Chin Yu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, old cat felt a twinge of nervousness. "So, are we just going to recklessly play the heroes? It's unlikely we could take them on." "Did you bring your sidearm?" Chin Yu asked. "I came here for a meal, of course I didn't." Old cat shook his head. "Then I suggest we refrain from taking action." Chin Yu furrowed his brow in thought. "Let's call the team." During their brisk exchange, the 4 men had already reasoned with the woman and began settling their bill in preparation to leave. "Damn it, they're about to leave." Old cat trembled slightly as he raised his glass, his anxiety rendering him somewhat incoherent. "Should we follow them?" "Do you think you're Nessa, equipped with windfire wheels?" Chin Yu retorted, exasperated. "They drove here. You think you can match them on foot? Are you joking?" "I completely forgot." Chin Yu discreetly observed the 4 men, his brow slightly furrowed as he added, "If those 4 truly have business, they're undoubtedly carrying something on them. Even if we jump out, we wouldn't be able to stop them." Old cat felt an acute sense of tension. Although he was part of the frontline investigative team, these individuals were seasoned operatives, far beyond his league. Dangerous assignments were never his to undertake, thus, the firearms in the field were far more effective than the one he held, and he had never participated in substantial operational captures. Yet, he still turned to Chin Yu and said, "If we were ordinary citizens, it would be one thing, but with our current attire, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. You need to think of something quickly. We're unarmed, outnumbered, and even if we alert the team now, it would be too late. I'll think of something." Chin Yu sighed heavily. Unless a miracle occurs, otherwise at that moment, the restaurant door swung open, and 6 burly young men entered. After scanning the surroundings, the leader, the third brother, called out, "Chin Yu." As his voice echoed, both Chin Yu and Old Cat turned in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld the third brother and his companions, almost simultaneously exclaiming, "Holy crap, a miracle has happened." Dressed in a light green police uniform, the third brother approached with 5 of his comrades, tilting his neck and puffing on an electronic cigarette as he scolded Chin Yu, "You just arrived and you're already dining out. You must have something valuable in your pocket. Ha, come out, I need to speak with you." "Third brother, are you here to investigate the case?" Before Chin Yu could respond, Old Cat stepped forward and grasped the man's arm with a question. The third brother looked bewildered. "What investigation? Weren't you following us?" Old Cat asked, his eyes filled with confusion. "Yes, I inquired and heard he was here," the third brother replied. "Then that's it. How many people did you bring? Are there any brothers from the team outside?" The third brother grew increasingly perplexed. "What are you talking about? Are you a fool? I ran into them too. Why are you keeping me in the dark?" Old Cat slapped him on the arm, his voice urgent. "Are we apprehending them here, or outside?" "No, it seems we're not discussing the same matter," the third brother pointed at Chin Yu, saying, "I came to find him." Old Cat paused, subtly gesturing toward the 4 men at the bar. "Aren't we here to catch those people?" "Catch them? What's wrong with them?" "That's quite the coincidence." Sweat beaded on Old Cat's forehead as he whispered, "Those 4 have taken a girl hostage, and we just happened to run into them. Just as I was discussing how to handle it with Chin Yu, you showed up. No more talking. Let us apprehend them here. We have enough manpower." The third brother looked utterly lost, stammering for a moment, "Damn it, I thought I came to find Chin Yu. The restaurant isn't under your team's jurisdiction, is it? Why are you still talking about finding Chin Yu at a time like this?" Old Cat insisted quietly, "Figure out how to apprehend them." What the hell am I supposed to do? I am unprepared." The third brother despaired, glancing again at the 4 men. "I have no idea what they're here for." The moment the third brother and his team entered, the 4 individuals had already spotted them. Seeing the police uniforms and their interaction with Old Cat and Chin Yu, the 4 felt a wave of unease wash over them. Exchanging glances, they quickly positioned the girl between them and lowered their heads, attempting to exit. "Stop dawdling, figure out how to catch them, give me a plan." Old Cat's heart raced as he urged the third brother and his team. The third brother, feeling utterly despondent, took a step back. "This mess is your fault. How am I supposed to come up with a plan? You're the main force, we're unarmed." "Main force my ass!" the third brother exclaimed, beads of sweat forming as he turned to the police team he had brought along. "We can't just walk away. Old Cat is a fool. If we let this slip, he'll file a report." "What's the plan?" "Xiao Hu, notify the team, and the rest of you disperse a bit," the third brother instructed, lowering his head. "Guer, you go up and conduct an inspection. Ask them for their residence permits. If they don't have them, demand proof of entry into the special zone. If they show any intent to resist, open fire." "Me, conduct the inspection." Guer, a young man, nearly cried out, "Why not let Old Cat do it? They're not in uniform." "You go." Damn, this is truly frustrating." Guer cursed under his breath, steeling himself as he moved forward to block the path of the 4 men. "Black Street Police Officer, show me your residence permit." The 4 halted, their expressions blank as they looked at the third brother and his companions. The girl stood amidst them, sweat pouring down her temples, her fists clenched tightly. "I'm talking to you, show me your residence permit." Guer reiterated. "We're here from the planned district to make a purchase," the short middle-aged man replied quietly. "We don't have a long-term residence permit." "Show me your proof of entry." Guer extended his hand. "Sure," the short man replied, bending down to reach into his pants pocket. The third brother, an experienced veteran, caught sight of their attire and instinctively took a step back, his right hand feigning to be tucked behind his back, but his true intention was to reach for his weapon. As the short man's hand slipped into his pocket, the girl suddenly shrieked, "Help me, they're kidnapping me." "Don't move." As the words fell, the companion beside the short man swung his arm, gripping a T-34 military hand grenade, and shouted, "Pin pull, anyone who moves dies." Instantly, chaos erupted in the restaurant, patrons ducking for cover and scattering in all directions. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unfazed as he said, "Cover me, I'll exit through the back." The third brother, sweat pouring down his forehead, placed his right hand on his gun holster and shouted at the middle-aged man holding the grenade, "Calm down, brother. The fact that it hasn't gone off is one thing, but if it does, it's an entirely different matter." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Old Cat suddenly sprang into action, seizing a bottle from the table and smashing it against the assailant's wrist with a resounding crash. Swish! The middle-aged man staggered back, his expression fierce and without hesitation as he hurled the grenade into the crowd. Chin Yu leapt forward, grabbing Old Cat by the collar and retreating several steps. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, creating a crater in the ground, sending countless bricks and debris soaring into the air. 2 tables were obliterated, and 3 police officers were injured, falling to the ground from shrapnel and debris. The third brother, crouched on the floor, shouted, "Take cover, shoot that guy with the grenade." Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and just as the third brother attempted to rise, a burst of blood erupted from his backside as he collapsed to the ground once more. Damn it, damn it. The third brother frantically checked his backside, and upon seeing the blood, he gaped in horror, cursing, "I swear, Old Cat, you really are a dead man." Chapter 5. The 3 cannons, the king of hell dances. In the aftermath of the explosion, Chinyu lay on the ground, shaking his head to dispel the haze of alcohol as he asked the Old Cat, "Are you all right?" "Thanks to Lao San and the others, otherwise we would have been done for." "You can't deny it, Lao San and his team are indeed valiant warriors." The Old Cat, still shaken, wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon seeing that the Old Cat was relatively unscathed, Chinyu promptly pushed him aside and turned to scan the surroundings, then called out softly to a colleague not far away, "Hand me the gun." The colleague, hiding behind a wooden table, glanced at Chinyu with a look of fear, his eyes clearly bewildered. "Give me the gun!" Chinyu shouted again. The colleague snapped back to reality and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed the gun over the floor, before crouching back down, remaining still. The firearm was an A2911 model, designed based on the M1911, albeit modified with an increased magazine capacity, boasting 9 rounds, an exclusive weapon for frontline police units. Although Chinyu had never handled such a gun before, having only seen it in magazines, he was familiar with firearm mechanics and handling. He inspected the weapon, instinctively ejected the magazine to check its contents, and smoothly chambered a round in one fluid motion. With the gun in hand, Chinyu crouched and stood up, taking 2 swift steps to adjust his angle. He positioned his left arm as a brace and decisively pulled the trigger with one hand. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and the back of the middle-aged man who had just thrown a grenade erupted, sending him crashing to the ground. Indeed, Chinyu chose to kill rather than merely injure, for the assailants were all armed and ruthless. Sparing them could lead to further casualties. After firing 3 rounds, Chinyu did not look elsewhere but bent down low. Bang! 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 As expected, a volley of bullets whizzed past, sending debris flying from the walls. Chinyu listened intently, his body hunched forward as he swiftly fired 2 shots towards the outside, though his bullets found only air. Moreover, the 2 assailants reacted with remarkable speed and composure. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and escaped. They chose the window over the door, uncertain if there were police officers outside in pursuit, as the element of surprise was crucial. Seeing the 2 men flee, Chinyu made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, he held the gun and ran up the stairs towards the 2nd floor. I and the lobby. Lao San sat on the ground, clutching his rear in shock, his eyes wide as he beheld Chinyu, who had made the choice to kill without a flicker of hesitation, leaving him somewhat dazed. "What the hell, did Xiao Qin really do that?" the Old Cat exclaimed, rising to his feet and shouting to Lao San and the others, "Chase after them, help Xiao Qin, he's alone." Lao San shot him a sidelong glance, nearly bursting with rage. He felt that his own misfortune was directly tied to this Li Fugui. Whenever they crossed paths, trouble was sure to follow. On the 2nd floor, Chinyu dashed toward the rear door, glancing down at the window. Through the glass, he saw the short middle-aged man dragging the girl across the street, disappearing into an alleyway of an old building complex across the road. After much deliberation, Chinyu gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, no backup. Just one person left, I can take a gamble." With a crash, Chinyu flung open the window, the cold wind rushing in as he leaped out. Upon landing, he unleashed the full potential of his physical prowess, crossing the road in under 3 seconds, positioning himself at the alley's entrance, raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots echoed, not far away. The short middle-aged man heard the gunfire and immediately pulled the girl to hide against the alley wall, standing in the shadows with a furrowed brow. "Are you from the planning district?" Chinyu called out. The short middle-aged man glanced down at his weapon, responding in halting Mandarin, "Yes, the roads outside are deadly. We came to the city to make a living. Why are you targeting us?" "I'm not targeting anyone. It was just an unfortunate encounter," Chinyu replied honestly. "Can you lower your weapon? I have cash in my bag. Say the word, and you can take it." The short middle-aged man licked his lips. Chinyu blinked. "I understand the roads outside are treacherous, but given my current attire and the situation, I can't just ignore this. I don't want the money, I want you to stay." The short middle-aged man's gaze wavered. "I still have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the girl, and leave the money and it with you." "Not happening," Chinyu decisively declined. "Fine, I'll leave the girl." The short middle-aged man hesitated, then pushed the girl forward. "You move ahead slowly, and after 3 seconds, speed up. If you disobey, I will shoot you." Chinyu licked his lips and leaned into the alley. "Come here." After a moment's hesitation, the girl stepped forward, and the sounds of footsteps within the alley became increasingly chaotic. 3 seconds later, she quickened her pace. Chin-Yu hesitated briefly, then stepped into the alley and waved, "Hurry up." The girl looked up at him, her eyes filled with urgency as she cried out, "He hasn't left." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the short middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows, raising his weapon towards the alley entrance. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire erupted into the night, causing the girl to cover her head with her hands and scream as she crouched down. 1 second later, a muffled thud echoed within the alley, and the short middle-aged man collapsed. Chin-Yu stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing into the alley. Instead, he raised his arm and without hesitation, fired 2 more shots into the head of the assailant. Ah! The girl continued to scream, covering her ears. Chin-Yu paid her no mind, stepping forward to kick the head of the short middle-aged man. He then turned to examine the grazes on his shoulder from stray bullets, letting out a sigh of relief. "Cunning little bastard, that was close. Damn it, did you kill him?" A familiar voice called from the entrance of the alley. Chin-Yu turned to see Lao San, clutching his rear, standing under the dim light. "Where are the others?" "They're also in pursuit." The gunfire scattered them, and they went left. Lao San panted, turning back. "Did you take down the assailant?" Chin-Yu blinked, stepping closer to Lao San and glancing around, suddenly reaching out to pull him into the alley. "What the hell are you doing?" Lao San exclaimed, bewildered. "You want to settle things with me?" Chin-Yu asked with a suddenly expressionless face. Lao San froze, recollecting that he had come to the restaurant to confront Chin-Yu. "You wanted to talk to me earlier, what was it? Speak here." Chin-Yu narrowed his eyes, questioning again. "What do you mean?" Chin-Yu raised his gun to Lao San's head. "Have you ever been to the planning district? When the military supply trucks pass by the 3 cannons and the King of Hell dances, they have to disembark and pay their respects. I single-handedly fought my way out from there, and now you want to teach me the ropes?" "Huh?" Lao San stood in shock. Bang! A shot rang out, and he lost his composure. Seconds later, Lao San collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chin-Yu tossed the gun onto Lao San's body. "From now on, we tackle such dangerous jobs together. Don't mess with me, or next time, in my panic, I might not know who the gun is aimed at." With that, Chin-Yu approached the girl and asked, "What kind of trouble have you gotten into, miss?" An hour and a half later, at the police department's hospital, Lao San lay on the operating table, answering a call. "Yuan team. Where are you?" Yuan Ku's voice came coldly. "I'm at the hospital." "Did you encounter a case at the restaurant?" Yuan Ku asked again. "Yeah." Hearing this, Lao San immediately began to boast. "We were on a routine patrol and stumbled upon a few desperate criminals from outside the district at the Second Sister's restaurant. I could tell something was off at a glance, so I approached for an inspection, and who knew they would draw guns? I immediately realized this was a major case, so I called for backup. Haha, the main culprit and an accomplice were shot on the spot, but 2 got away. No worries, the district has already ordered their capture. Hey, Yuan team, I just heard from the station that the main culprit seems to be someone named Matsushita. He has been on the system's wanted list for 4 years, with quite a few murders to his name. Don't you think our team is a bit lucky? Not only did we encounter him, but we also took him down, clearing a backlog of cases. Yuan team, you have to speak well of me to the chief. This kind of notorious criminal is hard to catch. I've been a level 2 inspector for 2 years, and it's time for a promotion. Plus, this is our team's case, which brings glory to the entire department." "Glory my ass. Yuan team, why are you cursing?" "I'm cursing you, you bastard. Did your mother die? I really want to shoot you right now." Lao San was bewildered. "Damn it, Matsushita is someone my brother hired. Just as the job was about to be completed, you made a heroic move. Yuan conceded, you really are useless." "No, Yuan team, listen to me." After a moment of confusion, Lao San began to explain with fervor. "I was just bragging. Let me rephrase. The truth is, I was about to confront Chin-Yu, but unexpectedly ran into that old cat who said there was a case. Beep beep." Yuan Ku had already hung up the phone. Chapter 6. Climbing up by stepping on third brother. In the police station's office building, a team is present in the inquiry room. Chin-Yu twirled a pen in his right hand and softly asked the young lady before him, "Are you feeling any better?" The young woman, Lin Yanlei, brushed the ends of her hair, her eyes appearing somewhat dazed, and her face bore a look of lingering shock. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Observing her state, Chin-Yu rose and moved to the water dispenser, pouring her a cup of hot water, which he placed on the table. "Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you might want to go to the hospital for a checkup." "Thank you, but there's no need for a hospital. I have no visible injuries," Lin Yanlei replied as she picked up the cup, politely expressing her gratitude before taking a deep breath. "You may ask your questions." "Very well, then I shall begin." Chin-Yu resumed his seat, taking out an inquiry notebook to start recording. "Name: Lin Yanlei. Age: 20. Gender?" Lin Yanlei appeared somewhat bewildered. "Can't you tell? I must inquire, as the body camera is recording." Jin Yu explained with a smile. Female. Place of residence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanlei hesitated noticeably. Fongbei City. Ah, so you're from the capital of the special zone. Yes. What brings you here, employment or a change of residence rights? Although Jin Yu had never conducted inquiries before, the straightforward forms in the notebook were easy to understand that he was apprehensive about making mistakes during his first inquiry. Thus he asked detailed questions. Employment. After confirming the basic information, Jin Yu began to inquire about the incident. You were kidnapped. Do you remember where it occurred? Do you know who the perpetrators were? I'm not sure, I just came from. Just as Lin Yanlei was about to answer the questions regarding the case, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Director Li entered with Old Cat and others. Jin Yu turned to glance back, immediately standing to greet Director Li. How's the questioning going? Director Li asked with his hands behind his back. Yes, I'm verifying the basic situation. Hello, Miss Lin. After nodding at Jin Yu, Director Li extended his hand politely to Lin Yanlei. I am the Chief of Police, Li. Hello. Lin Yanlei nodded and shook his hand. Someone from the online broadcast is here to pick you up. You may leave now. After a moment of contemplation, Director Li said with a smile, we will handle the case. The remaining 2 suspects want to escape. Jin Yu felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing this. Director Li had not been in the room earlier yet seemed to know the girl's name and appeared ready to release her without further questioning. Thus, he scrutinized Lin Yanlei a few more times. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure. Despite some dirt on her face and messy hair, her delicate features were hard to conceal. Old Cat remarked that Lin Yanlei resembled the previously popular John Jihyun, but Jin Yu found her even more captivating. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, her proportions more alluring. Most importantly, her skin was fair and translucent, resembling that of a porcelain doll. In this day and age, what kind of family could afford such pampering? Clearly, Director Li's unexpected visit and the decision to release her without even a basic inquiry carried significant weight. After a brief exchange between Lin Yanlei and Director Li, they all descended the stairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, several middle-aged individuals emerged from a pure electric sedan and exchanged pleasantries with Director Li before hastily escorting Lin Yanlei away. Jin Yu noticed a pass on the windshield indicating that the vehicle belonged to the publicity department of Songjang City. As everyone watched Lin Yanlei depart, Director Li stepped aside to make a few phone calls before turning back to call out, come to my office. What's the matter? Jin Yu asked Old Cat, turning his head. Old Cat scratched his nose and replied quietly, you've really stepped in it. Haven't you just arrived and already caught the attention of the higher-ups? Sigh, but it's to be expected. Capable people always stand out, no matter where they go. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li patted Jin Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, I told you that you have a certain quality, but I didn't expect you to shine so quickly. It was merely a coincidence, Jin Yu grinned. Bringing honor, truly bringing honor. Director Li, unable to contain his joy, paced around the room, playfully chiding, this Matsushita fellow is involved in quite a few major cases, ones that the headquarters specifically wants to apprehend. However, he had been hiding in the planning zone for the past 2 years, making it impossible for them to catch him. Yet, the moment he returns, you take him down. Tomorrow's meeting will allow me to boast at the bureau. You've given me a reason to celebrate right off the bat. You deserve commendation. Jin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Sa. Director Li sat down in a chair, lighting a cigarette that Jin Yu had gifted him, his expression tinged with regret as he continued, if this were anyone else, they could leap from a third-level officer to a first-level one in an instant, easily becoming a team leader. But for you, it's a bit challenging. You just arrived, and your information hasn't even been entered into the system for 24 hours. If I push you too hard, it might raise some eyebrows. Old Cat, upon hearing this, immediately defended Jin Yu, merit isn't something that can be imposed. It's earned through hard work. Who apprehended Matsushita, who dealt the fatal blow, who rescued the hostage, these are all clear facts. Why fear any gossip? If you start worrying about what others say, then you might as well resign from being chief. Mind your words when speaking to me. Director Li, usually composed, cast an awkward glance at Jin Yu and retorted at Old Cat. Old Cat blinked, falling silent. Young Jin, the credit is yours, no one can take it away. However, the situation in the department is somewhat complicated. Since you just arrived, if I push you up too quickly, it could lead to negative repercussions, Director Li stated expressionlessly, looking at Jin Yu. But there's plenty of time. We can take it slow. Director, you've already helped me immensely, and I am content. Jin Yu smiled, it's all inconsequential. Within a month, I'll promote you from an intern officer to a third-level officer. Tomorrow, I'll have someone draft a case report to send to the police department. Securing a third-class merit for you shouldn't be a problem. Once the commendation arrives, it will be only natural for you to be promoted to second level by the end of the year. After some deliberation, Director Li continued, for now, you can't be a team leader, as you've been here too short a time, and you don't know anyone in the team yet. Suddenly taking on that role would not garner respect. Here's what I propose. I'll speak with Yuan Ku and recommend you as the deputy team leader. This appointment is determined by the department and won't enter the system or carry a title, but once you're familiar with the environment, I'll find a vacancy to formally promote you. Additionally, for this case, I'll allocate a bonus of 3,000 for you, and by the end of the month, you'll receive recognition as an advanced individual. Thank you, Director. Qin Yu felt immense joy at this outcome and promptly saluted in gratitude. Very well, that's settled then. Director Li waved his hand. You two may leave. Rest well, Director. Off you go. As the words left his lips, Qin Yu and Old Cat departed together. Just as Director Li sipped from his water, preparing to rise and head home, his phone rang. Hello. Director Li, I would like to inquire about the report on the case. How should we address the situation regarding third brother? Should we consider team leader Yuan's perspective? Director Li pondered for a moment. I have heard some information about him. This fellow wasn't apprehended at the restaurant. Here's what we should emphasize. The following day at noon, in the hospital. What's the word from above? Third brother asked a colleague while lying in his hospital bed. The medical expenses for the injured are fully covered by the department, and they will also apply to the police department to strive for a collective third-class merit for our team. As for financial incentives, apart from Qin Yu, each of the severely injured personnel will receive 5,000, while those uninjured will receive 3,000, the colleague replied, wearing a dejected expression. Third brother was stunned upon hearing this. What about Qin Yu and Old Cat? I'm not sure about Old Cat, the colleague shook his head, but I heard that Director Li has already promised Qin Yu a promotion to second-level officer by the end of the year and will apply for a personal third-class merit for him. Moreover, the office has already notified the team that he will be made the deputy team leader. Upon hearing this, third brother's head buzzed with disbelief. Is there still any justice? Is there fairness left? Is Qin Yu perhaps Director Li's illegitimate son? I contributed the most, endured the most pain, and when a bullet came my way, I thought my comrades and I would meet in the martyr's cemetery. Yet, the one who benefits in the end is this fresh-faced rookie. Why is the department applying for a personal third-class merit for him while only a collective one for me? Look at this gunshot wound on my backside. If I hadn't dodged quickly, that bullet would have lodged itself in my rectum, and in the end, the department only grants me 5,000. What does this mean? I ask you, what does this mean? What good is it to ask me? The colleague rolled his eyes. Someone in the team spoke on your behalf, but Director Li shot it down immediately. Matsushita is a hard target. Whoever takes him down gets the credit. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't even shoot him on the spot. He pursued him and killed him, and the higher-ups are well aware of what we went to the restaurant for. Enough. Third brother, weary and disheartened, lay back on the bed, murmuring, my mother always said my fate is unfortunate. Third brother was deeply aggrieved, feeling that Qin Yu had stolen the credit that rightfully belonged to him. However, Qin Yu himself felt somewhat wrong, as the true beneficiary of this incident was not him but Old Cat, whom Director Li had not even mentioned that a first-level officer had directly become a third-level police chief. Simultaneously, internal position adjustments quietly placed him as the deputy captain of Team 3, and his application for a personal third-class merit was approved within a day. Not many in the department were aware of this, but those who had heard whispers speculated about the relationship between Old Cat and Director Li, as well as Qin Yu's role in it. They sighed, lamenting that hard work could not compete with good fortune, and good fortune could not rival those who controlled their destiny. But the day after this minor upheaval, third brother's supporter, Yuan Ku, boarded a train back to Songjiang City. Chapter 7 Meeting Team Leader Yuan. Although Qin Yu had tasted some sweet rewards from the Songsha case and received commendations from Director Li, his standing within the team remained unchanged. In fact, among the 45 members of the first team, the vast majority regarded him as little more than a specter apart from Qilin, Old Cat, and a few marginalized colleagues who showed him some camaraderie. The core members of the team met him with frosty indifference. If it were merely outsiders treating Qin Yu this way, he might have tolerated it, but even his roommates, with whom he shared close quarters, subjected him to subtle forms of emotional neglect. These individuals did not instigate confrontations but also refrained from engaging in conversation with him. Upon Qin Yu's entrance into the room, they would either lapse into immediate silence or collectively exit, only to resume their activities, playing cards or chatting, once he had departed. Their treatment of Qin Yu stemmed solely from his offense against the third-in-command, making him appear like a thorn in their side. Moreover, his sudden acquisition of credit for the case inevitably incited jealousy among some. While others might have felt remorse for offending the third-in-command, Qin Yu harbored no such sentiments. His inherently reserved nature made it difficult for anyone to penetrate his emotional barriers. He did not believe that ingratiating oneself through sycophantic behavior would facilitate his integration into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment demanded resilience. Excessive weakness would cultivate a mindset of insatiable demands from others. If the third-in-command could suppress him once, he could do so 100 times. If he remained silent after being assigned 3 consecutive shifts, the third-in-command might very well impose 4 shifts next time. Should this trend continue, he might find himself washing others' clothes and managing the cleanliness of the dormitory, a prospect he found utterly unacceptable. Despite feeling indifferent to his colleagues' emotional neglect, Chin-Yu found it increasingly uncomfortable to remain in the dormitory. After all, cohabitating under the same roof while harboring mutual disdain and maintaining cold expressions would inevitably sour the atmosphere. The Songsha case had awarded Chin-Yu a bonus of 3,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall that prompted him to decide to rent a place of his own. If they could not coexist, it was better to avoid each other entirely. However, unfamiliar with the local housing situation, he sought Old Cat's assistance in finding an apartment that was reasonably priced, equipped with electricity, and fit for habitation. Old Cat, perceiving Chin-Yu as straightforward and forthright, readily agreed to help. The following day, as Chin-Yu entered the office prepared to hand over his duties and officially commence his role, someone outside called out, "Chin-Yu, Team Leader Yuan wants you in the cafeteria." Turning at the sound, Chin-Yu intended to inquire further, only to find the person had already departed, showing no inclination for further conversation. "Ha!" Chin-Yu chuckled, grabbing his jacket and stepping out of the office. Inside the cafeteria, after inquiring with the staff, Chin-Yu spotted Team Leader Yuan seated by the window. Yuan-ku stood approximately 1.78 to 1.79 meters tall, with a slender build, fair skin, and strikingly handsome features. His charming peach blossom eyes, with the inner corners gently slanting downward like a crescent moon and the outer corners slightly raised, exuded an air of warmth and friendliness, instantly making a positive impression upon their first meeting. "Hello, you must be Team Leader Yuan." "I am Chin-Yu." "Ha, hello, Yuan-ku responded with a smile as he rose to shake Chin-Yu's hand. "I should have come to greet you when you arrived the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, I was away from Songjiang. I just returned today. I heard about that. You were attending a meeting in Fongbei. Have you settled in?" Yuan-ku gestured for Chin-Yu to take a seat. "Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed," Chin-Yu replied as he sat across from Yuan-ku. "That's good to hear." Yuan-ku personally poured a glass of water for Chin-Yu and continued with a cheerful demeanor, "I heard about the kidnapping case. You've really brought honor to our team." "It was merely a stroke of luck," Chin-Yu smiled broadly. "This morning, I had a chat with Director Lee, and he briefed me on your situation." Yuan-ku casually transitioned to the main topic. Typically, when criminals like those in the Songsha case are apprehended, the primary investigators are acknowledged, and those below the rank of captain are usually promoted at least one level. Director Lee's intention is for you to be appointed as the group leader and promoted to a second-level officer. However, you've only just arrived and coincidentally encountered this situation, which may appear a bit too fortuitous. If we were to push for this too hard, it could raise suspicions, so Lee and I decided it would be best for you to wait a while longer. There's no rush, after all. Yes, Director Lee mentioned this to me as well. "Ha, I'm not in a hurry," Chin-Yu responded, aligning with Yuan-ku's sentiments. "Since I've just arrived, I should first acclimatize to the environment. Don't worry, what is meant to be yours, I will certainly fight for it." As they exchanged pleasantries, the cafeteria staff brought 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, including beef and an extravagant assortment of vegetables, which impressed Chin-Yu with Yuan-ku's generosity, suggesting he was a person of considerable openness. "While on duty, we cannot drink alcohol. Let us just have a simple meal," Yuan-ku remarked, refilling Chin-Yu's glass. "This is quite sufficient. Don't just stare, eat while it's hot." "All right." As they spoke, both began to eat, and Yuan-ku discreetly observed Chin-Yu. He noted that this young man, who had emerged from the planning district, was unfazed by the situation. He did not devour his food ravenously, yet he displayed no signs of self-consciousness. "Xiao Qin, I'd like you to join the third group," Yuan-ku stated after a moment of silence. The head of that group was removed due to dereliction of duty and embezzlement, and now there is no one to manage it. "You'd be perfect as the interim group leader." Chin-Yu was taken aback. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Director Lee mentioned I would be appointed as a deputy leader. An interim group leader is essentially at the deputy level, and Director Lee's original intention was to promote you to a second-level officer. "Once your title is confirmed, we can simply remove the interim designation," Yuan-ku replied with a warm smile. "Matters within our team are easily handled. Thank you, Team Leader Yuan, for your support." "Xiao Qin, this position isn't something I created for myself, but this team has been built by everyone's hard work. Without the 40 to 50 brothers in the first team tirelessly solving cases, how could I, Yuan-ku, hold conversations with Director Lee?" Yuan-ku spoke succinctly, exuding a sense of camaraderie and loyalty. "Now that you're here, you are one of my own. You support me, and I will look after you. That is only fitting. We need not stand on ceremony. In the future, should you have any concerns, feel free to bring them to me. What is rightfully yours, I will strive to secure for you. We share the same kitchen, albeit in different roles. At our core, we aim to navigate this chaotic environment and live a little better." Chin-Yu had initially thought that offending the third in command would render him a pariah in Yuan-ku's eyes, fearing he might face subtle retribution. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Yuan Ku's straightforwardness, devoid of any bureaucratic airs, which warmed his heart. Team leader Yuan, since you've said so, allow me to raise a toast to you, albeit with water instead of wine. Qin Yu, not one to disregard goodwill, lifted his glass and earnestly stated, I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties in the first team. With that, they both downed their drinks in unison. Setting their glasses down, Yuan Ku wiped his mouth and looked at Qin Yu, saying, all right, we've exchanged pleasantries, let us discuss work matters now. Sure, go ahead. This morning, the police department issued a wanted notice indicating that several major criminals from the planning district may surface in the black market. This task has been assigned to the first team, and I returned to organize personnel for the operation, Yuan Ku explained, furrowing his brow as he addressed Qin Yu. However, I also have another significant case that requires manpower. Since you're new and lack experience with major criminal cases, I would like you to lead the third group in handling this matter. What kind of case is it? Qin Yu inquired. It's a drug trafficking case, Yuan Ku replied after taking a sip of water. Recently, a substantial quantity of smuggled drugs has surfaced in our black market. Some are counterfeit, while others come from unregulated channels. Ordinarily, this issue goes unaddressed, as where there is demand, there is a market. Currently, we are struggling to manage major cases, so who has the capacity to control such matters? However, two major pharmaceutical companies from Fombay have jointly pressured the government, claiming this situation is detrimental to their market. As you know, the more chaotic the world becomes, the more influence the rescuers wield. The higher-ups have no choice but to apply pressure, leading our leaders at the Songjiang Medical Department to incessantly call the police department, which in turn pressures Director Li. Given that the regions most plagued by counterfeit drugs are precisely within the black market, Director Li is nearly overwhelmed. He has declared that within 3 months, the first team must eradicate all drug traffickers in the black market. Are we truly expected to eradicate them entirely, or is this just for show? Qin Yu asked subtly, blinking his eyes. Yuan Ku paused for a moment, his expression slightly astonished as he replied, it's genuine, we are not merely paying lip service. We aim to clean house. Will the third group have sufficient manpower? You'll start working, and once you gather significant leads, the first team will concentrate our efforts to take them down, Yuan Ku replied softly. But until we have primary leads, we will still pursue those major criminals. Understood, Qin Yu acknowledged, fully aware that once he donned this uniform, he had to adhere to the directives here, an unyielding rule, and he currently had no authority to choose otherwise. You know, the current crackdown on counterfeit drugs by the joint government is unprecedented, aimed at safeguarding the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research, as well as the welfare of numerous patients. Thus, trafficking smuggled drugs, regardless of authenticity, becomes a capital offense if it exceeds 5 kilograms, Yuan Ku warned, furrowing his brow. So, you must familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible, and get to know your team members quickly. If necessary, consider treating everyone to a meal to foster camaraderie. They're all young, so it should be easy to connect. Yuan Ku stood up, intending to settle the bill when he suddenly turned back to Qin Yu and added, oh, I almost forgot to mention, regarding the third in command, he has that temper. Sometimes he speaks and acts without thinking. Don't follow his example. I'll arrange for the two of you to meet, we'll put the past behind us. Qin Yu was taken aback. It is almost time for work, Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu before heading toward the payment counter. As Qin Yu watched Yuan Ku's retreating figure, he murmured softly, quite magnanimous indeed. In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to return to the third group, Old Cat notified him to rush to 88 Tongbai Road in the black market, as he had found a new apartment. Checking his phone, Qin Yu felt he still had ample time before his shift began, so he promptly left. After walking briskly for about 15 minutes, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of 88 Tongbai Road, where he did not see Old Cat but heard someone call out from behind, is it you, regardless of gender? Turning at the sound, he saw Lin Nianlei standing on the steps, clad in a fitted wool coat, her face beaming with a smile. The fear she had displayed the previous day was absent, and with her back to the radiant sun, she resembled a goddess stepping out of a painting. Chapter 8, Entrance of Unit 88, Group 3. Qin Yu smiled and inquired, Lin Nianlei, what brings you here? I came to look at some properties, Lin Nianlei replied, casually brushing her hair and asking, and you? What a coincidence, Qin Yu paused, I'm also here to view some places. Lin Nianlei blinked her sparkling eyes, don't you have a dormitory at the precinct? Hee, there are too many people in the dormitory, I can't quite adjust, so I thought I'd rent a place instead. Oh. Lin Nianlei nodded playfully, extending her hand with a charming smile, since we've encountered each other by chance, let us get acquainted. I don't even know your name. My name is Qin Yu. Thank you, Qin Yu, Lin Nianlei cheerfully exclaimed. Her reason for initiating the conversation was simply to express her gratitude. Qin Yu understood that Lin Nianlei was thanking him for saving her life in the alley, so he pretended to respond modestly, it's my duty. No need to be polite. Lin Yanlei, upon hearing this, regarded him with newfound respect. Salute to you, sir. Let us go in and take a look, Qin Yu suggested. He was not immune to the allure of attractive women, but previously, due to various constraints, he had been unable to express his interest. Now, feeling somewhat settled, he was eager to engage in conversation with a beautiful girl. I've already seen the place and booked it. My colleague went to buy some things, and will leave once she returns, Lin Yanlei responded warmly. If you decide to rent here, we might run into each other again. Once I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal. First I need to see if the place is suitable. I work at the internet station, so I'll definitely be in touch with the precinct. See you. Alright. After exchanging a few simple words, Qin Yu stepped into Unit 88. He had the opportunity to ask Lin Yanlei for her contact information before she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Old Cat was sitting on a stone stool, waving and calling out, Qin Yu, over here. I'm coming, Qin Yu replied as he hurried over. I heard you. Who were you with? Old Cat casually asked. Did Qi Lin come too? No, I just bumped into the girl who was kidnapped the other day and chatted for a moment. Old Cat was stunned for a moment. You ran into that girl. Where is she? Can you not act like a predator? She has already left. What was she doing here? Old Cat asked with keen interest. Who was she with? What did she say to you? She works at the internet station, not far from our precinct, so she came to look at properties and happened to encounter me, Qin Yu replied impatiently. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place here? Seems like she did. Old Cat furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly turned to Qin Yu, asking, Hey, are you looking for a roommate or something? I can cook. You're quite the lecher, Qin Yu retorted, left speechless. I'm genuinely attracted to her, brother, Old Cat rambled on. Why don't we co-rent? We could live together. Let me tell you, let us discuss this later. First, let us check the property, Qin Yu urged. Hurry up, I need to get back to the station soon. Alright, let us go. With that, the two stepped into the main hall of the property. The place Old Cat showed Qin Yu was approximately 30 square meters, furnished with some basic furniture, and freshly painted, giving it a clean overall appearance, albeit at a slightly elevated price. The landlady was asking for $300 a month, with a 6-month upfront payment. This price was indeed not low, yet still reasonable, given that Unit 88 was located in the heart of Songjiang City, near various government institutions, including the television station, internet broadcasting station, and the precinct. This proximity was also why Qin Yu and Lin Yanlei had crossed paths. Their workplaces were already relatively close, and even if they had met there, they would likely have opportunities to see each other again. In the 9th Special Zone, the common currency was the newly issued yuan, while the globally accepted currency was the alliance currency issued by the agencies under the United Government. Of course, the European Union had its own currency, the euro, but that is a topic for another time. The exchange rate was roughly 1 alliance currency to 6 yuan. Given that the yuan was recently introduced, its purchasing power was quite high, roughly 10 times that of the previous renminbi. Thus, 300 yuan equated to approximately 3,000 renminbi. Currently, Qin Yu's salary was only 500 a month, and if he were to rent this apartment, after deducting living expenses, he would hardly have any money left at the end of the month. This scenario vividly illustrated the plight of the lower class in the 9th Special Zone, where the cost of living was rising daily due to dwindling resources and a high population relative to job availability, leading to low incomes. This was precisely why Qi Lin was so eager to become a secondary officer. A higher rank would naturally come with a salary increase. Seeing that Qin Yu was interested in the apartment yet seemed hesitant about the 300 monthly rent, Old Cat quietly remarked, at the precinct, aside from timid folks like Qi Lin, who only aspire to be sycophants, most people don't rely solely on their salaries. You seem to be a resourceful type. You'll definitely need to find some side income. Do you have any side income? Qin Yu shot back with a sidelong glance. Of course, how could I not? What kind of if they don't cough up some cash, I take matters into my own hands, Old Cat shamelessly replied. Qin Yu was at a loss for words. Stop pondering and just rent it. I might come stay over occasionally, Old Cat urged once more. After deliberating for a while, Qin Yu thought that he might not find a better or cheaper place anytime soon, especially since this unit was indeed close to the precinct. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he replied, Alright, I'll rent it for 6 months. After the afternoon shift began, in the office area of Group 3, which was less than 50 square meters, 9 young officers stood in their uniforms. Yuan Ku smiled at the group and said, to put it simply, although Qin Yu is new, he has bravely taken down the notorious criminal Matsushita and successfully solved a kidnapping case. Therefore, after careful consideration from both the department and the squad, we are appointing Qin Yu as the acting leader of Group 3. The crowd exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu's personal commendation has already been submitted to the department. His rank will be elevated in due time, so please don't harbor any other thoughts that I've mentioned before that as long as you excel, you will rise in this team, and that applies to everyone equally. After speaking, Yuan Ku gestured for Qin Yu to step forward, introduce yourself to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped forward, dressed neatly in a light green police uniform, two crutches slung over his shoulder, saluting as he declared, "My name is Qin Yu. I look forward to your guidance." Among the crowd, Qi Lin stared blankly at Qin Yu, feeling an indescribable bitterness. Just hours ago, he personally brought this newcomer into the squad, and now, in less than 2 days, he was already his superior. This sensation was indeed somewhat unpleasant. I'll reiterate, once you wear this uniform, you must abide by the rules here. Although Qin Yu is new, anyone who dares to bully him, spout nonsense, or disrupt work should not blame me for turning hostile, Yuan Ku advised with a smile before turning back to Qin Yu, saying, "All right, you all can chat now." "Okay," Qin Yu nodded, "Thank you, Team Leader Yuan." "No need to be polite," Yuan Ku replied, departing gracefully. In the office area, Qin Yu glanced at everyone and casually pulled out a box of Chinese cigarettes he usually hesitated to smoke, cheerfully addressing the group. "I've stumbled upon some good fortune and inadvertently became the team leader, but, therefore, I'll be relying on your assistance with case matters. Moving forward, come on, relax, have a smoke." Qin Yu's words were merely a polite opening, intended to foster camaraderie, but unexpectedly, the older youth standing on the far left of the group swiftly took the cigarette box from Qin Yu's hands, skillfully tearing open the packaging and remarking, "Hee, brother, you've got some good stuff here. You can even get your hands on roasted tobacco." Qin Yu was taken aback and chuckled, replying, "A good friend gifted it to me." The individual conversing with Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, an old hand in Group 3 who had been employed for 4 to 5 years. However, due to his somewhat blunt demeanor, he had never managed to rise through the ranks. Had Qin Yu not arrived, it was likely he would have been considered for the group leader position, given his seniority and his decent rapport with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before passing the box to the others. "Sit down, everyone," Qin Yu beckoned. Smack. Just then, Zhu Wei suddenly slapped Qin Yu on the arm, laughing as he said, "This stuff is still thrilling." "It feels good to smoke, brother, you're straightforward and generous, haha." While the sentiment was fine, the slap landed right on Qin Yu's bruised arm. He had been grazed by a bullet during the shootout with Matsushita, and the injury hadn't completely healed yet. "His." Qin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and glared at Zhu Wei. "Brother Wei, the leader has an injury," Qi Lin, now unconsciously referring to Qin Yu as the leader, interjected. "What happened?" Zhu Wei asked nonchalantly, looking at Qin Yu. "Where are you hurt?" Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and smiled. "I got a graze from a bullet while apprehending Matsushita." "Oh, just a graze? That's no big deal, you can just go to the hospital for some ointment later." Zhu Wei grinned. "No need for a shot, that would just be a waste of a half-month's salary." Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei but remained silent, merely gesturing for the others to take a seat. Once all 10 members of Group 3 were seated, they began to converse quietly. During their initial discussions, Qin Yu gathered a rough understanding of the group's dynamics, including himself. There were 10 members in the group, comprising 3 Thai citizens, 1 non-Thai citizen, and 6 from the mainland. However, the 9th Special Zone, located in the northeastern region of the former domestic territory, used Mandarin as the official language. Since they had been living there for quite some time, they had become quite fluent in Mandarin, albeit with a slight northeastern accent. After some light communication, everyone got down to business, reviewing the information on drug trafficking organizations. As evening approached, after inspecting 2 dilapidated police vehicles assigned to Group 3, Qin Yu returned to the office, only to find it empty, save for Qi Lin and the Nanzi brother, poring over the clues. "Where's everyone?" Qin Yu inquired. "Brother Zhu took them out on a task," Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. "I mentioned we were to study the case. We have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out? Is there a case?" "Not really, it seems he took them out for some personal matters. It's not even off duty yet, and he just takes people without saying a word." Qin Yu muttered expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a while, not responding. Qin Yu furrowed his brow as he sat in the chair, staring at the desk phone, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. What was Zhu Wei's intention? Did he want to put on a show on the very first day of officially leading Group 3? Qin Yu's test had already begun. Chapter 9. The wind rises at Tuchaji Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the Nanzi brother, Old He, had already finished their meal in the cafeteria when Zhu Wei returned with the others. "Haha, out and about?" Qin Yu inquired, seated comfortably in his chair. Zhu Wei, gulping down water, responded nonchalantly. "Some kid was causing trouble for my family, so I took my brothers over to check it out. No worries, it's all been resolved." After a brief silence, Qin Yu chuckled and nodded. "All right, let us discuss the case. Is everyone working overtime tonight? Xu Wei set down his water cup and casually approached Qin Yu, asking, got any cigarettes left? Hand me one. Ran out, just that one pack, all finished. Damn, you guys smoke quickly, you should savor such fine goods. Xu Wei opened his drawer, took out an electronic cigarette, and took a puff before asking, so, are we working overtime tonight? Yes, team leader Yuan has instructed us to expedite the investigation. Qin Yu affirmed, tonight, let us all put in some effort, scout the area, and get a sense of the drug dealer's operations. As the others remained silent, Xu Wei plopped down on the desk and added, no need to scout. The drug dealers are all operating right here on Tuchaji Street. We can catch them red-handed. Qin Yu paused, taken aback. We can find them just by going there. Come on, if it weren't for the higher-ups giving us a heads-up, who would care about these drug dealers? Xu Wei exclaimed, counting on his fingers, they openly sell drugs on Tuchaji Street. I've run into them numerous times. Team leader Yuan mentioned that drug control is quite strict in the special zone. Do they dare to sell so openly? Our 9th special zone is different from others, Qilin interjected. It was established later and is the only special zone with such a diverse population and ethnic composition, making the situation quite complex. Last year's chief executive election saw military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei, creating considerable chaos. Oh, Qin Yu nodded and then asked, would it be feasible to sweep the streets directly? Just as Qilin was about to respond, Xu Wei interjected, what is stopping us? We should take advantage of the current crackdown on drug dealers before word gets out. Let us gather some leads, it will make the case easier to crack. Qin Yu found Xu Wei somewhat unreliable. His demeanor was rather blunt, thus, he turned to Qilin, do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there, Qilin scratched his head. Haha, him. Xu Wei laughed, scoffing, little Qi is quite the worker, always dodging when things get tough, avoiding danger at all costs. How could he gather any information from there? Though the remark was rather harsh, Qilin merely smiled and remained silent. Little Qin, since you're new, you can't go wrong by listening to me. Let us head out tonight and gather some leads, things will be easier afterward. Xu Wei declared, completely oblivious to his position, let us get moving, I'll go sign for the firearms. The group, accustomed to following Xu Wei's orders, promptly stood up. Qin Yu, still seated, gazed at Xu Wei without protest, softly stating, all right, let us go assess the situation. Xu Wei leaped off the desk, playfully slapped Qin Yu's arm, saying, brother, with 3 teams here, you've hit the jackpot. None of us are the type to shy away from a challenge. If you handle things transparently, brother Xu will definitely support you. After being slapped, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and glanced at his arm. Damn, I forgot you're injured, Xu Wei exclaimed, momentarily stunned, and hurriedly approached, are you all right? Qin Yu met his gaze, I'm fine. You go get your gun. All right, I'll head out then. Xu Wei turned to leave. Qin Yu observed Xu Wei's retreating figure, frowning slightly, lost in thought. Team leader, Xu Wei is different from the others. He means no harm. He is rather carefree, enjoys joking around, and doesn't consider others' feelings. Qilin approached and whispered, don't take it to heart. Perhaps you have encountered individuals like Xu Wei in your life. They disregard your personality and often make outrageous jokes. They carry themselves with a carefree attitude, completely oblivious to the feelings of others, and when you attempt to confront them, they laugh it off, saying it's all in good fun, asking why you're so sensitive, and then continue as if nothing happened. In ordinary circles, one might choose to distance themselves from such individuals, but Qin Yu had no such luxury. Xu Wei was his colleague, and they had to work closely together. It was impossible to avoid him, however, Xu Wei's reckless behavior, often issuing commands and usurping the team leader's role in front of ordinary officers, raised concerns for Qin Yu about how he could effectively carry out his duties. Compounding the issue, the members of Team 3 were all friends of Xu Wei. If he clashed with them upon his arrival, it could easily stir internal discord. What to do? While Qin Yu contemplated this, Qilin observed quietly, eager to see when this new recruit would confront Xu Wei and whether he could maintain his composure as the team leader of Team 3. At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police vehicles halted at the entrance of Tuchaji Street. Qin Yu and his companions, dressed in plain clothes, disembarked and strolled into the street. Tuchaji Street was the most chaotic area of the entire black market, teeming with thousands of residents lacking stable employment. On either side of the road, every storefront illuminated by pink lights had at least 7 or 8 women standing outside, posing provocatively and beckoning to passers-by. In the dark alleys, one could frequently spot dazed smokers, indulging in their vices, their vacant cases scanning the street. These individuals, homeless and desperate, might resort to theft one day and robbery the next, seeking food and substances to momentarily feel a sense of happiness, only to be buried in the cold alleys by a sudden snowfall. Having already encountered many such individuals in the designated planning area, Qin Yu felt numb to the sights and merely kept his head down as he walked forward. After advancing nearly a kilometer, the group finally halted in front of a storefront that bore no sign. Xu Wei scratched his nose, whispering, "This place sells drugs. Doesn't he seem to have many people around?" Qin Yu turned to survey the area and murmured, "I'm not very familiar with the situation here. If we go in to make arrests, can we take them away?" After a moment of consideration, Qilin replied, "We'll wait for them to come to buy drugs, then we can go in." Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before voicing his concerns. They dare to operate so openly. Surely, they must have some precautions in place. I'm worried we won't be able to make the arrest and will instead alert them. Xu Wei, hearing this, immediately displayed impatience. "I already told you, no one has cared about this matter before. If you want to clean it up, you need to act suddenly. By the time you've done your covert investigation, they'll surely catch wind of it, and the resistance to solving the case will be much greater." Qin Yu, lacking experience living in the 9th Special Zone, wasn't he particularly seasoned in case solving either. Thus, after a lengthy consideration, he turned to Old He and asked, "Jia Bai, do you think we can make the arrests?" "This kind of thing has indeed gone unchecked before," Old He replied with a hint of innocence, "but if we conduct long-term surveillance, the information will undoubtedly leak. Nothing is secretive in the department." After a brief silence, Qin Yu promptly instructed, "Police vehicles are too conspicuous, we can't drive in." Old He, Xiao Lu, you two take the cars to the back street. Once we finish the arrests, we'll leave immediately. Understood. Everyone else, disperse and check your firearms and body armor, Qin Yu reiterated. As soon as someone enters the opposite store, we'll rush in. Huh? You even came in body armor, you really are a coward, Xu Wei mocked with a smirk. These drug dealers don't have any real standing. A few years ago, when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up. They all a bunch of cowards. Qin Yu cast a glance at Xu Wei, remaining cautious as he reiterated, "Let us get to work." Half an hour later, 2 young men escorted an older gentleman into the storefront with swagger. Qin Yu hid in the alley, using his walkie-talkie to inquire, "Check through the glass, see if they're here for drugs." After a brief wait, Qilin responded, "Yes. Everyone, move." Qin Yu shouted immediately. They entered. As the words fell, 8 individuals surged from 3 directions toward the storefront, swiftly pulling open the wooden door and rushing inside. In the dimly lit hall, the 2 young men and the elderly man stood by the counter, currently packaging drugs, while a burly young man inside, puffing on an electronic cigarette, looked astonished at the entrance. Xu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and pointed at the burly young man, commanding, "Police, hands on your head and step aside." The young man, snapping back to reality, hastily retreated and inadvertently revealed the handgun at his waist, failing to comply immediately. In such chaotic surroundings, a criminal might react violently when confronted by police, so upon seeing the gun, Xu Wei yanked the young man by the collar and, without hesitation, swung the butt of his gun towards his head. Bang! 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 Xu Wei struck the young man 6 or 7 times, yet he continued to struggle. In a moment of panic, Xu Wei gripped the young man's hair and slammed his head against the edge of the counter. Blood streamed down from the young man's head as his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the floor. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps echoed from upstairs as a bald man in a military coat rushed down, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the scene, grabbing his walkie-talkie to shout, "Damn it, Store 2 has been raided. Everyone get out here." Silence, a brief silence, was followed by a sudden cacophony of footsteps on the street from the adjacent houses and buildings. Dozens of individuals surged forth, armed with knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, blocking the entrance of the storefront like a tidal wave. As Qin Yu gazed at the throng outside, an icy shiver coursed through him, evoking memories of the grain robbery in the designated planning area, prompting him to instinctively disengage the safety on his firearm. Xu Wei, peering through the glass at the unfolding scene, gulped nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When did the team grow to this scale? This is getting a bit out of hand. Chapter 10. The street of soil and dregs inside the storefront. A bald man draped in a military coat stood on a wooden staircase, his gaze coldly sweeping over the burly young man who had been knocked down by Xu Wei. In a voice barely above a whisper, he inquired, "Whose dog is unchained, daring to stir trouble in my Lao Mas establishment?" A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Qin Yu's forehead as he turned to glance towards the entrance, noting that over 20 individuals had already barged in, effectively blocking their exit. "We are police officers." Xu Wei regained his composure, retrieving his badge from his pocket with his left hand and holding it to his chest as he declared, "Anyone unconnected, do not move. We are here to investigate a drug trafficking case." The bald man let out a cold laugh. "Who here is selling counterfeit drugs?" With his gun in hand, Xu Wei pointed towards the counter and shouted, "We witnessed these individuals engaged in a transaction. You saw it, and you think you represent the law." The bald man remained steadfast on the stairs, raising his hand to point at the crowd near the entrance. "Ask them if anyone has seen these people selling drugs here." As his words fell, the 20 or so individuals at the entrance fell silent, brandishing their weapons and advancing, surrounding the 3 groups in the center of the living room. Hearing this, Shu Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond, and a flicker of fear crept in, for none of those who rushed in appeared to be benign. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yu stepped forward to speak. Damn it! At that instant, the burly young man who had been knocked down by Shu Wei sprang to his feet, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, "You daring bastard, how dare you hit me here?" "Don't move," shouted a young man beside Qi Lin. "Not move. To hell with that." The burly youth lunged forward without a second thought, swinging his fist and landing a blow on Shu Wei's head with a resounding thud. "With a broken gun, are you trying to intimidate me?" Shu Wei staggered back 3 or 4 steps. "Do not strike. Do not move. This is an assault on law enforcement." The 3 groups, still somewhat united, rushed to encircle the burly youth as soon as they saw Shu Wei being hit. "I just assaulted you. What are you going to do about it?" The burly youth, nearly knocked out by Shu Wei moments ago, was now brimming with rage. He turned around, seized a box cutter from the counter, and charged forward, shouting, "To hell with you. Even if you brought 500 more, if I'm not pleased, none of you are leaving." With a roar, the burly youth lunged at the crowd with his knife. Qi Lin, who had been evading, was taken aback to discover that the first target of the youth's attack was himself. Shu Wei, seeing the knife, swiftly sidestepped. "Damn!" Qi Lin cursed, realizing he was too late to dodge and could only arch his back to protect himself. Thud! Just as the blade was about to pierce Qi Lin's body, Qin Yu surged through the crowd, grasping the burly youth's knife with one hand. His palm clutched the blade, blood gushing forth in a torrent, cascading down to the floor below. Qi Lin, still shaken, stepped back 2 paces, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Qin Yu. Silenced after a brief moment, the burly youth glared at Qin Yu and shouted, "You can grip a knife with your hand, you're invulnerable, huh?" Upon finishing his sentence, the burly youth attempted to strike again. Qin Yu, with lightning speed, seized the youth's wrist with his left hand, looking up at the middle-aged man on the staircase and calling out, "Brother, we are not here to cause trouble. We received reports of counterfeit drug sales, and we had no choice but to investigate. But upon entering, your brother here drew a gun, and my colleague had no choice but to defend himself." The bald man, wrapped in his military coat, bent down and sat on the staircase, pulling out an e-cigarette without responding. Qin Yu continued to grip the burly youth's wrist, smiling as he spoke, "I just arrived in Songjiang and am unfamiliar with the depths of the soil and drag street. Since it's a misunderstanding and there are no drugs being sold here, we can leave. Would that be acceptable, brother? If there are no drugs being sold here, then why did you assault someone?" The bald man exhaled a puff of vapor, a smile lingering on his face as he questioned. Qin Yu fell silent for several seconds. "Brother, it's because of people like you that we have food on our plates. We rely on each other, and life is not easy for anyone, so it's best if none of us make things difficult for the other. Would you agree? What will you do if I make things difficult for you?" The burly youth glared fiercely, demanding an answer. The bald man took a drag from his e-cigarette, turned his head, and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Still saying nothing, Qin Yu paused briefly, maintaining his smile, and turned to the bald man, saying, "Brother, while we may not resolve any cases on the soil and drag street, you must still conduct business outside of it, yes?" Upon hearing this, the bald man's arm hesitated for a moment before he finally spoke, "Let them go." "Just like that? So my beating was for nothing?" The burly youth shot back at the bald man, his expression dark as he shouted at Qin Yu and the others, "If you want to leave, strip off your jackets and frog leap out of the soil and drag street. Don't push your luck." Guanqi, usually reserved, shouted, gripping his gun tightly. Bang! Qin Yu turned and grabbed Guanqi's arm, his expression serious as he said, "If we must jump, then we will. What's the big deal?" Guanqi responded, feeling frustrated, "Team leader, if we don't leave, they will have it easy, damn it, there are so many of them I expect you to listen to me." Qin Yu glared fiercely, raising his voice. Guanqi clenched his teeth, falling silent. "Strip off your shirts and frog leap out." Qin Yu called out to his team. On the staircase, the bald man suddenly asked softly, "If there are many in this line of work, why are we being singled out on the soil and drag street?" Qin Yu paused, replying, "We received some reports and were instructed to come check it out. I am not sure what it's all about." The bald man slowly stood up and walked upstairs, turning his back to Qin Yu as he said, "The soil and drag street is a bit chaotic and preys on the naive. In the future, don't wander in here unless necessary. With so many people outside, if each one stabs once, where will your police find the culprits?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man vanished up the staircase. 5 minutes later, along with Qin Yu, 8 police officers were stripped to the waist, squatting in a row, frog leaping towards the outskirts of the soil and drag street. Dozens of young men armed with weapons stood by the roadside, watching them coldly, silent and unmoved. The buildings lining the streets had their windows thrown open, with some people smoking, others crossing their arms, all indifferently watching as Qin Yu and the others hopped away towards the periphery. Time passed in silence until suddenly, from a building on the right, a voice shouted, "Damn it, if you come back, we'll kill you. The angry shout echoed in the night for a long while. Following that, a barrage of glass bottles, jars of medicine, and various debris rained down from above. Run! Jin Yu was the first to yell, and the group hastily disappeared into the night. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, frowning as he asked the burly youth, who was wrapping a bandage around his head, "Have the brothers dispersed?" "Yes, they all left," the burly youth nodded. "Call a few brothers over to move the goods," the bald man instructed softly. "For the next few days, don't release any goods. Let us lay low for a bit." The burly youth was taken aback. "Are you afraid, Uncle San? Those were clearly just inexperienced young officers. Do we still need to guard against them? The prices of drugs outside have skyrocketed. How many poor patients in the soil and drag street rely on us to survive? If I shout, thousands will rush out to help us. Do we really need to care what they think?" "Do as I say and don't act foolishly," the bald man said tersely, crossing his arms. "Quickly go call a couple of brothers." I sigh. "I'm becoming more timid as I go along," Ma Lao grumbled, but ultimately yielding to Uncle San's command, he stepped out to call the brothers to move the goods. On the outskirts of the soil and drag street, Jin Yu first put on his shirt, then pulled a medical kit from the car, hastily wrapping his injured hand with bandages. Beside the vehicle, Guan Chi glared and cursed, "Damn it, law enforcement can't even handle thieves," and in the end, we were stripped of our clothes and Frog leaped out. "This is so humiliating. If word gets out to the precinct, we'll be the laughingstock. We shouldn't have yielded. If we hadn't stripped, how could they have dared to do anything to us?" Shu Wei, in a state of defiance, complained to Jin Yu. "You're just too cowardly. I'll tell you, this isn't how we handle cases in Songjiang. You're the team leader. In critical moments, you must stand firm." Jin Yu clenched his teeth around the bandage, looking up at everyone and saying, "Gather around. I have something to say." "What is it?" Guan Chi inquired. "Come here." Jin Yu shouted, frowning. The group exchanged glances, their spirits low, and reluctantly approached Jin Yu. "Check your ammunition. Those without bulletproof vests should grab them from the car." Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to oversee the vehicle, Jin Yu instructed expressionlessly. The others listened to Jin Yu, their faces blank. Minutes later, inside the storefront, Ma Lao was directing 3 peers at the back door. "The vehicle will take a while to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, go check at Sandian. There are still some there." "Where do we move the goods to?" someone asked. "First, take them back to the warehouse." Ma Lao complained nonchalantly, "Uncle San is just being timid, wasting time. If it were up to me, I'd leave the goods here and sell as usual." Thud. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps suddenly echoed from the left side of the back door. Ma Lao, cigarette in hand, turned around to find Jin Yu, clad in a light green bulletproof vest and wielding a lengthy anti-explosive shotgun, charging in. "Damn!" Bang! Jin Yu's gaze was steely as he raised his leg and kicked Ma Lao in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao was sent flying half a meter, crashing into 3 boxes of goods, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Don't move. One twitch and I'll shoot you dead," Guan Chi shouted, gun aimed at Ma Lao's head. Clatter. Without pausing, Jin Yu burst through the door, heading straight for the second floor. Inside the second floor room, the intercom crackled with static as a drug dealer, sprinting below, shouted, "Uncle San, those people are back again." Uncle San, startled, rose and reached for his gun. Clatter. Jin Yu racked his gun as he entered the room, looking at Uncle San with a tilted head and saying, "The terrain of the soil and drag street is too complicated. We've jumped for ages and still can't escape, brother. You need to come with us and show us the way." Uncle San looked at Jin Yu in shock. A counterattack. Chapter 11. Just as the sky was about to be obscured, his hand was broken. On the second floor, Jin Yu had no time to waste with his third uncle. He swiftly fired 2 shots, striking his opponent on the head, and Shu Wei promptly placed handcuffs on him. "Let us go, hurry up," Jin Yu urged, pulling his third uncle along as he shouted down the stairs, "No need to chase after the small fry. Those we capture should be taken away immediately, don't waste a moment." As he shouted, Jin Yu and Shu Wei had already dragged their third uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao, who was being restrained, acted like a wild beast, biting Chilin's palm and screaming frantically, "Damn it, grab your weapons. Those police officers are back." A commotion erupted in the street, and nearby drug dealers immediately rushed out, weapons in hand. However, Jin Yu had made preparations before his arrival. Spotting Ma Lao yelling, he swung the gun's butt around and struck Ma Lao in the mouth with a resounding thud. Ow! Ma Lao rolled on the ground in pain, turning his head to spit out 2 front teeth, his lips torn open, bleeding profusely. "Move to the side," Jin Yu commanded as he stepped across the back alley, urging, "Stop dawdling. Just grabbing 5 kilograms of contraband will be enough to secure their convictions. What else with carrying the boxes, you fools?" The dim-witted old black man only then discarded the box, seizing 2 bags of antiviral medication, and dashed into the alley across the road. In the street, a throng of people surged forward, charging ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Chin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, yet they did not disperse. Instead, they surged forward like a frenzy, returning fire. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Chin Yu found himself cornered at the alley entrance and, realizing his gunfire was ineffective in controlling the chaos, he turned and fled. Moments later, as they dashed through the narrow alley, the shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. Get in the car. Old Black and Xiao Lu shouted as they opened the doors of their vehicles. Without hesitation, Chin Yu and his group shoved Ma Lao Er, his third uncle, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle and leaped into the back of the truck. In the underbelly of the city, police vehicles came in 2 varieties. 7-seater SUVs and 5-seater pickup trucks. Only senior officials like Director Li were entitled to ride in sedans, which were rarely seen during regular patrols. In these times, practicality reigned supreme, and resources were scarce for ostentation. Fortunately, the police vehicles were designed with utility in mind, featuring truck beds that could accommodate more passengers. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit everyone inside. Viru. Once everyone was in, Old Black slammed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the outskirts of the rough neighborhood. As the 2 vehicles sped off, gunfire erupted incessantly. The cars were riddled with bullets, and the 2 Thai brothers seated on the outer edge suffered multiple gunshot wounds. Damn it, no need to hold back. Whoever's blocking the way, just run them over. Chin Yu shouted from the truck bed. Old Black, too afraid to look up properly, kept his head down beneath the steering wheel and, after knocking over several people, the crowd slowly began to dissipate. After about a minute of flooring the gas in the rough neighborhood, they finally broke free. Chin Yu glanced back at the 100 still pursuing them, wiping the sweat from his brow. He mused, if this place isn't managed properly, who knows what kind of chaos Songjiang might face. Smack. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound rang out from above his head, followed by a jolt of pain. Nice move, brother. Zhu Wei clapped Chin Yu on the back, exclaiming, you've got guts. That counterattack was impressive. Chin Yu frowned at him but remained silent. Later, at around 10 o'clock in the evening, inside the police station, after stitching up his injured hand in the infirmary, Chin Yu stepped into the interrogation room. Ma Lao Er lounged carelessly on the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Chin Yu. You're in trouble. You want to be out in 3 hours. Bang. Chin Yu raised his foot and, with a simple yet brutal kick, struck Ma Lao Er on the head. Damn. Ma Lao Er's head collided with the wall, causing stars to dance before his eyes. 500 men want to do, huh? Bang. In the rough neighborhood, you think you're the toughest. Bang. Damn it, you think you're the boss. Bang. Bang, bang. As Chin Yu cursed, he unleashed 7 or 8 kicks to Ma Lao Er's head until he collapsed, unconscious, blood streaming from his nostrils, his body convulsing. Bring some cold water. Quickly douse Ma Gu's boiling blood. Chin Yu shouted to Old Black. Old Black didn't hold back. He fetched a bucket of icy, dirty water from the restroom and splashed it over Ma Lao Er's head. Within half a minute, Ma Lao Er's eyes regained some life. Chin Yu stepped on Ma Lao Er's calf and leaned over, demanding, you want to see frog jumps, huh? At this moment, Ma Lao Er looked at Chin Yu with a hint of fear in his eyes, no longer daring to speak defiantly. Kneel. Chin Yu bellowed suddenly. Startled, Ma Lao Er flinched back. I said kneel. Chin Yu pointed to the ground, glaring fiercely. Ma Lao Er, bewildered, stammered, don't make it too humiliating, okay? Upon hearing this, Chin Yu immediately lifted his right leg. Thud. Before his foot could connect with Ma Lao Er's head, he hastily knelt on the floor. Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you can stop. If you do, I'll kick you. Grabbing Ma Lao Er by the hair, Chin Yu enunciated each word. Do you understand? 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lao Er began frog jumping across the room on his knees. All right, a wise man doesn't suffer in vain. Damn it, I concede. Outside the door, staying late for the interrogation tonight? Chi Lin inquired. No need, it's time to sleep, Chin Yu replied, shaking his head. Let us leave it for tomorrow morning. We'll interrogate those 2 little ones first for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lao Er and that third uncle won't spill a word. These 2 clearly have been in this line of work for quite some time. Understood, Chi Lin nodded and then asked, are you going back to your newly rented place? Should I give you a ride? No need, I'll stay here tonight. Chin Yu shook his head. Just rough it for one night, we'll get to work in the morning. All right. After exchanging a few words, Chin Yu turned and headed to the washroom. Meanwhile, in a certain entertainment venue in the underbelly of the city, Yuan Ku answered a phone call, his eyes wide with shock as he asked, is this for real? Chin Yu led a team to the rough neighborhood to make arrests, and they actually succeeded. Ha, this kid truly surprises me. Chapter 12 The heart of a fierce tiger observes the world. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his private office, smiling as he addressed Chin Yu. Let us dispense with the insincere pleasantries. All personnel involved in last night's case will receive a supplementary payment of 300 yuan each, sourced from our team's funds. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's commendable. Let us expedite the interrogation." "I await the results," Yuan Ku urged. "Understood," Qin Yu nodded, "then I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Yuan Ku said, opening his small cabinet and retrieving a new pair of leather boots. "What size do you wear?" "Size 43. "Perfect, our feet are the same size." Yuan Ku placed the shoebox on the table, adding, "They were a gift from a friend. I've never worn them, take them." This must be quite expensive," Qin Yu protested. "A pair of shoes is nothing," Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively, "just take them." Qin Yu glanced down at the shoebox and suddenly felt that Yuan Ku's sense of loyalty was more than mere words. For as long as one delivered, he would ensure that one's due benefits were duly secured. "Thank you, Team Leader Yuan." "Spare me the thanks, off you go," Yuan Ku chuckled. "Hey," Qin Yu said as he left with the shoebox. Over the next 2 days, the brothers of Team 3 poured their entire energy into the interrogation work. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, both San Shu and Ma Lao proved to be exceptionally tight-lipped. Although the two henchmen had spilled their guts, these two were either feigning madness or resolutely silent. Interrogation was not Qin Yu's forte, as this was not the planned area. Many of his experiences and techniques were rendered ineffective. When it came to sheer interrogation experience with criminals, the other members of Team 3 were evidently more seasoned. Consequently, he chose to delegate the task to Lao He, Wan Qi, and others, while he awaited leads and outcomes. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was engaged in casual banter with Qi Lin, Lao He, Xiao Lu, and others in the office, Xu Wei, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, swaggered back in from outside. "Damn, no one is interrogating. Everyone is just lounging around," Xu Wei exclaimed, taking a swig from his drink. "Yeah, just taking a short break," Qin Yu nodded. Smack. Xu Wei instinctively slapped Qin Yu's head, "Go sit over there." Qin Yu chuckled as he shifted in his seat, "Why do you always mess with me?" "What's with the head slapping?" "Damn, what's wrong with a little head slap? You're about to be officially recognized. Feeling a bit high and mighty, are we?" Xu Wei teased. "How could you go out drinking during work hours?" Qin Yu casually inquired, "I mean, even if your body can handle it, do you really want to waste that money? Drinking can be so costly." "I have many friends and too many social obligations, it's unavoidable," Xu Wei replied, crossing his legs. "My family is pressuring me to get married, and they introduced me to a girl. I went to meet her and had a few drinks." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. "What the hell?" Xu Wei was taken aback, stretching his neck as he scolded, "You said you were out of cigarettes. How come you're hiding them from your brothers?" "All out, just this one left," Qin Yu replied, taking a puff. "Come on, stop bullying the team leader, that cigarette is pricey, why do you always need to mooch off him?" Guan Qi chimed in jokingly, then with a smile, extended his hand, "But I'm different. Since I had a breakthrough today, logically, you should give me one as a reward." If no one was willing to jest or make light of things, perhaps no one in the team would dare to engage Qin Yu in frivolity. Yet with Xu Wei's boisterous antics, everyone felt at ease to speak freely, regardless of the occasion. "I really have none left," Qin Yu insisted, pushing Xu Wei away. "This is the last one." "Damn, you're stingy. Hurry up and give me one," Xu Wei grasped Qin Yu's wrist. "Team leader, don't be stingy, just share a bit, half a cigarette each would suffice," Lao He chimed in as he approached. "Honestly, I'm out," Qin Yu said, leaning back in his chair to evade them. "Seize him." Xu Wei, with alcohol on his breath, pressed down on Qin Yu's arms, shouting, "Come on, pin him down and search his pockets for the cigarettes." "Damn it, this guy doesn't understand the rules, being so stingy right after joining old Xu, stop messing with me, I really have none left," Qin Yu laughed, emphasizing his point. "Quickly now, hold him down. Xiao Lu, grab his legs." Xu Wei continued to rally, the atmosphere escalated, and with the exception of Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, the members of Team 3 surged toward Qin Yu, attempting to wrestle away the cigarettes. "Damn, stop it. I really have none left," Qin Yu laughed as he playfully pushed against the group, while several burly fellows joined Xu Wei in the fray, playfully tussling with him. "What a day. It's as if none of you have ever smoked," Qi Lin chuckled as he stood to get some water. "Damn it, I'm not finished with you yet, hurry up and produce those cigarettes." Xu Wei pressed on, pushing down on Qin Yu's arms and reaching for his pants pocket. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly seized the police knife from the desk, gripping the blade between his thumb and forefinger, and swiftly thrust it downward. Thud! With a single stab, Xu Wei froze in place. "Don't mess with me. I'll stab you again if you continue," Qin Yu called out with a laugh, gripping the blade tip as he aimed for Xu Wei's thigh once more. Thud! The second stab landed, causing Xu Wei to reel back 2 steps. Upon seeing blood, the other team members stood motionless, while Qi Lin stared at Qin Yu in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell, did you really stab me? I was just gesturing. Qin Yu feigned surprise, quickly rising and leaning down to inspect Xu Wei's injury, asking, are you alright? Xu Wei, in excruciating pain, was suddenly irate, shoving Qin Yu away. Are you out of your mind? You don't play with knives. At this moment, Qin Yu looked up, still wearing a smile, and said, I warned you not to mess with me, that I don't hold back, and you kept joking around. See where that got you. The room fell silent, and as everyone turned to look at Qin Yu, the playful expressions had vanished from their faces. From now on, don't mess with me, got it? Heh, Qin Yu chuckled, setting the knife down and offering a hand to help Xu Wei up. Come on, let us hurry to the infirmary. Xu Wei hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Qin Yu's demeanor, he calmed down and followed him to the infirmary. After the small commotion subsided, no one in Team 3 dared to jest too harshly with Qin Yu anymore, including the boisterous Xu Wei, and no one continued to treat him as merely a newcomer. From the perspective of an observer, Qi Lin had witnessed how Qin Yu dealt with Xu Wei, and he suddenly realized that while Qin Yu appeared congenial and chatty on the surface, his mind might be occupied with entirely different thoughts concerning the unfolding events. One might think they had become friends, yet he could discreetly signal when one had overstepped their bounds, all while preserving their dignity simultaneously. Qi Lin recalled how the notoriously domineering Lao San had not dared to trouble Qin Yu since the kidnapping case, indicating that Qin Yu had privately resolved that issue as well. From that moment on, Qi Lin became aware that perhaps it was individuals like Qin Yu who could thrive in such a complex environment, bold, meticulous, understanding of human emotions, and worldly wise. After enduring over a decade of challenges in the planned area, perhaps he was finally poised for takeoff here. After parting ways with Xu Wei at the infirmary, Qin Yu remembered that he had rented an apartment, but had been too busy to visit it in several days. Thus, he called up Lao Mao and headed toward number 88 courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tusha Street, an elderly man around 60 leaned on a cane and remarked, Qin Yu. I've never heard of him before. I had someone look into it, he knew. To have arrested Xiao Er and the Min right after arriving, surely, he has someone backing him. The old man pondered for a moment before turning and commanding, you take some people and find out more about this Qin Yu. Chapter 13. A friendship where truth can be shared. In courtyard number 88, the old cat lay beside the window of the house on the left, his large eyes scanning Lin Yanlei's room. Why hasn't she returned so late? In the house on the right, Qin Yu shouted, could you lend me a hand? Did I invite you here just to enjoy the view? Don't shout, I'm coming, the old cat replied with a lackluster tone, turning to cross the courtyard and entering Qin Yu's room. It's just a rented space. You only come back to sleep. Do you really plan to turn it into a palace? Just tidy up a bit. When living alone, shouldn't you keep it clean? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, help me mop the floor. It's all dust. What, you want me, a deputy captain, to mop your floor? Brother, you're getting a bit too ambitious, the old cat retorted. I'll treat you to a meal later. Now that's more like it. The old cat was inherently lazy, and for him to help Qin Yu today was quite a rare occurrence. The two worked seamlessly together, with the old cat primarily directing and Qin Yu doing the labor, yet by 8 or 9 o'clock, Lin Yanlei still had not returned. Why hasn't she come back yet? The old cat's presence today was largely motivated by a desire to see Lin Yanlei. Stop looking. She's not your type, Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Let's eat. Then let's go to second sister's place. Forget about second sister, I'll just go out and grab some late-night snacks. What late-night snacks? Instant noodles, of course. They're convenient. Damn, after helping you move, this is what you offer me. Instant noodles are cheap. Do you want some? If not, you can go home. We've worked all night and are quite tired, Qin Yu shot back sideways. You're really something else, the old cat exclaimed. Alright, I'll throw in a sausage for you. It's settled. Qin Yu chuckled, tossing the remark over his shoulder as he stepped out of the residence. In the small courtyard, there were a total of 5 households. The female landlord resided within the iron gate of the inner courtyard and seldom ventured out. The remaining 4 households, including Lin Yanlei and Qin Yu, occupied the left and right sides of the main entrance. The final 2 homes were adjacent to the inner courtyard, housing those without water or electricity, and were rarely seen. After Qin Yu returned with food, he boiled some water, had a simple dinner with the old cat, and prepared to retire early, as he had plans to continue interrogating Ma Lauer and the Min the following day. Alright, we've finished eating. You can head back now, Qin Yu said, shedding his jacket. The old cat, letting out a belch, replied, forget it, I'll stay here tonight. Brother, it's just a 1.5 meter bed, how are we supposed to sleep? I'll just hold you, the old cat lazily tossed aside any remnants of food and flopped onto the bed, kicking off his 2 stinky shoes. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Are you here for Lin Yanlei or for me? Hey, have you ever played with a guy? The old cat inquired curiously, lying back on the bed. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. I'm asking you a question, have you? Have you? Qin Yu shot back. I thought I've seen others play, they say it can stimulate the prostate. The old cat began to ramble on about a story. Shut up. Qin Yu interjected, feeling a bit nauseated. Are you going back or not? Not going back. It's too late, I'm staying here, the old cat yawned, carelessly shedding his clothes. Qin Yu, unable to do anything about it, merely washed up quickly before climbing into bed. However, there was only one blanket, which made Qin Yu feel slightly awkward, especially with the old cat's previous remarks still echoing in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealer? The old cat, now facing Qin Yu, had closed his eyes and was beginning to drift off. Yeah, Qin Yu nodded, caught two of the ringleaders. Hee, Yuan Ku must be thrilled, the old cat sneered, that bastard talks a big game about morality but only engages in shady deeds. This was not the first time Qin Yu had heard the old cat express such sentiments. You seem to have some bias against the first team, huh? It's hard to explain everything in just a few words, but I must warn you. While you work, keep your personal life separate. Get your leg away from me, you're touching mine, Qin Yu interrupted, reminding him. I didn't move my leg, the old cat protested. You must have. You retouching my leg, Qin Yu insisted. That's not a leg, the old cat mumbled with his eyes closed. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Qin Yu called out. It's me, Lin Yanlei. Are you back? Ah, yeah, I'm back. Is there hot water? I just got off work, and the water is off, I can't wash up. Unaware that Qin Yu was in the room, Lin Yanlei had been peering through the window while knocking on the door, and she vaguely saw Qin Yu getting up from the bed. Yes, just a moment, Qin Yu replied, unable to find his pajamas, so he simply threw on his jacket and opened the door. Sorry for the trouble. You must have been asleep, Lin Yanlei said, her face flushed from the cold as she wore a fleece coat. No problem, I still have hot water left, Qin Yu smiled, I'll get it for you. Thank you, Lin Yanlei said politely, not rushing inside. As Qin Yu turned to fetch the water, he remarked, your job seems exhausting, you got off work so late. I just started, I'm still adjusting, Lin Yanlei replied, stretching her delicate neck. Oh, after sitting all day, my neck feels like it's turning to stone, Yanlei, we don't have much hot water left. At that moment, the old cat suddenly sat up in bed, grabbing his underwear and shouting, wait for me. I'll go get you some cold water from the storage tank, you can boil some more, just wait a moment. At the doorway, Lin Yanlei stared in shock at the old cat as he put on his underwear from under the covers, her neck stiffening as she glanced at Qin Yu, her expression bewildered as she stammered, oh, your, partner is here too. Qin Yu stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. At the entrance of courtyard number 88, an electric motorcycle came to a halt. The person on the back seat glanced at the front gate and said, Xiao who mentioned he has a colleague living here. 2 people, the rider inquired. Yes. All right, let us wait a bit. Let us move when Qin Yu comes out. With that, the motorcycle quietly glided down the street, disappearing into the night. Chapter 14. Old Master Ma. The following morning, the old cat was roused from slumber by a phone call at 6 o'clock, summoned back to the police station due to a task assigned to his team. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu pondered over a frugal breakfast, he was unexpectedly presented with a plate of steaming youtiao by Lin Yanlei. Just bought it, enjoy, Lin Yanlei called out, hanging the fried dough sticks on his door. Oh dear, this is too much, Qin Yu, caught off guard while washing up, exclaimed. Not at all, it's just neighbors helping each other, she replied, her intention to express gratitude for the hot water provided the previous night. With a radiant smile, she added, I'm off to work. Not so early. Yes, I have an outdoor task and need to get the equipment ready. Lin Yanlei waved cheerfully at Qin Yu, see you tonight. All right. Goodbye, girl. Lin Yanlei, shouldering her bag, turned to leave. Qin Yu stood there, momentarily bewildered. Girl, where did that come from? Is she treating me like a sidekick? 5 minutes later, Lin Yanlei waited at the entrance for a female colleague. As they hurried towards the office, she animatedly remarked, let me tell you, that ruggedly handsome guy from our courtyard, he might be a gay. Are you serious? Absolutely, I witnessed it firsthand. My goodness, what a pity. After finishing the breakfast Lin Yanlei had delivered, Qin Yu tidied up briefly and set off towards the precinct. Due to a lack of resources and the relatively recent establishment of Songjiang City, public transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, buses were scarce, and taxis were even rarer. Ordinary citizens relied primarily on their own 2 legs or opted to purchase electric scooters for commuting. However, the cost of charging these scooters was quite steep, making them affordable only for stable, well-paying businessmen or minor officials in government agencies. Qin Yu was rather frugal and aimed to save money for other objectives, so he refrained from purchasing an electric scooter. Aside from official duties, although the team's vehicle was available, he was responsible for the associated costs, which left him with no choice but to walk to work. Having walked for about 5 minutes, Just as Chin Yu contemplated stopping by a shop to see if they sold electronic cigarettes, he was unexpectedly flanked by two burly men approaching him from either side. Instinctively, he took a step back, placing his right hand on his waist as if to draw a firearm, though in reality, his service weapon was not on him. No ill intentions, we just want to have a word with you, the leading man stated, lowering his head slightly. Chin Yu hesitated for several seconds. Who are you? You don't need to know me, just recognize this, the leader said, lifting his coat to reveal a gun at his waist. With a stern expression, Chin Yu remained rooted in place. The leader clicked the safety off the firearm. Can we have a chat? Chin Yu reflected on whom he might have offended since arriving in Songjiang and eventually nodded in agreement. Then let us go. A few minutes later, in an alley, four middle-aged men flanked Chin Yu, while an elderly man sat in an electric off-road vehicle. Remaining inside, Chin Yu scrutinized the group, noting their simple attire, heavy, coarse leather coats and knitted hats, their faces smeared with grime, seemingly coated in grease. In this environment, Chin Yu felt less apprehensive towards those who were well-dressed and spoke softly, often adopting an air of superiority, but he found himself somewhat wary of these rough, rustic-looking individuals. A slight tension gripped him, as they reminded him of the notorious criminal Matsushita, who had been killed days earlier. Did you apprehend Ma Lao and the Min? The elderly man in the vehicle asked, crossing his arms and wrapping himself in his coat. The reason Chin Yu had chosen not to confront them and instead complied was that he had surmised they were here regarding a case that he had only a handful of adversaries since his arrival in Songjiang. Lao San was one, but their conflict had not escalated to violence, and if they were indeed here for a case, it was likely for business or to negotiate for someone's release, leading Chin Yu to believe that a direct confrontation was unnecessary. After a moment of hesitation, Chin Yu nodded. Yes, I did. My surname is Ma, I am the uncle of Ma Lao, the elder said, producing a roll of tobacco and lighting it with a lighter. Chin Yu blinked, his expression shifting to one of obsequiousness. Greetings, Mr. Ma. The elderly man turned to look outside the vehicle, his voice gravelly. Young man, have you just arrived in Songjiang? Yes, I just got here. I paid for this job, Chin Yu replied candidly. Anyone in the station can be my superior. You have some connections, then, to become a team leader right after arriving. Mr. Ma took a puff from his cigarette. I have no connections, Chin Yu said with a pained expression. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon a case and solved it, which pleased the director, who then promoted me. Mr. Ma exhaled smoke, remaining silent for a long while before speaking again. Young man, since you handled the case, think of a way to do me a favor and let the people go. Well, Chin Yu smiled nervously. I'm afraid I can't manage that. I want to ask you to do it for free. As his words fell, Mr. Ma gestured to the burly man standing to Chin Yu's left, who produced 20,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and extended it towards Chin Yu. Take it. This seems inappropriate, Chin Yu chuckled, attempting to decline. No money, but there's also a favor, the burly man asked succinctly. Which one do you want? Chin Yu felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. He sensed that if these men were displeased, they could easily resort to violence. Young man, you were the one leading the case. A simple gesture on your part to release some evidence could see my two family members freed, Mr. Ma said with a smile. In this day and age, some prioritize indulgence, while others focus on survival, but I've yet to hear anyone speak of principles. This job in law enforcement may not last long, but once the money is in hand, you can spend it whenever you like. Upon hearing this, Chin Yu glanced at the 20,000 yuan in the burly man's hand, forcing a smile as he responded. Old sir, let me speak from the heart. I truly dream of having that money. 20,000 yuan could buy me a police chief's position and several wives, but I genuinely have my reservations. The old man remained silent in response. The leadership at the station has promoted me and explicitly tasked me with cracking down on drug trafficking, Chin Yu softly explained. If I release them now, after having already brought them in and completed the evidence chain, it would not only defy my superiors but also undermine the station's authority. Old sir, after years of navigating this gray area, I finally have a stable job. I cannot afford to offend my superiors. So, I truly cannot assist you in this matter. Damn it, giving you face and you're not taking it. The burly man on the right suddenly drew a Nepalese knife, swinging it towards the back of Chin Yu's head with alarming speed. The sound of slicing air filled the space as the blade struck swiftly. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to handling matters. Chin Yu raised his arm horizontally, his body arching to lean to the left. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as he pushed the burly man back 2 steps, standing his ground without budging. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, Brother, please don't make things difficult for me. This 9th special district spans nearly 7 million square kilometers, teeming with grassland overlords. What do you think I amount to? Why must you stoop to my level? After being pushed aside, the burly man, still clutching a knife, looked on in astonishment. You actually have some skills. What skills do I have? I'm just a lowly police officer. Chin Yu grimaced, sweat pouring down his forehead as he shouted towards the elderly man in the car. Uncle Ma, I truly cannot make a decision regarding this case. Please, extend me a favor and let me off the hook, will you? Old Ma furrowed his brow, glancing at Qin Yu before hesitantly calling out to the burly man, don't do anything to him for now. The burly man, still wielding his knife, took a step back. Since you claim this matter does not involve you, then tell me, who ordered you to resolve this case? Old Ma inquired pointedly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu not only refrained from lying but provided a detailed response. It was an order from the precinct, mandating the department to eradicate the drug trafficking gangs in the Black Street area. Director Lee is primarily overseeing it, and the case was assigned to Team 1. Captain Yuan Ku informed me that the work must be completed within the deadline. Everyone present was taken aback by Qin Yu's answer. No one had expected this young man to forego defending Captain Yuan and Director Lee, bluntly laying the situation bare. Instead, noticing the stunned expressions around him, Qin Yu quickly added, Uncle Ma, if you can deliver this money to the higher-ups and persuade them to say that this matter can be postponed, I will promptly redo the evidence and release your family members. There is absolutely no problem with that. Heh, you certainly know how to speak appropriately to different audiences. Old Ma observed Qin Yu with a bemused smile. In response, Qin Yu clapped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. I'm just a lowly police officer, struggling to survive. Who do you think I would dare to offend? The old man remained silent for a few seconds before waving his hand, saying, let him go. Ma go. The burly man exclaimed, blocking Qin Yu's escape with his knife. Let him go, Old Ma reiterated, waving his hand again. The four men cast cold glances at Qin Yu before finally clearing the way. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, while I cannot release your family members, they are still in my custody, and I will ensure their safety, Qin Yu added, displaying his understanding of the situation. Old Ma was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. All right, then I'll trouble you with that. No trouble at all, Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. In the alleyway, the burly man stepped forward and said to Old Ma, this kid is too soft. I think he is telling the truth. He can't handle this matter. Old Ma, lighting another cigarette, gently shook his head in response. He is not soft, he is slippery. The burly man paused in confusion at this remark. Anyone truly soft would have already wet themselves in fear at this scene, Old Ma said, inhaling from his cigarette. Haven't you realized? He is trying to convey a message to us. What message? The burly man asked, bewildered. This matter is not his concern, the issue lies with Yuan Ku and Director Lee, Old Ma murmured softly. He is merely the one executing tasks, unwilling to offend us on behalf of his superiors, which is why he hastily threw Yuan Ku and that fat Lee into the spotlight. Ah, so you mean to say that his relationship with Yuan Ku isn't as close as we presumed? The burly man inquired, following this line of thought. Yuan Ku promoting him might just be. Exactly, the old man interrupted. I suspect the sudden crackdown on illicit drugs by the authorities is likely connected to a recent influx of another batch of drugs in the market. Previously, we were the only ones in operation, but now new players have emerged. The issue might stem from competition. And what about the underlings? There is no point in pursuing this Qin Yu any further, the old man waved his hand dismissively. Let us get in the car. We need to clarify why the authorities are conducting these sweeps. That way, we can determine how to handle matters concerning Xiao Er and the Min. Having exited the alley, Qin Yu hurried to the precinct. In truth, Old Ma's analysis was spot on. Qin Yu simply did not wish to take the fall for anyone. If Yuan Ku directed him to solve the case, that was no problem at all. However, if the case was resolved and a series of troubles followed, it would be the captain who faced the consequences, and Qin Yu would certainly not shoulder that burden himself. His current state rendered him incapable of enduring anything. Maintaining the basic status quo was already a challenge. Upon arriving at the precinct, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku, relaying Old Ma's situation to gauge his reaction. Yuan Ku appeared surprised, his expression turning serious as he cautioned, these people are not to be trifled with. You must prioritize your safety in the coming days. Don't worry, I'll shoulder the pressure here. I'll have people spread the word that it was my order for you to crack down on the drug trafficking gangs, so any ensuing trouble will only fall on me. Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily set aside his doubts about Yuan Ku. The man had spoken without a single flaw and displayed a sense of loyalty, resembling a dependable leader. After the minor storm had passed, Qin Yu promptly headed to the interrogation room, intensifying his efforts against Ma Lao Er and the Min, eager to extract confessions and follow the trail to capture bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Ma Lao Er and the Min remained tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate. Frustrated, Lao He dragged the two into a basement devoid of surveillance, employing other methods to compel them to speak. Yet, even after enduring severe treatment, they remained resolute. Ultimately, Qin Yu had no choice but to seek leads from the underlings, even if the information they possessed was not of paramount importance. Inside the interrogation room, Qin Yu puffed on his e-cigarette, tilting his neck to look at Ma Lao Er's associate, asking, can you provide something useful? All I'm getting are trivial leads. How am I supposed to assist you? The underling, head downcast, replied, Big brother, it's not that I refuse to speak, it's just that now that we've been captured, the goods and personnel are certainly hidden away. Any information I once knew is now useless. You might not grasp Lao Hei's ruthlessness, Qin Yu said impatiently, rising from his seat. Fine, I won't interrogate you anymore, let Lao Hei give you a lesson. Big brother, please, don't do that. I can't endure it, just give me a moment to think. Then for heaven's sake, think faster, I haven't even had a meal yet. Qin Yu bent down and sat back down. The underling pondered for a long moment before suddenly slapping his forehead and exclaiming, Hey, I actually have a lead. What is it? Qin Yu inquired. Before we got caught, I overheard Ma Lao mention a significant figure responsible for supplying goods, who is supposed to arrive in Songjiang in the coming days, the underling said, his eyes shining with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, is that true? In a certain slum in Songjiang, a disheveled man, holding a phone, quietly asked, has the storm passed, have the goods been secured? I need to act. Old Ma pondered for a long while before replying with resignation, let us meet first and discuss. Chapter 16 The daily life of a sycophant. While Qin Yu was preoccupied with the case, Qilin's thoughts were elsewhere. At this moment, this exceedingly pragmatic individual was contemplating how he might ascend to the rank of second-level officer, outside the office of the Public Security Bureau's First Division. Qilin, clutching 2 bags of gifts, nervously rapped on the door. Come in, came a voice from within. Pushing the door open, Qilin entered with a broad grin, bowing slightly as he greeted, Captain Ryan, are you busy? Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with European features, who glanced up at Qilin and inquired, Oh, Qi. Come in. It's nothing urgent, I just wanted to drop by, Qilin replied. Ryan, a rather stout man with a profusion of body hair, was visibly perspiring as he adjusted his black frame glasses. Qi, I have a meeting coming up. If you have something to discuss, please get to the point. Subtly wiping the sweat from his plump thigh, Qilin set the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk. Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steak from Fombay. They're quite fresh, I thought you might like to try them. Ryan frowned as he cast a quick glance at Qilin. Cut the pleasantries, let us discuss the matter at hand. Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan. I was hoping you could assist me in getting promoted to second-level officer. You see, both my qualifications and my work performance are more than sufficient for the promotion. I lack only someone to advocate on my behalf, Qilin said, standing beside the desk, his demeanor quite reserved. I would greatly appreciate your help. Ryan continued to write his report, not bothering to look at Qilin. There are only 10 slots available. Originally, you were in line, but Sang Yong from the 4th Division submitted his brother-in-law's name instead. Neither Yuan nor I can do anything about it, just wait a while. I promise to recommend you for the next promotion. Qilin was taken aback. Captain Ryan, but Sang Yong's brother-in-law has been here for less than 5 months. Indeed, it has been less than 5 months, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong, Ryan replied with a resigned smile. Just wait a bit. Consider it an opportunity to make friends. Qilin clenched his fists and, with a determined expression, continued, Captain Ryan, I truly need this second-level title. My mother is ill, and every month, everyone wants to climb the ladder. There are no free rides, Ryan responded, his face devoid of expression. But this second-level position should be mine. I've waited nearly a year, Qilin insisted. Ryan idly rummaged through the food bags and murmured, beef jerky, steak, good stuff. Qi, how about this? I'll send you 2 cases of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you could speak to Director Li on my behalf to help me get promoted to the office. Qilin was taken aback. Qi, opportunities have become quite transactional. If you lack money, you wait for the wealthy. If you have money, you wait for those in power. Tell me, what can beef jerky accomplish? I could shout, and it wouldn't even fill my refrigerator, Ryan said, pushing the steak back toward Qilin. Take it back. Wait a little longer. Qilin pressed his lips together and, after a long silence, finally replied, then I will wait. Take the items with you. You keep it, the steak is quite good, Qilin said as he turned to leave. Ryan said nothing further, returning to his work. As Qilin reached the door, he noticed several foul-smelling dirty clothes hanging on a coat rack and promptly turned back, saying, Your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you. Ryan didn't look up. Sure. Your shoes are dirty as well, I could clean them. Sure. Then I'll take my leave. Sure. Qilin, burdened with a pile of items, pulled the door open and exited. A few minutes later, Ryan tossed the gifts Qilin had brought into the office for the female colleagues. Steak, you can take this back. Don't you want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it, Ryan said, adjusting his attire as he walked away. I am the laundry room. Qilin rolled up his sleeves, cleaning the shoes while talking on the phone. I still need this month's medication. Yes, I'll find a way to transfer the money back to you. In the office of the 3rd group, Qin Yu clapped his hands and announced, Old He is going to fetch the guns and equipment. No one is to leave the office building before 8 o'clock tonight, we might have an operation. Shu Wei, still nursing an injury inflicted by Qin Yu, asked begrudgingly, Captain, should I still go? We're short on manpower. ULL drive, Qin Yu ordered decisively. All right, Shu Wei replied with a nod, refraining from further protest. 84 in the afternoon, after finishing dinner in the cafeteria, everyone returned to their dormitories with their equipment and service firearms. Upon entering the room, Qi Lin, spotting a rare automatic rifle, asked, what is going on, who are we capturing, why the big show, even the M464 is out. A small-time informant has spilled the beans. A significant figure from the Ma family may have arrived in Songjiang, Qin Yu said, glancing at his watch. I've dispatched someone to follow a core member of the Ma family. It might yield results. Oh. Qi Lin nodded, contemplating for a moment before pulling Qin Yu aside. Is it alright if I go home for a bit? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he asked, are you trying to avoid the operation again? Brother, we're short on personnel. If it weren't for that, I'd let you off the hook. How about this? If you're worried about something happening, you can drive. Sound good? It's not that I want to avoid it. I really need to go back today, Qi Lin replied with a furrowed brow. My mother is quite ill, and my sister is blind and still very young. If I don't return, they won't even have food to eat. Moreover, I need to take her to the hospital today for a follow-up. Qin Yu, knowing Qi Lin wouldn't lie about his mother, pondered for a moment before asking, will you be able to return before the operation? If the operation is imminent, just call me. I will definitely come back. All right, then go, Qin Yu said. Captain, I'm sorry for the trouble. Qi Lin offered a polite nod to Qin Yu. It's nothing, we're all in this together. Let us help each other, Qin Yu said, patting Qi Lin on the shoulder. I'll call you before we act. Okay, Qi Lin nodded. Around 7 in the evening, in a dilapidated slum of the black market, an elderly man from the Ma family stepped out of a vehicle. He glanced around before wrapping his military coat tighter around himself and lowering his head as he entered a particularly foul-smelling alley. Who are you looking for? A man's voice called from the darkness. I'm looking for Along, the old man responded, halting in his tracks at the sound. Magu. The other man smiled as he approached. Is he in sight? Yes, the young man replied politely after looking down. Magu, please raise your arm. I need to go through the motions. The old man complied, lifting his arm so the young man could thoroughly search him inside. A disheveled and unkempt Along sat on the bed, idly toying with a hand grenade. Meanwhile, in another location, Yuan Ku was on the phone in his office as he walked to the window. Brother, why are you in such a hurry to have me come back? Yes, I'm handling something at the moment. All right, I'll return shortly. Chapter 17, The Portrait of Lives in Zone 9. In the dormitory, Qin Yu lowered his head to clean his service pistol, glancing sideways at Lao He as he inquired, Brother, how did you come to Zone 9? Like most people, I suppose, Lao He replied softly, his gaze cast downward. When the disaster struck, nations established a united government and created 8 refuge zones. However, with such a vast global population, how could everyone fit into these 8 zones? With many people and scarce resources, viable living spaces became limited. Thus, to gain entry into these 8 zones, one had to await the united government's random selection for permanent residency rights. Although it was termed random selection, the majority of the tickets were snatched up by the societal elite, leaving only a scant few, which were then inflated to astronomical prices. Towards the end, a single ticket could cost upwards of $10 million. As for my homeland, ravaged by war in Africa, mere survival was a struggle, let alone affording a ticket. At this juncture, the Thai brother chimed in softly, we all share similar experiences. My father held a glimmer of hope upon hearing that Zone 7 and 8 still had unfilled quotas and were still distributing permanent residency rights randomly. He did everything he could to reach Asia, only to find that we were met with overcrowding and an inability to accept any more residents. Lao He smiled at Qin Yu and asked, do you know the origin of Zone 9? I have heard a bit, Qin Yu nodded. Because Zone 7 and 8 are located within your country's borders and were the last 2 areas with unfilled residential quotas, many hopeful individuals from around the world flocked here, waiting for that slim chance. However, once Zone 7 and 8 reached capacity, there remained millions of homeless individuals here. They could not survive. Hence, under some leadership, riots ensued, with attempts to breach the other residential zones. The united government, left with no choice, decided to allocate a portion of resources to allow for the establishment of the 9th special zone, yet, they lacked the capability and sufficient resources to support us, ultimately granting us self-governance. This is the history of Zone 9, it is a flicker of hope seized by us, the societal underclass. Though chaotic, it resembles a home, and now, even if you were to send me to one of the other 8 zones, I might struggle to adapt. Lao He remained optimistic, his bright smile exuding warmth. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu inquired, what about your family? I have no family left. My mother and younger brother perished during the first military conflict in Zone 9. Lao Hei's eyes dimmed slightly. My father was among the first batch of officers in Zone 9. He also sacrificed his life during a duty assignment. Qin Yu was taken aback. I'm sorry. It's nothing, I've long since moved on, Lao Hei replied with a smile. What about you, do you have family? How did you end up in the planned area? I thought I might be worse off than you. After much hesitation, Qin Yu finally contemplated revealing his feelings to his colleague. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Hello. Qin Yu answered the police phone. The core member of the Ma family has taken Old Ma to the third ring road. I've been observing for a while and I am 80% sure they are meeting with the contact person. Xiao Lu succinctly relayed the information. What is the exact number of individuals involved? Whether the contact person is present here is something I can deduce from experience. Xiao Lu frowned and replied, I haven't seen him myself, but there are at least 2 to 4 individuals stationed at the alley entrance. What about Old Ma? He went in alone. The people he brought are waiting outside, totaling 3. Any idea on their firepower? Qin Yu asked again. It's hard to tell, but from my experience, I suspect this group is well armed, Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. Understood. Stay put, we will be there shortly. Okay. Once their conversation concluded, Qin Yu clapped his hands and shouted to his colleagues, gear up, we're getting to work. Lao Hei was the first to rise. Let us get to work first, then we can chat over drinks later, Qin Yu said as he patted Lao Hei on the shoulder with a smile. Alright. Lao Hei was different from most of his compatriots. He was diligent, uncomplaining, and unafraid of challenges that he could serve as either an observer or a demolitions expert and was proficient with firearms, making him one of the few elite members in the third group. You all gather downstairs, Qin Yu instructed before turning and exiting the dormitory, promptly dialing Yuan Ku's number. Hello. Xiao Qin. Captain Yuan, I request personnel assistance. Qin Yu stated his request plainly. Have you caught a big fish? Yuan Ku's eyes brightened. Not yet, we need to apprehend them to be sure. Qin Yu licked his lips. The other side may be heavily armed, and the initial estimate is around 10 individuals. How many people do you need? At least 1 team. I am having difficulty gathering even 2 teams right now, our personnel are all tied up with cases. Yuan Ku found the situation a bit tricky. If you don't provide me with personnel, I can't make the arrest, Qin Yu frowned. You know the situation with the third group. After a lengthy pause, Yuan Ku considered, I'll call the captain of the third team and have them send someone to help. Just wait downstairs. Old Cat's team. Qin Yu was taken aback. What's wrong, is that a problem? No, it's fine, let him come, Qin Yu responded with satisfaction. I'm familiar with him, communication will be smooth. That's settled then. Approximately 5 minutes later, Old Cat, accompanied by 20 personnel clad in light green SWAT uniforms, wearing combat boots and carrying foldable riot shields, emerged with 5 M464 rifles in hand, striding forward with purpose. That was quick. Qin Yu remarked with a smile as he approached. Damn, I only came to help because I heard you were leading the team. If it were someone else's job, I would have definitely avoided it, Old Cat grinned, acknowledging Qin Yu's favor. These are all the personnel from the dormitory, the rest are engaged with other cases. Thanks. Let us skip the pleasantries. We're here to assist, so just direct us, Old Cat waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss in the vehicle. Qin Yu pulled Old Cat and turned to his team members, instructing, check the communication equipment and devise a capture plan for the journey. Understood. The third group responded in unison as they boarded their vehicles. A few minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and 1 multipurpose operation van sped towards the third ring road. In a dim and damp room within an alley. A long munch on marinated beef, tilting his head to ask Old Ma, can you resolve this matter or not? If you can, I'll just pass the job to someone else. I can resolve it. Just wait a bit longer. I can only wait for a week at most, Along deliberated for a moment before responding, it really cannot be delayed any further. If the warehouse gets raided, I'll be left with nothing. I understand. Old Ma stood up. I will resolve the issue within a week. Good. Along took a sip of white liquor and called out, see Old Ma off. As Old Ma turned to walk towards the door, he paused slightly and suddenly asked, Along, there is not much competition in our line of work on the black market. There are only a few of us, yet their drug prices are double ours, that I just can't understand why you refuse to let us raise our prices. How much less profit are we making? Along nonchalantly scratched his eye and chuckled, damn. As long as there is profit, who cares how much we earn? Old Ma pondered for a moment, that is true, I'm leaving now. Resolve the issue quickly. Understood. Old Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu called Qin Yu, Captain, the situation has changed, Old Ma has suddenly left. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment and immediately asked, are the people inside still there? They are. Chapter 18. The iron rice bowl, a life to uphold in the middle section of the third ring road, for police patrol cars dispersed and halted at the roadside corner. The multifunctional combat vehicle, after discharging a dozen officers at the intersection, swiftly departed. Inside the lead car, Chin Yu picked up the intercom, whispering his orders. The target is still inside. We will proceed with the captures according to the earlier group assignments. There are individuals in the alley, but refrain from firing. We must avoid making noise, as we are unfamiliar with the indoor environment. Received. Understood. Upon receiving the complete instructions, several teams responded immediately. Chin Yu exited the vehicle, checking his firearm secured at his waist. Just as he was about to proceed, Chilin rushed over from behind, exclaiming, "Hey, I finally caught up." Chin Yu turned at the sound. "Have you finished?" "Yes, just wrapped up." Chilin panted slightly. Without time for small talk, Chin Yu issued a hurried command. "Follow the original plan. You'll drive vehicle number 2 and wait at the intersection of the third ring road and Fonglin road. Upon successful capture, I will join your vehicle immediately. If Thunder arrives to assist, report back promptly." "Got it." Chilin replied gratefully. "Thanks, Captain, for always looking out for me." Let us not mention that. Chin Yu had no time for pleasantries. As he walked, he called out on the intercom, "Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. It will charge from the front." Received. 3 minutes later, Old Cat, wearing a Kevlar helmet and clad in light green tactical gear, his chest protected by a steel plate, led a 10-man team as they crept towards the alley, taking cover on either side while awaiting further instructions. As he walked briskly along the roadside, Chin Yu asked through the intercom, "Any elevated positions?" "None, only an external staircase, which should provide a clear view of the second floor." "Good, your team will secure the second floor. Your primary task is to provide cover," Chin Yu instructed. "Understood." After concluding his discussions with his colleagues, Chin Yu arrived at the entrance of the alley, turning to scan the vacant street before clapping Old Cat on the shoulder, saying, "Old Hey and I will go in. You all stay put for now." "All right," Old Cat nodded. "Let us go, Old Hey," Chin Yu called out. Old Hey, dressed in plain clothes, followed closely behind as they ventured into the alley. As they walked side by side, Chin Yu casually inquired, feeling nervous. "Hee, I'm used to it," Old Hey chuckled. "It's fine. Just relax." Chin Yu playfully draped an arm around Old Hey's neck and shouted, "Take me somewhere fun." "You've had too much to drink," Old Hey replied, catching on to the jest. I and the central section of the alley, a middle-aged man, upon hearing them, sat up from a dilapidated wooden chair, squinting in their direction. As Chin Yu staggered, still holding on to Old Hey, he spat out, "Damn it, life is tough." The spit landed squarely on the shoulder of a burly man. "You bastard." The companion of the burly man stood up, frowning and ready to curse. "Oh, I didn't realize there were people here." Chin Yu feigned drunkenness, slowly turning to ask, "Excuse me, how do I get to the Duo Club?" Initially, the burly man assumed Chin Yu was merely a drunkard, but as he approached, his expression tightened, instinctively placing his hands behind his back. "I don't know." "Ugh." Chin Yu pretended to retch, his body lurching toward the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol." The burly man stood to draw his gun, while his companion swiftly reached for the earpiece button. Bang! Chin Yu kicked out with his right foot in a flash. Thud! The burly man stumbled back 2 steps, colliding with the wall. Crack! Chin Yu seized the man's arm, forcefully swinging him to the left, causing the burly man to topple. Following that, he pressed his knee onto the man's head, his left hand gripping the firearm at the man's waist, whispering fiercely, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you. Go." The burly man, undeterred by Chin Yu, attempted to shout. With no other option, Chin Yu released his grip on the man's arm and swiftly covered his mouth. "Be quiet." The burly man, in a fierce display of defiance, bit down on Chin Yu's hand, drawing blood. Meanwhile, as Chin Yu engaged, Old Hey had also rushed forward, employing police takedown techniques to subdue another drug dealer. However, the thug was equally ferocious. Once his mouth was covered, he began thrashing violently. Seeing that both men were utterly reckless and difficult to control, Chin Yu promptly gestured for assistance. Step, step, step. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. Once they reached Chin Yu's side, the officers raised their weapons, delivering blows to the heads of the 2 thugs, causing them to bleed profusely and temporarily lose consciousness. Missing one. Chin Yu rose, shouting, "Breach the door." Crash, crash. The crisp sound of Remington series breaching shotguns echoed as officers prepared their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots erupted, shattering the iron door. Old Cat gestured, shouting, "Tactical formation, advance." Hearing the command, Chin Yu led 10 officers in a frontal charge into the room, only to be taken aback upon entering. The first-floor corridor was narrow and dimly lit, with a faint glimpse of an iron staircase at the end. "Damn it, move quickly. They were definitely not on the first floor." After a brief assessment of the layout, Chin swiftly issued orders. The officers on either side advanced without hesitation. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 individuals raised automatic rifles, firing downwards without warning. Don't go up. Suppress them. Chin took cover at the staircase corner, clenching his right fist tightly. Team 2, do you have a clear shot? I can shoot. At the staircase corner, 2 with automatic weapons. The sniper in command had limited resources, so this operation lacked pure sniper support. However, experienced patrol officers maintained accuracy with automatic weapons at close range. The ambushing team positioned at the external staircase, upon receiving the command, fired 2 shots through the glass, neutralizing the thugs at the second floor entrance. As the bodies tumbled down the stairs, Chin waved his hand, shouting, "Advance." Whoosh! Chin led the assault team up the staircase, surging onto the second floor. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering in from outside, casting faint outlines within. Sweat beaded on Chin's forehead as he took 3 or 4 cautious steps forward, softly asking, "Where is everyone? Team 2, did you see anyone jump out?" "None, our angle doesn't allow us to see the situation in the living room." The response came immediately. Chin frowned in confusion. Clang. Just then, a faint noise emanated from the left side. Old Cat, who had just rushed up, nervously shouted, Chin, I hit a booby trap." At the sound, Chin turned to see an officer from Old Cat's team crouching on the ground, preparing to probe the booby trap line with his hand. Don't move, Old Cat, trembling, shouted, "It's not about the line. I stepped on a mine." The group fell silent for a moment, then quickly retreated to secure the entrance of the living room, wary of potential hidden threats inside. Chin swiftly drew his flashlight, crouching to inspect the booby trap at the bathroom door, succinctly stating, "Cat, if you step back, your right leg should be clear. If not, raise your foot, and I'll shoot the mine out." "Can you aim accurately?" "Hard to say, not sure if the mine has been tampered with." "Are you kidding? Hard to say, what are you talking about?" "If you can't aim, I'm done for," Old Cat shot back, eyes wide with alarm. "I can hit it, your leg won't be lost." Chin steady-handed, held the flashlight and asked, "What is the plan?" "Give me a word." Old Cat remained silent for a moment, his usual playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. "Save my leg. On the count of 3, you lift your leg," Chin declared, raising his automatic rifle. "Everyone else, fall back. 3, 2, 1, lift." Chin shouted. Old Cat, sensing no room for hesitation, lifted his leg and retreated. Bang! Chin swung his rifle like a golf club, sending the mine flying. Crash! The mine shattered the glass, bursting outside. However, seconds later, silence reigned outside. Old Cat, slightly exhausted, crouched on the ground. "What the hell, why didn't it go off?" "Fake." Chin gritted his teeth in response. "It's a dummy mine." "Team 2, check for any abnormalities in the vicinity." Clatter, ding. Just as he finished speaking, a member of the assault team, about to step forward, inadvertently brushed against a cabinet by the wall, producing a peculiar noise. The group paused, startled. "Damn it, this one is real." Old Cat, pale-faced, shouted, "Get down, brace the blast shields." 2 officers with blast shields knelt and raised their shields just in time, as a fireball erupted. Boom! The deafening explosion rang out. 3 officers, who couldn't evade, were struck down, instantaneously losing their lives without a chance for salvation. Chin lay flat on the floor, his ears ringing, shouting, "There is definitely no one left inside. They must have fled outside." Team 2, observe closely. Outside, the lazy and Long, accompanied by only one companion, sprinted through the courtyard, shouting, "Damn it, the dog is tracking the old horse as scent. This person is far too unprofessional. Is there any chance he might sell us out?" "Impossible, he is relying on me for his livelihood." The lazy waved his hand, commanding, "Call Shrimp Prawn, have him come over quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape." Chapter 19, The Ruthlessness of Lazy. On the second floor, Chin had just shaken his head and risen from the ground when the voice of the second team crackled through his earpiece. 2 individuals have bolted from the shantytown dwelling, heading towards Fonglin Road. Our position is somewhat distant, it's challenging to pursue. Are you certain there are only 2? Chin inquired, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Absolutely, there are only 2. Everyone, focus your attention and move towards Fonglin Road, Chin barked through clenched teeth. If there are casualties, we must apprehend the main perpetrator. Otherwise, it will have been in vain. Understood. Received. A flurry of urgent acknowledgements came through the radio, and Chin drew his firearm, shouting, "Those uninjured, follow me downstairs, quickly." In less than a minute, the group had assembled below. Chin leading the charge, called out, "Second team, have you locked onto them? Report the location of the assailants." "They've reached Fonglin Road and are continuing onward, rapidly approaching the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road," the leader of the second team whispered back. "We're in pursuit, but the distance is considerable." At this, Qin Yu hesitated momentarily, his mind racing with the thought that Qilin was in that very direction. He immediately grabbed the radio and shouted, Car 2, respond if you hear me. Car 2, received, came Qilin's voice. The assailants are heading your way, Qin Yu commanded briskly. There are 2 of them. If you can, intercept them while ensuring your own safety. We've sustained casualties, and if you can hold them for even a few seconds, we'll be there in no time. Qilin was momentarily taken aback. Did you hear me? Qin Yu pressed. I heard, Qilin stammered nervously. Maintain communication, we'll be there shortly, Qin Yu said as he dashed out of the alley and into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Simultaneously, Lao He and 2 of Lao Mao's team members boarded another vehicle, speeding towards the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road, which was no more than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao shouted over the radio, Qilin, have you seen anyone pass by? At the 3rd Ring Road intersection, Qilin had already exited the vehicle, so tense that he forgot to bring the car radio. Trembling, he drew his service weapon from his waist, concealing himself behind the front of the car, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Fonglin Road. Indeed, Qilin could hardly fathom that the reckless Lei Si would be charging towards him. He felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the explosion from above and the colleagues who had perished in confusion. He was terrified. Hiding behind the car for mere seconds felt like an eternity. Unlike the other officers, he harbored no thoughts of noble sacrifice, only an overwhelming sense of cowardice. The cold wind whipped around him as Along led his companions forward, striding with purpose, brandishing a formidable shotgun and a handgun. Inside the vehicle, the radio continued to crackle with Lao Mao's voice, Qilin, can you hear me? Did anyone pass by? Respond. Sweat beaded on Qilin's forehead as he kept his eyes locked on Along's direction. After a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his gun, his voice quivering as he prepared to speak. In the dim light, Along turned to his companion and asked, what did the shrimp say? They're already here, the companion gasped, pointing ahead. They came through the shantytown. Don't move, there's a police vehicle, Along noted, spotting Qilin's car at the intersection. Bang, bang, bang. The companion, tense and alert, turned and, upon seeing the police vehicle, squeezed the trigger without hesitation, shouting, you go first. The bullets ricocheted off the police car, and Qilin curled up, not daring to show himself. Inside the vehicle, Lao Mao shouted into the radio, Qilin, did you hear gunfire? Have you encountered them? Qilin, hearing the commotion inside the car, crouched down and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door handle. On the roadside, Along seized the opportunity, dashing forward with reckless abandon. He was determined to force his way into the shantytown area, and at this moment, he was no more than 30 meters from Qilin. Qilin grasped the door handle, ready to pull it open. When he turned to see Along attempting to slip into the alley, driven by desperation, he raised his gun and opened his mouth to shout a warning. At the intersection, while running, Along kept an eye on the police car, and as he turned, he found himself face to face with Qilin. Both men froze for an instant. Without a second thought, Along raised his shotgun and fired at the front of the car. Crash! The mechanical cover was instantly caved in, while Qilin stood rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Bang! Just then, Lao Hei's car sped onto the scene, and he commanded through the radio, Qilin, fire a shot, just hold them off. He can't escape. Qilin remained hidden behind the police vehicle, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed towards the intersection, his face pale. Damn it! Lao Hei, seeing that Qilin remained silent, shouted, rush in, there are only 2 of them. The vehicle surged forward, barreling past Qilin's position. Bang, bang. Lao Hei leaned out of the car, firing 2 shots at Along's companion, who fell to the ground, a spray of blood erupting from his body. Damn it, I told you to pursue. Along cursed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned to raise his gun and pull the trigger. Bang, bang. The shotgun roared, the tire of the electric vehicle exploding on the spot, crashing sideways into a wall beside a shop, the front half of the vehicle crumpling and billowing smoke. Lao Hei shook his head, pushing open the car door and shouting, there's only 1 left, go and subdue him. The others exited the vehicle, weapons drawn, rushing towards Along's location. Screech! The sound of brakes echoed on the snow-covered street as 4 burly men disembarked from their vehicle, 2 of them wielding automatic rifles, opening fire in Lao Hei's direction. On the 3rd Ring Road, Qin Yu, arriving at the scene of the gunfire, immediately spotted those rushing towards Along and shouted through the radio, Lao Hei, fall back, they have reinforcements. At this point, it was too late for Lao Hei to retreat. He had already exited the vehicle and charged forward. As the bullets rained down, he had no choice but to take cover in the recess of a shop entrance, but Along, consumed by rage over his fallen comrades, charged forward with his shotgun, shouting, damn it, are you still chasing? Bang! Lao Hei, pressed against the glass door of the shop, dared not expose himself to the unfolding chaos outside, firing a shot blindly. Along, however, brazenly crept along the wall, thrusting his shotgun against Lao Hei's head. Silence. A brief, tense silence. Don't move. The two officers following Lao He raised their weapons to provide cover. Rat-a-tat-tat. The shrimp, wielding an automatic rifle, forced the two officers back behind their cover. Lao He's forehead glistened with sweat, his thick lips quivering as he stammered, Don't kill me. Am I the one who killed for nothing? Ha, for nothing. A long roared. Bang. The gun fired, and Lao He collapsed. Chase me again, and I'll send a bomb to your precinct every damn day. A long shouted, discharging 3 more rounds into Lao He's lifeless body before being dragged away by the shrimp, tossing 2 grenades onto the road to buy himself some time, and vanishing into the night. Behind the police vehicle at the street corner, Chilin watched in horror as Lao He was gunned down, witnessing the grenades explode and create 2 large craters in the pavement, standing motionless like a statue. The vehicle came to a halt, and Chinyu leapt out, his eyes wide with disbelief as he grabbed Lao He's arm. Brother, hold on, dead, let it be, living is just suffering. Lao He grasped Chinyu's wrist, his voice hoarse. I have no family left, living alone is lonely. I raised 2 children from my hometown in the new district, you must give my compensation to them. Chinyu clenched his fist, nodding resolutely, I will certainly do so. On the street, Lao Mao, eyes blazing with fury, stormed out of the vehicle, striding directly to Chilin's side, extending his hand and demanding, give me your gun. Chilin, his gaze vacant, looked up at Lao Mao in a daze. I said, give me your gun. Lao Mao shouted as he seized Chilin's sidearm, expertly ejecting the magazine and pausing in shock. Why yes. I am sorry, Chilin stuttered. Lao Mao's arm trembled with rage as he pointed at the bullets in the magazine, yelling, you didn't fire a single shot, not a single damn shot. Ha, if you had fired, would Lao He have died, would Lei Zi have escaped, damn it, you useless piece of garbage. The 3 men who had just perished on the second floor were all members of Lao Mao's team. While they were not intimate friends, they were colleagues who had shared countless moments together. In his fury, he kicked Chilin's head, shouting, why didn't you fire, afraid of dying? If you're afraid of dying, why are you occupying the toilet without doing your business? Damn it, I'll kill you, you waste of space. Chapter 20 The infamous Along of Songjiang. 2 hours later, within the office of the chief superintendent, Director Li slammed his palm against the desk, his face contorted with fury as he bellowed, what on earth are you doing, Yuan Ku? How could an organized arrest turn out like this? For heaven's sake, look at the report. There were only a handful of criminals. Are your team members made of paper, with full gear for an assault? How could we lose 4 men? How am I supposed to report this to the police department? Yuan Ku lowered his head, replying, Director, I was engaged with another case. This matter, never mind, I won't elaborate further. In any case, I am willing to take responsibility for this major blunder. Take responsibility, then perhaps you should resign, and let someone competent take your place, Director Li shouted, his expression icy. Yuan Ku abruptly lifted his gaze, staring intently at Director Li without uttering a word. Damn it, Director Li exclaimed, pacing the room in a fit of rage. I've reviewed the report, and this Chilin is not only incompetent, but he also raises suspicions. We must monitor him closely, he may have dealings with the criminals, otherwise, why didn't he fire a single shot? It demands thorough investigation. Yuan Ku stood tall, responding without hesitation, he is already under surveillance. Qin Yu and Old Cat are interrogating him, gathering testimonies from the captured personnel. Director Li, his face stern, walked around the room, then suddenly turned to Yuan Ku and said, let me be clear, in this current environment, everyone harbors their own agendas. Whether it's a desire for wealth, promotion, or reliance on someone, there are plenty in the police department with ulterior motives, myself included. However, your personal ambitions must never infringe upon the interest of others, nor should you wield the police department as a weapon against certain individuals. If matters escalate, it will be detrimental to all involved. Yuan Ku was taken aback by this statement, but quickly straightened up, responding, Director Li, the rumors circulating outside do not necessarily pertain to me. I believe you are misunderstanding my intentions. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you cannot conceal it, and I am not blind. Just wait and see, Director Li said, agitated, as he moved to the window. You will draft the report for the police department. Ensure it is detailed. As for the follow-up work, you will handle it personally, submit the required funds, and I will consider signing off. Understood. Yuan Ku saluted. That night, in the early hours, Yuan Ku hosted a gathering at the Second Sister restaurant, where 2 to 3 dozen well-known figures from the underworld had arrived from various districts. In the second-floor hall, after raising 3 glasses of wine in a toast to the attendees, Yuan Ku finally spoke. Tonight, you all should have heard about our team's operation on the 3rd Ring Road. The criminals killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious, almost ready to strip me of my clothes. There are no outsiders here, so I will speak candidly. I intend to take action against these drug dealers. I ask for your support. I, Yuan Ku, will surely repay you in the future. However, anyone who wishes to shield them or secretly assist them in evading capture will be at odds with me and the police department. For the next year, I will focus solely on bringing them down. Captain Yuan, what are you saying? If you speak up, who would dare to disrespect you? Oh, come on, it's just a minor issue, a few drug dealers. We'll gather information and find them quickly. The crowd, listening to Yuan Ku, showed no signs of anger, instead chiming in with their agreement. Yuan Ku bowed and filled their glasses, smiling as he said, "Thank you all for your support. I truly appreciate it." After a while, once the business was discussed and the banquet concluded, a burly man entered his car, lowering his head to return a phone call. "Hello, old ma. I have a favor to ask of you, help me smuggle a few people out of the special zone." The voice of old ma echoed. The burly man chuckled, "I want to ask who they are, but I can't assist you with this. Are you short on money?" Yuan Ku from the police department has become overly ambitious and is waving around a machine gun while treating us to dinner. Do you think he is bluffing? The burly man lowered his voice, "Old ma, while I wouldn't say I fear him, there is no need to offend someone from the official side, you understand. Fine, consider this call forgotten. Alright, that is all." With that, the conversation ended. At 8:30 in the morning, the special arrest warrant for A Long was issued from the police department to all 6 districts of Songjiang. Upon receiving the order, each sub-police station immediately deployed their subordinate security units for collaboration. In an instant, the previously obscure A Long became a household name in Songjiang and gained a notorious reputation across the underworld, as everyone was aware that the police department had personally commanded the hunt for him. Initially, when Qin Yu took over this case from Yuan Ku, he thought it was a relatively minor issue. However, as events unfolded, the situation seemed to spiral out of control and become more severe, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of being pushed along by unseen forces. In the captain's office, Qin Yu frowned and remarked to Yuan Ku, "I underestimated the complexity of the arrest." "What is the issue? I understand the situation." Yuan Ku waved his hand dismissively. "You have your responsibilities, but we are also constrained by our conditions. The leading drug dealer will fight to the death if captured, which is why he must be desperate. Some of our officers are only concerned about their salaries at the end of the month if they fail to apprehend anyone. Their motivations differ, and naturally, their mindsets will be distinct. This is an objective reality I am fully aware of." Qin Yu remained silent in response. "Whether or not you face punishment will depend on whether the case can be solved, to what extent, and whether the higher-ups are satisfied," Yuan Ku stated pragmatically. "Things are not yet settled. Put in the effort, and I will keep an eye on you, Qin Yu." "Thank you, Captain." Ever since Qin Yu returned from the previous night, he had felt anxious, fearing that he had not performed well and that the higher-ups would severely reprimand him. However, he was surprised that Yuan Ku had still taken some responsibility for the third team and Old Cat, specifically advising Qin Yu to focus his primary efforts on solving the case. Knock, knock. As the two were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Yuan Ku called out. The office door opened, revealing a young officer in plain clothes who saluted and reported, "The testimonies are in." The captured henchmen stated there was no internal informant, nor did they receive any warning. Yuan Ku frowned and inquired, "Are you certain?" Both henchmen provided identical testimonies. "It doesn't seem like they are lying." "Then lift the surveillance on Qi Lin," Yuan Ku replied after a moment of contemplation. The young officer hesitated before asking, "What about his punishment?" Without hesitation, Yuan Ku responded, "The facts show that he is ill-suited for frontline investigations. Let us reassign him to logistics for now, and we will inform him once the punishment decision is made." "Understood." The young officer saluted and departed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly, refraining from intervening on Qi Lin's behalf, as the ability to survive in the frontline team was ultimately beyond anyone's assistance. A few minutes later, as Qin Yu exited the office, intending to grab breakfast before continuing to address the aftermath of Old Hay's demise, he overheard Old Cat and Qi Lin engage in a heated argument at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yanlei, clad in a woolen coat with a charming pink scarf around her neck, her hair tousled, shouted at the duty officer, "I want to report a crime." Chapter 21. To survive, I must strive with all my might in the stairwell of the 3rd floor. "Don't stop me," Qi Lin shouted vehemently as he shook off the old cat's arm. "I need to confront team leader Yuan. What gives him the right to reassign me to logistics? Do you truly believe you belong on the front line? Get a grip, don't endanger others," the old cat shot back, his eyes wide with intensity. Last night's case remains unsolved, and everyone is seething with frustration. Seeking out old Yuan now is akin to throwing yourself into the line of fire. If he loses his temper and dismisses you, you'll be left utterly foolish. Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, Qin Yu descended the stairs and inquired, "What are you two at it about?" Both paused, momentarily taken aback. "Could you refrain from shouting here? It's rather embarrassing." Qin Yu frowned as he regarded them. "Come on, let us step outside. I need to have a word with Qi Lin." After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin was forcibly led away by Qin Yu and the old cat. Downstairs, Lin Yanlei blinked her strikingly beautiful eyes and stated, "I am a reporter from the online media. I discovered individuals peddling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tachuji. During an undercover visit, those thugs spotted us and snatched our camera. Do you know the individuals?" I do not. Fill out this form. Provide a copy of your identification, and clearly state the time, location, and specific details. The on-duty officer tossed her an inquiry form. Lin Yanlei took it, seated herself, and diligently filled it out before handing it back. Is this sufficient? Can we apprehend them? All right, you can go back, we will investigate later. But my camera is still in their possession, and they have not left. Can't you go and catch them? Lin Yanlei's urgency was palpable. Do you think I need your guidance on how to handle a case? The officer leaned back nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Just go back. We will notify you if we have any updates. What kind of attitude is that? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Do you not understand? I told you to return home first. You. Lin Yanlei's face flushed with anger, and in a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, forget it, I'll find Chin Yu.is he around. You know him? The officer asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, I know him. Then wait a moment. The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he picked up his radio and called out a few lines. After about a minute of waiting, the officer shook his head and informed her, Chin Yu is not here, he has gone out. Lin Yanlei's expression turned helpless. Then can you accompany me to retrieve my camera? We cannot go now. I must report this and follow the proper investigative procedures. This is utterly ridiculous. Lin Yanlei muttered under her breath, grabbing her bag and turning to leave. In a breakfast shop adjacent to the police station, Lin stared blankly at the multigrain steamed bun on the table, utterly motionless. Do not let it get to you. If logistics is where you must go, then so be it. Yuan is just angry, Chin Yu said, trying to console Lin as he ate. Lin's eyes were red-rimmed as he gazed down at his hands, murmuring, it's unfair. The old cat, already irritable with Lin's performance from the previous night, flared up at his words. What do you mean unfair? You performed poorly. Is it wrong to face consequences? I've told you before, you are completely unsuited for frontline work, yet you continued to dream of promotion. And now look at the situation. You not only jeopardize your own position but also that of your colleagues. Last night, that along could have been caught. What do you think the higher-ups will say today? Those involved in the case will be commended, yet because you lack the courage to pull the trigger, we are not only facing punishment but also old He has been killed. Did you see his body? 3 gunshot wounds, his bulletproof vest was shattered. Chin Yu remained silent, absorbing the weight of the old cat's words. Lin slowly raised his head, his face devoid of any emotion, as he numbly asked, Old cat, could you refrain from making hasty judgments before understanding the details of the situation? What details? Then tell me, why didn't you shoot? Why? The old cat slammed down his bowl, glaring at Lin. Lin clenched his fists, staring at the old cat for several seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, fine, let us say I didn't shoot. I was wrong, I admit it. Of course, you were wrong. But have you never made a mistake, have you never? Lin suddenly countered. The old cat was momentarily speechless. I have never made a principled error since the day I became a police officer, not once. Lin's voice trembled as he looked at Chin Yu and the old cat. I tread carefully, diligently working at the police station, never having made a mistake in the past, and to earn a promotion to a second-level officer. I even worked hard to secure a top 3 finish in the shooting competition, and first place in the police station, right? Chin Yu was taken aback, completely unaware of Lin's accolades in marksmanship. When I brought honor to the police station, there was no tangible reward, yet when I make a mistake, there are penalties. Is that fair? Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he asked, is it so difficult to become a second-level officer? It's just a matter of a word from above, so why is it never my turn? Why has no one spoken up for me? Year after year, I am nominated, yet year after year, I am left trailing behind. Am I not right, old cat? The old cat had never encountered Lin speaking to him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily stunned. I am not like you. You have Oldly backing you at the police station, you can act with impunity, even scolding Yuan Ku when you're displeased, but can I forget scolding? If I say one wrong word, I might find myself out the door the next day. If I have no work, who will care for my mother's illness? Who will support my sister? You, tell me, will you? Lin's voice grew hoarse as he clenched his fists, shouting, you live a life of comfort, while I am merely trying to survive. I cannot afford to take risks. When faced with trouble, I must retreat because I lack the privilege to fight for my life. I have 2 mouths at home relying on me for sustenance. If I miss work for 3 days, they would starve. You have a safety net, I carry burdens, which allows you to belittle me from your lofty perch, while I can only remain forever subservient, forever. Perhaps one day, when I have exhausted all my strength, I may only reach the starting line you occupy, and nothing more. With that, Lin rose, staring blankly at Chin Yu and the old cat, and said, you continue your meal. I will take my leave. Lin. Chin Yu called after him. Without turning back, Lin left the breakfast shop in solitude. The old cat furrowed his brow, continuing to sip his congee. Chin Yu sat in a daze, lost in thought. After a long silence, The old cat lowered his head and asked, "Did I speak too harshly?" "Yes, a bit," Chin Yu nodded. "I genuinely worry for him," the old cat sighed. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky as Lin trudged along the desolate street, contemplating purchasing a bottle of alcohol to alleviate his melancholy, only to realize upon reaching into his pocket that even the most basic bottle would cost 25 yuan. He endured the feeling and continued walking, heading homeward. In a certain house on Tachuji, Along inhaled a puff of smoke and furrowed his brow as he addressed old Ma. "When can I leave?" "It's being arranged. It will be soon, just a couple of days. Before I go, I need to step outside." "Stop with the nonsense, they are searching for you frantically out there," old Ma warned urgently. "This time when I leave, I don't know when I will return." Along lowered his head and replied, "I have some unfinished business that I need to resolve." Chapter 22. The purchase of a human being. The following day, as Chin Yu entered the office, Old Cat approached him, inquiring, "What are you busy with?" Before Old Hay passed, he mentioned a couple of things to me, urging that I process his compensation so it could be sent to the 2 children he cared for, Chin Yu replied while sipping his water. "I just finished the report and am about to submit it." "Oh," Old Cat responded. "You haven't had to deal with the 3 over there, have you?" Chin Yu asked proactively. "One is being processed. I'm currently in contact with the families of the fallen colleagues," Old Cat replied, lowering his gaze. "I dislike such occasions, so I didn't attend." "Ah," Chin Yu nodded in understanding. "Hey, do you have anything going on later?" Old Cat suddenly asked. Chin Yu hesitated, still interrogating those 2 lackeys. "Nothing particularly important." "Then come with me to Lin's house," Old Cat feigned a nonchalant demeanor. "He's been transferred to logistics, which means no more field allowances and a reduced salary. I'm worried he might take a drastic step." After spending some time together, Chin Yu had come to realize that Old Cat had a tendency to speak without regard for others' feelings, yet he was quite astute. Old Cat likely knew that Chin Yu had already discussed matters at the breakfast shop yesterday, which prompted this visit. However, going to Lin himself felt a bit awkward, hence he sought Chin Yu's company. "Let's finish work at noon. I need to check on the interrogation at Shu Wei's." Chin Yu glanced at the clock and replied. "All right, I'll come by to get you at noon." "Good." As soon as the noon bell rang, Chin Yu rode Old Cat's electric motorcycle to Lin's residence. In truth, those who held positions as police officers were generally considered to be doing well in this era, particularly in Zone 9, where they were undoubtedly part of the middle-income bracket. Despite the dangers, it was still a stable job with a fixed monthly salary, yet, even so, Lin's life was exceedingly tough. His home was located in a slum on the outskirts of the black market, where the majority of residents lacked stable employment. The younger individuals could manage to find some labor to scrape by, but the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered greatly. With some truly incapable of work, the Songjiang government lacked sufficient resources to provide relief, leading to real cases of starvation. The crime rate was also alarmingly high, with constant personnel turnover being a common occurrence. Lin's choice to live in such a place stemmed from financial constraints. The housing was inexpensive, with intermittent electricity and water supply at night, allowing him to save some money to support his family. This was also why he would take advantage of his position at the police station. Even if he left early, he would linger for dinner before departing, even taking home his laundry to save a few coins. Upon stepping into Lin's small courtyard, Chin Yu surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was square, approximately 300 to 400 square meters in size, but most of it belonged to the landlord. They had merely rented the 2 low, narrow rooms at the entrance for an extended period. The 2 rooms faced each other, separated by a wall, and there was an iron gate. Those unfamiliar with such arrangements might find it odd, but those in the know understood that the landlord had installed the partition out of fear of dishonest tenants, requiring the iron gate to be locked at night while sleeping. However, having lived there for a long time, Lin had likely earned the landlord's respect, leading to a relaxed attitude regarding the management of the gate, which remained open most of the time. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Lin sitting on the steps, looking dejected. "What are you doing?" Old Cat asked as he approached. Lin looked startled and stood up. "What brings you two here?" "Just checking to see if you're still alive," Old Cat replied, known for his bluntness. "Come on in," Lin invited, quickly brushing aside the previous day's awkwardness as he adjusted his mood and welcomed them. "Where's your mother?" Old Cat inquired. "My mom is lying in the room across, and my sister is out doing some odd jobs." Lin smiled. "Come in for some water." "No need for that." "Let's go see your mom," Old Cat insisted, holding some food he had specifically brought for Lin's mother. Lin paused for a moment, shaking his head. "Don't go." "What's wrong?" Chin Yu asked. "We had a fight," Lin sighed. "Damn!" Old Cat exclaimed upon hearing this. "Taking out your frustrations on your mother. Aren't you a grown man? Can't you show some maturity?" "Let it go, she was taking it out on me," Lin sighed again. "Everything was fine until she insisted on me bringing home a daughter-in-law. You see, I'm about to be transferred to logistics, which means a monthly cut of over 100. It's tough enough living as it is. Where am I supposed to find a daughter-in-law? Why the sudden push for marriage? Old Cat asked curiously. After a moment of hesitation, Chilin invited them inside and recounted the situation that Chilin's mother was suffering from liver disease, which had worsened over time due to a lack of funds for treatment. It had developed into a syndrome, with vital organs atrophying, and time was running out. The old lady, lacking education and having faced numerous hardships, seemed to have no grand wishes before her passing, except for Chilin to marry, hoping to see a descendant before she closed her eyes. Chilin understood that this desire stemmed from a deeper concern. His mother did not want him to spend any more money on her and wished for him to settle down quickly. Inside the room, after listening to Chilin's story, Chin-Yu remained silent, unsure of what advice to offer. Old Cat pondered for a moment before asking, if you're looking for a woman, you need to be prepared. She can't just demand a daughter-in-law. Where are we supposed to find one? Time is of the essence. She's already made arrangements with old Dong's wife and contacted an agency. My mother's intention is for me to pay for one. But you know my situation, I've just been punished, my income has dropped, and I can't even guarantee what my future in logistics will be. Chilin's face was clouded with worry. After hearing Chilin's words, Old Cat contemplated for a while and said, buying one is also an option. Stop talking nonsense, Chilin waved his hand. What if my punishment is severe, and I can stay at the police station? What will I do then? Stripping won't work, Old Cat replied, looking down. I will do everything I can to ensure you remain at the police station. Chilin was momentarily taken aback by this. Give me a straight answer. Is your mother really at her end? Old Cat quietly asked. Chilin fell silent for several seconds, then sighed deeply. It's not curable, only manageable, which means deterioration. How long, I can't say. Then we need to get you a wife, Old Cat declared, gritting his teeth. It's time for you to settle down. A grown man can't just run home every day without doing anything. Having someone to take care of you will allow you to work better. But I have no money. Wait a moment, Old Cat interrupted, turning to Chin-Yu and calling, come outside with me. Old Cat, no need, Chilin immediately stood up. Old Cat pointed at Chilin, saying, you wait here, and just wait. 2 minutes later, outside the door, Old Cat was puffing on his electronic cigarette, looking down at Chin-Yu. Do you have any money? Chin-Yu blinked. I can lend him a maximum of 500. That's not enough, Old Cat shook his head. Without hesitation, Chin-Yu replied, that's all I can manage. Old Cat lifted his head, speaking deliberately, if Chilin can't pay you back temporarily, I will return it to you before Christmas. Chin-Yu looked at Old Cat in surprise and, after careful consideration for several seconds, replied, I only have 1,500 left. I'll give you 1,300, and I'll keep 200 for food. Thanks, brother, Old Cat patted Chin-Yu's arm. Hey, I want to ask, Chin-Yu blinked, curious, what will you use to pay me back if Chilin can't? I'll sell silver on Touchiji to pay you back, Old Cat replied. You're ridiculous, Chin-Yu exclaimed in frustration. I don't want to lend anymore. That's settled then. Old Cat laughed and charged back into the room, shouting, Chilin, contact someone, we managed to gather 3,005 for you, and the rest is up to you. Chilin stood in the shabby room, staring wide-eyed at the two of them for a moment before bowing deeply. I will definitely pay this back. Indeed, Chilin did not wish to go against his mother's wishes, for he understood this might be her final desire. 83 in the afternoon, Chilin, with a substantial amount of money tied around his waist, departed the city of Songjiang with Chin-Yu and Old Cat, heading to Beitai Living Village. The vehicle traversed through the long frozen Songjiang, its tires crushing the crisp white snow before halting on an unnamed dirt road. The three walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village and made a phone call. After about half an hour, a woman in her 50s, bundled in a military coat and with a rosy complexion, approached and asked, looking to buy. Such a direct approach, Old Cat replied with disdain. We're looking for a wife. Follow me, the woman said tersely before turning to lead the way. The trio followed her as she navigated through the dilapidated housing area. Entering a drafty dwelling, the woman swung open an iron gate, gesturing to the ground where a dozen individuals of various ethnicities sat. We have all sorts, black, white, you name it. As long as the money is right, anything can be arranged. Chin-Yu, standing at the door, pinched his nose. Chilin, go inside and choose. Are they all legal residents? Old Cat feigned expertise. Brother, if they were legal residents, I'd introduce them to you, right? The woman rolled her eyes. Why not just pick someone off Touchiji? You seem to know your stuff, Old Cat remarked. Damn, the woman retorted, who doesn't have a story in this day and age? Old Cat was left speechless. The woman patted Chilin on the shoulder, saying, brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's business. The customer comes first. Go on in and pick. Here's a flashlight. It's dark, and you won't see clearly otherwise, so light it up. Chilin felt a bit awkward, standing at the door with a hint of hesitation. Bang! Old Cat kicked Chilin into the room. Hurry up. It's getting dark. Chilin blinked, taking a step inside the dwelling. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stealthily glanced around before moving to the back of Chilin's house and softly calling, Chilin, are you home? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, startling the figure, who quickly pulled out a gun hidden in their clothing. After a cautious glance, they realized it was merely someone passing by. The figure, beads of sweat forming on their forehead, scanned Chilin's house one last time, and upon seeing no one, furrowed their brow and departed. Chapter 23 Everything speaks in currency. In the past, life was fraught with pressure, and many would often lament, today's love is so cheap that it can be purchased with money. This statement, once merely a sarcastic critique of societal conditions, has now tragically morphed into a stark reality. Whether this constitutes progress or regression remains uncertain. The women in charge have sourced their girls from the designated planning area, not through abduction or trafficking, but rather, these young women willingly choose to accompany them. Their sole desire is to secure a stable meal, lacking residency rights in the 9th Special District. These girls can only attain legal status through marriage or by purchasing it. Otherwise, upon exceeding a certain time frame, they face the threat of lawful expulsion and cleansing. After wandering about the room for over 10 minutes, Chilin emerged to inquire of the women, do those two girls have any family? No, the woman replied without hesitation, shaking her head. Do you know what I do? Chilin asked, furrowing his brow. The woman hesitated. Do not deceive me, do they truly have no family? Chilin pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, the woman sighed, oh, I almost forgot, those two girls do indeed have family, but they are all in the designated planning area. Then I don't want them, Chilin responded, shaking his head. It would only lead to complications. Then look for others. What is the name of that Belarusian girl? Chilin pondered before asking. Bella, the woman replied, giving a thumbs up. Young man, you have good taste. She's about 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin and beauty that would be quite the sight at home. Is her Chinese satisfactory? She resides near the 9th district and speaks the local dialect better than I do. No issues there. Then let us go with her, Chilin nodded. How much? 8,000, the woman answered succinctly. Let us go, Chilin said, stepping forward. Chin Yu and Old Cat exchanged surprised glances and quickly followed suit. Hey, little brother, why the sour demeanor? What did I say that was wrong? The woman called out immediately. Come back, let us talk, I'll give you a 10 discount. 8,000, why don't you just rob a bank? Chilin shouted back. I cannot afford that. I can knock off 1,000, the woman said, catching up to Chilin and tugging at his arm. Brother, they lack residency rights. It costs me to bring them in. Don't haggle too ruthlessly. 3,000, stop talking nonsense. For 3,000, you can buy a leg to play with. The woman rolled her eyes. Then forget it. Why does he always want to leave? The woman exclaimed, exasperated. The lowest I can go is 6,800. I have been supporting them for over 2 months. I only brought 4,500. If that works for you, let us draft a receipt, and I'll take her. Old Cat interjected, glaring. But one condition. If she sneaks away after 2 days, don't blame me for ruining your business. Impossible, 4,500 is absolutely out of the question. For that price, you can only buy someone like me. The woman waved her hand dismissively. If you want to leave, then leave. 6,800 is the minimum. Upon hearing this, Chilin did not hesitate, turning around to leave the small courtyard with Chin Yu and Old Cat. Approximately 2 minutes later, the woman caught up, panting. All right, I see you two have a connection. I'll sell her to you for 4,500. Let us be friends, little brother. Come back. After 3 rounds of negotiation, Chilin finally reached an agreement with the woman, while throughout the entire exchange, the Belarusian girl, Bella, listened intently from inside the house. Later that evening, around 8 or 9 o'clock, Old Cat summoned a black car, and the 4 of them returned to Songjang City. On the road, Chin Yu glanced at the disheveled Bella and smiled at Chilin, asking, aren't you going to take care of anything? Where would I find the money for that? Chilin shook his head. Let us just grab a meal with some friends. When? Let us say tomorrow, Chilin considered. I'll also inform the team. All right, then it's settled. Old Cat, exhausted from the day's events, turned to Bella and succinctly said, although we met through money, my brother is a good man. He will treat you well, so please take care of him. Bella kept her head down, never looking up, as she repeatedly ran her fingers through her hair, murmuring, I understand. Okay, we'll take our leave now, Old Cat said, giving Chilin a nod. Hey. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Old Cat and Chin Yu watched as the man and woman, brought together by money, departed. On the frostbitten streets, Chilin walked somewhat awkwardly ahead, his heart racing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bella called out, could you slow down? My shoes are worn out, they're hurting my feet. Chilin paused, turning back to the girl, and after a moment's consideration said, shall I carry you? It's not far, we're almost there. The girl stood still, her hand reaching out to grasp Chilin's clothing. I want to eat. Huh? Shilin chuckled, bending down. Hop on. We'll eat when we get home. That night, Old Cat had no particular place to go and did not, as per usual, suggest staying over at Chinyu's place, that he found an excuse and slipped away. By the time Chinyu returned home, it was already past 8. Initially intending to boil some water and buy a quick meal, he remembered that he had lent out 1,300 yuan earlier, leaving him with only 200 for daily expenses. After a quick wash, he decided to head to bed around 9 o'clock that night. Just as Chinyu lay down, he heard Lin Yanlei's furious voice shouting, "What are you doing? Do you believe I will report this?" Startled by the outburst, Chinyu quickly threw on his coat and stepped to the window to observe. Lin Yanlei stood at the bottom of the steps, pointing at the doorway, while 3 burly men, clad in leather coats, staggered inside. "Little girl, you really don't know the depths of your situation, do you? I'll warn you once more, do you still have the audacity?" The lead thug stroked his bald head and extended his hand. "Hand over the camera. The camera isn't with me. If you harass me again, I'll call the police." "Look at you, all bluster," the lead thug chuckled, pointing at Lin Yanlei. "The police? My friend is Yuan Ku, the police chief. Call him, I'll be waiting for him to arrive, ha ha." Lin Yanlei fell silent inside, just as Chin Yu was about to step outside to investigate. Hearing the mention of Yuan Ku's name caused him to freeze in place, brow furrowing deeply. Bang! At that moment, a 15-year-old boy burst forth from the inner courtyard, clad in a tattered cotton jacket, and shouted, "What is going on? Why the noise at this late hour?" Chapter 24 A cry of injustice in courtyard number 88. As a young boy dashed out, a woman behind him grasped the collar of his shirt and yanked him back into the inner courtyard, exclaiming, "Quick, shut the door and mind your own business." Inside the house, Chin Yu recognized that it was the female landlord who was dragging the boy back. In the courtyard, a burly man with a crooked neck glanced into the inner yard and, with a smirk, remarked to Lin Yanlei, "Did you see that? Nowadays, when people encounter trouble, they all scurry away. They think that shouting a few times will summon help. Dream on." Lin Yanlei retreated to the doorway, her eyes darting nervously at the 3 strong men, her voice tinged with distress as she pleaded, "Big brother, I truly don't have the camera here. I've already turned it in. Please, don't make things difficult for me." The burly man with the crooked neck stepped forward and seized Lin Yanlei's dark hair, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? If you weren't sure it was with you, would I come here?" Lin Yanlei gazed at the man's rugged, pockmarked face and the malicious glint in his eyes, her heart racing. "I really?" Bang! The man, losing his patience, forcefully slammed Lin Yanlei's head against the door frame, cursing, "Damn it, I've been too lenient with you." Caught off guard by his sudden aggression, Lin Yanlei felt dazed. "Dongzi, drag her inside. I'll change my approach to communicate with her." "What are you doing? Since she won't appreciate our kindness, let us see how she fares in the winter." The burly man on the left advanced, pulling Lin Yanlei and attempting to kick the door open to drag her inside. Creak! At that moment, the door opposite swung open, and Chin Yu stepped out, questioning, "What is going on? Are you making things hard for a young girl?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Yanlei looked up in surprise, her face lighting up with hope as she called out, "Brother, brother, save me." Chin Yu, typically cold and disinterested in meddling, felt compelled to intervene when he realized these men were determined. If the situation escalated, Lin Yanlei would undoubtedly report it, and since he resided in this very courtyard, it would be untenable if matters were to be clarified later. Knowing Lin Yanlei had some background, he wished to avoid further complications, prompting him to step forward and shout. "Who are you?" The lead thug turned and barked. "I'm a police officer, living right here," Chin Yu replied tersely from the threshold. "It's quite late. If you have business, discuss it later, and stop this nonsense." "A cop?" The thug was taken aback. "Which precinct are you from?" Chin Yu refrained from directly answering, stating, "Let her go, and you'll be on your way." "You speak quite boldly," the thug frowned. "Our business has nothing to do with you. Go back inside and mind your own." Ignoring Chin Yu, the thug turned back to Lin Yanlei and shouted, "Listen, young lady, I'll ask you one last time, are you giving me that item or not?" "I've already told you," the camera slap. Before Lin Yanlei could finish, Chin Yu stepped forward and seized the thug's wrist, saying, "Buddy, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." The thug, his expression icy, turned back and declared, "I'm the tiger of Tukatsi Street. If you don't know me, just call your precinct and ask." Chin Yu furrowed his brow. "Get lost." The tiger shrugged off Chin Yu's grip. Chin Yu, with a grip like a vice, tightened his hold on the tiger's wrist. "Why is this still going on?" Bang! The tiger suddenly swung around and punched Chin Yu squarely in the chest, exclaiming, "A cop, do you not know your place?" Chin Yu stood firm, silent. The tiger slapped Chin Yu's head, taunting, "What do you intend to do? Act in the name of justice. Come on, try and arrest me." Slap. Chin Yu swiftly grabbed the tiger's arm with his left hand while sweeping his leg horizontally. Thud! The tiger fell to the ground. Damn it, you call yourself a tiger. Are there no lions in Tukatsi Street? Chin Yu, head bowed, rained down 3 kicks on the tiger's head, sending him tumbling down the steps. The burly men on either side pulled knives from their coats, showing no regard for Chin Yu's status as they advanced to stab him. Clatter. Chin Yu swiftly drew a gun from the tiger's grasp, racking the slide and disengaging the safety, pointing it at one of the assailants, demanding, "You dare to threaten a police officer with that knife? Do you believe I want to shoot you? You're full of hot air, bang." The gun fired. Ah! Lin Yanlei, terrified, crouched down, covering her head. The bullet grazed the cheek of the thug with the knife, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You think I'm bluffing? Why are you flinching?" Chin Yu glared. "Come on, stand steady, I'll shoot you right in the forehead." The 2 men froze, unsure of Chin Yu's resolve. On the ground, the tiger, shaking his head, yelled, "Damn it, Dongzi, call for backup." Bang bang bang. Chin Yu swung the gun butt down on the tiger's head repeatedly, muttering, "3 of you, and still 1 gun short. You can't even stand up, yet you try to act tough." The tiger, bloodied and dazed, slumped against the doorframe. "Crouch down." Chin Yu barked at the remaining 2 thugs. They exchanged glances, their faces grim, and squatted on the steps. Chin Yu's mind raced as he contemplated the situation before turning to Lin Yanlei, saying, "You go into my room and fetch the phone." Lin Yanlei, crouched on the ground, hesitated to look up. Bang. Chin Yu kicked her lightly, urging, "If you can stir up trouble, you must also bear the consequences. Hurry and bring me the phone from the bedside." Snapping to attention, Lin Yanlei dashed into Chin Yu's room and swiftly returned with the phone. Chin Yu, holding the gun with one hand, dialed Xu Wei's number in his precinct with the other, saying, "I've apprehended 3 suspects. Send a car to pick them up." Hearing this, the tiger immediately looked up, cursing, "You little brat, are you serious?" Chin Yu raised the gun but, feigning a strike, the tiger instinctively shrank back, silencing his complaints as he clenched his teeth, waiting for the arrival of the police. Meanwhile, Chin Yu pulled Lin Yanlei a few steps away and, looking down, inquired, "Sister, why do you always attract trouble? What do they want with you?" I captured some footage of them," Lin Yanlei blinked, responding, "It's part of my job." "What did you film?" "They were inflating drug prices in the slums, secretly selling counterfeit medications. I caught it all on camera." After a moment's thought, Lin Yanlei finally answered truthfully. Chin Yu's heart dropped at her revelation that they're involved in selling counterfeit drugs. "Yes, I've been following them for several days. They even stole my camera last time." Lin Yanlei nodded. "These scoundrels are utterly heartless, taking advantage of your crackdown on price gouging. The people in the slums can't afford medication, and they're forcing them to sell their organs. It's a blood-sucking enterprise." Chin Yu fell into deep contemplation. Half an hour later, when Officer Xu Wei arrived at the scene, he immediately spotted the tiger and paused in surprise, saying, "Oh, tiger, what brings you here?" "Xiao Xu Wei." The tiger, seeing a familiar face, perked up and declared, "I'll make a call." Chin Yu approached Xu Wei, asking, "Do you know him?" "Damn, why did you arrest him?" "He is a friend of Captain Yuan," Xu Wei replied, looking down. "You little brat, if I don't strip you of those clothes today, I want to share the same surname as you." The tiger, wiping the blood from his face, moved aside to dial Yuan Ku's number. Chapter 25, The smooth-talking old eel at courtyard number 88. Shortly after the tiger made a phone call at the entrance of the courtyard, Chin Yu's phone began to ring. Upon glancing at the caller ID and recognizing Yuan Ku's number, he promptly walked to his room's door and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Team Leader Yuan. What are you up to?" "Oh, come on, it's just a trivial matter, and you've come to intervene." The earlier aggression Chin Yu displayed when confronting the tiger had vanished, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. "Those individuals who came to my courtyard, are they your acquaintances?" "Well, they are somewhat my friends." Yuan Ku replied, blinking, "They are acquainted with my elder brother, and upon learning that you are a police officer, they called me." "That's quite the unexpected turn of events." Chin Yu fabricated a response, as he had overheard the tiger's earlier remarks and was aware of the connection. "Why did you resort to violence?" "I assure you, it was not my intention to escalate matters." Chin Yu, a person who habitually considers his escape routes before acting, responded with clarity, "The girl your friends were targeting is the one involved in that kidnapping case from a while back." Yuan Ku paused momentarily in surprise, "The one who was abducted?" "Indeed. This woman works at a streaming platform and rents a unit in the same courtyard as I do. Just now, she was outside, crying and shouting, and I felt compelled to intervene. As you know, this woman must have some connections, otherwise, Director Lee wouldn't have personally come to escort her away that day." Chin Yu explained in a hushed tone, "So, having encountered this situation, I couldn't just stand by, lest it escalate into a major incident that could involve us in trouble. Initially, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but unexpectedly, they became a bit reckless and drew knives on me that I had no idea they were acquainted with you. If they acted this way, I had no choice but to retaliate." "Do you have any idea about this girl's background?" Yuan Ku inquired, frowning. I have no clue. Qin Yu shook his head, but I do know that the person who came to pick her up that day was a leader from the media, and Director Li personally came down to see her off. Ah, are you familiar with this girl? Qin Yu, without hesitation, boasted we're on friendly terms. Then this must be a misunderstanding. Hand the phone to the tiger, I'll speak with him and let him go. Yuan Ku instructed with a smile, you should also have a word with that girl, the tiger likely isn't aware of her connections. Encourage her not to take it to heart. I'll arrange a gathering later and have the tiger treat her to dinner. That's a minor issue, I'll talk to her about it later. Alright, then it's settled. Hold on a moment, team leader Yuan. Qin Yu, still on the phone, stepped up to the tiger, you have a call. The tiger appeared momentarily taken aback before stepping aside to converse with Yuan Ku for a few moments, only to hang up with a somewhat sullen expression. Ah, so you all know each other. You should have mentioned that earlier, I wouldn't have needed to resort to violence. Qin Yu chuckled at the tiger, having held back his frustration, retorted, you better watch it, kid, this isn't over. My apologies, brother tiger, for not allowing you to successfully strip me of my clothes. Qin Yu replied flippantly. The tiger ground his teeth, tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, and waved dismissively, I'm leaving. Nearby, Shu Wei, having witnessed the entire exchange in a daze, turned to Qin Yu, utterly bewildered, how did you manage to resolve that? What exactly is your relationship with team leader Yuan? What relationship? Qin Yu countered. Team leader Yuan usually shows considerable respect to the tiger, yet you reduced him to this state, and a single phone call resolved everything. I honestly thought you were going to be stripped of your clothes. Shu Wei expressed his confusion, after pondering for a moment. Qin Yu leaned closer to Shu Wei's ear and whispered, actually, I never told you, but the highest administrative officer of the 9th Special Zone is my second uncle, damn, not a single truth in your words. Shu Wei rolled his eyes, opting not to press further, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. There's trouble. Qin Yu patted Shu Wei's shoulder, get some more rest, you can show up at the station by noon tomorrow. At least you have a bit of humanity. Shu Wei smiled as he replied, I'm off then. Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye. After exchanging pleasantries, Shu Wei turned and departed from courtyard number 88. At the entrance, Lin Yanlei brushed her hair aside and approached Qin Yu, saying, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yanlei with curiosity, wait, are you purposely testing my professional capabilities? Why is it that every time I run into you, it spells trouble? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanlei pouted and sighed, I've been rather unlucky lately, hey, may I ask why they were bothering you? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yanlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely suggested, it's cold outside, let's discuss this inside. Alright. Lin Yanlei turned to unlock her door, leading Qin Yu into her room. Qin Yu glanced around the space, noting that the layout was similar to his own, albeit more meticulously arranged, with a gentle fragrance permeating the clean atmosphere. Would you like something to drink? Aside from water, do you have anything else in your room? Qin Yu asked. No. Then let's skip the formalities. Qin Yu stated as he sat down on a chair, just some water will do. Lin Yanlei removed her coat and poured a cup of warm water from a thermos for Qin Yu, softly explaining, I intended to create a special report on patients from the lower strata, but unexpectedly encountered this drug trafficking ring. As I gradually engaged with them, I realized they operate without any moral boundaries, their methods are quite ruthless. Being in the media, I not only have to support myself but also feel a duty to raise societal issues, so I took some photographs of them, and that's when the trouble began. Qin Yu held the cup and bluntly asked, does your family come from a good background? It's decent, why do you ask? Lin Yanlei was taken aback. You seem like someone who has too much time on their hands. Shut up. Lin Yanlei retorted, unable to hold back, you work in law enforcement. How can you utter such tasteless remarks? Ha, why do you look so foolish, I'm just chatting, why are you getting worked up? Qin Yu drank the last of the water and stood up, addressing Lin Yanlei, I can't dictate what you do, but as a concerned neighbor, I must advise you to destroy those photos and shift to a more positive topic. Your report won't change the situation in Songjiang, rather, it may provoke some people. If the media can't provoke others, then what value do they hold? Lin Yanlei stared at him with wide, earnest eyes, appearing somewhat adorable. You really are a bit foolish, get lost, you are. Lin Yanlei exclaimed, slightly exasperated, you've already insulted me twice since entering the room. I'm leaving. Qin Yu, disinterested in continuing the discussion, turned to exit. Put down the water cup. As Qin Yu set down the cup and exited Lin Yanlei's room, a serious expression replaced his earlier jest. Lin Yanlei mentioned that the tiger was involved in drug trafficking. Was it merely a coincidence that the tiger knew Yuan Ku for the first time? Qin Yu sensed something amiss, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Inside the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku, I just don't understand. Why are you protecting some clueless kid with no background? Chapter 26. The banquet, are you aware that the woman possesses some connections? Yuan-ku inquired coldly. Tiger, taken aback by the remark, responded, I hadn't heard anything about that. You have no understanding of her background, yet you recklessly brought people over to meddle. Is this not a rather hasty course of action on your part? Yuan-ku's brow furrowed in concern. If today you had encountered someone other than Qin Yu, and something unfortunate happened to that young girl, do you comprehend the implications? My older brother, when he initially kidnapped her, did not fully grasp her background, which led to Matsushita's disastrous downfall. You must certainly heed this warning. I thought I hadn't thought that far ahead, Tiger stammered. Moreover, the entire police department is currently cracking down on drug trafficking. We were the ones who initiated this campaign. Are you attempting to undermine my authority by engaging in such activities? Yuan-ku pressed, his voice low and demanding. Tiger rubbed the bandage on his head. It's not that I want to deal with drugs now. We have a surplus of goods, and we've discarded a great deal. Tiger, do not let a trifling gain disrupt your composure. There are influential figures backing you in this matter, so what are you worried about? Yuan-ku sighed in exasperation. Regardless of your reasons, you must adhere to the directives from above. Do not say I did not caution you. Should you stir up trouble now, no one will be able to save you. Understood, Tiger nodded gravely. Additionally, Qin Yu is under my purview. He is executing tasks on my behalf, so refrain from provoking him. Instead, you should cooperate with him if necessary. Do you comprehend? Yuan-ku, aware of Tiger's vindictive nature, made a point to emphasize this. Xiaoku, I fail to understand. You have been in the police force for quite some time, and you have many capable individuals under your command. Why must you take this brash young man under your wing? Tiger gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I've been on the streets for so long, and no one has dared to put a gun to my head like this kid. Tiger, when will you grasp a simple truth? Yuan-ku sighed. There are always individuals more formidable than you. You believe you are competent, yet do you know that even the ruthless Matsushita fell at Qin Yu's hands? What era are we in? It is a time when desperate individuals dare to seize military rations. A time when competition is fierce, and ruthless characters abound, but you can never predict which ragpicker today may rise to prominence tomorrow. Therefore, conflicts without profit do not even qualify as conflicts. Do you understand? Tiger scoffed. Your words are quite sharp, capable of plowing the fields. Fine, I'll heed your advice and leave him be. That's settled then. Yuan-ku concluded, hanging up the phone. The following evening, Qin Yu and Old Cat headed to Erji restaurant as previously arranged, as Qilin was hosting a banquet for his wedding. While it was termed a banquet, it was essentially a gathering of acquaintances for a meal to celebrate. Given Qilin's budget constraints, he couldn't afford a lavish affair. Upon arriving at the restaurant, just past 8 in the evening, Qin Yu surveyed the second floor and recognized mostly familiar faces from the police department, along with some of Qilin's neighbors and his younger sister. Where's Mom? Old Cat inquired from the hall. She didn't come due to health issues, Qilin replied with a smile, gesturing to his blind sister. You haven't met her yet, have you? This is my sister, Qiyu. Hello, Brother Qin Yu, Qiyu greeted, her youthful face exhibiting sharp features that hinted at a certain boldness, though her beauty was marred by her blindness. Hello, Qin Yu responded warmly, turning to the bride, Bella. You look lovely today. Bella, adorned in a simple red chipao, smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Thank you. Old Cat, observing Bella's radiant demeanor, teased, clearly, someone is flourishing. Get lost, Qilin retorted, waving them over. Come, take a seat at the main table. Feel free to sit wherever you like. Qin Yu and Old Cat complied, settling at the main table and sampling some simple snacks while awaiting the meal to commence. After about 10 minutes, Yuan-ku arrived at the second floor with Tiger in tow. Hey, Yuan team, enjoying the banquet. Yuan team, the 30 or so guests in the room stood to greet Yuan-ku upon his arrival. Come, just taking a stroll. Everyone, please sit, Yuan-ku gestured amicably before sitting down at Qin Yu's table. You lot are shirking your duties to come here and drink to celebrate, are you not? Qin Yu grinned, I just finished an interrogation. Yuan-ku patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to Tiger, asking, do you know each other? How could I not? We met yesterday. Tiger, pointing to the bandage on his head, chuckled at Qin Yu. Brother, the impression you left on me yesterday is indeed profound. Upon witnessing Tiger's attitude, Qin Yu extended his hand. My sincerest apologies. I genuinely did not know you were acquainted with Yuan team. Xiaoku informed me yesterday that the woman had some connections, so your intervention was quite fortuitous. Tiger offered his hand to Qin Yu with a courteous demeanor. Let's put yesterday's incident behind us and start afresh. With Yuan-ku here, we are like family. You will come to know what kind of person I am. Sounds good. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Let's drink a bit later. Agreed. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Cat leaned in to whisper to Qin Yu, how do you know this guy? I dealt with him yesterday, Qin Yu casually replied. Old Cat grimaced at Tiger and cautioned in a low voice, avoid him in the future, he is not a good person. Why's that? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss on the black market and secretly ran over his wife with a car. Old Cat's expression darkened. The woman was 6 months pregnant, and he left her with a shattered skull. Chin Yu was taken aback. Did he not face any consequences? Consequences? The boss had 2 children, and after being subdued by him, he didn't pursue the matter. In the end, it was ruled an accident, and he merely paid compensation. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He's nothing but a beast. Hearing this, Chin Yu shot a cold glance at Tiger and ceased further communication with him. Not long after Yuan Ku's arrival, the banquet commenced, and the atmosphere became lively as guests exchanged toasts. Throughout the meal, Yuan Ku engaged Chin Yu in conversation. Brother, there are few I regard highly, but you are one of them. In this day and age, those with both courage and intellect are in high demand. As long as you perform well, I assure you that you will not be neglected in the future. I understand, Captain, Chin Yu replied, his complexion flushed with appreciation. Wait a moment. Yuan Ku patted Chin Yu's arm, poured himself a glass of liquor, and stood up, calling out, everyone, quiet down for a moment. The 3 tables of friends turned their attention to Yuan Ku. Today, we celebrate Qi Lin's joyous occasion. We are all familiar faces, so let us raise a toast in his honor. Yuan Ku proclaimed with a smile, lifting his glass. With Yuan Ku leading the charge, everyone stood and offered a toast to Qi Lin. The newlyweds beamed with joy, pouring drinks in return and toasting everyone. After downing his drink, Yuan Ku poured another and announced, additionally, I want to mention that although this young man, Chin Yu, has only recently joined our team, he has a temperament that resonates well with me and has assisted in solving numerous cases recently, much to Director Li's satisfaction. His promotion is merely a matter of time, so I hope everyone will extend a helping hand to him in our work. With this statement, Chin Yu almost became the center of attention, with colleagues from the police department he barely knew starting to toast him. If it were anyone else being lavished with such praise by Yuan Ku, it might lead to a sense of pride, but Chin Yu, being a seasoned veteran from the planning district, felt a tinge of anxiety instead. Indeed, Chin Yu had recently been in the spotlight, having cracked the Matsushita case and made significant progress in the drug trafficking investigation, both of which centered around him. Thus, he felt it was only natural for him to receive some favoritism from his superiors, as leaders tend to favor capable subordinates. However, Chin Yu sensed that Yuan Ku's attention was surpassing mere appreciation and was becoming somewhat peculiar, given that they were not particularly close, and it seemed unusual for him to treat Chin Yu so favorably over just 2 cases. Chin Yu was left perplexed. As the evening progressed and drinks flowed, Yuan Ku glanced at his watch and quietly called out to Chin Yu, come with me for a moment. Sure. Chin Yu nodded and followed Yuan Ku downstairs. In the dimly lit room, a noticeably inebriated Tiger pulled Qi Lin aside with a lewd grin. I have a question for you. Qi Lin, being an old hand in the department and familiar with Tiger, responded courteously, what is it, Tiger? Tiger's gaze fixated on the bride, Bella, as he drunkenly inquired, where did you find this woman? Qi Lin paused, glancing at Bella before replying softly, I bought her from the living area north of Songjiang. How much did you pay? Tiger's eyes gleamed with interest. 4,500. Damn, for 4,500, you can ride a fine mare for a lifetime. That's quite the bargain. Tiger lewdly remarked. Qi Lin chuckled but did not respond further. Hey, could you introduce me to the agency tomorrow? I'd like to take a look too. Qi Lin was taken aback. Tiger, don't you already have a wife? Damn, is having a wife a reason to not have more? Tiger retorted, revealing his yellowed teeth. Money sitting idle is a waste. Might as well buy some fun. Alright, I'll introduce you later. Agreed. Tiger nodded, eyeing Bella and commenting, this woman is truly exceptional, fair-skinned, with long legs. Qi Lin felt a wave of discomfort and quickly picked up a bottle of liquor, saying, come on, brother, let's toast to you and Bella. Sounds good. Come here, wife, let's raise a glass to Tiger. Qi Lin called out after pouring the drinks. Bella gracefully approached, nodding as she said, hello, Tiger. Dear sister-in-law, let me tell you, Qi Lin's life has been quite hard. Tiger, emboldened by alcohol, seized Bella's arm and began to ramble. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yuan Ku sat in the passenger seat, turned to Chin Yu, and said, you drive, we need to have a chat at the station. Alright, Chin Yu replied as he drove off. Over an hour later, as the banquet concluded and Qi Lin and the others returned home, his sister went to their mother's room, while the newlyweds prepared to discuss life in their bedroom. Knock, knock. Just as Qi Lin unbuckled his belt, ready for a deeper engagement, he heard a knock on the window. Who is it? Step outside, came the low voice of a figure who had visited previously. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, then put on a shirt and stepped out of the room. In the dim moonlight, the wanted man, along, glanced around and said, little brother, find a quiet spot. We need to have a word. Qi Lin stared blankly for a moment before suddenly charging forward. Are you out of your mind? You nearly got me killed. Chapter 27. A bowl of blanched noodles. 5 minutes later. Bella had retired to her mother and sister's room to sleep, while Qi Lin led Along into his own quarters. Life's treating you well, huh? You've even got yourself a wife, Along remarked, surveying the room before plopping himself down on the bed. Qi Lin glared at him, fists clenched, and retorted, "If you want to throw your life away, go do it somewhere else. Why come back to Songjiang? Do you have any idea how close I came to losing everything because of you?" Along, whose real name was Qi Long, was Qi Lin's elder brother, yet they were polar opposites in temperament. Qi Lin was more conservative, preferring to navigate the current era with caution, while Qi Long had always been drawn to risk, often living a life far removed from home. The last time Qi Long had left was 2 years ago, and during that time, he had never contacted the family, leading Qi Lin to sometimes believe he had perished out there. Yet, unexpectedly, after the recent capture, he found himself face to face with his elder brother again. Although their relationship was far from harmonious, blood was thicker than water, and Qi Lin found it impossible to consider shooting his own brother in pursuit of accolades. This was a secret he could not share with anyone, leaving Qi Lin feeling despondent and increasingly worried about Qi Long's safety. With a casual demeanor, Qi Long retrieved a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lit one, and said, "Honestly, I didn't want to run into you either. If it weren't for that incident, I probably wouldn't have come home today. Yeah, you've been living it up outside, completely indifferent to the family. When have you ever cared about us?" Qi Lin demanded through gritted teeth. "What brings you back? If people outside find out we're related, I'm as good as dead." "Oh, come on, aren't you doing just fine?" "Shut up. Don't worry, even if I had 1,000 guns pointed at my head, I wouldn't betray you," Qi Long replied with his usual nonchalance. "I've been treading carefully for days, and with no one watching at home, as long as I'm not caught, they won't connect the dots between us. When you joined the police, didn't you leave out the fact that we're brothers? I just don't understand why, with so many legitimate ways to make money, you chose this path." Qi Lin exclaimed in frustration. "Do you have any idea how the pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department, and how the entire judicial system in Songjiang is scrutinizing your operations to trace your supplies? If you get caught, there will be no leniency. You'll definitely be, I know. Then why continue? What else am I supposed to do, live a coward's life like you?" Qi Long countered. "Am I a coward? I may seem weak outside, but at home," Qi Lin was furious, on the verge of striking his brother. Hearing this, Qi Long furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and hoarsely interrupted, "Fine, I admit it, you're braver when it comes to family than I am." Qi Lin was left speechless. "Damn it, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Get me something," Along chimed in cheerfully. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, sighed deeply, and then exited the room. Inside the police station, Yuan Ku poured a glass of water for Qin Yu before sitting on the sofa and inquired, "Have the drug dealers who were captured revealed Along's specific activities?" Qin Yu shook his head. "They provided some information, but they all believe Along has already fled and is no longer in Songjiang. These fools know what they're getting into. They want to speak recklessly," Yuan Ku replied with a smirk, crossing his legs. "But fortunately, I have some leads." Qin Yu looked surprised. "You have a lead?" "Yes." Yuan Ku turned his head, speaking softly. "I have some connections in society who rely on me, and in return, I offer them certain conveniences, so they hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking ring is primarily led by the Ma family, and Along has a partnership with them." "I'm aware of that," Qin Yu nodded. "There's a fellow named Claude who deals in black market firearms. We have a decent relationship. He called me earlier while we were having dinner, saying someone wanted to use his smuggling route to send someone out of the 9th district." Yuan Ku continued casually, "I had him investigate further, and he informed me that the person seeking his assistance has a close relationship with Old Ma and they have dealings in secret." Qin Yu's eyes widened. "The person being sent could be Along." "There's an 80% chance it is," Yuan Ku confirmed. "If it were merely an inconsequential person, Old Ma would have gone straight to Claude without needing a middleman. You understand? That makes sense. I've already informed Claude that he needs to agree to this, and I expect Old Ma to arrange for Along to leave soon." Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu and said, "I'll provide you with the leads, and you handle the case. This time, you must capture Along and uncover his supply chain." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. "What's wrong?" Yuan Ku asked. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu, with a smile on his face, inquired, "Captain Yuan, I've been quite puzzled about something." "Speak." "I am somewhat taken aback and don't understand why you're entrusting me with such a significant opportunity." Qin Yu asked bluntly, "Why not assign this crucial lead to someone else or handle it yourself? This could bring considerable credit." Yuan Ku scrutinized Qin Yu for several seconds before suddenly standing up and pointing at his cheek, declaring, "Because this year, I intend to elevate you." Qin Yu looked confused. "Why, Captain Yuan?" "Because I will be promoted to deputy chief by the end of the year, and I need my own team. I can easily discern who is capable and who is not within the department." As Yuan Ku paced the room, his spirits high, he continued, "I plan to promote 3 captains, and you will be one of them." Qin Yu, hands clasped, remained silent. "Come on, my foolish younger brother, don't you see? The reason I'm promoting you is that you're new, you're not tied to anyone, your slate is clean, and I trust your abilities." After a long pause, Qin Yu finally understood. "Captain Yuan, now I grasp your intent. You are responsible for the A-long case. If you handle it well, by the end of the year, I will promote you 3 ranks, directly making you a captain. Yuan-ku rose, holding his cup, and added, put in your best effort, Qin-yu. My ship is the sturdiest in the police station. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qin-yu stood and saluted, but his mind raced with other thoughts. At Qilin's home. Qi-long sat beside a battered wooden table, voraciously consuming a bowl of plain noodles lacking even sauce, and grimaced, is this all you eat every day? Better than nothing, Qilin replied, head lowered as he smoked. Sigh. Qi-long sighed, quietly finishing his noodles, wiping his mouth before asking, is Mom asleep? She fell asleep long ago. Let me take a look out the window. Qi-long stood and walked toward the door. Qilin hesitated briefly but followed him outside the opposite room. Qi-long stood beside the window, pressing his cheek against the cold glass, his eyes scanning the bed where their mother lay. Qilin stood behind him in silence, smoking. How is Mom's health? Qi-long asked, his voice trembling. Not too good, Qilin replied, shaking his head. Qi-long fell silent for several seconds. Such is fate. A cursed destiny, knowing the king of hell is of no use. Can't you say something uplifting? Qilin snapped. Keep your voice down, she might hear. Qi-long quickly wiped his eyes, turning to pull a small package from his pocket. Qilin froze. This is 10,000 yuan, take it, Qi-long said gently. You've got all this money. I've only just begun in the drug trade, otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is what I've saved. Use 8,000 for Mom's care, whether she lives or not is on her, but as her children, we must do what we can. The rest is for your daily expenses. Qi-long's tone was flat. If by some stroke of luck I evade this crisis, I'll ensure you won't go without. I'll send you money gradually. Qilin looked at his brother hesitantly. This is what I'm supposed to do, don't read into it, Qi-long insisted, forcibly placing the money into his brother's hands. He lit a cigarette and added, little brother, whether we meet again after this is uncertain, but just take care of this family. Your elder brother, in some matters, is not as good as you. As the words hung in the air, the two fell into silence for nearly a minute. Qi-long glanced back into the room before decisively turning to leave, holding the small package. Qilin lingered in place for a while before saying, can you really get away? If not, let me help you, I'll find a way to get you out. Qi-long paused at the door, turning back to say, no matter who asks, never acknowledge our relationship. From today onward, consider me dead, take care of Mom and your little sister. Qilin's eyes reddened instantly. If one day you find yourself truly out of options, and life becomes unbearable, there's a contact in that package. Seek him out, he can assist you. Qi-long waved goodbye to his brother, saying, I'm off. In the deep of night, snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky. After walking nearly a kilometer, Qi-long abruptly turned around, tears streaming down his face as he gazed in the direction of home, kneeling on the ground, trembling as he cried out, Mom, your son is nothing. If I'm gone in the next life, I'll be a good son to you. Inside. Qilin sat in a chair, lost in thought while smoking, his heart heavy with concern. Though he and Qi-long clashed in temperament, they shared the same blood, and their seemingly indifferent relationship was infused with an unspoken bond of kinship. He prayed for his brother to overcome this crisis, unaware that following their meeting, a storm was brewing, one that would alter the fates of many. 2 weeks later, Qin-yu received a call from Yuan-ku, who informed him that Claude had received the message. Tomorrow, old Ma would arrange for someone to help along leave the country, and a life and death capture was imminent. Chapter 28, The Gears of Fate. At 7 in the evening, a group of 5 team leaders, including Qin-yu, were seated in the office area, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Approximately 10 minutes passed when Yuan-ku strode in with purpose, prompting everyone to rise. Sit down, everyone, Yuan-ku said as he poured himself a glass of water, his expression one of exasperation. The publicity team is holding a meeting in the grand conference room, leaving us with no space. Well then, let us discuss the details of the apprehension right here. Su-ong, please provide an overview of the situation. Su-ong, the leader of Team 4, hailed from Myanmar, with dark skin and a slightly shorter stature, yet exuding an air of competence and muscularity. Claude negotiated 3 times with the intermediary before the other party finally admitted that the person to be sent away is Aaron. The pricing has been settled. Claude is charging 15,000 for transportation, guaranteeing that Aaron will be delivered to the designated area. Yuan-ku took a sip of water. Old Ma still hasn't shown himself, has he? Is he avoiding a personal meeting with Claude? This old fellow is sharper than a monkey. He knows full well that the entire judicial branch of Songjiang is after Aaron. He won't make an appearance unless he feels absolutely certain, Su-ong chuckled. I believe he understands that Claude's side is not particularly stable, but there's no turning back now. If Aaron doesn't leave, he'll inevitably be captured. Old Ma, in an effort to protect his supply channel, has no choice but to take risks. Tomorrow night, then? Yuan-ku pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, do you have a detailed apprehension plan? My suggestion is to act once Aaron has exited the special zone, as their vigilance will be somewhat lowered then, plus there are no civilians on that side, which alleviates our concerns during the capture, Suong replied softly. A silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated the feasibility of the plan. Team leader Yuan, may I interject? Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. Yuan Ku smiled. There are no outsiders here, feel free to share any thoughts you have. Brother Suong, I'm addressing the matter, not the individuals involved, this is merely a suggestion to ensure a smooth capture, Qin Yu explained with a smile directed at Suong. Not at all. This case is under your watch, and we are merely here to assist. The core of the operation remains with you, Suong acknowledged, aware of Yuan Ku's intention to support Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded and spoke clearly, his logic tight-knit. I do not recommend waiting until Eren has left the special zone to act. There are two critical reasons. First, I myself have come from the designated area and am familiar with the specifics. Outside the special zone lies a vast nuclear radiation area, an expanse of sandy terrain, and other complex topographies that we have already witnessed the brutality of Eren and his crew on the Third Ring Road. Moreover, they have infiltrated from abroad and are likely more acquainted with external environment than our internal officers. Thus, attempting to apprehend them in such an unpredictable setting introduces too many variables, such as whether they have arranged for external assistance and what weaponry they possess, which we are unaware of. Second, should the apprehension go awry and we miss capturing someone, they would be free to roam as they please, and we lack the capacity to operate in the designated area. Secondly, I heard from Suong that the connections Claude has are with the stationed military, and their relationship with our judicial branch is tenuous. We cannot inform them in advance that we're staging a trap for the apprehension. If the military catches wind of it, our efforts would be in vain. Conversely, if we do not notify them and proceed with a sudden capture, it could easily escalate into a conflict between the military and police. After listening to Qin Yu's account, Yuan Ku paused for a moment before responding. You raise valid points. Your considerations are thorough. What is your proposed plan? Qin Yu replied, my plan is as follows. After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yuan Ku stood up and concluded, we will proceed according to Qin Yu's apprehension plan. Understood? Yes. The group rose to salute, and Yuan Ku, after giving a few instructions, patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, saying, you will be responsible for bringing the person back, while I will ensure you ascend within the ranks of the police. Haha, deal. Qin Yu replied with a smile and a nod. The following day, at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Yu, armed with the equipment requisition form, made his way to the logistics department located at the rear of the compound, only to find Qilin inside. Working the night shift? Qin Yu inquired with a grin. Qilin sprang up from his chair, responding casually, damn it, who knows what is going on. Ever since I got married, I've been on a roll. For the past week, I've been scheduled for extra shifts and have been staying here at night. Seriously, newlywed and not at home, but here working. What's the appeal? Qin Yu teased. You can farm at any time, but opportunities to earn money are finite, Qilin retorted, baring his teeth. I'm just trying to rack up some extra hours to pay off what I owe you and old cat. No worries. I am not in a rush. That's not the point. I feel uncomfortable being in debt, especially with an extra mouth to feed at home. Expenses have increased. Qilin sighed wearily before changing the subject. What brings you to logistics? I have a mission and came to requisition equipment. What mission? Qilin casually asked. Qin team, hurry up. They're calling for you over there, Xu Wei shouted as he rushed in. All right, pass me the list, I'll take a look. Qilin called out. You go get it, I'll tell you, Qin Yu replied, producing the list and reading aloud. 1 set of steel plate bomb-proof suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical. Qilin stepped over to the warehouse shelves, listening to Qin Yu as he picked up the gear, while Xu Wei called in 2 others to quickly carry the equipment out. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu cheerfully remarked, once I'm done here, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. Sounds good. Qilin nodded. As soon as Qin Yu swiftly exited the logistics warehouse, Qilin's expression shifted, turning pale, his heart racing. What kind of apprehension requires steel plate bomb-proof suits? Qin Yu had not been involved in any other cases recently, thus, this operation was likely significant, perhaps targeting drug traffickers. Feeling a sense of unease, Qilin deliberated for a while before picking up his phone, stepping out of the recording area, and dialing a familiar number within the team. Hello. Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Nothing better to do than chat idly in logistics. Qilin asked with a smile. I'm on a mission. What time is it, and you still have a mission? What's going on? Even you on your day off have been summoned. Qilin inquired casually. Cooperating with the stationed military to apprehend arms dealers. Ah. Hearing this, Qilin instantly felt relieved. What time will you be finished? Come over and watch the live stream together. I'm not sure, I'll find you once I'm back. Alright. With that, they concluded the call. Qilin stood behind his desk, muttering softly, it's been half a month. They should have made their escape by now. Gathering point at the compound, Yuan Ku instructed Qin Yu to collect everyone's phones before stating, let me reiterate the mission this time. we are not cooperating with the station military but are tasked with apprehending drug dealers. For the operation to maintain utmost confidentiality, everyone must surrender their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be distributed uniformly. Everyone must communicate using the assigned frequency. If I catch anyone switching frequencies mid-mission, it will be treated as dereliction of duty. After a 2-minute briefing, over 40 personnel received their equipment and quickly departed the police compound under the guidance of their respective team leaders. Half an hour later, in Songnan district, at an intersection along New Era Avenue, Aaron, accompanied by 4 brothers, clad in fur-lined coats, glanced around before bending down to enter the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't we supposed to be using the military's connections? Why is it just you? Aaron asked. You think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. The military isn't coming to pick you up. Aaron scratched his nose. Hey, buddy, have you lost your mind? What's the deal if I haven't paid you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work late to get you there. You could have picked any day, but you insist on today, the driver grumbled, pulling away from the roadside. Aaron shot him a glance, then pulled out half a black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket, remaining silent as he began to chew. In the back seat, Siapaisi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military knife, his thumb resting on the safety ring, ready to spring into action. The vehicle traveled for about 15 minutes, crossing an icy stretch of river approximately 1.5 kilometers long, reaching the outskirts of Songnan district. Here, human presence was sparse, with no pedestrians in sight, only various small shops with a few lights flickering. How much longer until we get out of the city? Aaron inquired. Soon, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the truck climbed a dirt slope by the riverbank, causing the vehicle to shake violently. What's going on? Aaron frowned. The driver immediately pulled the handbrake. The left front tire seems to be flat. What the hell are you doing? Aaron asked coldly. You're supposed to check everything before coming here, right? The driver, equally irate, turned back to glare at Aaron. Do you think I'm a magician? It's 40 degrees below zero at night. The car parts are practically frozen solid. How am I supposed to check with a blowtorch? Aaron understood the harshness of the weather, so he begrudgingly said, get out and take a look. Is the tire punctured or what? With a scowl, the driver exited the vehicle, bent down to inspect the left front tire, and quickly returned to the cab. The tire has frozen for too long, and I've been driving too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction caused it to crack a bit. What do we do now? Siapaisi asked, furrowing his brow. No worries, there's a repair shop up ahead. I'll have them heat it up and patch it. The driver glanced at his watch. We still have time. It won't delay us. Aaron surveyed the surroundings, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, yet he couldn't afford to delay their departure. He instructed his companions, make sure you have everything in your pockets. Don't lose anything. I've got it, Siapaisi nodded. As the vehicle reached the riverside road, it continued for about 2 more kilometers under the condition of a deflated left front tire before stopping in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On either side of the road, Chu Wei held a walkie-talkie and whispered, attention all teams, Thunder has made contact. From within a snow-covered shell across the road, Qin Yu, clad in a heavy steel plate bomb-proof suit, quietly commanded, they're getting out of the car. We'll move as soon as they do. I'm number 1. No sooner had he spoken than Aaron flung open the car door and jumped out from the passenger seat, scanning the surroundings. SHH. Qin Yu suddenly shouted, turn off the lights. Click. The repair shop's lights extinguished instantly. Aaron turned abruptly. Damn it, the driver is suspicious. Before he could finish, he saw Qin Yu, dressed like a bear, charging towards him recklessly. Snap. The safety ring of Siapaisi's knife fell away, and he yelled, screw you, let us draw our weapons and fight. Chapter 29. Deadly dual strike. After removing the safety ring, the shrimp diver did not immediately hurl the grenade, for he was aware that as long as he raised his arm, the officers would scatter in panic. The moment the grenade detonated, they would quickly regroup for a second encirclement. Thus, throwing it would yield little effect. Instead, he gripped the pin of the grenade tightly in his right hand and charged madly towards the area densely populated with officers. This sudden charge momentarily stunned the officers. None knew whether the shrimp diver had merely lifted the pin or was still holding it down, forcing them to retreat in haste. Spread out. He has a grenade. The officers frantically cleared a path, while the shrimp diver, with a fierce expression, shouted, charge out. Bang, bang. Ongsu raised his hand and fired 4 shots at the shrimp diver. However, due to the rapid movement and the bulletproof vest he wore, the bullets merely produced puffs of smoke upon striking his chest. He is wearing a vest. Ongsu shouted, noticing that after taking 4 shots, the shrimp diver had closed in to within 5 steps of the driver. Big brother, hurry. Without hesitation, the shrimp diver lifted the pin, and the grenade emitted a menacing sound. He pulled the pin. He pulled the grenade. Ongsu turned and fled. At this moment, Along and the others had drawn their weapons, turning to rush out while firing. Seeing the encirclement break due to the shrimp diver's intimidation, Chin Yu, with scarcely a moment's hesitation, abruptly halted, pivoted, and, clad in heavy steel plate armor, lunged toward the shrimp diver, deliberately positioning his head close to the shrimp diver's waist. Thud! The two fell to the ground, and Chin Yu instinctively pressed down on the shrimp diver's head. Boom! The explosion shattered the tranquil night, sending a mangled arm soaring into the sky. The bulletproof visor on Chin Yu's face was instantly stained crimson with blood. Team leader, team leader! Xu Wei shouted, eyes wide with alarm. Stay calm, apprehend according to plan. Chin Yu shook his head, hastily wiping the blood from his visor with his left hand. Looking down, he saw the shrimp diver had lost consciousness, his right arm severed, exposing white bone and flesh, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Along, witnessing the shrimp diver down, roared as he fired towards the left. Whoosh! Chin Yu rose and charged forward. Bang bang bang. A barrage of bullets struck Chin Yu, hitting critical areas such as his head and legs, sparking showers of sparks. Seeing that the bullets failed to penetrate Chin Yu's clothing, Along retreated in a panic, bending down to change his magazine. Bang! Chin Yu executed a dual strike, leveraging his weight and the heaviness of his attire to collide with Along's chin. With a crunch, Along staggered back 2 steps. Chin Yu suddenly bent at the waist, wrapped his arms around Along's lower leg, and with a powerful lift of his midsection, sent Along soaring more than half a person's height before crashing down to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Despite the simplicity of Chin Yu's maneuvers, having sprinted back and forth a total of no more than 50 meters, it was an exertion of explosive power against the burden of combat. At this moment, he felt he was on the brink of exhaustion, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, and he could only pin the opponent down while shouting repeatedly. With the grenade threat neutralized, the officers no longer hesitated. Over 40 of them surged forward, wielding riot shields to trap the remaining criminals, and within 10 seconds, the skirmish was resolved. Hold him down, hold him down. Xu Wei pointed at Along on the ground. 7 or 8 individuals rushed in, forgoing handcuffs and directly shackling Along with a 70-pound shackle. After sitting in the snow for nearly a minute to catch his breath, Chin Yu finally removed his helmet, turned his head, and spat, "Damn it, thank goodness for the steel armor. Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you alright?" Ong Su hurried over to inquire. "I'm fine, my position was good, and the grenade went off in front of me." Chin Yu wiped the sweat from his face and deliberately remarked to Ong Su and the others, "You keep saying Team Leader Yuan is favoring me. Look at how I risked my life for him to achieve results that he must have noticed, right? If he doesn't promote me, you all will be pleased, won't you?" "Yes, yes." Ong Su promptly nodded, giving a thumbs up. "If it weren't for your dual strike today, the outcome could have been very different. Let us have some drinks to calm our nerves later." Chin Yu, heavily leaning on the ground, rose. "Let us hurry back and escort them." At 11:30 at night, Chin Yu stood by the corridor with the phone in hand, saying, "Xu Wei, make sure the doctors think of a way to save the one holding the grenade. Yes, the more people, the stronger the evidence chain. I'm about to grab a bite. I'll start the interrogation soon. Alright, speak later." Footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Chilin approached with a lunchbox, smiling as he greeted, "Hey, you're back." Chin Yu turned at the sound. "Come to eat?" "Yeah, not much work. I just came to grab some food." Chilin asked with an easy smile, "So, how did it go?" "All secured. Our people are okay, right? We acted swiftly, the opposition hadn't even comprehended what was happening before we completed the task, and everyone is fine." "That's good." Chilin grinned broadly, casually asking, "Hey, I heard you were supposed to team up with the military for the capture. Why didn't I see any troops?" Chin Yu paused. "Who told you that?" "Isn't it? I just overheard some chatter at the station." Chilin appeared puzzled as well. "You heard them talking nonsense. There were no troops involved." Given that the case had been resolved, Chin Yu revealed no details. "We captured drug dealers, including Along, the one who killed our 4 men last time." With a loud clang, Chilin's lunchbox fell to the ground, leaving him standing there in a daze, his face as pale as a ghost. "What's wrong with you?" Chin Yu frowned, concerned. Chilin, bewildered, felt a buzzing in his ears. Chin Yu patted Chilin's arm. "Hey, what's the matter?" Snapped back to reality, Chilin looked at Chin Yu. Is he really Along?" "Yes, the lead came from Team Leader Yuan, and we went to capture him." Chin Yu nodded, observing, "You seem a bit off." "And no, I just thought of old He, didn't he die at his hands?" Chilin forced a smile. "I encountered him that day, and I'm a little scared of that person." "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine." Chilin bent down to retrieve his lunchbox. "You should go eat." "Aren't you eating too?" "Let us go together." "I forgot my chili sauce, I'll go get it." Chilin chuckled. "Ah, then I'll eat first." Qilin responded, taking his lunchbox and turning to leave. I and the corridor. Qin Yu watched Qilin's retreating figure with curiosity, entirely unconvinced by what Qilin had just said, yet unable to fathom why he was acting so strangely. Team leader, time for dinner. Guanqi called out from the cafeteria entrance. Coming. Qin Yu dismissed his thoughts and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, Qilin shut the door and plopped down on the ground with a thud, gripping his hair and shouting, "Damn it, weren't we supposed to cooperate with the military? It has been over half a month, why haven't they moved yet? How the hell did it come to this?" Chapter 30. As I stepped outside, I sought someone to take care of you. After wolfing down a bite of food in the cafeteria, Qin Yu hastened directly to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku had already picked up Director Li and was en route to the police station. Within the dimly lit confines of the interrogation room, Along lounged nonchalantly on the iron chair, idly toying with the handcuffs in his hands. "Shall we warm up a bit?" Qin Yu took a sip of water and casually hung his badge around his neck, stating, "I am Qin Yu, the team leader of the 3rd Group of the Criminal Investigation Division, directly responsible for your case." Along squinted at Qin Yu. "I know you. You know me?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "How is that possible?" "I got to know you through a friend," Along replied with a grin, "but you probably haven't seen me." Along's words were not mere banter. He had indeed seen Qin Yu, having watched him interact with his brother Qilin a few times while he considered returning home before his departure. "Listen, buddy, the crux of your case does not lie in who you know, but rather in the value of your testimony, which will directly determine the outcome." Qin Yu redirected the conversation, speaking pragmatically. "Among those apprehended, you are the biggest fish. If you don't divulge more significant figures, you will inevitably be pinned as the main culprit. At that point, even if you are related to the mayor, no one will be able to help you." "Heh." Along smiled at Qin Yu. "Come, take a seat beside me." Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. "Aren't we supposed to chat?" "Then let us sit closer and talk," Along beckoned with the clanking handcuffs in his hands. "All right, let us talk," Qin Yu said without hesitation, dragging a chair next to Along, bending down to sit and saying, "Let us begin." "Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name," Along remarked with a smile. "Aren't you Qin Yu?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pausing for a couple of seconds. "Old Ma told you, didn't he?" "No." Along slightly raised his hand to point at Qin Yu, a teasing expression on his face. "It's the drug dealers I'm dealing with. They've all heard your name, and they chatter about you incessantly." "They chatter about me?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Yes, do you know what they are saying about you?" Along grinned. "What?" "Haha, they are discussing how to eliminate you swiftly." Qin Yu froze at the revelation. Along glanced at the camera with his peripheral vision, lowered his voice, and tapped Qin Yu's arm with the back of his hand, saying, "Brother, you can't possibly think that Yuan Ku assigned you this case for your advancement, merely because he likes and admires you, can you?" Qin Yu smirked. "Sure, sitting here and still managing to nitpick, right? TSK, you truly are as naive as a child." Along shook his head, continuing, "In the 1st Division, Yuan Ku has many loyalists, each more qualified than you. Why then does he assign you such a merit-laden case? Are you two related by blood? Then what do you think it is? Why must he have me handle this case?" Qin Yu inquired. "Because you are resolute, because you have a hunger for success, because you want to establish your footing here, and that requires you to earn results. Because you are new, because you have no connections, because during the case investigation, you owe no favors to anyone and are not burdened by personal ties." Along smiled. "Why suddenly target US drug dealers? Why is Yuan Ku fixated on the Ma family line?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent once more. "Recently, there has been a batch of drug dealers on the black market quietly releasing a small volume of goods, priced twice as high as ours. Have you heard about it?" Along asked again. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling Lin Yanlei's recent encounter and the open-minded tiger. "Young man, in this world, there is no such thing as unconditional love. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well, but from another angle, you are merely a blind gun." Along tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. "Do you know what fate befalls those who wield guns throughout history?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment and then raised his thumb in acknowledgement. "A well-reasoned provocation, quite convincing." "Heh, only you know what you truly think." Along lowered his head, softly adding, "I can say this to you, not out of mere affection, but solely because you helped my friend." Qin Yu absorbed only half of Along's words, as he already sensed that Yuan Ku's favoritism towards him within the police station was not without reason. However, he believed that whether Yuan Ku intended to exploit his hunger for success or leverage his anonymity in Songjiang to use him as a quick gun, it was inconsequential, for Qin Yu was no child. He understood that with neither background nor support, if he wished to navigate this chaotic environment and maintain his dignity, he could only exchange that for the courage to risk his life at critical moments. Yet, what Qin Yu did not anticipate was the depth of the drug trade, where, in the midst of his efforts to dismantle the Ma family team, another group was quietly distributing drugs, likely with connections to Yuan Ku. If Along's words held any truth, then the situation was far more complex than he had previously thought. I am a marked man. There is no need to deceive you. Along lowered his head, speaking softly. I don't know much about your background, but I've heard you came over from the planning area. Brother, we've struggled to reach this point, so don't let your name go down in history while enabling someone else's empire. Qin Yu looked at Along and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang, but I don't understand why your pricing was so low. What is the goal? To move the world? Heh, I only remembered the struggling compatriots on the black market after I had my fill, Along replied with a smile. My father died because he couldn't afford treatment, and my mother might face the same fate. When I first arrived in District 9, I was aimless, living off others' kindness. Now that I have some ability, I want to earn money while also helping them. I end this line of work. One cannot expect to live a long life. I just want to make enough today to get by. How much is too much? At this point, lying held no significance, and as Qin Yu looked at Along's face, which had once shown a fierce expression, he suddenly found him less detestable. The two fell silent at this juncture, and Qin Yu felt a bit disordered in his thoughts. Despite his caution, he still could not grasp the complexities of Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two were enveloped in a brief silence, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Jilin stood at the threshold, a broad smile on his face, inquiring, "Are you still at it?" Upon hearing Jilin's voice, Along immediately lifted his head from the iron chair, his previously nonchalant face now displaying a look of astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu turned to ask. "I came to check if the equipment approved for you can be returned to the storage." "What is the extent of the damage?" Jilin replied calmly, "You'll be working all night again, but I'll be switching shifts tomorrow morning. I need to write a report." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded, rising to respond. "The damage is quite significant. I'll have someone prepare a list for you shortly." "All right." Jilin acknowledged, turning to Along to scold, "You bastard finally got caught." Along was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "He'll have to be transferred to Heavy 3 Detention Center, right?" Jilin asked Qin Yu. "Yes." After the interrogation, Qin Yu nodded. "Shit, I almost got rolled because of you." Jilin laughed as he pointed at Along, saying, "Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll have someone take care of you inside." Qin Yu found this remark somewhat peculiar. Along, recovering from his initial shock, immediately retorted in a domineering tone, "Who do you think you are? I may have been caught, but my brothers might not have all been apprehended. If you stir up trouble, who will take care of your family?" "Heh, just wait," Jilin coldly smirked, turning to Qin Yu, "You take care of him, I'll be on my way." Qin Yu remained stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on Jilin as he replied, "Let us go. I'll accompany you and prepare a list." "Ah, then let us go." Jilin replied nonchalantly, stepping aside. As the two exited the interrogation room, 4 armed duty officers promptly approached to guard the entrance and lock the iron door. In the narrow corridor, Jilin, hands behind his back, said with a smile, "Just have someone prepare a list for me. You're already the group leader. Do you still need to do it yourself? Are you here to scout?" Qin Yu suddenly turned around and asked sharply. Jilin froze on the spot, his expression stiffening as he retorted, "What is wrong? What scouting? Along said he knows me through a friend, but the only ones I've been close to in the police station are you and Old Cat. The others are merely colleagues." Qin Yu's eyes shone with intensity as he looked at Jilin. "Your reaction at the cafeteria was right just now in the room. You said a bit too much to Along. Have you lost your mind over solving cases?" Jilin chuckled helplessly. "You want to save him? You didn't come to the interrogation room just for the damage list. You intended to scout, didn't you? Xiao Yu, I think you." Slap. Before Jilin could finish, Qin Yu suddenly reached for his waist. Jilin instinctively dodged, his face paling as he looked at Qin Yu, asking, "What are you trying to do? You locked your gun in the cabinet during duty. Why is it still in the holster now?" Qin Yu grasped Jilin's arm, lowering his voice as he pressed, "Are you out of your mind? He is a marked man. If you have other intentions, you'll end up dead too." Jilin, his expression somewhat flustered, glanced around, his eyes reddening as he looked at Qin Yu and pleaded, "If you consider me a friend, pretend you know nothing, all right? If it were someone else, I wouldn't care. You just got married. Do you know what is your relationship with Along that makes you want to take this path?" Qin Yu grew anxious, pulling Jilin into the stairwell. "I don't want to pry into your secrets, but let me make this clear. Even if you combined all your efforts, it's impossible to take him away from here. Once you make a move, he will surely die." Inside the interrogation room, Along's mind was meticulously recalling Jilin's words. "Don't worry, once you step out that door, I'll have someone take care of you." What did that mean? It was already quite clear, Jilin was attempting to find a way to save himself. However, he had no strong connections to smooth this over, so what method would he employ? It was evident once out that door, make a move, Along's mind buzzed. "Damn it, this fool can't possibly be serious." In the police station lobby, hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the front door. Team Leader Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Su rushed over, striding purposefully. What's wrong? Yuan Ku inquired. A very important situation. Su panted, speaking in a hushed tone to Yuan Ku and Director Li. I accidentally came across a surprising piece of information from one of the Ma's subordinates. Along had contacted a police officer from within our station before he left. Chapter 31 The Fall of the Great Bandit. In the stairwell, Qilin pressed against Qin Yu's chest, his tone urgent as he growled, can you just turn a blind eye to this? Let me go, Qilin, you should know my character well enough, not everyone is worth such a risk to me, Qin Yu replied, his expression grave as he poked Qilin's chest with his finger. Calm down. Along is a person specifically wanted by the police. Think about it for a moment. Do you really believe you can just whisk him away from the inspector all on your own? What happens if things go wrong? What about your mother, your sister, your newly found bride? Are you ready to sacrifice your job, and even your life for this? After a brief silence, Qilin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, spoke rapidly to Qin Yu, there is still a chance. Along won't be held by the inspector for long, he could be transferred by tomorrow morning at the latest. I have contacts at the police station who can help me ascertain his transport route. I have the means. It will be much easier for me to act on the road, so you needn't worry. I just don't understand what this Along means to you that you would take such risks. Qin Yu questioned incredulously. Do you have some sort of under-the-table deal with him, or have you accepted money from him? Do you know why I didn't pull the trigger that day? Qilin, agitated, replied, he is my biological brother, my own brother, do you understand? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned into silence. Xiao Yu, listen to me, Qilin urged, his eyes reddening as he continued, I don't even know if our relationship can be uncovered. But if it is revealed, I will be immediately monitored, and the principle of familial avoidance will be enforced. At that point, I will have no chance whatsoever. I've already devised a plan. Tomorrow morning after work, I won't go home. I'll pretend to catch up on sleep at the office, creating the illusion that I've been in my dormitory the entire time. Then, when the police come for the handover, I'll act at the intersection. If I can save him, that would be ideal. If not, I will do my utmost to ensure I remain undetected. Along is returning from the planned area. It's uncertain if he has any accomplices outside, so as long as I'm not caught in the act, the higher-ups may not even know who is responsible. Do you understand? You don't even dare to approach criminals when on duty. How do you expect to rescue someone from the escort team? Your thinking is far too simplistic. I don't want to gamble with my life, but do I have any other choices? Do I? If I abandon him, I will have to witness his demise. Qin Yu was left speechless. Don't involve yourself, Qilin said, lowering his head, preparing to leave the stairwell. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, an electronic bell rang out in the corridor, followed by someone from the monitoring room shouting, brothers at the door of room 3, hurry and check, Along is acting strangely. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yu and Qilin froze in place. In the lobby, Yuan Ku, hearing the loudspeaker from the monitoring room, paused briefly before exclaiming, go check on Along, quickly. In the corridor, footsteps became chaotic as the on-duty officers, alerted by the monitoring room, rushed out, hurrying toward the interrogation room. At the door, 4 officers used a key to unlock the iron door, and upon looking up, they saw Along madly slamming his left cheek against the iron panel in front of the iron chair. What are you doing? Stop fooling around, the leading officer yelled as he stepped inside, reaching out to intervene. Bang bang bang. Along struck the iron panel again with his cheek near his mouth, his skin now torn, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The leading officer rushed over, grabbing Along by the hair and pulling him back. Quick, hold him down. Hee hee. Along let out a slightly deranged laugh, staring blankly at the officer. Too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku, Su, and others nearly collided with Qin Yu and Qilin at the doorway. What is going on? Yuan Ku gasped as he asked. The officer turned back, saying, he suddenly started banging his head against the iron panel. I don't know what he's doing. Upon hearing this, Qilin's eyes reddened as he stepped forward to rush inside. Qin Yu grabbed Qilin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ku rushed into the room, approaching Along, and immediately waved his hand, shouting, get his mouth open, quickly. Upon hearing this, 4 officers held Along's head down, forcibly prying open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ku stared intently, his heart racing, completely unafraid of Along biting his fingers as he thrust his hand inside, fishing around until he finally retrieved a false tooth. Ugh! Along gagged and spat out a copious amount of blood. Yuan Ku looked down at the false tooth, his gaze vacant as he stepped back 2 paces. The false tooth was hollow in the middle, with a thin layer of black plastic stuck to the edges, looking utterly repulsive in Yuan Ku's hand. What is this? Director Li burst in, demanding an explanation. A false tooth. He knocked it out, Yuan Ku stammered in response. Upon hearing this, Director Li stood in shock. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head violently, breaking free from the grasp of the 4 officers, his face still adorned with a maniacal grin. Since I entered this line of work, I've already contemplated how I would die. There's a small pill inside my false tooth, it's poison, and I've crushed it, damn it. Yuanku exploded, kicking Along in the chest as he shouted, quick, unbuckle the chair and send him to the hospital. Along looked at Yuanku with a grin, you're still impressive. We lowly ones can't compete with you, but Yuanku, I want to tell you something, some matters are done by people, but the heavens are watching. I can't believe that the heavens would allow such life-saving things to be in your hands. Damn it, I curse you all to an ill fate even in death. Everyone fell silent at his words. Along, blankly twisting his neck, looked towards the door, his voice hoarse as he called out. Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, don't be afraid, I haven't said anything. I want to confess, you're all safe. Upon hearing this, Qilin clenched his fists, ready to storm out, knowing that Along was addressing him directly. Qin Yu held onto Qilin's arm, whispering urgently, did you understand, if he dies now, it's to prevent you from making a foolish move. Don't move, whatever you do. Poof. On the iron chair, Along leaned forward suddenly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently. Seeing this, Yuanku gave up on the idea of sending him to the hospital, holding the false tooth while suddenly bending down to whisper in Along's ear, did you think you were being discreet? Do you think your death will put an end to everything? Along turned his head blankly. Hee, you've come into contact with our inspector, he is right outside, isn't he? Yuanku asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Along coughed up blood again, glaring at Yuanku as he shouted, damn you. Chapter 32 Kneel down and plead for life. No more than 2 minutes after the poison entered his system, Along succumbed to incontinence, slumping against the iron chair as he breathed his last. Director Li stood in the center of the interrogation room, his expression dark and thunderous as he berated Yuanku. This bastard has already entered the interrogation room, and you still let him ascend to heaven. You, as the captain, truly have no qualifications. Tomorrow, when the police department comes to retrieve the body, you will explain this to them. Yuanku was momentarily at a loss for words under the scolding. A bunch of useless drunks, Director Li scoffed, throwing down his words before striding out of the interrogation room. At the entrance, Qilin stood frozen, staring blankly at his older brother's lifeless body on the iron chair, his legs weak and his mind in chaos. Yuanku, holding his dentures, turned back to glance at the door, his gaze eventually landing on Qilin. 30 minutes later. Along's corpse was covered with a white cloth and taken away, while Yuanku entered another interrogation room, dismissing those irrelevant and beginning a conversation with a brother of the shrimp. Did you say that before Along left, he met with someone from our police department? Yuanku retrieved an electronic cigarette from the drawer and tossed it over. Yes, the underling nodded eagerly in response. Shrimp dared to sound the alarm and go down with us. How could he possibly have a cowardly brother like you by his side? Yuanku asked bluntly. Shrimp told me he could help me make a fortune, that's why I served him, but before I could earn any money, he died. I don't want to die either, the underling replied, starkly pragmatic. Did you just meet him? Yes. Tell me how Along met that person before he left. Yuanku inquired softly. He said he had a few wishes before leaving, wanted to see a friend, the underling replied, lowering his head. But Lao Ma and Shrimp thought the outside world was too dangerous. If he went out and ran into the police, it could lead to trouble. You know, the supply chain for the drugs is solely in Along's hands. To put it bluntly, we all depended on him for our livelihoods, so we had to protect him. Each time he went out, we followed him, but he usually made us park far away and walk part of the way by himself. One time, I went to the grocery store for water and happened to walk in the same direction as him, and I saw him enter that courtyard. Yuanku pulled out a photograph and tossed it to the underling, asking, is this the person who met with Along? Yes, I've seen him twice. Weren't you just saying it was a coincidence that you met him once? Yuanku frowned. It was on the day of that person's wedding. There were too many people at the restaurant, so we didn't know who Along was looking for, but that night, when Along went to that courtyard, I realized he was looking for this person who was getting married, so it was 2 times, the underling explained in detail. Yuanku licked his lips. Do you know what their relationship was? I don't know, Along never mentioned it, and no one asked. The underling shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuanku left the interrogation room and immediately instructed Su, have the police forensic team go to the morgue and extract Along's DNA for comparison. With whom will it be compared? Who do you think? Yuanku retorted. Su paused for a moment. Captain, do you suspect that Along is related to him? The underling's testimony directly clarifies why he didn't dare to shoot that day. Yuanku replied lightly, this kid usually keeps his tail tucked in. If there weren't some absolute reason, how would he associate with someone like Along? Su understood immediately, I see. In the logistics warehouse. Qilin sat in a daze on a chair, his mind a blank slate. Brother, each person's path is a choice of their own, and they must bear the consequences of whatever results. Chinyu leaned against the table, looking down as he attempted to console him. I know you're hurting, but look at me. At least you have a reason to grieve, but I don't even know how my loved ones are gone. You lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing. Qilin remained silent, saying nothing. Qilin, let the sorrow pass quickly. You have other family members to take care of, Qinyu urged, turning around. This place is crowded with people. Don't let anyone suspect anything. Upon hearing this, Qilin blankly raised his head. Yes, the dead are gone, but the living must keep living. Clatter. As the two were conversing, the door to the logistics warehouse was pushed open, and two of Angsu's subordinates entered, expressionless as they looked at Qilin, saying, Captain Yuan is looking for you. He needs you to go with him. What is the matter? Qinyu asked on Qilin's behalf. Nothing major, just some details from a previous case. The person on the left smiled and nudged. Let us go. Qinyu's face displayed confusion, and to avoid arousing suspicion, Qilin quickly adjusted his demeanor, standing up and saying, what case could possibly involve me? You'll find out when you go. Then let us go. Qilin responded with a smile. After exchanging a few words, the three departed, while Qinyu lingered at the door, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within him regarding Qilin. Hour passed. 2 hours passed. Slowly, the day dawned, and then gradually darkened again. Qinyu waited for over 10 hours, but still did not see Qilin return to the team. At this point, he found it hard to remain seated, his mind drifting back to Lin Yanlei and to what Along had spoken to him. An unsettling feeling quietly spread within Qinyu. The more he pondered, the more he sensed that this drug trafficking case was not as simple as it appeared. After careful contemplation, Qinyu rose, took his work badge, and quietly left the office, driving the car of the third team towards Songjong Prison No. 3. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku stepped into his office, looking up at Qilin, who had been under soft detention here for several hours, and said, let us go, come with me. Qilin stood up, somewhat anxious, forcing a smile as he asked, Captain Yuan, what is going on? You'll find out when you go, Yuan Ku replied curtly, turning to leave. Suppressing his inner sorrow, Qilin hesitated for a moment before quickly following Yuan Ku. Half an hour later, Yuan Ku drove Qilin to the police hospital, and under the guidance of the staff, they entered the morgue. Qilin glanced around, his voice trembling a bit as he asked, Captain Yuan, why have you brought me here? Yuan Ku lit a cigarette, sauntering to the inner side of the morgue and pulling open the drawer containing the corpse. Qilin looked up and immediately saw Along's lifeless body, his face a ghastly shade of purple, lying in the drawer. Do you recognize him? Yuan Ku asked, his expression impassive. Qilin clenched his fists, forcing a smile as he replied, Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand. Yuan Ku scratched his nose and produced 2 folded A4 sheets from his inner pocket, walking up to Qilin and saying, urgent DNA comparison proves that your Y chromosomes are identical, meaning Along is your biological brother. Qilin's head buzzed as his expression instantly turned frantic. On that day of the arrest, you didn't fire your weapon, was it to protect him? Yuan Ku's voice remained steady. This is a misunderstanding. You got it wrong, Qilin. We both know that no matter how many times this DNA test is conducted, the result will remain the same. Yuan Ku turned and sat on the coroner's table. The facts are laid bare. What good is your argument? Qilin, clutching the test results, was filled with panic, unsure of how to respond to Yuan Ku. Qilin, if this identification result ends up on the desk of higher-ups, combined with your failure to follow instructions during the last arrest, do you know what consequences you will face? Yuan Ku looked at Qilin with an impassive gaze. You will be labeled as an accomplice, charged with dereliction of duty, harboring multiple offenses. Your outcome will not simply be losing your uniform, you could face over 10 years of severe sentencing. Qilin slowly raised his head, dazed for a while before suddenly kneeling in front of Yuan Ku, gripping his pants and exclaiming, Captain. Along is indeed my biological brother, but we lost contact long ago. That day of the arrest, I happened to run into him. I had no idea it was him being arrested. Yuan Ku silently regarded Qilin, saying nothing. Captain, I truly cannot lose my uniform, and I cannot go to prison. I have family to support, I cannot afford to get into trouble. Qilin's face was streaked with tears. I beg you, help me through this, please assist me. Yuan Ku took a drag from his cigarette and placed a hand on Qilin's shoulder. Everyone has emotions. We've spent so much time together, do I not know who you are? Qilin, I truly believe you are not involved in this case, but the higher-ups do not understand. Can they believe it? 4 officers died during the last arrest. Both the leaders and the management need a plausible and presentable explanation, and at this moment, your DNA test results will lead to what outcome? An inside job causing the arrest to fail, with all blame shifted onto you. Can you bear that? Qilin was left stunned. I want to help you, but my influence is limited. Yuan Ku picked up the DNA report and pondered for a long time before saying, however, there may still be a way. What way? Your brother was the intermediary delivering goods for the Ma family. Now that he is gone, if you can locate the supplier behind your brother and expose that line, I can guarantee your safety before Director Lee and the higher-ups with this merit to protect you. Yuan Ti encounter any issues. Yuan Ku looked down at Qilin. By that time, a single word from above could suppress your DNA report. Qilin contemplated for a moment, suddenly recalling what Along had told him before he left that day. If one day you find it hard to continue living, there is a contact number in your bag. You can reach out to him. Remembering this, Qilin immediately looked up and replied, he did indeed give me a contact number. If you let me go home, I will find out if it's the supplier's contact number. You mustn't deceive me, that would only bring harm to yourself. Qilin stared at Yuan Ku, his voice hoarse as he replied, my family is here. Would I dare to deceive you, Captain Yuan? Good, then go back and find it. Don't let anyone follow me, I'm afraid my mother worries too much, her health isn't good. You need not worry. My people will not enter your home, Yuan Ku smiled, they will wait for you outside, once you have what you need, they will bring you back. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Er at Songjiang Prison No. 3. Damn, Ma Er, dressed in prison garb, sat in the iron chair, casually cursing, still not dead. Qin Yu tilted his head to look at him. Do you really want me dead that badly? You make it impossible for the poor to afford medicine and take away the livelihood of those trying to support their families. Do you think we don't want you dead? Ma Er retorted, rolling his eyes. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment before leaning forward and asking, aside from you, there is another group selling drugs on the black market, and their prices are twice yours. Do you know about this? Ma Er was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you be more aware of this than I am? You're trying so hard to take us down, isn't it to clear obstacles for those above. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression turned complex. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know before? Ma Er was left stunned. Chapter 33, A Cruel Existence. A single blow shattering the spine. Yuan Ku did not summon a familiar officer from the precinct to escort Qilin home. Instead, he sought out two unfamiliar men who drove him to his doorstep. Within the alley, Qilin sat in the car and turned to the middle-aged driver, saying, brother, don't come in with me. I'll be right out after I grab my things. All right, we'll wait right here, the burly man nodded in response. Qilin pushed open the car door and walked approximately 200 meters before turning into the small courtyard of his home. He grasped the handle of the door to the standalone house he shared with Bella, only to discover that it had been securely locked from the inside. Open the door, Qilin called out. Just a moment, Bella quickly replied. Be quick, Qilin urged with a sense of urgency. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Bella finally donned a garment, her hair disheveled, as she opened the door. You're back. Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working overtime. With no time to explain, Qilin stepped inside. Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day? Bella paused for a moment. What black bag? The one I gave you along with the living expenses, Qilin questioned her sharply. That day, when Along had handed Qilin the money, he had been engulfed in sorrow from their farewell, and his mind had been far from the money and the bag. Moreover, Along's words had been ambiguous, leading Qilin to believe that if he ever found himself in dire straits, he could contact Along using the information left in the bag. Thus, he had never considered that this contact might pertain to a supplier, nor did he treat the bag with any particular reverence, simply handing it over to Bella for safekeeping along with the living expenses. Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. That bag was quite old. You gave it to me, and I took the money out of it.as for the bag. I can't remember where I put it. What the hell else can you do? Qilin, who had rarely spoken to Bella in such a tone, was now genuinely frantic. He glared at her and shouted, hurry up and think about where you left it. Oh, I'll help you look. Let's search together. You rest. I'll find it, I just need to think about where I put it. Bella, in a state of panic, began rummaging through the cabinet by the window while still in her clothes. That thing is very important. It can't be lost. Qilin, feeling restless, couldn't remain seated and began searching the room as well. Bella, squatting in front of the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Qilin beside her and, in a moment of desperation, fabricated a lie. I remember now, I think I took that bag with me when I went shopping that day. It got dirty, so I thought I threw it away. As Qilin yanked open the left door of the tall cabinet, hearing Bella's words made him whirl around and shout, what? You threw it away? Seeing Qilin open the cabinet, Bella froze, her eyes wide with shock. Qilin sensed something was amiss with Bella's expression, and when he turned to look inside the cabinet, he was instantly struck dumb. Inside, a pale figure was standing, holding 2 articles of clothing, and blinking at Qilin. Qilin staggered back 2 steps, his face drained of color as he averted his gaze from the cabinet, turning to stare blankly at Bella. You? Bella stood up, at a loss, her body trembling. Damn, you said you were working overtime. What were you doing coming back to look for a bag? A familiar voice rang out, and the pale figure stepped out from the cabinet barefoot. How awkward is this? Chilin's fists clenched in fury, a surge of pent-up grievances erupting within him. He charged towards Bella, kicking her in the abdomen as he shouted, "How dare you, while I'm out there risking my life, you're here with someone else." The pale figure emerged fully from the cabinet, revealing himself to be none other than Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Chilin's wedding banquet that day. Tiger appeared unfazed, swaggering to a chair and donning his own clothing as he cursed, "Damn it, those bastards at the precinct took the money but aren't doing their jobs. I didn't tell them you were on duty, so why are you back?" Chilin, in a frenzy, seized Bella by the hair, pinning her against the cabinet, completely losing his composure as he struck her. Bang! Bang! With tears welling in his eyes, Chilin kicked and shouted, "How dare you! I provide for your food and clothing, allowing you to live with dignity in Songjiang, and you betray me. What have I done to deserve this? We've only been together a few days, and you're already involved with him. Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing? Is this never ending?" Tiger shouted. Hearing Tiger's words, Chilin felt a rush of blood to his head. He abruptly turned and stormed to the doorway, flinging open the wooden door and seizing the snow shovel left outside. "Oh ho ho, feeling brave enough to grab a weapon?" Tiger sneered, rising to put on his coat as he stepped towards the entrance, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? You planning to kill me? You're a bit small for that, aren't you? I'm going to smash your head in." Chilin yelled, raising the shovel to bring it down on Tiger. Brother, is that you back?" At that moment, the iron gate creaked open, and his blind sister, holding a white cane, appeared in the yard, wearing a coat. "What's all the shouting about?" "Mom woke up. She's quite worried that I came to check." Chilin turned to see his emaciated sister, and in an instant, all the fervor within him seemed to freeze. His eyes glazed over as he gazed toward their mother's room across the yard, and his hand gripping the shovel began to tremble involuntarily. "We're all adults here, why are we still playing these reckless games?" Tiger grasped Chilin's wrist, chuckling as he said, "Come on, calm down. Put that down, and let us talk." With eyes filled with hatred, Chilin turned to face Tiger. "What about Mom? What about my sister? You think you can play with my life and get away with it?" Tiger smiled at Chilin, pressing down on his raised arm and shouting towards the outside, "Little sister, go back. There's nothing going on. We're just having a chat." Chilin's sister stood quietly in the yard, neither retreating nor entering, just remaining still. Tiger closed the door, tilting his head to look at Chilin. "You bought her, didn't you? For 500. Chilin clenched his teeth, his lips twitching in silence. "All right then." Tiger reached into his pocket, pulling out a thick wallet, and without counting, tossed the entire amount onto the nearby cabinet. "I happen to have 8,000 here. Take it. I'll be taking Bella with me. You saw it yourself. We're having a great time. Haha." Chilin's expression darkened, his body trembling. "Why so silent?" Tiger tilted his head, poking Chilin's chest as he asked, "Damn, we all know each other here, right? What are you trying to play at? You paid 500 for her, and I'm offering you 8,000. Do you really think you can afford to keep someone like Bella? Today I'm willing to give you 8,000, but tomorrow if she develops feelings for me, you won't get a dime." Chilin glanced at Bella, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is it because I have some burdens that you feel entitled to bully me? With your pathetic situation, even the canteen staff at the precinct say you wash the cook socks just to bring home some food. No matter how badly I'm doing, do I really need to bully you for a sense of superiority?" Tiger spat on the ground, then pushed the door open, saying, "Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside." With that, Tiger stepped out. Chilin stood dumbfounded at the door, turning to Bella and saying, "I work hard to support you, and you stripped me of my last shred of dignity." Bella lowered her head, remaining silent for a long moment before replying, Chilin, when you bought me, did you bargain 3 times? Did you consider my dignity?" Chilin was taken aback by her words. "We're all just trying to eat. What's there to discuss about feelings? You support me, and I sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and help tidy up. If Tiger offers better, I want to go with him. In the old days, when things weren't so chaotic, everyone wore clothes and spoke respectfully, leaving each other some space. But now the world is in turmoil, and people have become more shameless, yet the essence remains unchanged. That's all. Get out." Chilin shouted, eyes closed, pointing towards the door. Bella picked up her coat, hastily tidying her hair, and calmly walked towards the exit. "In just over 20 days, you've still managed to earn an extra 500. You're not at a loss. Get out." Chilin roared, fists clenched. Bella pushed the door and left. Tiger stood at the entrance, urinating, and upon seeing Bella exit, he exclaimed, "Damn, 8,000. That's what I spend in a week's worth of dividends on you. I'm going with you." "Well, of course, you'll come with me. Given the choice, who the hell would choose a dog?" Tiger led Bella out of the yard. Inside the house, Chilin slumped to the ground, dizzy and staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though his soul had been lost. That he was not Old Cat, nor was he a prominent second-generation official within the precinct. He had never received any special treatment from others. That he was not Chinyu, incapable of being carefree and reckless, and thus his posture within the precinct was eternally bent. Yet, even so, prior to today, he had remained optimistic and actively engaged with this era and society, utilizing every means at his disposal to support his mother and sister. But today, life had once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly and violently, as if a madman had struck him down to the depths. That a brother's tragic death, a woman's betrayal, and serious charges looming over him. The only chance for redemption, the black bag, had been discarded. In the past, Jilin had always instinctively retreated when faced with challenges, but now he had reached the edge of a cliff, and any further retreat would spell his demise. A wave of resentment, unwillingness, and injustice surged within him. With a creak, the door swung open, and his sister stood outside in the frigid air with her cane, saying, "Brother, she is not a good woman. We have nothing to be sad about." Jilin turned to face his sister, his muddled gaze gradually clearing. Am I living like a dog, merely to die like one? A voice screamed within Jilin's mind as he slowly rose, wiping his eyes and saying, "Go back inside, help mom pack her things." "What's wrong?" "Don't ask, just hurry." Jilin resolved to take a gamble. The black bag was lost, and he had no way to explain himself to Yuan-ku. Returning home now would likely mean never leaving again. With that thought, Jilin lowered his head and swiftly dialed Old Cat's number. Chapter 34, A Life or Death Escape. Seeking a glimmer of hope. Indiana. The residential area along the border of Songjiang. Old Cat stood beside his car as he connected the call with Jilin. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "Are you at the precinct?" Jilin responded. "Damn, don't you know? I'm here at the border to catch grain smugglers," Old Cat replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I just wrapped things up and I'm getting ready to head back." Upon hearing that Old Cat seemed unaware of the situation at the precinct, Jilin refrained from elaborating further and instead implored, "I've encountered a serious issue and need your assistance." "What's the matter?" "I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come back and help me pick up my mom and little sister?" Jilin whispered, "I won't trouble you for long, they'll stay with you for at most 2 hours." "What the hell is going on?" Old Cat asked, bewildered, as Jilin had never approached him in such a manner before. "Don't ask for details. In short, I can't stay in Songjiang any longer, I need to leave." Fearing that the two individuals outside were watching him, Jilin hurriedly continued, "I can't find anyone else to help. I can only turn to you." "All right, I'll head back now," Old Cat responded without a second thought. "I should arrive in about half an hour." "Old Cat, you must not mention my call to anyone. I won't say a word to anyone." Though Old Cat rarely made promises, he had never gone back on his word when it came to important matters. "My mom and little sister will be at the North Station shortly," Jilin instructed softly. "Once you pick them up, just keep them in the car. I'll call you as soon as I'm done." After a moment of silence, Old Cat suddenly asked, "Can Old Lee resolve your troubles? If he can, I'll call him right away." Upon hearing this, Jilin felt a sudden rush of emotion, his eyes reddening as he stammered, He can't help." Old Cat's heart sank at the response. "No more talk. I'm heading back now." "Thank you." "No need for thanks, contact me anytime if you need anything." "All right." After ending the call, Old Cat yanked open the car door and shouted to his colleagues who were cleaning up the scene, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. You guys head back on your own and call me when you reach the office." "What's up, Deputy?" a colleague called out from a distance. "None of your business." Old Cat replied curtly, flooring the accelerator and vanishing into the night. At home, Jilin stepped behind the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the gap between the cabinet and the wall. After a while, he pulled out a round oilcloth package. Approaching the table, Jilin unwrapped the package, revealing a P202 series large-caliber handgun. This firearm was purchased 3 years prior from a gun dealer for 400 yuan, intended for practice during his off-duty hours. Since the practice ammunition at the precinct was limited, and he couldn't afford special approvals for gifts, he resorted to this means to hone his shooting skills, preparing to achieve commendable results and advance to the rank of second-level officer. Indeed, Jilin had secured first place in shooting at the precinct and ranked among the top 3 in the police department. However, despite this, he had only received a modest cash reward that reimbursed his gun purchase. The promotion spots, regrettably, were allocated to those who rarely needed to use a firearm. Jilin expertly checked the weapon, loaded 2 magazines, and tucked the gun into his inner pocket before striding towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly paused, facing the biting wind, and looked back. In a small room with exceedingly simple furniture lay everything he had fought to acquire, yet now it seemed he could take none of it with him. The cabinet was adorned with several certificates and trophies, testament to his shooting prowess. Ironically, however, he had never fired a shot in any real case. After a deep, contemplative gaze into the room, Jilin turned and left. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, he arrived at his mother's room. "How's the packing coming along?" Son, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Why are you suddenly leaving? The elderly woman asked, her voice trembling as she sat on the bed. Mom, I can't explain everything in just a few words. But don't worry, I've already contacted my brother, we'll leave tonight to find him, Chilin said, uttering a kind-hearted lie out of desperation. The old woman sighed upon hearing this, wiping her eyes as she murmured, it's all my fault. I'm so muddled, things were fine, yet I pressured you to find a woman. Our sudden departure is because of her, I assent it. Chilin looked at his mother, suppressing the turmoil within him, before turning to his younger sister, crouching down to ask, little sister, after I leave, in 5 minutes, you take Mom to the North Station. Okay. Though the young girl was blind, she remained surprisingly calm, nodding her head without a flicker of emotion. Remember old Cat's voice. When he arrives, you get in his car, I'll come to pick you up in no more than 2 hours. Chilin reiterated. His sister remained silent for a moment before suddenly leaning in and whispering in Chilin's ear, I know when Big Brother came back that day. Chilin was taken aback. One brother has already left. I don't want to lose another. I will definitely return, Chilin replied, gritting his teeth to hold back tears. You go now. Wait for me. Chilin rose, striding out of the house. 5 minutes later, Chilin was back in the car. The burly driver glanced at Chilin, frowning as he asked, what took so long? Didn't you hear? Chilin replied, his expression impassive. The driver paused, then shifted gears as he said, I heard some commotion. What happened? A family quarrel? Nothing, let us go. What about your stuff? The driver inquired. It's on me, Chilin answered, maintaining his blank facade. We're going to find Team Yuan. All right. The driver slammed on the gas, swiftly leaving the alley beside Chilin's home. In a darkened street of the district, Chin Yu had emerged from Songjiang prison and drove to this location. After waiting for over half an hour, someone knocked on his car window. Chin Yu looked up to see the burly man outside, then got out of the car. Hands up, the driver commanded expressionlessly. After a moment of hesitation, Chin Yu frowned and spread his arms. The driver meticulously searched Chin Yu for weapons, confirming he was unarmed before whispering, follow me. 2 minutes later, they entered a dim room on the first floor of a nearby building, where they found Old Ma seated in a chair, playing with a handgun, his face shrouded in darkness. What do you want? Old Ma asked, glancing down at the gun. Chin Yu hesitated slightly before pulling out an electronic cigarette and taking a puff, saying, the cases involving Ma Lao Air and the Min can be handled. Old Ma was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Is Yuan Ku trying to pull a fast one on me? Chin Yu retrieved his phone from his pocket, playing a recording for Old Ma. After a few seconds, Ma Lao Air's voice echoed, Uncle, we can talk to this person. Old Ma froze at the sound of his nephew's voice. I'm here to tell you that when we captured Ma Lao Air and the Min, it was a case of catching them red-handed. However, your approach has been to resist interrogation, defy the judicial system, and refuse to disclose the details of the crime, always hoping the two could be released together, but that is unrealistic. Chin Yu spoke softly, taking a drag from his cigarette. Let us save one. There is still a chance. Old Ma stared blankly at Chin Yu, utterly confused by his intentions. I'm done talking, I'm leaving, Chin Yu said, turning to walk away. Wait. Old Ma called out. Chin Yu turned back, what now? Why are you doing this? What is your aim? Old Ma bluntly asked. Chin Yu pondered for a moment before succinctly replying, because I don't want to look like a fool, offending all the drug dealers and the impoverished brothers who use drugs, only to see the money end up in someone else's pocket. If you're smart, just pretend I never came today, let us go our separate ways from here on. With that, Chin Yu pushed the door open and left. The car sped along, soon arriving near the precinct, where the driver glanced at Chilin and dialed Yuan Ku's number. Hello. Yuan Ku's voice came through. He has got everything, we're on our way. Let him in. You two head back directly, Yuan Ku instructed succinctly. Understood. As the conversation concluded, Yuan Ku sat in his office, texting his elder brother, the supply channel is on its way. Okay, came the swift reply. In the car, the driver turned left, soon spotting the precinct courtyard. You can get out and head back on your own, Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office. Bang. Without warning, Chilin pulled out his gun, pressing it against the driver's head. The two men in the car were taken aback, quickly turning to stare at Chilin. That thing is gone, I truly can't find it, Chilin's voice trembled, yet his hand remained steady. I can't go back. If I do, I want to be able to get out. You're courting death, the driver said in a low voice, frowning. Your home is right here, where else can you go, can you even leave Songjiang? I want to try, Chilin replied, his lips twitching. Just drive straight ahead. You son of a. The burly man in the passenger seat opened his mouth to curse. Don't push me. I have no other options, Chilin interrupted, his eyes reddening as he declared, if you let me live, you both will too. The two men fell silent. Drive forward, Chilin insisted, gripping the gun tightly. You'll do as I say. Approximately 15 minutes later, the SUV came to a stop on an unoccupied road about 5 kilometers from the city center. "Stop the car," Chilin commanded, gun in hand. The driver glanced back at Chilin, then abruptly turned the steering wheel to the left and slammed on the brakes. Screech! The tire screeched against the slick, icy road as the car abruptly lost control, careening into a ditch on the left. "You bastard!" Chilin shouted, his body jolting from the impact as he struck the driver with the butt of the gun multiple times. The driver protected his head and calmly retorted, "Are you not in a hurry anymore, not leaving? Should we help you push the car out?" Chilin turned to look out the window, seeing how deeply the front end was stuck, and gritted his teeth before pushing the door open. He aimed the gun at the two men inside, commanding, "Weapons and phones, toss them out." The two exchanged glances, then without further ado, pulled out their phones and guns, tossing them out of the window. Bang! Bang! Chilin fired twice, shattering the two right side tires, then bent down to search the men thoroughly before growling, "Don't chase after me again. If you do, we'll all die together." With that, Chilin seized their guns and phones, turning to sprint away. "Damn it!" The driver slammed his fist against the steering wheel as Chilin disappeared from sight. "After a lifetime of hunting eagles, I let a sparrow peck my eyes out." The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. "What's the rush? The two phones for the delivery are right here." "Quick, open it," the driver urged eagerly. On the highway, a police vehicle was speeding along when suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from the undercarriage, followed by the car violently shaking as the engine sputtered and died. Old Cat hit his head against the steering wheel and cursed, "What the hell kind of road is this?" At the North Station, Chilin's sister sheltered their mother at the entrance of a windbreak tunnel, her frail body standing by the roadside as she awaited Old Cat's arrival. Chapter 35 of Fate and Fortune in the Vast Wilderness. The Old Cat flung open the car door and leapt out. Upon glancing back at the vehicle, he noticed the right rear wheel was deeply ensnared in the snowdrift. "Damn it, why does everything go awry the more anxious I become?" he muttered curses under his breath, promptly retrieving a flashlight from inside the car. He bent down to inspect the condition of the right rear wheel, discovering that the tire was wedged precariously in the dirt ridge, completely disconnected from the solid ground beneath. After scrutinizing the situation while crouched on the ground, he dashed to the trunk, grasping the iron chain with his bare hands. After exerting considerable effort to tug it twice, he managed to release the spare tire. However, due to the biting cold and the accumulation of snow on the vehicle, the spare had become entirely frozen to the trunk. With no other recourse, he pressed his entire weight onto the spare tire, shaking it vigorously. Creak, creak. The sound was jarring, and the Old Cat's face flushed as he continued to shake it repeatedly. Finally, with a resounding crash, the spare tire fell free, but not without consequence. The triangular hook connecting the wheel hub to the chain sliced into his thigh, causing blood to gush and stain the snow beneath. Glancing down at the gash, he stifled a gasp of pain, refusing to waste a moment. He pushed the spare tire beneath the right rear wheel with both hands and hurried back into the vehicle. "O Mani Padme Hum, Holy Mother Mary, Jesus Christ. Please, grant me passage," the Old Cat murmured in desperation as he engaged the gear, gently pressing the accelerator to allow the tire to rest upon the spare. "Go," he shouted, suddenly flooring the gas pedal. Virum! The engine roared to life, and the vehicle lurched forward, barely breaking free from the snowdrift. The Old Cat steered left, adjusting the angle, and accelerated once more, the car surging ahead with newfound momentum. On the outskirts of the city, Chilin halted, breathless, and immediately dialed the Old Cat's number. "Hello, have you arrived? Damn it, my car got stuck in the snowdrift, but I've just managed to free it." "I'm on my way to the city," the Old Cat retorted, his frustration evident. Chilin paused, his face paling, and urged, "Hurry, get to the North Station as fast as you can." I know. I'm heading that way too. Call me if anything comes up." "All right." With that, their call ended, and Chilin continued his frantic journey towards the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in front of the North Station. Blood was trickling down the Old Cat's leg as he staggered out, clutching the car keys, scanning the square for his sister. Chiyu." After searching for 2 minutes without sighting her, he began to call out. At the entrance of the underground passage, an elderly lady tremulously ascended the steps, calling out towards the Old Cat, "Child, over here." Upon hearing her voice, the Old Cat turned around and, upon recognizing Chilin's mother, felt a surge of relief. He rushed over. "Auntie, are you all right? Where's my sister?" "She's waiting for you, didn't you see her?" the elderly lady replied, her eyesight and hearing both failing her. The Old Cat was taken aback. "I haven't seen her at all. I can't move. She told me to wait down here," the elderly lady said anxiously. "You must find her." Okay, don't worry, I'll look for her." The Old Cat turned and dashed back, scouring the square within 5 minutes, but still, no sign of his sister appeared. In the left foreground of the square, there exists a diminutive food stall. The Old Cat rushed over, his tone urgent as he inquired, "Brother, may I ask if you have seen a little girl standing here waiting?" Approximately 13. 4 years old, the proprietor, hidden within his kiosk, glanced up at the old cat and replied, "Yes, I saw her. Two vehicles came and took her away." Upon hearing this, the old cat's mind buzzed with disbelief. When did this happen? "About 5 minutes ago," came the response. "Did you overhear what they said?" "I didn't catch anything." 4 individuals descended and forcibly led her away. "Damn it, why didn't you intervene?" the old cat exclaimed in frustration. The proprietor rolled his eyes at this. How was I to know their intentions? "If I had intervened, what business is it of mine? Now, step aside and don't hinder my trade." The old cat stared, feeling a chill of despair wash over him. In the city center, just as Jilin was about to forcefully halt a vehicle, he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. "Hello." Jilin paused, breathless as he answered the call. Silence ensued, and after a brief moment, a familiar voice broke through. "Haha, I didn't expect that during my 2 days off. So much has transpired at your precinct. Had I known, I would not have left your side earlier and returned to the precinct with you." Jilin instantly recognized the voice of the tiger. "Are you attempting to lure me away?" the tiger sneered. "Do you possess the capability to escape? Come to Earth the Street, my sister and I will be waiting for you." Jilin stood in stunned silence. "If you do not bring the items within 2 hours, I may be compelled to engage in unspeakable acts," the tiger said lightly. "That is all." Inside the precinct office, Yuan Ku spoke into his phone. "The primary objective is to obtain the supplier's contact information. Do not allow the tiger to engage in any reckless behavior. I simply do not understand how you can allow him to have the chance to escape when he is within the precinct. How long has it been since we seized this merchandise, and we still have no results?" The middle-aged voice on the other end sounded increasingly impatient. "The goods are piling up. If we do not eliminate the competition, I cannot safely release them. Brother, I do not run the precinct. There is someone above who is shrewder than a monkey. Oddly, we have attempted to win him over several times, but he feigns ignorance. I cannot make my dealings in drug trafficking too conspicuous, or it will attract trouble." Yuan Ku replied, his brow furrowed. "Oddly is rather short-sighted. I will find an opportunity to deal with him." No, you cannot keep saying that." Yuan Ku shouted in frustration. "He is the highest authority in the precinct. There is no absolute conflict of interest. Why would you target him? Are you out of your mind? Forget about that, young officer. I'll have the tiger handle it. You just need to go over and gather the leads." The other party fell silent for a few seconds before hanging up. On the darkened highway, Jilin, his eyes reddened, dialed the old cat's number. "I have arrived, but I cannot find my sister. The people at the food shop mentioned 2 vehicles. The old cat spoke rapidly, eager to explain the situation. "She has been captured," Jilin's cold voice interrupted. The old cat stood frozen in shock. "I need you to assist me with one more thing." "What do you need?" the old cat immediately inquired. "I want to inquire about Yuan Ku. Please help me investigate." Jilin spoke, his head bowed, enunciating clearly. After hearing this, the old cat's eyes widened as he questioned, "What the hell are you planning? What does this investigation mean?" "There is a cliff ahead, and countless people are pushing me from behind. I accept my fate. I intend to leap and see if I can escape death." Jilin clenched his fists, stating resolutely, "If you consider me a friend, help me one last time." "Calm down, damn it. If it really comes to that, are you suggesting we discuss calmness, old cat? Who has been more composed than me over the years? If there had been even the slightest chance to flee, would I be contemplating jumping off a cliff?" Jilin shouted with reddened eyes, "If you do not assist me, I will immediately return to the precinct to confront Yuan Ku." In the dead of night, around 11 p.m., within a standalone building on Century Avenue number 75, a stout man was seated in the second-floor hall, enjoying hot pot with 2 friends. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, covered in frost and snow. Chapter 36, A Night of Loss. Jilin becomes the Jilin within a standalone building on the second floor. A portly man indulged in lamb hot pot and sipped on exquisite, high-priced liquor. He turned to the 2 individuals beside him and remarked, "Once we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will lose its source and perish instantly. At that point, the entire underground pharmaceutical trade in Songjiang will belong to us. As per our usual arrangement, our Yuan family will remain in the shadows while you handle the procurement, distribution, and collection. We shall take 70%, and the remainder will be shared among everyone. The Ma family may die, but what about the pharmaceuticals from legitimate channels?" "That too is competition," said the middle-aged man on the left as he wiped his mouth. "Haha, legitimate channels. Our collaboration is precisely with those legitimate channels," the portly man replied with a grin after savoring a sip of his liquor. "The pharmaceutical companies have already agreed to raise their prices by 30%, which makes us the most affordable option, doesn't it? Without the ability to compare prices, how can those pill-popping fools dare to part with their money?" "Ah, this is a surefire plan," chuckled the slender man on the right, raising his glass. "Then let us toast to the swift demise of the Ma family. Cheers!" The 3 of them laughed heartily and slowly lifted their glasses. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as a young man, dusted with snowflakes, ascended from downstairs. The portly man looked up at the staircase and furrowed his brow, asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Qilin," the young man replied succinctly, brushing off the snowflakes from his clothes. The three men were momentarily taken aback and gradually lowered their glasses. Qilin stepped forward, casting a glance at the hot pot on the table before sitting down in an empty chair. "What a splendid feast." After a brief silence, the portly man frowned, pulled out a cigarette from his pack, and cursed, "Zaka, that useless fool is becoming increasingly reckless, playing mahjong downstairs without a clue that someone has entered the building." With that, the portly man flicked his lighter open with a snap. Poof! Qilin, with his hands in his pockets, extinguished the flame from the lighter. The portly man hesitated for a moment before turning to Qilin and said, "I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. I can't quite fathom what someone like you would do in this building." "Are you Yuanku's elder brother?" Qilin inquired. The portly man tossed aside his cigarette. "I am his uncle, Yuan Wei." Disappointment flickered in Qilin's eyes. "I thought I had found the root of the matter." "Haha, damn." Yuan Wei scoffed, pointing towards downstairs. "Do you intend to imprison me? Do you even know where this place is? If I shout, 10 armed men could rush up here in an instant. Do you believe that?" Qilin paused for a moment, gazing intently at Yuan Wei. "Do you have brothers?" "Haha, little brother," the middle-aged man on the left chuckled, ruffling Qilin's hair. "If the Yuan family had no brothers, how could we survive in the underbelly of the streets? Just hand over the goods already. What else with this performance? Do you have any idea how many livelihoods are tied to the pharmaceutical line? You dare?" Qilin turned, drew his gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, his expression devoid of emotion. "I've lost everything. You dare to curse at me?" Bang, the gun fired, and a body fell, splattering red and white across the table. The rolling, spicy hot pot surged, mingling with blood in a vivid display. Yuan Wei and the other man stood frozen in shock as the middle-aged man collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing to stillness, gun in hand. Qilin leaned slightly, gazing at the portly man. "Weren't you just talking about brothers? Call them all here." Yuan Wei's mouth twitched as he wiped the blood from his face and numbly shouted, "Tell them to come up." There was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunshot, 6 or 7 people bolted from the gaming room downstairs, weapons in hand, panic etched on their faces as they rushed up to the second floor. "What is happening, Wei Gu?" the leading youth demanded, wide-eyed. "Is it just them?" Qilin raised his glass of liquor, gulped it down, and charged towards the door. "Kill him!" Yuan Wei sprang to his feet, shouting. At the staircase, amidst the chaos, 6 or 7 individuals brandished 4 guns. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qilin stood his ground, never flinching, and was the first to pull the trigger. 4 seconds later, 4 men lay dead at the entrance, while Qilin had been shot once in the left side of his abdomen. The scent of blood filled the room. The remaining 2 or 3 individuals at the door trembled, gripping their guns, their legs quaking. The bodies on the floor had all been shot in vital areas, struggling only briefly before falling silent. Yuan Wei and his friend stood shocked beside the table. "Can you manage?" Qilin, pale-faced, looked towards the staircase. "Damn it, do you value your lives, or your livelihoods?" His furious shout caused the henchmen at the staircase to recoil 2 steps. Qilin moved to charge down, but they scrambled away, rolling and fleeing downstairs. Yuan Wei turned to Qilin, his expression no longer calm, with his right hand gripping the gun and his left hand probing his abdominal wound. Qilin twisted his fingers for less than 5 seconds, extracting a deformed bullet with a snap, which he tossed onto the hot pot table, then calmly asked Yuan Wei, "Do you still have brothers?" Yuan Wei was rendered speechless. "If there are none left, call for help. Have Tiger bring my sister here in 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Qilin spoke, raising the bloodied left hand to drink from the liquor bottle, chugging 3 large swigs, cursing, "Damn, it turns out beating someone is no harder than shooting at a target." At that moment, Qilin's eyes reflected neither resentment nor gloom. All that remained was a smoldering fury and apathy. 1 minute later, Tiger pulled up in a car with Qiyu, holding a phone and saying, "That fool." Qilin went to the gaming room. "Your uncle is trapped there. Did you call him?" "Yes, I've sent people there." "Did you say something stupid and push him too hard?" Yuanku asked anxiously. "I didn't," Tiger protested. "I was just having a normal conversation with him." "Damn it, get there quickly." "I am going too." Yuanku had no time to argue, hanging up the phone and rushing out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger, racing towards the nearby standalone 3rd floor. Inside the 2nd floor. Qilin, with a flushed complexion, replaced his empty magazine and turned to the man next to Yuan Wei, asking, "Do you know me?" The man was taken aback by the question. "Listen closely, my name is Qilin." Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, gunfire erupted. The middle-aged man's chest exploded with 2 clouds of blood, and he fell to the ground, eyes wide with shock. Yuan Wei turned to see the blood-soaked 2nd floor hall, along with the fallen henchmen and friends, suddenly feeling his stomach churn. Bending over, he retched violently, expelling the hot pot he had just eaten. In less than 10 minutes, 4 cars screeched to a stop outside the standalone third floor. Tiger flung open the car door and pulled out a folding micro-submachine gun, shouting, "Everyone in, I'm going to skin him alive." With a flurry, nearly 20 men poured out of the 4 vehicles, weapons drawn, rushing into the building. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Tiger's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID. "Don't panic, I'm here. Just wait for me." "I'm not inside," Chilin's voice echoed. Tiger froze at the sound. "Get everyone inside the building, up to the 3rd floor, and stand by the windows," Chilin instructed calmly. "What the hell? In 30 seconds, if these people don't go upstairs, I'll send you on way to his grave. Don't you care about your sister?" Tiger started to walk towards the car. "Either way, I'm dead. What do I have to fear?" Chilin murmured, "Go ahead and shoot my sister, I want to see her. If she dies, I'll go with you on way." Tiger halted in his tracks. 20 seconds left. Chilin urged, unhurried. Tiger, clutching his phone, suddenly turned and shouted, "Everyone to the 3rd floor, now, immediately." The crowd froze for a moment before rushing upstairs, armed across the street, in the adjacent building. As Chilin saw their men rush inside, he pulled Yuan Wei along with him. "Tiger." Yuan Wei, his legs trembling, called out. Tiger turned and immediately spotted Chilin.by the roadside. Chilin seized Yuan Wei by the neck, the gun's muzzle swinging downward. "Come here." Tiger hesitated for half a second, then stepped forward to open the car door, reaching for Chiyu. Bang, the gun fired. Ah! Yuan Wei was hit in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground with a pained scream. "Tiger, don't move, don't be reckless." He's killed 6 or 7 upstairs. Tiger's forehead throbbed with veins, and after a long hesitation, he clenched his teeth and pushed the car door shut. "Come here," Chilin commanded once more. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tiger had no choice but to step into the middle of the road, trembling as he said, "Chilin, I give in, okay, I surrender, just let Wei Gu go, and I'll go with you. I'll take you out of Songjiang, alright." Chilin regarded him in silence. "Why are you holding Wei Gu hostage? Isn't it just to negotiate? We don't need to fight, right?" Tiger pleaded, his eyes darting nervously as he stepped forward. Bang! Suddenly, gunfire erupted again, and Tiger was hit in the right wrist from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, causing his micro-submachine gun to clatter to the ground. "F!" Tiger roared, turning to grab his weapon. "Move again, and I'll kill you," Chilin warned in a low voice. Tiger froze in place, fists clenched, shouting, "What the hell do you want? Are you throwing away your life, your mother, and your sister? If you keep this up, how do you think it will end for you? Have I ever been well?" Chilin released Yuan Wei, striding towards Tiger. "I can't kneel before you, nor can I live like a dog. Fine, I'll change my way of life. I want to be a person above others, and I'll first kill you to gain courage. I'll take back what I once offered you while kneeling, but this time I'll stand." "Damn, you madman!" Bang! Bang! Chilin aimed at Tiger, pulling the trigger twice in quick succession. Tiger staggered as he was shot, collapsing onto the snow-covered road, blood streaming for several meters. By the roadside, Yuan Wei banged his head against the ground repeatedly. "Brother. Chilin, this time I'll kneel for you. I give in, truly give in. I'll stake my life to guarantee that you can live. Perhaps you should pray to King Yan, pleading for him not to give me even the slightest chance. If I survive, if heaven grants me the strength to stand again, I will ensure that the area north of Songjiang is filled with the graves of the Yuan family." Chilin shouted in despair from the street, drawing a second gun and squeezing the trigger to the limit. Smoke filled the street, and moments later, Yuan Wei lay lifeless, surrounded by a haze of smoke and blood. Chilin spun around, jumped into a car, shifted gears, and sped away. 10 minutes later, on the road. Chiyu, unable to see, lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled. "Brother. Mom and I should have died long ago. We've been a burden to you. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Sis, if you're gone, then I'll be gone too." Chilin's vision blurred progressively as blood gushed from his abdomen, his face pale. He banged his head against the steering wheel, losing control of the vehicle, which crashed beside an alley. Chiyu jolted upright, shaking her head as her hands searched until they found Chilin's body. "Brother, what's wrong? Speak to me, call. I have a friend who can take you and Mom away," Chilin murmured, eyes closed, summoning his last strength. Seconds later, the phone rang. "Hello," an old cat answered. Chapter 37 Breaking the Sky. Less than 10 minutes after the tragic incident occurred, Yuan Ku drove to the entrance of the 2-story villa, witnessing firsthand the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and the Tiger, along with the bloodstains that had already frozen into clumps. At the entrance, dozens of individuals stood with their heads bowed on the steps, too fearful to utter a word. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he shouted at the crowd, "Does Chilin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one man, and yet you have allowed this scene to unfold." Silence ensued. After a brief moment of quietude, A middle-aged man who had accompanied the tiger raised his head in response. He came here prepared to fight to the death. Even if we had arrived in time to detain him, the situation would not have been any better. He was pushed too hard and has already lost his reason. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Yuan Ku, having completely lost his usual composure, pointed at the crowd and shouted, "Get the hell out. You are all unworthy of a meal, get out of my sight." On the street, old cat, covered in blood, shouted, "Damn it, you are nothing but a fool. In the past, you wouldn't dare speak even when slapped 1,000 times. Now that you're all fired up, why do you disregard everything?" In the passenger seat, Lin, suffering from severe internal bleeding, responded weakly with a foggy consciousness, Old cat, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you must ensure my mother and little sister get out. I beg you. I don't care. Figure it out yourself, old cat cursed vehemently. I'm not your father to take care of everything for you. I thought I might not be able to manage it. When I came, I had already considered dying, Lin said softly, tears streaming from his tightly closed eyes. Cat, if life had given me even a glimmer of hope, I would not have resorted to this, but it hasn't. After a long silence, old cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel. How did it end up like this? In the back seat, Yu, though unable to see old cat, continued to plead, "Old cat, please save my brother. I implore you, sigh." Old cat gritted his teeth and sighed deeply, immediately retrieving his phone and dialing a number from memory. A few seconds later, the call connected. "Hello, Cat Gu. Where are you?" Old cat asked directly. "At the poker table. What's up?" "I have a brother who has been shot. He needs to be taken to you. Can you manage it?" Old cat inquired plainly. The other party was silent for a long while before retorting, "Your friend is injured, and you still want me to take care of him. Cat Go, who is this injured person? I ask you if you can manage it." Old cat frowned. "If you can, then fine, if not, just say so, and I won't make it difficult for you." After another pause, the response came clearly, "I'm about to finish my game. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen. I need a doctor. Money is not an issue," old cat instructed. "All right. Miao Shuang, let me be clear. If you don't want to help, just say so. There is no need to feel embarrassed. But if you agree to help and then betray me, I, old cat, will go after you relentlessly from now on." Old cat reminded him straightforwardly. "I promise, I won't cause any trouble. You can rest assured, Cat Gu. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tusha Street and Fuyuan Road. Hurry up." "Got it." As soon as the call ended, old cat slammed the accelerator, striking Lin's head hard. "You don't want your mother or little sister anymore. You're not repaying the money you owe me and Yu. Damn it, you finally stood up once, and now you want to throw it all away. Lift your head, let us talk for a bit." In the police station's office area, Yu, who had been anxiously awaiting news, spotted Xu Wei rushing in and immediately waved, "Over here." Xu Wei glanced at Yu and quickly ran over, panting heavily. Yu turned to scan the surroundings, then pushed open the door to the staircase, pulling Xu Wei inside and asking, "Have you clarified the situation?" I have." Xu Wei swallowed several times, looking up at Yu and responding, "It's Lin. What happened to him?" He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ku's uncle, the tiger, and some lackeys, Xu Wei replied, somewhat stammering. Upon hearing this, Yu was momentarily stunned, taking a long pause before pressing further. "Are you absolutely certain? You're sure it was Lin who did this?" "When others told me, I didn't believe it either," Xu Wei shrugged, equally aghast, "but I called Lao San, and he told me directly that it was indeed Lin. Now there are over 100 people gathered on Century Avenue. They're all brothers of Yuan Ku's older brother. Our police have also gone over there. This has escalated tremendously." No way. Lin could kill 6 or 7 people. Yu still found it hard to believe. "Absolutely, Lao San wouldn't joke about this, and he is headed in that direction too." "Good grief, this has fully activated Lin," Yu murmured, his expression black. "This has truly broken the sky. I know Lin. He is typically so timid that he wouldn't dare to engage in a first-line capture. How could he suddenly do something so drastic?" Xu Wei also found it perplexing, looking up at Yu with a frown. "Shouldn't we head to Century Avenue? After all, Yuan's team is involved." Yu remained silent for a few moments before shaking his head. "I don't want to go. I advise you not to go either." "Why not? Do you understand the situation here?" Yu asked, frowning. Xu Wei shook his head. "If you don't understand, then just observe for now. Don't rush to get involved." After contemplating, Xu Wei nodded. "All right, I'll follow your advice." At around 4 in the morning, Yu had just dozed off in his dormitory when old cat's call came through on his phone. "Hello." Yu immediately sat up to answer the call. "Don't make a sound. Come outside. I'm in the alley behind the unit," old cat said in a low voice. After deliberating for a moment, Yu replied, "Okay, I'll be right down." As soon as they hung up, Yu grabbed his jacket and hurriedly left the dormitory of Team 3. Meanwhile, inside the Dahuang Palace Entertainment City on Tuzhou Street, a man dressed in dress pants and a white shirt sat calmly on a sofa, sipping tea. This man was Yuan Ku's elder brother, Yuan Hua. At 48 years old, Yuan Hua was somewhat stout but bore a quiet demeanor, with notably fair skin. I never anticipated that problems would arise during Qilin's segment, remarked a middle-aged man to his left, hands inserted into his pockets. As for the tiger, he boasted louder than anyone else, yet when it mattered most, he couldn't even protect Xiao Wei. Yuan Hua, with an expressionless face, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and slowly retrieved a cigarette case, ignoring his friend's remarks entirely. Footsteps echoed from downstairs, as Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor of the villa, rushed into the room, panic etched across his face. He knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Brother Hua, Brother Hua. I thought I didn't handle things well. It's alright, everyone makes mistakes. Yuan Hua waved his hand lightly at Zaka. Come here, I have a few details to ask you. Zaka promptly stood and approached Yuan Hua, bowing as he said, Brother Hua, please ask. What use do I have in raising you? Yuan Hua inquired, looking up. Zaka was left momentarily dumbfounded. Of no use at all, yet you still spend my money and consume my resources. What shall we do about that? Yuan Hua pressed further. Zaka's complexion turned pale. Bang! Yuan Hua suddenly drew a gun from beneath the table and pulled the trigger at Zaka's chest. Blood splattered across the room as Zaka fell back lifelessly. Yuan Hua flicked the bloodstains off his white shirt, remaining expressionless as he shouted to the others in the room. Qilin has two issues. One is the supply channel, and the other is face. My uncle is dead, you all better figure it out. With that, Yuan Hua stood and departed, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs by 4 men, the bloodied floor returning to its pristine condition in less than a minute. Behind the police station, Qin Yu encountered Old Cat. Chapter 38. Will you always remain a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu pressed his lips together, furrowing his brow as he inquired of the Old Cat, Is Qilin with you? Yes, the Old Cat nodded. He was shot. I just called a doctor to attend to him. What exactly happened? Qin Yu pressed further. After a considerable pause, the Old Cat elaborated on what he knew. Upon hearing it, Qin Yu turned on his heel and asked, with a situation this serious, do you really think you can hide him? The Old Cat froze momentarily at the words. I doubt you can keep him hidden. Regardless of the reason, Yuan Ku will continue to pursue him, Qin Yu added. Looking down, the Old Cat pulled out an electronic cigarette, taking a deep drag before stating, the reason I urgently sought you out is to ask for your assistance on behalf of Qilin. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Go on. I want to find a way to safeguard Qilin, to help him, his mother, and younger sister leave Songjiang. Please assist me in contacting some friends outside the planning area to arrange a safe refuge for them, the Old Cat stated plainly. Whether he can escape depends on fate, but I must do what needs to be done. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the Old Cat, responding with equal candor. I believe my connection with Qilin has not reached that level. The Old Cat was taken aback by the response. This is not merely a case of gun violence, there are countless conflicts of interest and hidden motives at play, as you undoubtedly understand. If I help him and become ensnared, who will assist me if I fall into trouble? Qin Yu asked with remarkable composure. The Old Cat took another drag from his cigarette. Old Cat, I managed to secure our residence and employment rights in Songjiang through years of hard work in the planning area. You may have directly backing you, but I do not, Qin Yu said candidly, meeting the Old Cat's gaze. I'm afraid I can't assist with this matter. The Old Cat raised his head to look at Qin Yu, suddenly smiling as he remarked, I know you are ambitious and have your own ideas, so I can understand your decision. Qin Yu remained silent. Xiao Yu, do you understand why Qilin has found himself in this predicament? The Old Cat asked softly. Qin Yu was taken aback. In truth, you and he are quite similar, both of you know what you want, remain composed in your actions, and are highly goal-oriented, believing you can always discern the pros and cons at crucial moments. The only difference is that one of you is too rigid, while the other is too soft, creating a stark contrast. The Old Cat, inhaling from his electronic cigarette, chuckled, but I want to convey that living too coldly, devoid of any passion, does not guarantee success. Qilin is a living testament to that. Moreover, to traverse life without a single true friend, I doubt he can go very far. The reason I sought you out today was to treat you as a buddy, thinking we were friends, hence my lack of formality. But I apologize, I was presumptuous. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. I'll handle the situation myself, you may go back, the Old Cat said, turning to leave, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Qin Yu gazed at the Old Cat's retreating figure before suddenly calling out, you know well that Director Li has been evading issues related to drug trafficking. Getting involved could easily lead to ruin. The Old Cat, without looking back, strode purposefully onto the street, replying, that old tiger knows how to protect his friends during critical moments. Do you think I, Old Cat, would be any less? Whether I come to harm is not something I've considered, but I will definitely protect Qilin. With that, the Old Cat drove away. Before Qilin's incident, the old cat would often berate him as one might scold a child. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed as though Qilin was nothing more than a sycophant in the old cat's presence, rather than an equal friend. Yet when Qilin faced adversity, all the acquaintances who could distance themselves did, and it was precisely that old cat, who often looked down on him, who grit his teeth and chose to help. The disdain was genuine, yet the friendship was real. Such was the nature of the old cat. Regardless of one's success, he might not be inclined to associate with you, but if he considered you a friend, he would extend a hand in times of trouble. As Qin made his way back to the dormitory, his head bowed and his emotions tangled, he found himself reflecting on the old cat's words, feeling a stir within. While in the planning area, Qin had essentially trusted no one. Having witnessed the darker sides of human nature, there were indeed many who would sell their wives and children for a mere meal or job, which had gradually numbed his heart. This was a manifestation of self-preservation, and perhaps Qin himself was unaware that although he felt internally robust, he had lost some of the warmth that should accompany humanity. The old cat's words echoed in his mind, causing him to question whether his excessive composure and goal-driven demeanor were indeed correct. Could the manner of conduct in the planning area be applicable in the 9th district? The journey of life is long and solitary. Can one truly traverse it alone? The old cat's position and connections within the police station clearly surpassed his own, and yet he dared to protect Qilin. Was Qin excessive worry over his modest standing indicative of a limited perspective? The relationship between Qilin and Qin had certainly not reached the level of life and death friendship, but how did such friendships come to be? As Qin pondered, he halted in his tracks, the old cat's image flashing through his mind once more. He could scold Qilin daily, appearing nonchalant and unreliable, yet when it truly mattered, he was willing to take risks for the sake of friendship. Such a person, was he not worth cultivating a deeper connection with? Hesitating and wavering, Qin ultimately retrieved his phone. Damn it, even the smartest among us can be swayed by fools, Qin sighed, swiftly dialing a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello. Let us discuss the drug trafficking matter, Qin said as he turned from the back entrance of the unit, quickening his pace toward the other side of the road. In a standalone 2-story building on Century Avenue, Yuan Ku locked the door and stood by the window with his phone, stating, Qilin has no friends, just the old cat. The old cat's relationship with Director Lee. The man on the other end of the line remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, makes it difficult for me to investigate. Your only responsibility is to uncover Qilin's whereabouts. I will handle the matters above, Yuan Ku shouted, his eyes reddening. He must not be found. We absolutely need to secure our channels. Understood, came the reply. In a warehouse on Fuyuan Road. Just as the doctor finished cleaning Qilin's wounds and was about to leave, the old cat brandished a gun and restrained him. You can't leave for now. Once my friend has departed, I will release you. You will be compensated fairly. You have no credibility, the doctor shouted angrily. You're rude, you're far too rude. Stop your whining, or I might get angry, the old cat retorted, dragging the doctor inside and locking the door. He then turned to a friend assisting him and asked, can we find a way to get Qilin out? He killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The situation outside is chaotic. It will be extremely difficult to get him out, the friend said, his face contorted with concern. You know my capabilities all too well. The old cat scratched his head. Do you think we can reach out to someone in the military? It's hard to say, the friend replied, shaking his head. On a rickety wooden bed, Qilin coughed violently, exclaiming, don't worry about me. Just help my mother and sister get away. Shut up, the old cat snapped in frustration. In the standalone 2-story building on Century Avenue, the third brother, limping, descended the stairs and shouted to the more than 20 individuals standing inside, the boss has spoken, put down whatever you're doing and disperse everyone. You have 12 hours to find out where Qilin is. Chapter 39, the cat brother. That even Director Lee must activate the following day. Early in the morning, the shooting incident on the 2nd floor of Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the chief of the Black Street Police. However, in light of such a significant event, Director Lee unusually chose not to make an appearance, using a meeting in Fongbei as an excuse to depart. Ultimately, the senior official in charge of this case was merely a soon-to-retire deputy director among the police department. Consequently, the captain of the 2nd investigative team found himself in a state of ambiguity. He was unable to discern the intentions of his superiors, and thus resorted to dilatory tactics, entirely neglecting to pursue the clues that lay ahead. At 9:30 in the morning, old cat's phone began to ring. Hello, came Director Lee's voice. Did you find out? Old cat inquired, lowering his head. After a moment of silence, Director Lee replied in an authoritative tone, I don't care what you think, but do not involve yourself in Qilin's matter. Return to the office immediately and stay there for the next few days. That's not an option, old cat firmly rejected. Have you lost your mind? Director Lee retorted, agitated. I have distanced myself from the drug trafficking case, and yet you want to meddle. Do you comprehend the immense profits Qilin's supply channel could generate? How many eyes, both internal and external, are scrutinizing this situation? What influence can a mere deputy captain like you possibly wield? Old Lee, I am who I am, and you are who you are. My actions are my own and have little bearing on you. There is no need for you to be anxious. Even if things spiral out of control in the end, I will bear the brunt myself, and it will not affect you in the slightest, Old Cat countered, albeit reluctantly. That's utter nonsense. Director Lee exploded in fury. You are you, and I am I. How dare you say such a thing? Without me, what would you be as a deputy captain? What authority do you have to act recklessly in the police department? If that is how you want to frame it, then I have no choice but to lay my cards on the table, Old Cat shamelessly responded. Either you leave me alone, or you manage both me and Chilin together. Stop spouting nonsense. Are you out of your mind? Old Lee, you've become too complacent lately. Yuan Ku is leveraging his brother's wealth and connections to forge alliances within the police department. Does he aspire merely to be a small team leader? Is that even plausible? Yuan Ku's ambition to rise within the department is glaringly obvious. Do you think your detachment will suffice? From your position, it's impossible to remain unscathed. Old Cat, seemingly dazed, nonetheless raised his voice and declared, forget about making a choice. I have activated you as well. I don't need you to activate anything, you bastard. Before he could finish, Old Cat abruptly hung up the phone. Director Lee attempted to call back twice, but Old Cat ignored the calls. In the car, Director Lee furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before dialing Chin Yu's number. Hello, Xiao Qin. Hello, Director Lee. Old Cat seems to be veering off course. You've been getting along with him well lately. Could you give him a call, Director Lee? Old Cat and I have just reached a consensus on certain matters, and I was about to call you to discuss it. Chin Yu began to ramble. Upon hearing this, Director Lee sat up straight in anger. Can't you young people exhibit a bit of maturity? Old Cat is a hothead even when he is sober, and you think you've reached some profound consensus with him. No, Director Lee, please let me explain, Chin Yu interjected cautiously. Go ahead. I recently made contact with someone from Yuan's side. Chin Yu lowered his head and softly expressed his thoughts. Within the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Ku stood with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand on the phone, gazing out the window. Old Lee has been evasive today, even skipping the police department. What do you think that means? Yuan Hua inquired. It's quite apparent. He wishes to avoid involvement in this matter, so he found an excuse to evade it. However, from another perspective, he is also granting us face, Yuan Ku replied quietly. With such a major incident, the police department is at a loss without Old Lee's directive, so he is likely hoping to provide us with some time to locate Chilin quickly. Old Lee has handled this matter with some discernment, Yuan Hua remarked with a grim expression. Since they've given us space, we should expedite our efforts to resolve this. Rest assured, Chilin won't escape. That is settled then. As the two brothers ended their call, Yuan Ku was about to step outside when the third brother pushed open the door and entered. How did it go? Yuan Ku asked, frowning. A black doctor from Tusa Street was called out last night but hasn't he returned home, the third brother casually responded. Our people at the street corner haven't seen him leave either. I suspect he is still in the area, likely tending to Chilin's injuries since he was shot. Yuan Ku paced the room and then turned to ask, is there any news from Old Cat? He was initially involved in an operation at the district border but received a call and left, and he hasn't shown up since, the third brother replied, well informed. Moreover, he hasn't reported to the office today. He must be with Chilin, Yuan Ku deduced. You're well aware of Old Cat's relationship with Director Lee, the third brother cautioned in a low voice. Dealing with him puts us at a disadvantage. This fool has no sense. Yuan Ku contemplated for a moment before instructing, first, locate the target. As long as you ascertain the location, proceed without involving Old Cat, do not engage him. Understood. The third brother nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, within the fast food restaurant of the red light district on Tusa Street, a rather sleazy-looking young man turned to Spit and remarked, I visited the black doctor's residence, and his assistant informed me that the kid left with medical supplies and medication specifically for treating gunshot wounds. Anything else? I checked the call logs, and the last person to call the black doctor was named Wu Long, a minor player in the gambling scene, the young man replied with a smirk. He's out still on Tusa Street. Our brothers have confirmed he hasn't left his house all day. Verify that, and I'll head to Tusa Street with my team immediately. Sure. An hour later, on the icy streets, over 20 vehicles were parked. Yuan Ku and the third brother sat inside a car, waiting for approximately 10 minutes when the sleazy young man approached, bending over and bowing slightly as he stood by the car window. They're inside. How many? At least 3 or 4, the young man whispered. Our brother saw them through the window, but the view wasn't very clear. The third brother pushed open the car door and waved, get out. Together, Yuan Ku also opened the door. The third brother paused and quickly reminded him, in this situation, it's not appropriate for you to show your face. Old Lee has already tacitly approved, what is there to hide, it's time to lay everything on the table, Yuan Ku replied, frowning as he stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, Within a warehouse on the Black Street, an old man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, sipping tea as he spoke. We can start organizing the cards, notify those who dine with us. After being quiet for so long, let us stir up some excitement tonight. Chapter 40 Confronting Yuan-Ku at the intersection of Tuosa Street and Fuyuan Road, Yuan-Ku and Lao San, accompanied by dozens of men, arrived at the entrance of a warehouse. Open it, Lao San commanded his subordinates. Wait a moment, Yuan-Ku said after a moment of contemplation, raising his hand to halt them. Lao Mao is a stubborn one. Forcing our way in could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lao San, make a call to the team. Upon hearing Yuan-Ku's instructions, Lao San stepped aside with his phone, while the others surrounded the warehouse, leaving no room for escape. Lao Mao was no fool. He had been vigilant and quickly noticed Yuan-Ku and his men inside the warehouse. A friend assisting with the concealment spoke to Lao Mao with a hint of panic. They've come, what should we do? On a dilapidated wooden bed, Jilin clutched his abdomen, forcing himself to sit upright. With a pale face, he shouted at Lao Mao, "Brother, you've done enough for me. I can't burden you any longer. Just protect my sister and mother, and I'll go out myself." "What nonsense are you spouting now that we've come this far?" Lao Mao retorted impatiently. "Stay put. I'll go out and deal with Yuan-Ku." "Lao Mao!" Jilin cried, tears streaming down his face. "I owe you too much. How can I repay you later?" Lao Mao glanced back at Jilin, saying, "In the police force, you are my only friend. If you go down, who will I scold in the future?" Jilin stood frozen at his words. "None of you go outside," Lao Mao declared before stepping out alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open. Lao Mao, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, turned to glance at Yuan-Ku and his men below the steps, saying, If you had this efficiency in investigating cases, Songjiang would have been a sunny place long ago." Yuan-Ku paused, responding with one hand in his pocket. "Lao Mao, is Jilin in sight?" "He is," Lao Mao admitted, realizing that lying was futile. "Fine, since you're being straightforward, I will too," Yuan-Ku said, looking directly at Lao Mao. "Jilin's situation is complicated. There's the medical department and the police department involved, and enough with the details. In short, it boils down to this: you thought Jilin was a pushover and treated him like a dog. Who knew that after kicking him a couple of times, you would find out he's a lion? You didn't grasp the situation and ended up getting wiped out, so now you're trying to use your connections to negotiate, right?" Lao Mao countered, his eyes sharp as he exhaled smoke. "Let me tell you 2 things. First, I've asked Jilin, and he has nothing you want. Second, regardless of your intentions, I cannot allow you to touch him. Even if Jilin pursues legal action, you must stay clear." Yuan-Ku furrowed his brow at Lao Mao, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, "Do you know whose face I'm talking to you with?" "I'm not foolish. Of course, I know you're doing this for Lao Li's sake," Lao Mao replied defiantly. "But you see, it's quite coincidental. Lao Li is not just my relative but treats me exceptionally well. Today, I'm going to take advantage of that relationship. I'm asking you if that makes you angry." "Lao Mao, are you a bit dim-witted?" Lao San scolded with a dark expression. "You're just creating trouble for Lao Li." Lao Mao exploded in response, akin to a furious woman. "Can you tell me what you are? You're just a lackey. This is a conversation between people of standing, and you're puffing up like a rooster. Do you believe that if I stop keeping an eye on others, I want to make your life difficult?" You really?" Lao San found himself speechless in the face of Lao Mao's fiery retort. Lao Mao shifted his gaze back to Yuan-Ku and said, "It's best not to push things to the extreme. There are countless stars in the sky, and who knows which one will shine the brightest tomorrow. Spare others when you can." "I can't let him go. I have my responsibilities," Yuan-Ku replied, his expression growing impatient. "If Jilin has that item, let him come out and tell me himself." "That's impossible." "Lao Mao, I've already shown considerable respect to Director Li. What will you do if I don't show respect?" "Kill me," Lao Mao retorted coldly. Yuan-Ku fell silent for several seconds before raising his hand and ordering, "Take Lao Mao back to the station." As the words left his mouth, dozens of men surged forward, reaching for Lao Mao to drag him down the steps. "Damn you!" Lao Mao's eyes flared with anger as he pulled out his badge, hanging it around his neck and shouting, "Come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I am a 3rd-level police officer appointed by the Special Zone government. If you touch me, it's a challenge to the judicial system." Hesitation swept over the crowd as they turned to look at Yuan-Ku. "Are you playing this game with me? Is it not allowed?" Lao Mao replied, glaring defiantly. Yuan-Ku wore a sinister smile as he turned to Lao San, saying, "Let them in." Lao San pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, several police vehicles pulled up, with Xu Wei, Guan Qi, and a team of officers almost all arriving at the scene. "Jilin is inside. Take him back," Yuan-Ku instructed with a wave. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Wei led the way up the steps, displaying his credentials. "Lao Mao, don't make this hard for me. I am just trying to earn a living." Lao Mao was taken aback, his face turning ashen as he shouted, this has nothing to do with you, it's best to steer clear. Xu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward and grabbed Lao Mao, without directorly as protection. Sorry, Lao Mao. Pull Lao Gu down, Guan Qi yelled from the side. Go in and arrest him. Lao Mao, unable to contend with the sheer number of people tugging at him, was swiftly dragged down the steps. Yet, he still shouted at Yuan Ku, if you dare to touch Qi Lin today, I swear I'll do nothing but keep an eye on you from now on. You want to push your goods on the black market. Let us see if I can make it impossible for you to sell even a box. Xu Wei yanked at Lao Mao's collar, whispering fiercely, stop yelling, you can't protect him, get the hell away from me. Lao Mao was utterly frantic, engaged in a struggle with 7 or 8 men. On the steps, Guan Qi drew his gun and gestured to the door, charge in. Just then, hurried footsteps approached as Qin Yu, leading 3 middle-aged men and an elderly man, rushed over from the side street, panting, wow, there are so many people here. I am just here to join the fun. Everyone turned at the sound. Qin Yu halted, grinning as he pointed at Xu Wei, let go of Lao Mao. Xu Wei was taken aback. Guan Qi, you stay at the door and don't move, Qin Yu called to the team members on the steps. Xu Wei and Guan Qi, hearing Qin Yu's command, stood awkwardly in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yuan Ku shot a dark look at Qin Yu, asking Guan Qi sharply, what are you waiting for? I told you to arrest him. Guan Qi gritted his teeth and reached for the door, intending to enter. Qin Yu stepped up the stairs, pointing at the members of the team, shouting, I said don't move. Can't you hear me? Xu Wei and Guan Qi froze again. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward, grasping Xu Wei's wrist. Who as the team leader, do you know? That the team leader is here, Xu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Xu Wei and leaned in close, asking again, in the future, will you follow me and Lao Mao, or stick with Yuan Ku, who for years has never made you a team leader? Choose one. Xu Wei looked up at the sound of his voice. Let go of him. Qin Yu pointed at Xu Wei's chest, reiterating his command. Xu Wei hesitated for a while, first glancing at Lao Mao, then at Qin Yu. After considering directorly, he immediately released his grip. Yuan Ku was stunned, staring blankly at Xu Wei. Didn't you hear me speaking? Report, Captain. According to rank classification and police regulations, I must prioritize the orders of my direct superior. Xu Wei saluted before shouting loudly. The members of the third team froze momentarily, their eyes fixed on Xu Wei as they slowly raised their arms in salute, collectively declaring, we must prioritize the orders of our direct superior. Qin Yu turned back, stepping up to Yuan Ku and succinctly stating, you've spoken with righteousness, and I've done my utmost to handle matters for you, but how many times have you taken aim at me behind my back? Chapter 41. The 3 families gathered at Dirt Street before Yuan Ku arrived. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of encountering some trouble with Old Cat. However, he had never anticipated that Qin Yu would also be involved, especially since he came along with Old Ma and the others. What does this indicate? It suggests that Qin Yu's presence was likely not aligned with Yuan Ku's interests. Yuan Ku felt a profound sense of confusion and anger, as he believed that despite having exploited Qin Yu, he had at least provided the latter with an opportunity. Yet this young man had the audacity to stand against him at such a critical moment. Qin Yu, what role are you playing here? Yuan Ku inquired, his recent misfortunes weighing heavily upon him. Not only had he suffered a loss in his family, but he also had yet to secure a crucial supply chain. Thus, the amiable and righteous demeanor he once possessed had dissipated, leaving only impatience and indifference. Captain Yuan, can we speak privately for a moment? Qin Yu asked with a smile. What is there to discuss? I must take the person with me, Yuan Ku replied, gesturing dismissively in irritation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu motioned for Old Cat to remain calm, then quietly addressed Yuan Ku. Captain, Qi Lin has already suffered enough. We should show mercy where we can. Do you believe your words carry any weight? Yuan Ku retorted coldly. I share Old Cat's sentiments. I merely wish to ensure Qi Lin's safety. Qin Yu replied in a hushed tone. Captain, some cards have been laid bare, and no one's dignity remains intact. Yuan Ku, already struggling to restrain his fury, felt his temper flare upon sensing a threat in Qin Yu's words. He abruptly raised his arm and struck a smack. The sharp sound echoed as Qin Yu received a resounding slap in front of the gathered crowd. Know your place, without my say. Do you truly think you can act as leader? Yuan Ku bellowed, his eyes wide with rage. Let me make this clear. Even if Old Li were to arrive today, I would still take Qi Lin away. Anyone unrelated, get lost. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the area. Qin Yu touched his cheek, offering a nonchalant smile, and turned to call out to Old Ma, please assist my friend. Old Ma, still clad in his tattered military coat, shrugged his shoulders with his hands tucked into his sleeves and called out lazily, is there anyone here in Dirt Street who knows Old Ma? Moments later, the street began to tremble as a multitude of figures emerged from the cage-like buildings, filthy alleys, and street-side shops. Yuan Ku looked up at the crowd, poking Qin Yu's chest with his finger, and asked with a sneer, so you do have backup, do you? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men, their arms adorned with white cloth strips, brandishing weapons, converged under the dim light. A burly man in a leather jacket led the charge, cursing, Yuan Ku, whether you and your brother like it or not, today I'm taking charge. The dozens of men on Yuan Ku's side turned grave upon seeing the throng advance below the steps. Old Ma pulled out a cigarette case and called out once more, anyone in Dirt Street who wishes to have access to medicine in the future, come help out. I am going all in today, as long as the Ma family can hold their ground here. I'll offer 3 months of medicine at zero profit. As his words echoed, a thunderous sound of footsteps erupted from the narrow sides of Dirt Street. Yes, various teams, political factions, and large corporations were vying for profit, yet those living here, sick and impoverished, suffered as their access to affordable medicine was stripped away. Thus, upon hearing Old Ma's call, they instinctively surged forth. Upon witnessing the scene, Lao San took a couple of steps back, grabbing his walkie-talkie, and shouted, all brothers in Dirt Street, come out immediately, now, at the intersection of Fuyuan. Yuan Ku cast a cursory glance at those summoned by the Ma family, then turned to Qin Yu with a derisive smile, saying, "Thought you may protect Qilin here in Dirt Street, but can he truly remain here forever?" Meanwhile, in the dark district on Century Avenue. 8 stern-faced, robust men, each bearing a cloth bag on their shoulders and donning woolen gloves, approached 2 empty buildings devoid of any signs of life. This location was far from the center of Songjing City, adjacent to a cemetery and a designated refuse site for the dark district, rendering the area desolate. Right here, let us go in, the leader of the group instructed after surveying the surroundings. Are you certain this is the place? Indeed, the tiger had previously instructed someone to fetch medicine here. The leader nodded. Check it out and prepare for work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men sat around a table engrossed in a card game, while the windows on either side of the room were deliberately boarded up, allowing no light to seep through from the outside, creating an illusion of abandonment. The air was thick with smoke, and one young man, holding cards on the left side, inquired while puffing on an electronic cigarette, everyone has been called to Dirt Street. Shouldn't we go take a look? What for? Recent events have been tumultuous, and orders from above have been issued. We'll stay here and not venture anywhere else, another youth replied, frowning. For the next few days, no one is to make excuses to sneak out. We must focus on our work. Understood. Zilch. Just as the conversation unfolded, the overhead light flickered a few times before abruptly extinguishing. What the hell? Why did the lights go out? Is it the generator again? Tiago, go check it out and bring a flashlight back. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud at the door, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Someone's coming. Quick, grab your things. The young man seated at the table shouted as he sprang to his feet. Tat tat tat. By the time the card players reacted, gunfire erupted at the door, pouring in like a torrential downpour, dozens of rounds flooding the room. A series of anguished screams ensued as 3 individuals were shot dead on the spot. At the entrance, the lead assailant switched on a flashlight, gesturing for his companions to remain still. That's enough, don't fire anymore, we need to with some weight. Inside the police station, Director Lee sat behind his desk, toying with a teacup, his brow furrowed in concentration. On the side sofa, the political advisor of the police station crossed his legs and casually asked, is it a bit premature to make a choice now? Do I want to make this choice? It's that fool old cat who is forcing my hand, Director Lee sighed, cursing, but perhaps it's for the best. Yuan Hua has approached me several times, and I've remained noncommittal. In truth, it does represent a stance. Then the situation may become quite chaotic in the near future, the advisor cautioned in a low voice. We've already encountered trouble in Dirt Street. I can't rein it in any longer, let us wait for the call, Director Lee replied, sipping his tea. Within the Grand Palace, after finishing a call, Yuan Hua cursed with a dark expression, that old Ma, thinking he has a say in Dirt Street. You all go, no need to hold back. If old cat is this adamant, is it a reflection of Director Lee's stance? Queried a middle-aged man on the left, his brow furrowed. If that is the case, things could become rather complicated. Yuan Hua waved his hand dismissively. I give him face because he is Lee. If I don't, he has nothing. Tonight, I am determined to have Qilin. Chapter 42. The collision of behind-the-scenes powerhouses. On the streets of Dirt Street, the families of Ma and Yuan had lined up in formation, nearly 1,000 individuals poised for confrontation, their weapons glinting ominously, instantly saturating the atmosphere with tension. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ku, his neck askew, regarded the old Ma with a challenging gaze and inquired, after being well fed for 2 days, you truly believe you have the upper hand, do you? I shall ask you one last time, will you yield or not? The road is completely blocked, how can I possibly yield? The old Ma, maintaining an air of indifference, slowly turned his gaze to his followers and questioned, without the drug supply, how do you expect to survive? What survival is there? We'll simply starve to death, bellowed the leading burly man in response. Can you afford the Yuan family's medicine? The old Ma again shouted towards the impoverished residents within the street. We cannot afford it. Then what shall we do? Wait to die? Wait for what? If we have no medicine, then we shall all perish together. Let us take them on. In an instant, hundreds erupted in a synchronized roar, as Ma's underlings began to advance forward, brandishing their weapons. You handle this, Yuan Ku said darkly, casting a glance at the opposing crowd. He turned back to signal to Lao San and the others before striding away, declaring, no matter how great the upheaval, the company can weather it. As his words faded, Yuan's men, who had been waiting by the roadside, promptly opened their trunks, pulling out their weapons. Judging by their attire, they were evidently from a higher social echelon, clearly individuals with stable incomes. Clear out everyone at the entrance. Lao San shouted in a fit of rage. Whoosh! 100 people surged forward, heading straight for the storefront where Qilin was hiding. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The crowd fell into a sudden silence. Qin Yu, with gun in hand, called out, Yuan, the matter isn't settled yet, why are you leaving? Yuan Ku, having already walked several meters away, turned at the sound. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstered his weapon, and turned to the old Ma, saying, everyone stay put, let me talk a bit longer, there might still be a way out. Qin Yu, do you truly not grasp the gravity of the situation? Yuan Ku pointed accusingly at his chest, articulating each word with emphasis, do you have any idea how much profit a district in Blackstreet generates from drugs each month? Do you think you have the clout to negotiate? Ding ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ku's phone rang. Answer it, Qin Yu suggested with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Yuan Ku retrieved the phone, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. Hello. Ha, the goods and personnel in your warehouse are in my possession, a strange man's voice came through. Yuan Ku stood frozen in place at the revelation. Discuss among yourselves, call me when you're finished, the caller said curtly before hanging up. Yuan Ku, still dazed, held the phone, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger as he looked at Qin Yu, his mind racing. Qin Yu pulled out an electronic cigarette, tapping it lightly in his hand as he softly remarked, Yuan, I reiterate, one must show mercy when possible. You've allied with the Ma family to clear my warehouse. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his voice low and ominous. Ha. Qin Yu chuckled, offering no direct response. That's not right. Yuan Ku's gaze bore into Qin Yu as he continued, without support from above, you wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. You have someone backing you, don't you? Qin Yu met his gaze, remaining silent. Oddly. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ku pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, is it him? As long as you don't touch Qilin, there will be no repercussions for your warehouse and your men. I've already paved the way for you. Why are you siding with Oldley again? Yuan Ku glared, demanding, do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you, the connections he has in the police department are not necessarily superior to mine. In the department, I call him director, but outside of it, you know very well how I refer to him. I know you have someone backing you, Qin Yu nodded. Entering from outside isn't easy. Songjiang is quite complex with your foundation, one misstep could lead to your utter ruin. Indeed, I understand that, Qin Yu replied, narrowing his eyes. Had I not been cautious and discussed matters with old Ma beforehand, I might have ended up dead in some alley after the drug trade was interrupted. Yuan Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. Let us speak plainly. You've supported me, but I've also done my part for you. The past is the past. Today, we are discussing Qilin. The smile vanished from Qin Yu's face, and he fixed Yuan Ku with a steely gaze, stating, I'll ask you one last time, can you let him go today? Impossible. Impossible, is it? Then let us see how this unfolds. Qin Yu's demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity as he shouted at Yuan Ku, you can seize Qilin right now, I want to stop you. 6 hours from now, if you eliminate him, I will bring forth evidence of your drug dealings and the confessions of those arrested, and I will ensure the Yuan family faces ruin. You know exactly how much all of this is worth. Try to move, I dare you. Yuan Ku raised his hand as if to strike Qin Yu. In a flash, Qin Yu extended his right hand, gripping Yuan Ku's throat with fingers like a vice, glaring fiercely as he cursed, I'm not Qilin. I want to let you play me for a fool. I showed you some respect before, but not anymore. Smack. With that, Qin Yu delivered a swift blow to Yuan Ku's face. You son of a. Lao San paused momentarily before drawing his gun, aiming it at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned to Lao San and shouted, know your place, this is not your arena to speak. Clatter, clatter. At Qin Yu's command, 3 men behind the old Ma drew their weapons. In the police office, Director Li, after receiving a call, stood at the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. Ah, Li, it's been a while. Yuan Hua's jovial voice rang out over the phone. Let that kid from Dirt Street go. Consider it a favor for me, Director Li stated directly. Yuan Hua hesitated, quickly replying, I can't do that, you know well that while I supply the drugs, I'm not the only one profiting. That kid has a supply channel, and old Ma is protecting him precisely to compete against me. How can I just let him go? I want to inquire about profits, Director Li interjected, his brow furrowing slightly. Tonight, I simply want to ensure that kid is safe. Haha, Yuan Hua inhaled sharply, responding with a laugh, this is not an easy task. It is unfeasible. The goods and personnel in your warehouse are with old Ma, Director Li clarified. If anything happens to those kids in Dirt Street tonight, you should consider the repercussions. Lose those goods, and if people start talking, you'll find yourself in quite a predicament. Yuan Hua stood there, momentarily stunned. After several seconds, Yuan Ku answered his brother's call. "Hello, what is it?" Yuan Hua, after a prolonged silence, gritted his teeth and replied, "Old Li has intervened, you need to retreat." Chapter 43. I departed, burdened with resentment. In the early hours of dawn, atop the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa, propping his chin on one hand, his expression impassive as he surveyed the dozen or so local tyrants flanking him. Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time until a balding man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brow and spoke first. "This matter has been poorly handled, we have already lost face. Now, sitting together to dissect why we faltered is akin to slapping ourselves, devoid of any purpose. The small fry in this territory fight for mere sustenance, but we contend for our pride. Regardless of whether Qilin is willing to relinquish his supply channels, he must be eradicated, not for any other reason but to slap Old Li's face and temper Old Ma's attitude." That sentiment rings true. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. Our willingness to let Qilin go is one thing, but Old Li's protection of him is quite another. If we fail to reclaim our pride, the subordinates will feel discontent, and those above us will reassess our standing in Songjiang. I shall handle it. The balding man rose, his gaze darkening as he proclaimed, "Regardless of the cost, I cannot allow Qilin to leave Songjiang. If we cannot achieve it openly, we shall do so covertly. Enough of that." Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand. The others fell silent once more at the sound of his voice. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, casting a cold glance at the assembly as he said, "The goods and personnel in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and their audacity to execute this deed surely indicates Old Li's tacit approval. With your tails in their grasp, what is there left to boast about?" The balding man touched his head, refraining from retorting. I have yet to fully comprehend why Old Li has taken an opposing stance in this matter. However, the Ma family's audacity to confront me today undoubtedly stems from their interest in the supply channels that Qilin possesses. Yuan Hua rose, clasping his hands behind his back as he elaborated, "When no faces are torn, negotiations may proceed smoothly, but once they are, do you think the esteemed police chief and the Ma family, who have recently regained their stature, desire to lose face? It has become abundantly clear that those on the opposite side will staunchly defend Qilin should you dare to take action. The goods and personnel that have fallen into the Ma family's hands will be handed over to the police chief by dawn. At that point, we shall have lost our money, our people, and find ourselves entangled in considerable trouble." Upon hearing this, the assembly could not help but nod in agreement. "Moreover, if you are contemplating pursuing Qilin, do you think he will remain defenseless? Even a beggar can make a few acquaintances in a territory over time, let alone Old Li, who has held the position of police chief in Songjiang for so many years." Yuan Hua sighed as he added, "It is futile to seek out Qilin. Let us instead focus on organizing my uncle's grand funeral." Upon hearing the term grand, the balding man quickly interjected, "The Hua, we ought to handle your uncle's affairs with discretion. If it turns into a grand spectacle, won't that leave us open to ridicule from outsiders? Only those lacking confidence fear the judgments of others," Yuan Hua commanded resolutely. "Let it be grand, a glorious send-off for him and the tiger." "Very well." The lean man nodded in acquiescence. "All right, you may disperse." With that, Yuan Hua tossed out the statement and turned to stride towards the exit. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, and began to murmur discontentedly. Yuan Ku, who had been present throughout, had remained silent until his brother departed. I and the corridor. He followed closely behind Yuan Hua, his tone tinged with reproach as he remarked, "I mentioned before that if the company is to venture further, we must first establish rules. In recent years, those beneath us have acted too ostentatiously. Many lack both skill and intellect, providing no assistance to the company, but rather creating chaos. Take the tiger, for instance. Although he has faced consequences, were there no signs beforehand? Just recently, while I was exerting pressure on the Ma family, he was clandestinely distributing drugs on Dirt Street, solely to chase after quick profit. Have you considered that by doing so, word would inevitably reach the police? Even a fool could deduce why I was targeting the Ma family. Brother, idle chatter can be lethal. Do you understand? Do you truly think Old Li's stance is a mere spur-of-the-moment decision? I assure you, he has long since looked down upon us, believing our actions have crossed the line, perhaps even thinking I could threaten his position within the police in the future. Do you grasp this? But is my approach within the police one of reckless bravado? Not at all. I have always operated with caution, yet this reckless impression is a perception created by others within the company." Yuan Hua turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "I merely wish to assert that with such a significant loss, including our uncle, we must extract lessons from this experience. We cannot allow failure to yield no value." Yuan Ku spoke passionately, "It is time to establish rules and purge a few elements." Yuan Hua fixed his gaze on his brother for a long moment before suddenly pointing at his chest and declaring, "You must understand, your brother did not forge this territory with a band of high achievers. Those who accompany us are individuals who once struggled to secure their next meal and to this day, these individuals remain your brother's most dependable support. If you impose rules and execute a purge, when the Ma family arrives, who will confront them? You or I? My point is, your thoughts reside solely on paper, they are ill-suited for our reality. With that, Yuan Hua departed. Yuan Ku, feeling the rush of blood to his head, shouted after him, "Brother, the 9th district will not remain chaotic forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, it will inevitably evolve into a well-structured system with a stable social environment. If you do not adapt, you will be dragged down by these people." Yuan Hua offered no response, simply striding away until he vanished down the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly exited the confines of the 9th district, halting at the edge of a desolate expanse. 10 minutes later, a dilapidated half-truck approached, flashing its headlights intermittently. Before long, Chi Lin, accompanied by his younger sister Chi Yu and their frail, ailing mother, disembarked, bidding farewell to the soldiers who had escorted them, and climbed aboard the half-truck. The snow cascaded gently from the sky, blanketing the frozen earth that had lain dormant for 3 to 4 years in an endless sea of white. With bandages wrapped around his abdomen, Chi Lin reclined in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at the 9th district, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had toiled there, once smilingly acquiescing to the harsh realities of this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, having sacrificed himself like a dog, believing he had gained so much. Yet as he departed today, he carried not even a single intact blanket, only the heavy burdens of obligation and 2 dependents who relied on him for survival. Everything was gone, years of effort vanished overnight. Unable to fathom the significance of his previous submission, Chi Lin resolved to stride forward on his own 2 feet, resting his head against the icy, frost-laden window. He whispered fervently, "Do not allow me to recover, do not let me rise again, for one day, I will return here with a smile, watching all of you weep." Chapter 44. After the tribulations, a rare friendship inside the chief's office, Director Lee stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, softly inquiring, "Has that young man left?" "He has already departed," the old cat nodded. "The primary reason for my delayed ascent to the position of director is my desire to avoid entanglement in specific relationships and matters," Director Lee remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue. "However, this time I have made my stance clear. Remaining aloof is no longer feasible." Beside the desk, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of closeness upon hearing Director Lee's words, for the latter's demeanor had shifted from official to candid. This signified that Director Lee no longer regarded Qin Yu as just an ordinary team leader within the police force. He had begun to view him as an ally. Such a transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that Qin Yu had finally secured a semblance of organization and connections, which would afford him opportunities in his work that others might find elusive. However, the drawbacks were starkly evident. He had effectively alienated the Yuan family, and in the future, he could face their retaliation and suppression in any matter. Presently, Director Lee's attitude was distinctly pessimistic, indicating that the Yuan family's influence was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. "In the near future, we may encounter some friction with the Yuan family." Old Lee turned around and quietly advised the old cat and Qin Yu, "You must inform the Ma family to halt any drug-related activities, regardless of whether they have stockpiles. The lower ranks should remain low-key for a while. I want to assess Yuan Hua's position." "It's impossible to keep going," the old cat replied softly. "With Along's demise, the Ma family supply line has been severed. They currently have nothing to sell." Director Lee furrowed his brow as he approached his chair and sat down, softly asking, "Does Chi Lin have any purchasing channels left by Along?" Chi Lin mentioned he searched but could not find the contact information left by his brother. The old cat responded rapidly. "I've advised him to reach out through Along's connections while he was alive, to see if he can re-establish the channels." Old Lee sipped his tea, his tone resolute as he stated, "The connections I possess require tangible benefits to function. If we cannot reconnect the supply channels, and the Ma family lacks the Yuan family's resources on the streets, then why should my connections exert influence from the shadows?" "Understood," Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You also need to exercise caution," Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu, saying, "With both the Tiger and Yuan Wei deceased, and considering your significant involvement in this affair, you must guard against retaliation." "Yes, I understand, Director," Qin Yu responded solemnly. "Sigh." The old cat sighed from the side, reaching for his cup to fill it with hot water. Blowing on the steam, he shook his head and remarked, "What has happened to people these days? I can understand the desperate actions of the impoverished in the slums, given the dire circumstances they face. But what about those in power? Which of them is starving? Why are they all so obsessed with profit? Is there not one among them who sits in their position and engages in meaningful work?" Old Lee pondered for a moment before looking at the old cat and saying, "Do you recall my speech at the inaugural meeting when I first took office as director?" The old cat paused, surprised by the question. "I was the first to declare that I would resolve the chaos of Earth Debris Street in 2 years and restore basic order to the black streets within 5 years. At the time, many in the police station mocked me, but I paid them no mind. Now that the time has come, do you see that I have accomplished what I set out to do?" Old Lee sighed, saying, "What was once a joke has now truly become a joke." Both the old cat and Qin Yu were rendered speechless by this statement. After sitting in this chair for so many years, I have gleaned a profound truth, Director Lee said with a smile. No matter how grand the ideal, it cannot triumph over reality. With a harsh environment, rampant disorder, and those in high positions vying for power and profit, they seize the opportunity presented by a reshuffling world to secure absolute authority for themselves, their teams, or factions. In such a context, personal aspirations hold little significance. Therefore, if you seek change and wish to accomplish something meaningful, the best approach is not to resist but to integrate. You must navigate according to the current rules. Perhaps after a term, you can reflect and see that you have left some mark on society. As Qin Yu listened to Director Lee's words, he suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was brimming with stories, possessing a wisdom and ambition he deeply admired. He also recognized that the old cat bore similarities to Director Lee in certain ways. Both belonged to that category of individuals striving to carve out their own identities in this chaotic era, even if they sometimes found themselves compelled to compromise. Enough of this rambling. It serves no purpose, Director Lee sighed, his tone leaving no room for dissent as he instructed the two younger men before him. In any case, you must tread carefully and avoid causing trouble. Understood. Got it. The two nodded in unison. Oh, by the way, Director Lee stood up, looking at Qin Yu. Now that you have chosen a side, you must possess the acumen that accompanies such a choice. You need to swiftly transform Team 3 of the First Division into your own. Qin Yu's Team 3. In the future, I will find an opportunity to extract Team 3 and assign them to another division. As for the issue of upward mobility, I will facilitate that for you. You only need to provide me with compelling reasons for your promotion. Yes. Qin Yu saluted in response. Now, you two may leave. Director Lee waved his hand dismissively. An hour and a half later. On Earth Debris Street, the old cat squatted beside the curb, looking up at Qin Yu and asking, do you regret siding with me? Now that I have chosen a side, what use is there in regretting? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Weren't you not planning to get involved? What made you change your mind? The old cat asked with a chuckle. After some contemplation, Qin Yu slowly squatted down beside the road and replied, if you can go to bat for Qilin, who has nothing, I simply do not wish to lose you as a friend. Little Yu, let's walk this path together from now on. The old cat grinned, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that those who are small-minded are often righteous and loyal. I've seen your caliber. You undoubtedly belong to the elite among such people, willing to risk it all. To hell with you, you fool. Qin Yu locked his arm around the old cat's neck. Do you believe I could take you down? Come on, stop fooling around. Am I not impressive? Well, yes. Call me daddy. That's over the line. I'm going to fight you. The old cat was riled up, reaching to poke Qin Yu in the eye. Tell me, is your friendship with Qilin so strong because he is very, very weak? Qin Yu grinned as he asked. The old cat's face flushed as he was held in a chokehold, responding with a smirk. I can only say he is just beginning to show his potential. You are truly incorrigible, Qin Yu replied, unleashing a flurry of playful punches on the old cat. Under the dim light, two young men brought together by a shared event joked and playfully tussled. It was at this moment that they officially stepped into each other's hearts, embarking on a journey intertwined with one another, supporting each other through the trials of time. After some playful banter, Old Ma approached from across the street, looking down and shouting, what are you making a ruckus about? Qin Yu smiled as he looked up. You here? When can we arrange for the Min and my Xiao heir? Old Ma asked straightforwardly. Meanwhile, the funeral of Yuan Wei and the tiger had been successfully held on Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from Songjiang attending to pay their respects. Following this moment, the formal confrontation on this land was set to unfold with great intensity. Chapter 45. The double pits of the Black Street. On the rubble-strewn street, the old cat rose to his feet, boldly extending his hand as he said, Brother Ma, could you spare me a cigarette? Who are you calling brother? I am older than your father, aren't I? Old Ma replied, somewhat exasperated. We are all children of the rivers and lakes. It's only proper to address you as big brother. Old cat grinned, revealing his teeth. No need to be stingy, just hand me one. Old Ma rolled his eyes and, bowing his head, retrieved a raw tobacco cigarette from his pocket. I'm asking you, when will you get the Min and Xiao heir out? Old cat snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack with a cheeky grin, responding, we're now on the same side. How could I not help you with this? Hand over the cigarette. Don't be stingy, you guys know many people during your transactions, it's easier for you to get cigarettes. We haven't had many raw tobacco cigarettes to smoke this year. Old cat unabashedly stuffed an entire pack into his pocket. Thank you, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma was too lazy to engage further and turned to the more reliable Qin Yu, asking, when can the people be released? Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to be released. Old Ma frowned at this. Kid, aren't you going back on your word? When you sought me out, we made it clear I would help, but you needed to get the Min and Xiao heir out for me. Why are you saying this now? Uncle Ma, we are all straightforward people. I'll speak plainly. Chin Yu looked at Old Ma with an honest expression, spitting out, "You want to protect Chi Lin, hoping to find his brother's supply channel again in the future. That's not wrong, is it? If Chi Lin had no connection to Along, even if I knelt before you, you wouldn't confront Yuan Ku in the rubble street, would you?" Old Ma fell silent upon hearing this. "You've actually benefited quite a bit from this matter. Previously, you couldn't even speak to Old Li from my family, but after this incident, we're on the same side, right?" Chin Yu continued with a smile, "We're all adults. Let us not play useless mind games. You know best about the matters involving Ma Lao Air and the Min. 5 kilograms of drugs is enough for a death sentence, while the contraband I seized when capturing the two of them must have weighed at least 100 kilograms, right? You also know this case originally went through Yuan Ku's hands. Now that everyone is at odds, do you really expect me to get both of them out from him? Is that realistic?" Old Ma's expression turned slightly agitated as he reached for his cigarette pack only to realize it had been snatched away by Old Cat. Here, I have an e-cigarette." Old Cat smugly pulled out his used vape pen and pretentiously offered it to Old Ma. "Get lost." Old Ma cursed, looking back at Chin Yu and asking, "So tell me, what can you actually accomplish in this matter?" "I've reported the situation to Old Li. His suggestion is to sacrifice one to ensure the other can be released," Chin Yu replied in a low voice. "The good thing about this case so far is that both Ma Lao Air and the Min have been quite resilient, not divulging everything. Otherwise, no matter who you approach, this matter would be impossible to resolve, given the overwhelming evidence." "Is there really no other way?" Old Ma asked again. "Truly none," Chin Yu shook his head. "Moreover, you need to decide quickly, as we've now severed ties with Yuan Ku. If this matter drags on and he solidifies the case, it will be difficult to manage." What kind of person was Old Ma? He was someone capable of stirring immense turmoil in the complicated territory of the rubble street, so he was not one to dither. Once Chin Yu laid out the situation clearly, Old Ma contemplated for less than 2 minutes before decisively stating, "Let's yao air out." "All right." Chin Yu nodded in agreement. "I'll interrogate the two of them right away and nudge them for information." "How long will the Min be sentenced?" Old Ma inquired again. "Will his life be spared?" "Quite precarious. The 5-kilogram hard threshold has already been surpassed, making it difficult to argue for a non-life sentence," Chin Yu replied, shaking his head. "That's unacceptable. He must stay alive." Old Ma shook his head. "He must survive." Chin Yu scratched his nose, continuing. "If that's the case, it might require some investment." Old Ma was momentarily taken aback by this. "What kind of investment? Why are you suddenly confused? To save a life, you must make arrangements, right? If you're making arrangements, why do it for free?" Old Cat interjected suddenly. Old Ma crossed his arms, eyeing the two with suspicion. "Are you trying to play tricks on me?" "What tricks? You know how things work in the government, you're not oblivious." Old Cat grinned. "Let us not kid ourselves, even I have to rely on connections to get promoted." Old Ma ground his teeth, calmly asking, "So how much will this arrangement cost?" "I believe 30,000 should suffice to secure a life," Old Cat replied, turning to Chin Yu. "What do you think?" "I think 25,000 should be about right." "Can it really cost that much?" Chin Yu countered, frowning. "Are you joking? You'll need to cough up at least 15,000 just for the prosecution, not to mention the necessary connections within the department." "I am telling you, 30,000 is already on the low side," Old Cat asserted firmly. "This is a major case, it's not a trivial matter." "Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing." Chin Yu looked awkwardly at Old Ma, opening his mouth to say more. "Enough." Old Ma bellowed, "Stop the theatrics. We're all locals here. What are you two pretending to be, the ghosts of the underworld?" The two fell silent at his command. "I'll cover the 30,000. Old Ma stated decisively. "What direction can we take this case?" After careful consideration, Chin Yu responded, "Illegal possession. Since we failed to seize anything during the first arrest and only intercepted the shipment during the second, with no one apprehended in the act of selling, as long as the Min insists he was merely hiding the drugs, there should be no issue." "How long will the Min sentence be?" Old Ma asked again. "About 15 years, I suppose." Upon hearing Chin Yu's straightforward answer, Old Ma cursed in disbelief. "You son of a gun, did you only call me after rehearsing your lines?" "Talking to someone of your stature, one must prepare accordingly," Old Cat chimed in. "I've just realized, you two may not be old, but you're quite the deep pit," Old Ma mused, grinding his teeth. The two exchanged smiles, choosing not to respond. "All right, then it's settled. I'll have someone deliver the money to you tomorrow." Old Ma agreed, knowing full well that this money was essential. Otherwise, how could the authorities guarantee his safety in the future? Moreover, this also opened up new connections. "Uncle Ma, lay low for a while," as Old Li advised, Chin Yu reminded him. "Understood." Old Ma nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, as Chin Yu and Old Cat made their way back, they conversed animatedly. "How should we split the 30,000? Chin Yu asked. 5,000 each for us, and the rest for Old Lee. Old Cat grinned. I'd like to share some with the team. Chinyu said softly. Shu Wei stood by me the other day, and everyone has been putting in a lot of effort due to the drug trafficking case. Then let us give Old Lee 15,000, and we'll split the 5,000. The rest goes to the team. Old Cat quickly agreed to the distribution, not overly concerned about the money since he wasn't in dire need of it. All right. Chinyu nodded in agreement. I feel like we could have asked for 50,000 earlier, and he would have agreed. Old Cat lamented. I was too timid. Haha. Chinyu laughed heartily. In a large courtyard on Century Avenue, a crowd surged, wreaths adorned the area, and white banners fluttered in the wind, creating a somber atmosphere. Brother Hua. Boss. Oh, the Hua has arrived. Hua, my friend, why does your complexion look so poor? As Yuan Hua entered through the gate, people greeted him warmly, with a variety of titles and backgrounds, showcasing his profound influence in this locale. Nodding in acknowledgement, he paused occasionally to converse with acquaintances before stepping into the main hall. Guests, please offer incense. Family, please express gratitude. The person in charge announced within the hall, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present a rare sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally inserted incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and Old Tiger. The Hua, what am I to do now? The aunt cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Hua turned, reaching out to help her up, saying, after the funeral, move in with me, I will take care of you and the children. The Hua, my little Wei died unjustly. An eye for an eye. Yuan Hua patted the aunt's shoulder gently. Control your emotions. There are outsiders present. The aunt gritted her teeth and nodded. Yuan Hua glanced around at the core members in the room, softly calling, let us meet upstairs. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat upright on a wooden chair, briefly addressing the crowd. We surely want to be able to retrieve the supply channel Qi Lin holds in the short term. However, to prevent the Ma family from reconnecting with this channel and continuing to encroach on our territory, we need to stir up some commotion in the rubble street. The crowd nodded in agreement. We're not afraid of escalating matters. What we fear is a lack of results. Yuan Hua raised a finger, stating, within a month, we must dismantle Ma Lao's gang and clear out the rubble street. Old Ma has surely established ties with Director Li by now. Should we consider the official factors? A lean man furrowed his brow and asked. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment before responding. I'll handle the pressure from the authorities. You all focus on the ground operations. Understood. With a single word from the leader, the entire Black Street began to stir with activity. Chapter 46 Beauty, Queer, and Dinner. The following evening, after meeting with the Min and Old Ma in the prison, Chinyu returned home alone, intending to gather some clothes for a temporary stay with Old Cat in the dormitory. Just as he finished organizing his belongings, he spotted Lin Yanlei returning through the window. He paused for a moment, then immediately flung open the door and called out, Oh, Lin Hanins, you're back. Get lost. Lin Yanlei turned around, her voice sharp as she retorted, you damn queer. Heh, did you finish work early today? I wrapped up my tasks and came back. Upon seeing Chinyu greet her, Lin Yanlei chose not to retreat to her room but approached him instead, inquiring, where's your partner? Have you separated? He went back to his family. Chinyu, disinterested in elaborating, casually fabricated a response. Back to his family, from what I observe, shouldn't that be you? Are you done yet? Chinyu shot her a sidelong glance. What business is it of a young lady to be observing such trivial matters? Heh, you're absolutely right. The two of you are indeed trivial. Vulgar. Chinyu's face flushed red from Lin Yanlei's teasing. Heh, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Lin Yanlei stretched lazily, her smile radiant as she asked, Hey, big brother, since I've helped you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? That night, the reason the Ma family managed to locate Yuan Hua's hidden stash on Century Avenue was largely due to Lin Yanlei's efforts. She had previously clashed with Old Tiger, and it was Chinyu who intervened. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family came from the photographs Lin Yanlei had taken, thus she had indeed rendered Chinyu a significant service. What do you want to eat? Chinyu inquired. I want Japanese cuisine, Lin Yanlei replied nonchalantly. Chinyu paused in surprise. Japanese cuisine, there are hardly a few places in Songjiang that serve it, and a plate of salmon would cost me several months' salary. What a waste. If you insult me one more time, are you getting too familiar with me? How about I take you somewhere else? Where to? Just come along, and you'll find out. Chinyu set down his cup and picked up his luggage. Lin Yanlei, intrigued, furrowed her brows and asked, Why are you carrying so much stuff? Aren't you staying here anymore? Not exactly, it's more like seeking refuge. Chinyu, uninterested in explaining further, tugged Lin Yanlei out the door, saying, Let's go. A striking pair of man and woman strolled along the dilapidated streets for about 20 minutes before arriving at an alley beside the police station. Lin Yanlei exhaled into her hands, her cheeks flushed from the cold, and looked up at the storefront before her. This place doesn't even have a sign, and you dare to bring me here. The essence of a meal lies in the sentiment, not the expense. Nonsense, Lin Yanlei retorted sharply, you miser. Qin Yu, carrying his luggage, approached the entrance, lifted the thick cotton curtain, and called out, come in. This restaurant, brought to Qin Yu's attention by Xu Wei, specialized in jiang fish noodle soup, a true local delicacy of Songjiang. A massive river, frozen over, meandered for hundreds of miles along the northern part of Songjiang, stretching far beyond the 9th district. Some fishermen, willing to toil, regularly broke holes in the ice to fish with nets. Although the majority of the world had been stripped of life, Songjiang remained relatively unscathed, and the environment was not as dire as outside the district. Otherwise, the 9th district would not have been reconstructed here. The restaurant offered only this one dish, and shortly after Qin Yu and Lin Yanlei sat down, the owner placed a large iron pot on their table, using a charcoal stove to keep it warm. The cost of gas was too high for such a small eatery to afford. Lin Yanlei brushed back her hair and gazed into the pot filled with jiang fish and handmade noodles sprinkled with red pepper. Inhaling the fragrant steam, she beamed, it looks pretty good. This pot costs nearly $200. Qin Yu rolled his eyes, not cheap at all. I'm really splurging here. Alright, I get it, you're stingy, you don't have to keep saying it. Lin Yanlei picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of fish, chewing with delight. It really is quite delicious. Not just delicious, but also quite affordable. Starved, Qin Yu filled his plate with noodles and began to devour them ravenously. You eat like a starving ghost. Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth? Lin Yanlei frowned and murmured, can't you be a bit more refined? I'm a queer, I have no intention of seducing you, so why bother pretending? Qin Yu teased deliberately. Lin Yanlei smirked, do you have a crush on me? Otherwise, why would you help me beat up that old tiger the other day? Do I fancy your chest hair that's over 2 meters long? Get lost. I'm just a kind-hearted person, so that's why I helped you. Qin Yu added insincerely. Heh. Lin Yanlei smiled at Qin Yu, don't entertain any improper thoughts about me. I can be your buddy, or I can teach you how to woo your partner. Qin Yu, uninterested in sparring with Lin Yanlei, looked up and asked, there's something I'm quite curious about. What is it? Are the people who kidnapped you connected to the Yuan family? Qin Yu asked suddenly. Lin Yanlei was taken aback, how did you know? I guessed, as later Yuan Ku suppressed the news about your abduction, and there were rumors in the station that Old 3 was coded by Yuan Ku for causing trouble. Qin Yu answered truthfully. I only found out later that Matsushita had ties to them. Logically speaking, Yuan Hua is doing quite well. Why would he resort to kidnapping you? Was it merely for some petty cash? Qin Yu couldn't help but inquire. Hearing this, Lin Yanlei's delicate face displayed hesitation. Forget it, if you can't say, then don't. Noticing her reluctance to discuss, Qin Yu promptly dropped the subject. After sipping some water, Lin Yanlei remained silent for a long while before responding. Actually, it's not necessary to keep this from you. Yuan Hua sought to kidnap me because my uncle holds a senior position in a large company in Fongbei. He asked my uncle for assistance, but my uncle refused, so he devised this plan. Originally, it seems he intended for Matsushita to masquerade as the kidnapper and extort money from my uncle, then through a series of convincing performances, rescue me. That way, he could gain a favor and achieve his goal, right? Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded and asked, but if he sought your uncle's help, why kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children? Because I was about to come to Songjiang for work, and I grew up at my uncle's house, so I'm no different from his children. Lin Yanlei replied with a smile, my uncle's other children hold certain social standing, so perhaps Yuan Hua wouldn't dare to touch them, and he could only target me, the soft persimmon. Ah, now I understand. Hey, enough about me, let us talk about you. Lin Yanlei removed her coat, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Qin Yu and asked, did you come to the 9th district alone? What about your family? Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu's brow furrowed immediately. What's wrong? Lin Yanlei sensed something was off with Qin Yu and tentatively asked again. I don't have family. I was abandoned during the riots before the 9th district was established. Some say my parents died, while others say they ran away with my younger brother. Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. In any case, there are all sorts of claims, and after so many years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yanlei was momentarily stunned, her expression blank as she said, I'm sorry. I thought, it's fine, I'm used to it. Qin Yu waved his hand. As the conversation waned, a heavy silence enveloped them, both focusing on their meals. Approximately 20 minutes later, after paying the bill, Qin Yu and Lin Yanlei stepped out of the small restaurant once again. Outside, the air was frigid, and snowflakes began to drift down. Lin Yanlei shivered, constantly puffing warm air into her small hands. Do all women have a screw loose? Why would you wear so little in this weather? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Qin Yu rolled his eyes, digging into his luggage to retrieve a thick, worn pair of sheepskin gloves. Put these on. Lin Yanlei accepted the thick gloves, turning to look at the tall, imposing Qin Yu. You're quite considerate. Reading the room and charming women is basic life skill, Chin Yu retorted with a smirk. Bah. You think a pair of worn gloves will win me over, dream on. Lin Yanlei spat playfully, then excitedly donned the gloves, exclaiming, wow, they're really warm. Chin Yu fell silent, walking at a steady pace ahead. Lin Yanlei, wearing the gloves, began to touch the icicles hanging from the windowsills of the houses, suddenly calling out, big fool. What is it? Chin Yu turned around. Just cheer up. What's done is done, nobody can change it, but living in such times, we must believe tomorrow will be better. Lin Yanlei stood in the icy alley, optimistically advising, at least at this moment, you have a beautiful woman accompanying you on the streets. What more could you ask for? Chin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled as he replied, thank you, beautiful. Under the dim lighting, the two gazed at each other for a while, and Lin Yanlei seemed somewhat shy as she quickly walked ahead, saying, what are you staring at? Let us go, take me home. I can take you home, but it can't be for free. Can we make some stories happen tonight? Chin Yu inquired from behind. Stop flirting, or I'll call your partner. Deep within the dirt-laden streets, the young men dining with old Ma were now gathered in front of a storefront, whispering amongst themselves. In the distance, a bald-headed Belarusian man staggered towards them, leading 4 young men. Are there women here? The Belarusian shouted with a burp. The young man by the roadside turned to glance at him. How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? One of the Belarusian's companions snapped back. Who are you cursing? Bang! The Belarusian swung a punch, sending the young man staggering back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it, you dare to lay hands on me. The fallen man's companions rushed to help him up, glaring angrily, looking for trouble. Are you? The Belarusian whistled, turning to shout, the Ma family is attacking me. With that, from the dark alley not far away, a horde of 30 to 40 people rushed out, wielding steel pipes and knives, charging towards them. The premeditated conflict commenced this very night. Chapter 47. The reckoning approaches on the road to courtyard number 88. While Chin Yu was engaging in a heartfelt exchange with Lin Yanlei, his phone abruptly rang from his pocket. Hello, Xiao Wei. There's a commotion at Tusa Street. Hundreds are fighting with weapons. Old Li has personally issued the order for all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the riotous crowd as swiftly as possible. Zhu Wei spoke urgently. Chin Yu paused for a moment. I knew the Yuan family wouldn't remain quiet. All right, wait for me. I'll return to the team right away. Understood. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. Chin Yu turned to Lin Yanlei and said, you should head back on your own. Something has happened at Tusa Street, and I must rush there. All right, you attend to your matters. I can make my way back alone, Lin Yanlei promptly replied. Be quick about it. It's quite chaotic out there tonight, so stay safe. Sure, you hurry along. On my way, Chin Yu remarked, not taking the time to continue their pleasantries, and swiftly turned to run towards the police station. Inside the case handling area of the police station as first team, the acting deputy captain, Lao San, called for a meeting of all team members, yet notably excluded the third group. By the work desk, Lao San held a teacup, speaking lightly as he surveyed the crowd. The uproar at Tusa Street is far too loud. These drug dealers have gone mad, disregarding whether you're on the payroll or not. So, when we arrive, assess the situation and don't foolishly rush forward. Understood. Got it. While dozens listened to Lao San's words with outward calm, internally they were keenly aware. The troublemakers at Tusa Street were undoubtedly affiliated with the Yuan family, thus Lao San was indirectly advising everyone to be lenient when necessary. After a few more instructions, he set down his cup and called out, grab your riot gear and drive into the scene. Switch all radios to our team's dedicated frequency. I will notify you if anything arises. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and hastily departed. On the road, Chin Yu was acutely aware that the turmoil at Tusa Street was likely instigated by the Yuan and Ma families' conflicting interests. He contemplated calling Old Cat to discuss a resolution. Ding ding. Before he could dial, the phone rang again. Hello. Chin Yu quickly pressed the answer button. Captain, everyone has gathered for the meeting in the first team, but Lao San didn't notify us. Zhu Wei's voice remained urgent. Should we still accompany the first team tonight for the operation? After a moment's deliberation, Chin Yu replied, you take the third group south car towards my place. Pick me up first. All right, Zhu Wei nodded. Tell the brothers in our group to remain calm. It's better that Lao San didn't call us, as it spares me from having to keep an eye on them during the operation. Remember, even if Yuan Ku wants to retaliate, I will stand in front of you first. Chin Yu understood that Zhu Wei and the third group's brothers stood by him during the events at Tusa Street not only because of their loyalty but also due to their awareness of his backing from Li. This bond made Chin Yu feel a deep kinship with the third group, as they were his true foundation, rather than mere members of the first team. This was why, after swindling Old Ma out of 30,000 yuan, he immediately thought of sharing some with them. In this current environment, human relationships are rather pragmatic. If one wishes to receive support, they must ensure that others are well taken care of. Alright, I understand, Captain, I'll head over right away. I'm already on my way. Drive quickly, you'll see me on the roadside. Okay. Zhu Wei affirmed and promptly hung up. As Qin Yu looked down at his phone while briskly walking on the frigid street, he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. This instinct was a natural response developed during his long tenure in the plant area, prompting him to swiftly turn his head to look back. On the roadside, a man clad in a scruffy leather coat and a knitted hat was hastily striding forward with his head down. Qin Yu glanced at him and returned his focus to his phone. Behind him, the footsteps grew increasingly rapid and distinct. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned around again, and the man in the knitted hat raised his head, slipping his right hand into his pocket. At that moment, the two were approximately 10 meters apart, and Qin Yu, momentarily stunned, noticed two men approaching from across the road. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him. Whoosh! Without warning, the man in the knitted hat drew a gun. Bang! Crash! Without a second thought, Qin Yu pivoted his body, shoulders forward, and took large strides, crashing through the glass of a storefront like a cannonball, scattering shards in all directions as he barreled into the interior. Inside the store, 3 or 4 unremarkable-looking women were seated on a sofa, whispering amongst themselves when they were abruptly startled by a loud explosion from outside. They soon beheld Qin Yu staggering into view. Ah! The women shrieked in unison, scrambling to flee upstairs in their cheap high heels or slippers, clutching their heads. Once inside, Qin Yu did not pause. He quickly scanned his surroundings and dashed toward the second floor. Outside the shattered window, 3 assailants stood in the street, weapons drawn, pulling the triggers. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted, and a cloud of blood burst from Qin Yu's body as he stumbled up the staircase. Get in there and kill him, the man in the knitted hat commanded coldly. Beside him, 2 burly white Russians kicked open the door to the storefront and burst inside, guns at the ready. On the second floor corridor, Qin Yu glanced at the sealed rooms on either side, realizing there were no windows, and hastily kicked open a door. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the environment, leaping nearly half a meter high, and yanked down an old cabinet with all his might. Bang! Thud! The cabinet toppled onto the floor, and Qin Yu gritted his teeth, using his shoulder to push it against the door, barricading it. After several frantic breaths, Qin Yu braced himself against the cabinet, feeling around his body until he discovered he had been shot in the right hip, with a tingling numbness spreading through his lower body. With no time to ponder further, Qin Yu hastily retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. Hello. Damn it, hurry up, I'm going to get killed. Though Qin Yu's voice was frantic, his mind remained remarkably calm and precise as he stated, I'm in a meat shop on the midsection of Bobo Street, which has no sign. The window is shattered, and there are 3 men outside, hurry. In the corridor, the 3 assailants were already rushing in with their guns drawn. At Tusa Street, the provocations by the White Russians had escalated the brawl from hundreds to a chaotic conflict involving several hundred participants. The Ma family showed no signs of backing down, even without a word from old Ma. The lower-tier lackeys, who hadn't had any business lately, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack fueled by their interests. A multitude of individuals, living on the fringes of the drug trade, openly fired weapons on Tusa Street, brandishing crude firearms. Chapter 48. This chaotic era. At the entrance of the room on the second floor, 3 heavily armed men arrived swiftly. The man in the woolen cap raised his leg and delivered 3 powerful kicks to the door lock. However, the door merely shifted slightly, the lock becoming indented and deformed. He's barricading himself inside, said a burly white Russian standing to the left, frost clinging to his beard, his gaze fierce. Step aside. The other 2 men promptly moved out of the way. Bang! 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 After several gunshots, the wooden door was riddled with 7 or 8 dense bullet holes in its center. Crash! Another burly white Russian kicked at the center of the bullet-riddled area, and the door splintered, revealing a gaping hole. Inside, Qin Yu found himself separated from the door by a cabinet, and with the door now shattered, it was too late for him to draw closer. 3 guns thrust through the aperture created by the burly man's kick. Damn it! Qin Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped the edge of the cabinet, gritting his teeth and rising to his feet. He tilted the cabinet, propelling it towards the hole. The rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor, bullets crackling against the cabinet, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Qin Yu stepped through pools of his own blood, using his shoulder to prop the cabinet upright once more, thereby barricading the door. Damn it, cursed the man in the woolen cap, turning to demand, do we have any grenades? None, replied the white Russian, shaking his head. Then break it down. At this point, the 3 men had lost their line of fire, and given the cabinet's thickness of about half a meter, although hollow inside, it featured 2 thick wooden panels. Thus, bullets striking the wood had unpredictable outcomes. Some penetrated the cabinet while others lodged in the rear panels. Having saved for many years in the designated area to reach this moment, Qin Yu was determined not to perish in such a senseless manner. Summoning all his strength, he relied on his imposing stature and exceptional constitution, resolutely bracing against the cabinet in a desperate bid for survival. After 3 to 4 minutes of relentless assault, silence fell, and Qin Yu gradually began to weaken. Coupled with the significant blood loss from his gunshot wounds, he felt a violent dizziness enveloping his mind, yet, even in this state, he continued to hold the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to stay alert. Downstairs, the man in the woolen cap had just retrieved a fire axe from within the shop when he spotted two vehicles racing towards them. Screech! The sound of tires skidding to a halt echoed on the pavement as two police SUVs came to a stop at the roadside. Damn it, the man in the woolen cap swore, shouting, that kid's called for backup. We need to leave. The two white Russian men dashed out of the storefront towards the SUVs, decisively pulling their triggers. As the intense gunfire erupted, Chinyu's phone began to ring. Hello. We've encountered the enemy downstairs, came Shu Wei's voice. Don't panic. We'll be up shortly. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's taut nerves finally relaxed. At the intersection of Tuchu Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were halted, and 300 officers donned in combat gear, equipped with bulletproof vests and riot shields, surged forward. All units, disperse the rioting crowd as instructed, barked the deputy chief, drenched in sweat as he clutched a walkie-talkie. Maintain control. Do not escalate the situation further. I repeat, focus on dispersal. After a series of commands, the 300 officers, shields in hand, advanced into Tuchu Street. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the frozen chaos of the street as the officers formed a line. Yet, less than 50 meters into their advance, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Gunfire erupted chaotically, makeshift incendiary devices were hurled, and on the narrow street, at least 1,000 individuals were embroiled in a frenzied melee. On either side of the road, shattered glass littered the ground, with numerous homes ablaze at their entrances, and weapons such as knives and clubs lay strewn about. Injured individuals either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground, the scene resembling a town ravaged by recent riots. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. Public security team, advance. After the captains of the police units shouted continuously over their designated channels, the officers pushed forward once more. Drop your weapons and stay put. Crouch down. Don't move, we will open fire. As the officers approached the brawling crowd, they began shouting commands, but the rival factions, blinded by rage, paid no heed to their calls. Meanwhile, numerous residents secretly aiding the Ma family were hurling homemade incendiary devices from the buildings above. Boom! It's on fire. Shield up. There are projectiles being thrown from above. With only 300 officers and strict orders against escalating tensions, they found themselves hamstrung, unable to engage decisively against the rioters. As such, the moment they entered Tuchu Street, they were quickly overwhelmed by the barrage of incendiary devices and the chaotic throng. As a few officers from the third team approached to subdue a burly man wielding a machete, a group of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms suddenly burst from an alley, opening fire without hesitation and instantly killing a young officer who had been facing away from them. Deep within Tuchu Street, a man from Yuanhua Company, responsible for drug sales, led a group of 7 or 8 individuals, having just beaten a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in a filthy alley. After striking the man across the neck, he turned and shouted, "Tell old Ma that if he doesn't clear out of Tuchu Street within 3 days, I'll make sure his entire family dies here." At the warehouse entrance in the alley, old Ma, shedding his military coat on the ground, shouted through clenched teeth, his eyes red with fury, "Damn it, they really intend to wipe us out. Then let us all go down together. Everyone listen up. If you want to keep eating off the drug line, grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. This time, if we can't hold our ground, we all need to leave. To hell with this. Let us go to the Grand Palace." At the Fuyuan Road intersection, less than 10 minutes after the 300 officers had entered Tuchu Street, they retreated in disarray, sustaining dozens of injuries and losing 3 officers. Beside a vehicle, the deputy chief's face was grim as he dialed Old Lee's number. "What is the situation?" "It's escalated beyond our expectations. The teams that just entered were pushed back immediately," the deputy chief gasped. "My suggestion is to call the police station quickly. We're struggling to maintain order." On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was playing mahjong with 3 bosses from his subsidiary. "This situation has escalated far too much. Won't it be difficult to resolve?" asked a bald, burly man, frowning. "The police station has called several times. Their tone seems quite serious." "If it doesn't escalate, old Ma won't understand what pain is," Yuanhua replied nonchalantly. "Tell the brothers handling the specifics below that if anyone dies, I'll provide their families with compensation. If anyone gets arrested, I'll pull strings to get them out. If money and connections aren't useful now, then when will they be? I want to make it clear to old Ma that he is far inferior to us in build." "Will you be returning the calls from the police station?" the bald man inquired again. "No," Yuanhua sneered. "The police are just trying to stir things up. If he wants the profits from the drug line, he needs to help me clean up this mess. Otherwise, why should I share my money with him?" We'll talk after this is over." In the police chief's office, Old Lee personally called old Ma, but the latter did not answer, causing Chief Lee to erupt in fury as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Call in the military." I refuse to believe a bunch of drug traffickers can act with impunity. According to protocol, we should first consult the police station, the political advisor gently reminded him. At this, chiefly waved his hand dismissively, saying, Yuan Hua has connections in the police station. If we consult them, it'll take an eternity for them to process it, and who knows how many more will die in Tuchu Street. In the end, who will take the blame? It will certainly fall on me. The political advisor paused, realizing the truth in his words. Call Mateo in the military and tell him that I, boldly, request troops to suppress the brawl, chiefly urged urgently. We need to act fast. The situation cannot escalate any further. I'll go at once, nodded the advisor as he left. Meanwhile, a dazed Qin Yu was rescued by Xu Wei and immediately transported to the hospital. Chapter 49 The Price of Rebellion. Director Li possesses an extensive understanding of both the underbelly of the city and the broader environment of Songjiang, although he typically presents a low-profile demeanor and often adopts a moderate stance to evade unnecessary troubles. His acumen for political maneuvering surpasses that of many. Following the escalation of the brawl on Tusa Street into a collective incident, Director Li's decision to enlist the military's assistance in quelling the unrest proved to be an astute one. Given Yuan Hua's solid connections within the police department, had Li opted to report to the police first, the higher-ups would likely have delayed for 2 hours, allowing the situation on Tusa Street to worsen significantly, potentially leaving him with an enormous burden of blame. As Tusa Street falls under his jurisdiction, such a grave issue would undoubtedly place him at the forefront of responsibility. The military's Mateo, who shares a personal rapport with Li, wasted no time upon receiving the call, dispatching 2 battalions within half an hour. Unlike the police, these soldiers are seasoned veterans of numerous military conflicts and riots, making their response to such situations decisive and unyielding. Once over 1,000 armed soldiers, accompanied by armored vehicles, stormed into Tusa Street, the dynamic shifted instantaneously. No matter how formidable, wealthy, or ruthless the drug trafficking gangs may be, they cannot stand against the armed forces of the state. Upon witnessing the soldiers' readiness to open fire, the gang members scattered in haste. Even Lao Ma, who initially intended to head to the Grand Palace, was swiftly whisked away by his subordinates. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Given the commotion caused, the authorities had no choice but to impose severe penalties to account to the public. Consequently, the military began systematically apprehending the instigators in organized, planned operations. In a matter of moments, Tusa Street was devoid of any who dared confront the police, leaving only the remnants of the fleeing drug trafficking operatives. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was preparing to inquire about the situation on Tusa Street when an aide rushed in, urgency palpable in his voice. Brother Hua, the military has suddenly entered the street without warning and has opened fire. The 2 factions have dispersed, but many of our brothers have been detained. Dozens have been arrested at the Guangfu-Yuan intersection alone. The military has arrived. Yuan Hua was taken aback. Yes, there was not a hint of forewarning. We all believed that Lao Li would report to the police and await assistance, but unexpectedly, he contacted the military instead. The aide replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua furrowed his brow, dismissing the game of mahjong, lighting a cigarette, and finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Lao Li has concealed quite a few cards. I had no inkling of his connections with the military. The others remained silent. With the military's involvement, we should cease further actions, Yuan Hua promptly instructed. Tell our men to disperse quickly, and the leaders should retreat to the new district for a while. Understood, the aide nodded, then added, moreover, 3 of our guys from outside the district have cornered Qin Yu, but this fellow has some sense and has taken refuge in a butcher's shop, refusing to come out. The 3 were detained for a while until a few police officers from Qin Yu's team arrived. The plan didn't succeed, but Qin Yu should have sustained some injuries. He's a minor character, but in the matter concerning Qilin, he has embarrassed us. If we do not eliminate him as an example, Lao Li's people will not be intimidated. Yuan Hua inhaled deeply from his cigarette. However, let's hold off on him for now. He is rattled, still one of Lao Li's, and will surely be on guard in the future. We shall wait before taking action. Understood. You may go, Yuan Hua instructed the aide, picking up his phone and moving to the window to dial a contact within the police department. A few seconds later, the call connected. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? The supply chain has not been disrupted. If Lao Ma intends to resume this route, how significant will our losses be? If we do not act now, are we not nurturing a potential threat? Yuan Hua replied with a light chuckle. That cannot be the approach. This will place immense pressure on the police department. The military has intervened, has it not? Yuan Hua responded flatly. The individuals who need to be apprehended are being captured, are they not? The other party fell silent. Wushu, my men have been detained. We can refrain from operations for now, and I will cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide, but we must ensure that Lao Ma feels the sting of this situation. Yuan Hua's gaze darkened as he stated, since the matter has escalated to this extent, it must be dealt with decisively. I will apply pressure on the police chief regarding the underworld. The other party responded in a subdued tone. You should also provide any assistance you can, preferably to implicate Lao Ma. Very well, Yuan Hua nodded. In the realm of the underworld, particularly within the confines of Tusa Street, the Ma family may possess a greater influence and larger numbers than the Yuan family. However, following this violent clash, they found themselves utterly defeated. Why is this so? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua has reached a level where they can sit at the same table as those in power, whereas Lao Ma has not. The Ma family sells drugs on Tusa Street at prices that are both reasonable and significantly lower, by at least 70%, than those in hospitals and authorized drug dispensing locations, which allowed them to rapidly gain a reputation and influence within the area. Those unable to afford medication, the elderly, the sick, and the impoverished who suffer from severe ailments, harbor gratitude towards them, thus willing to lend a hand in critical moments. Yet, in the face of political relationships, this goodwill crumbles. At times, the collective sentiments of 10,000 individuals may pale in comparison to the gravity of a single utterance from a person of high standing at a banquet. The next day, during a closed-door meeting, Wu Shu from the police department stated, "We must thoroughly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking operations." The senior officials within various departments had no choice but to strictly implement the directives, leading to a frenzied crackdown on the Ma family's members, who had merely been retaliating in self-defense the previous night. While all those associated with Yuan Hua's organization were incarcerated, those higher-ups who had managed to evade capture continued to flaunt their freedom in public spaces. But could the Ma family do the same? They could not. After their recklessness, they were left to flee in disgrace, desperately trying to evade the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the higher-ups responsible for the drug operations within the Ma family were swept up by the police chiefs from various districts in Songjiang, with dozens apprehended during the previous night's chaos. In a single night, their organization was shattered to pieces. The following evening, old Ma called Lao Mao, speaking tersely regarding the Min and Xiao heir. "Please handle it, I cannot make an appearance now." Lao Mao, seated in a hospital chair, responded resignedly, "You cannot show yourself. The orders just came down, and you are specifically named for questioning by the police." "What is Lao Li's stance?" Old Ma inquired. "He is powerless in this matter. The commotion you caused is too significant." Lao Mao frowned as he replied, "He has also faced considerable negative repercussions." Understood. Old Ma did not persist in pressuring Lao Li for assistance, but rather spoke in a calm tone, "I accept my fate in this." "Very well, we shall proceed as such." With that, the two ended their conversation. At 9 o'clock that evening, having endured a day of meetings, Director Li sat in his car, visibly fatigued, and asked, "Where's Qin Yu?" "In the hospital." "Let us go there," Director Li said with a sigh, "I need to have a word with him." Chapter 50. Total collapse inside the hospital. Qin Yu had just begun to recover from the effects of the anesthesia, appearing rather feeble as he lay on the bed, his complexion pale. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "Damn it, Yuan Hua really knows how to pick on the soft targets. Old Li certainly wouldn't dare act against him, and he fears that retaliating against you might provoke Old Li completely, so he is directing all his frustrations towards me, intent on driving me to my demise." Old Cat gazed at Qin Yu with a sense of guilt, softly responding, "You can blame me too. I didn't consider the ramifications back then and insisted on having you involved. In hindsight, your initial decision not to assist Qilin was indeed the right one. I have Old Li backing me, and he wouldn't easily dare to take action against me, but what is the point of lamenting past actions now that we've already crossed the line?" Qin Yu said, feeling the gauze on his backside, gritting his teeth in frustration, "If we can't fight back, we must at least be cautious. It's alright. During this period, we will take turns to keep an eye on you," Zhu Wei interjected from the window. "The situation on Tusha Street has escalated significantly, and those on the streets are now under scrutiny. He probably wouldn't dare to resort to any further underhanded tactics." "Thank you, Xiao Wei and Guanqi, for saving my life," Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Let us not dwell on that," Guanqi replied, flashing a grin as he waved his hand. "Just focus on recuperating." As they were conversing, the door to the ward swung open, and Old Li stepped inside. "Director Li Si." Everyone rose to their feet, paying their respects and greeting him. Old Li surveyed the room and gestured for everyone to leave. "Old Cat can stay, you all go for a stroll. I need to speak with him privately." "All right. You all can leave," Zhu Wei and Guanqi responded before quickly exiting the room. "Director." Qin Yu propped himself up on the bed, attempting to sit upright. "Stay lying down," Old Li said as he approached the bed, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. He took a seat on the chair that Old Cat had brought over, frowning as he remarked, "The situation is rather grim. Today has been quite challenging, hasn't it?" Old Cat asked, standing nearby. "Challenging is an understatement," Old Li replied, lighting a cigarette with a serious expression. "Last night, over 30 corpses were retrieved from Tuzhou Street, with hundreds injured. Today, media from radio and online platforms are swarming the police station like flies, preparing for follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police department fearing scandal, I suspect the media from Fongbei would cover this story as well." Upon hearing this, both Old Cat and Qin Yu felt a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, the station troops arrived swiftly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further into a conflict involving thousands or a riot of tens of thousands, I would certainly be out of a job today, or even face prosecution, Oldley continued, his voice hoarse as he took a drag from his cigarette. Tomorrow, I plan to visit Fongbei to see my former mentor. Qin Yu listened intently, not interrupting. But a mentor is a mentor, and relationships are relationships. If I want someone up top to advocate for me against Yuan Hua and his associates, I must ensure that they can gain some vested interest, Oldley added steadily. Whether I take something or how much I take is trivial. The key is convincing those in power that there is profit to be made from this incident. What do you mean? Qin Yu inquired cautiously. With the Ma family dismantled, they have little power left on the black market. However, if I don't help them recover, how can I satisfy the interests of the upper echelons? Can I afford to finance this myself? Oldley looked at Qin Yu and explained, thus, the crux of the matter lies with the Ma family. Only if they can re-establish their drug supply can we hope to contend with Yuan Hua on the ground with profits. Connections will naturally follow. I understand your point, Qin Yu nodded. The supply channels from the Ma family have already been severed, Old Cat interjected after a moment of contemplation, frowning. With the long gone, they can't procure goods at all. Even if they manage to rally their forces, there is no business to conduct. That is precisely what I mean, Oldley fixed his gaze on Qin Yu. We must find a way to contact Qilin. We must locate along as supply channels no matter what. Once we have a source, the Ma family can resume business and generate substantial profits. Only then can I engage with the upper echelons, and they will be more willing to assist. Indeed, the supply is the core of the incident, Qin Yu concurred. Yuan Hua is targeting the Ma family precisely because they can obtain drugs of high quality at low costs. Exactly, Oldley affirmed. But Qilin mentioned that Along had indeed left him a contact, but he couldn't find it at the time, Qin Yu said, feeling somewhat anxious. Oldley, smoking, squinted at Qin Yu and asked, do you now realize the gravity of the situation? Qin Yu was taken aback. That night, when you all sought to protect Qilin on Tuzhou Street, I was compelled to take a stand as well. This not only offended Yuan Hua but also the vested interests behind him. Therefore, if we cannot consolidate upper-tier relationships through the drug trade to oppose the Yuan family, retaliation is inevitable, Oldley stated sternly. At that point, whether I remain the director or not, your survival in District 9 would be uncertain. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly grasped Oldley's implications. If the drug supply line could not be re-established, not only would Oldley be in jeopardy, but Qin Yu himself could also face dire consequences. I'll be frank, we must reconnect along as supply channels at all costs. Otherwise, you should consider leaving District 9 as soon as possible, Oldley advised in a low tone. Yuan Hua will not care whether you are a police officer when he seeks revenge. After pondering for a long while, Qin Yu said, I need to return to the planning district to discuss this directly with Qilin. Focus on your recovery for now, and as soon as you're able to move, go handle this matter, Oldley instructed as he rose to his feet. I'll also head to Fongbei tomorrow to gauge my mentor's stance. I understand, Director. Additionally, Old Ma must remain hidden. The police department has completed the evidence chain, and his arrest warrant is already on my desk, Oldley cautioned once more. After a moment of deliberation, Old Cat inquired, what about the matters concerning Ma Erlang and the Min? I had promised Old Ma that I would address this. Given the current circumstances, how could we possibly arrange for them? We must wait, Oldley replied tersely before turning to leave. I and the disinfectant-scented hospital room. Qin Yu gazed at the ceiling with a sense of melancholy and unease, letting out a long sigh as he said, I thought the planning district was complicated, but little did I realize the true den of cannibalism is the seemingly secure District 9. I regret having put you in this position, Old Cat admitted, feeling quite uncomfortable. Qin Yu licked his lips and replied, my nature is such that once I've completed something, I do not dwell on regrets. Please refrain from mentioning it constantly, it only vexes me. After a moment of contemplation, Old Cat looked at Qin Yu and said, this time, I'll accompany you back to the planning district. Oldley won't allow you to go, Qin Yu chuckled. If I were the sort to shy away from challenges, I would never have assisted Qilin in the first place, Old Cat responded resolutely. No more discussion. I am going with you this time. Qin Yu looked at Old Cat and flashed a smile. In the planning district, Qilin leaned on his crutch as he stepped into a dilapidated room, lifting his head to see his mother sorting through a bundle. Mom, what are you doing? Just packing some clothes, the elderly woman replied, sitting on the cold bed as she pulled out a black leather bag from the bundle. Qilin stared in astonishment at the black leather bag, frowning as he exclaimed, Mom, what is this bag? Chapter 51 Embarking on a journey. Fortunately, the bullet that struck Qin Yu did not injure his pelvis. Nonetheless, he remained confined to bed for over 20 days before he fully recuperated. During this time, his companions, Old Cat, Xu Wei, Guan Qi, and others, did not return home. They spent their working hours at the precinct and their off hours at the hospital, fearful that the Yuan family might attempt to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yu. Fortunately, after the tumultuous brawl on Tuzhou Street, the Yuan family, wary of escalating tensions with the police, chose to suppress the matter. Additionally, the Ma family faced significant turmoil, with many key members apprehended and scattered, leading to a period of relative tranquility in Songjiang. The Yuan family refrained from further provocations, instead covertly organizing channels to offload their accumulated stock of drugs. Following his being wanted, Old Ma also vanished, taking with him the remaining core members. However, this semblance of calm did not assuage the concerns of Li Si and Qin Yu. They both understood that the Yuan family's current restraint was merely a tactical retreat, a way to save face in front of the precinct. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Tiger, alongside the costs incurred during the purge of the Ma family on Tusha Street, represented irreconcilable conflicts. Retribution from Yuan Hua was inevitable. It was merely a question of time. Thus, once Qin Yu had healed, he promptly reported to the precinct to engage in a face-to-face discussion with Li Si inside the office. "Have you managed to contact Qilin?" Li Si inquired urgently. Qin Yu shook his head. "He left in haste. He certainly wouldn't dare to use the phone he had at the precinct, therefore, I have yet to locate him. Isn't he supposed to be at the designated residence in the planning district?" Old Li asked, somewhat curiously. "Can't you just call your friend to reach him?" "My friend had to attend to other matters after arranging for Qilin and won't be back for the time being," Qin Yu replied softly. "However, it's not an issue. I know where Qilin is. I'll go find him directly." "It needs to be done swiftly," Old Li murmured. "I've finished discussions with the teacher. As long as we can secure the supply channels, the rest can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain my absence to the precinct?" Qin Yu tentatively asked. Old Li chuckled. "I've already made arrangements for you internally. We'll say you've gone to Fongbei for training for 2 weeks. The rationale is that after you took down Songxia, you're due for a promotion to level 2 officer and will officially take on the role of team leader, so the department has approved your training as a matter of course. Should I submit a report to the team?" "No need. I've handled all the paperwork. You just need to spread the word in the team that you're leaving." "All right, I understand," Qin Yu nodded. "Xiao Yu, you're aware of the gravity of this situation," Old Li sighed, his brow furrowed as he reminded him. "Whether I can remain in this position, or whether you can stand firm in Songjiang, hinges on this moment." At these words, Qin Yu rose, his expression serious. "I will do my utmost to resolve this." "Very well, off you go," Old Li said, nodding at him. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the third team, which had recently been neglected by the first team, summoned Guanqi, Zhu Wei, and the Taiji brothers, and held a brief meeting. "I will be away for half a month. During this period, you'll be handling cases with the third team. I've already made the necessary introductions. Regardless of what happens in the future, you'll have a place to go," Qin Yu said, sitting comfortably in his chair. "I've been in Songjiang for a while now, and frankly, I am quite grateful to all of you for supporting me, an outsider, during these critical moments. If, by some stroke of luck, we manage to get through this, you can rest assured that where there is Qin Yu, there will be you." Guanqi scratched his nose and chuckled. "We weren't exactly important figures in the first team anyway. Old Zhu has tried several times to get promoted to team leader, yet Yuan Ku has chosen to ignore him. So, for us minor players, with limited upward mobility, it's best to stick with those we feel comfortable around." "Indeed," Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. "After all, we've already picked our sides. There's no point in regretting it now." To put it bluntly, if Old Li truly can't hold on, then I'll just leave the precinct. I refuse to believe that after I confronted Yuan Ku on Tusha Street, he could send 2 people to eliminate someone as inconsequential as me. "Don't worry, team leader, we're seasoned veterans at the precinct and know how to navigate these interactions," Guanqi reassured him. "Just focus on your own matters." In truth, everyone present understood that Qin Yu's leave of absence was certainly not for the purpose of attending training in Fongbei. It was evident that Old Li had made special arrangements for him, which was why they were offering such encouragement. "Thank you for your understanding," Qin Yu stood up, patting Zhu Wei on the shoulder. "You'll be in charge of the team during my absence. Handle what you can. For matters beyond your control, reach out to the captain of the third team privately. He has a strong rapport with Old Cat." "Understood." "All right." Everyone rose in unison. "Then wish me a safe journey." Qin Yu grinned, extending his palm. They exchanged glances, then placed their hands on the back of Qin Yu's hand, collectively exclaiming, "Safe travels." In the afternoon, on the street heading to number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu turned to Old Cat and asked, "Did you inform Old Li that you're coming with me to the planning district?" "Oh, I forgot," Old Cat replied, slightly sniffling due to a cold, appearing somewhat dazed. "Are you out of your mind? Old Li certainly wouldn't want you to go, so why didn't you mention it beforehand? If you suddenly leave with me, he'll think I dragged you along," Qin Yu scolded. "What's there to panic about?" Old Cat spat dismissively, pulling out his phone and dialing Old Li's number. Several seconds later. "Hello. I'm going to the planning district with Qin Yu," Old Cat stated directly. Lic was taken aback for 3 or 4 seconds, then, with considerable confusion, exclaimed, "What the hell are you going to the planning district with Qin Yu for?" To have fun. Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tuja Street. What are you going there for? Get back here immediately. Oldly, usually composed, lost his cool entirely when faced with the absurdity of Lifugwe. I'm not seeking your approval. I am just letting you know that I'll send a leave request over shortly. I'm telling you to come back. Don't raise your voice at me. I have a bad temper. If you make me angry, I might just take drastic measures. Old Cat had already started speaking nonsensically. Go ahead and die. It'd be better if you just froze to death. Oldly trembled with anger. Every day you're so reckless. Do you even know what you're doing? I really can't. Alright, I'm done arguing with you. Who's arguing with you? It's too lonely for Xiao Yu to go alone. If something happens, it'll be hard to resolve. My presence can help him brainstorm ideas. Just don't give him any terrible ideas, otherwise, Qin Yu will end up in your hands sooner or later, Oldly shouted in frustration. Get back to the precinct now. Don't worry about me. I am definitely going. Just stay calm at home. This time, as long as there is a glimmer of hope in securing the supply channels, I'll risk everything for you, Old Cat replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Oldly was left speechless, no longer scolding him. Call me if anything comes up, Old Cat concluded, hanging up abruptly. On the road, Qin Yu looked at Old Cat with a smile. On the surface, it seems like you harbor a bit of resentment towards Oldly, but in reality you care about him quite a bit. Who cares about him? I am just worried that if he gets dismissed, he won't be able to act freely in the precinct anymore, Old Cat replied with a sidelong glance. Now hurry up, stop dawdling. The two returned to number 88 courtyard, quickly gathered their belongings, locked the door, and walked out of the courtyard. On the way, Qin Yu glanced at Lin Yanlei's room, noticing the door was tightly shut and she was not home. What are you staring at my wife's place for? Old Cat asked with a sideways glance. Have some decency. Lin Yanlei already told me she would only agree to be your mother at most, Qin Yu retorted. Get lost, Old Cat grumbled, baring his teeth. Tell me the truth, are you a bit smitten with Lei Lei? Stop stirring things up, Qin Yu urged, quickening his pace. At 8:30 in the evening, a military vehicle loaded with supplies departed with Old Cat and Qin Yu, heading towards the planning district, which was even more chaotic than Tuja Street. Chapter 52. On the road. As they exited Zone 9, the Old Cat immediately sensed the temperature outside plummeting once more. Seated in the back of the truck, wrapped in 3 or 4 military overcoats, he reached out to lift the windbreak's cotton curtain and peered outside, remarking, it must be over -40 degrees, right? Yes, approximately, Qin Yu replied softly, rubbing his palms together intermittently. Don't just sit there. Get up and move around a bit, warm yourself up. Hey, did you come by car as well? The Old Cat casually inquired. I took a vehicle for part of the way, but then it was on foot, Qin Yu responded. Truly a soldier, the Old Cat muttered, at a loss for words. After approximately 5 hours of driving along the icy, snow-covered road, the vehicle finally pulled into a small military supply station. The two men disembarked to pay and then boarded a nearly defunct gasoline-powered off-road vehicle to continue their journey. Given the harsh environment, purely electric or hybrid vehicles proved too unstable to endure long distances in such frigid temperatures. The gasoline off-roader had been arranged through connections by Director Li. Although it was on the verge of being scrapped, it had not come cheaply. Fortunately, the heating system was functional, and the vehicle's off-road capabilities remained relatively intact, rendering it quite durable for the arduous journey ahead. As they traveled, the Old Cat, with the curiosity of a child, scanned the snow-laden landscape, his face alight with intrigue. He pointed towards some large iron structure several kilometers away and asked, what are those for? Those are marker towers, Qin Yu answered nonchalantly. You can't see it in the dark, but there are iron fences beneath the towers. Marking what? Nuclear fallout zones, Qin Yu explained in a matter-of-fact tone. After the catastrophe, the government constructed numerous defensive structures, but ultimately, they all failed. Many of those buildings contained nuclear equipment. When disaster struck, the facilities exploded, leaving behind vast areas of radiation. The towers were erected to warn those in the planned zones to stay away. Well, they certainly did their part, the Old Cat sighed. Driving on, Qin Yu, seeking to alleviate the monotony, casually asked, what is your true relationship with Oldly? The Old Cat was taken aback. What's the matter, can't you say? Qin Yu chuckled. Then I want to pry. There is nothing I can't share, the Old Cat replied, pulling out his e-cigarette and turning to Qin Yu to elaborate. Oldly is my uncle. He entered the police force after my father died in a certain incident. My father died in his place, so my feelings toward him are rather complicated. It would be a lie to say I don't harbor resentment, but over the years, Oldly has treated me exceptionally well. I constantly force myself to forget the past, yet as a son, I cannot simply erase it. Qin Yu was silent for a long moment. You're much better off than I am. At least you have a relative who cares for you, whom you can resent. I don't have anyone at all. The Old Cat inhaled from his e-cigarette but said nothing. Do you understand what transpired between your father and Oldly? Qin Yu pressed further. I've heard it from others. It was said that Old Li made a mistake, and my father took the fall, resulting in his death. Has Old Li ever explained it to you himself? No, he never brings it up. When I was younger, I often tried to provoke him into discussing it, but he always avoided the topic. The old cat stared blankly out the window. Perhaps he finds it uncomfortable to remember. Old cat, everyone acknowledges how well Li has treated you. It is common knowledge within the police force the past is behind us, holding on to it will only exacerbate the rift between you and Old Li, without serving any real purpose, Qin Yu gently advised. How many brothers would intentionally harm their elder siblings? Besides, the information you have is second-hand. The truth may be entirely different from what you believe, right? Yes, the old cat hesitated before nodding. All right then, let us discuss something more cheerful, Qin Yu grinned, changing the subject. When do you plan to get married? Who am I marrying? Lei Lei. The old cat perked up at the mention of romance. Could you show a bit of decorum? I've already said. Qin Yu began to scold him, but was suddenly interrupted by the sight of a group of ragged buildings ahead, from which emerged a dozen individuals clad in heavy cotton garments. He immediately shouted, Old cat, grab your gun, quickly. What is going on? The old cat straightened in his seat ahead. A line of individuals had formed, blocking the road. Qin Yu did not drive closer but stopped the vehicle about 20 meters away. What is the business? He called out, rolling down the window against the wind and snow. Brother, spare us some food. We're starving to death. Two men stepped forward from the crowd. Qin Yu shouted back, can't you see this is a military vehicle? We have no food, get lost. If you don't have food, then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money, the two men persisted, advancing further. The old cat, observing the frostbitten individuals, including children and the elderly, felt a pang of compassion. Let us give them something. In stark contrast to his demeanor in Zone 9, Qin Yu's expression turned cold as he bellowed, I'll say it again. Scram. Why so aggressive? If you don't give us anything, we want to leave. The two men, hearing Qin Yu's words, halted their advance. Qin Yu shifted gears and slammed down on the accelerator, aiming the vehicle directly at the crowd. What the hell? The old cat exclaimed, gripping Qin Yu's arm. If they don't want anything, let it be. Don't run them over. Seeing the truck barreling toward them, the crowd scattered in panic. Qin Yu had no time to explain to the old cat. He swiftly grabbed his pistol and fired into the center of the throng. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out sharply, sending the crowd into further disarray. Qin Yu deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, driving the vehicle into the deep snow, flooring the gas pedal and skimming over the shiny hard-packed snow. Moments later, 2 to 3 dozen individuals emerged from the dilapidated buildings, opening fire in their direction. Fortunately, Qin Yu reacted swiftly, navigating them to safety. The old cat, drenched in cold sweat, sat in the vehicle, glancing back in disbelief. Damn it, those people weren't begging. They were trying to rob us. If I had parked closer, they would have stripped us bare and left us to freeze to death here, Qin Yu replied expressionlessly. The people here they've lost their humanity. We're in a military vehicle. How dare they attempt to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Qin Yu turned to ask. I don't know, the old cat shook his head. This is Sankansi Point. 3 years ago, 10 military supply trucks from the Northern Special Zone passed through here and were completely looted. The military commander was furious and dispatched over 1,000 troops to eliminate the bandits. However, within a day, nearly all of those soldiers were wiped out, with only about 300 managing to escape. Qin Yu pointed to the roads they had just traversed. If you were to take a shovel and dig into the snow, you might uncover a body. After a long moment of stunned silence, the old cat suddenly asked, Buddy, have you ever robbed grain in Sankansi? Chapter 53. This is my fate. Listening to the old cat's words, Qin Yu chuckled lightly and replied, I've never resorted to theft in this area. I've built my reputation. Haha, the old cat chuckled nervously upon hearing this. The two exchanged glances for a while, before Qin Yu sighed and added, I am human too, I need to eat. I understand. The old cat nodded after a moment's pause. After driving for another 10 hours, they finally arrived at the plant area near the south, where the temperature was slightly higher, lacking the biting cold of the north. The place where Qilin was hiding was called Feng'an, situated on the plains, nestled against a mountain, and not along the main highway. Many people often form groups to hunt in the mountains here. On one hand, it was for personal consumption, and on the other, they would have someone transport the game to the special zone in exchange for a little money. Thus, the environment and security were relatively better compared to Sankansi. Qin Yu hadn't ventured much around Feng'an before, as the locals were quite insular. While 100 people might adequately consume the resources from the mountains, if 200, 300, or more tried to settle here, there might not be enough to go around, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to establish themselves. However, although Qin Yu had not stayed here, one of his friends had been a long-term resident with a certain standing, which was why he had chosen to settle Qilin here. The car came to a halt in front of a humble dwelling made of wooden boards and mud. The old cat and Qin Yu stepped out. What the hell, is this place fit for human habitation? The old cat gazed at the crooked house and the barren surroundings, shaking his head in disbelief. Compared to this, District 9 seems like paradise. Now I finally understand why you managed to establish yourself in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can thrive anywhere. Be mindful when you see Qilin. He is already feeling low. If you babble nonsense, it'll only worsen his mood, Qinyu cautioned. Don't worry, if I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll start itching, the old cat retorted with a grin. You're incorrigible, Qinyu replied with a resigned smile, stepping towards the house. Creak, the door was the first to swing open, and upon hearing the car, Qilin emerged, momentarily stunned upon seeing the two. The old cat stepped forward, delivering a playful slap to Qilin's head, exclaiming, Hey, bro, did you miss me? What are you two doing here? Qilin stammered. We came to see you because we couldn't reach you otherwise, the old cat tossed out casually as he strode into the house, calling out, Mom, Xiao Yu. His sister, Qiyu, emerged from the inner room, politely greeting, Brother Cat. Oh, has my little sister blossomed? You look so plump and lovely. The old cat was one to banter with anyone, his words flowing freely. Brother Cat is here. Their mother called from within, sitting on the warm kong. Upon hearing her voice, the old cat handed a large bag of food, which he and Qinyu had purchased, to Qiyu, smiling, This is all for you, there is more food and new clothes in the car. I'll fetch them for you shortly. Thank you, brother, Qiyu beamed, taking the heavy bag, and with her white cane, led the old cat into the inner room. Seated on the kong, the old cat cheerfully inquired, Mom, how is your health? Quite well, quite well. That is good to hear. You should smoke less, live a few more years. I'm about to become the police chief soon, and then I'll bring you and Qilin back to enjoy a good life. The old cat chatted boisterously with the elderly lady. In another room, Qilin invited Qinyu to sit on the chilly bed, smiling, I'll get you some water. No need, Qinyu waved his hand, just sit down. Qilin complied and took a seat beside him. Have you recovered from your injuries? Qinyu asked candidly. All healed. Qilin moved his limbs, expressing gratitude. Thanks to your friend John, without him, I might have died here. There are no medicines in this place. He arranged for someone to deliver them to me and even secured this room for me. That is good to hear, Qinyu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qilin quietly asked, after I left, did the Yuan family cause trouble? Yes, the situation isn't good, Qinyu nodded. A lot has happened recently. Old cat and I had no choice but to come here to gather information from you. What is going on? Think hard. Besides the package he received from Along, did he mention anything else? Any friends he knew outside, brothers, or any connections you're aware of? Qinyu spoke rapidly. To be frank, the Ma family is in dire straits, and Li Si has been forced to take sides because of your situation. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet, only because he stirred up a big ruckus on the dirt street recently and needs to lie low for a while, but he will certainly act again. And Old Li has no supply channels to establish strong connections, nor can he help Old Ma get back on his feet. Thus, Old Cat and I came here to inquire about supply channels. After hearing Qinyu's detailed explanation, Qilin stared blankly at the ground, remaining silent. What is wrong? Noticing Qilin's unusual demeanor, Qinyu pressed for an answer. After a prolonged silence, Qilin suddenly stood, bent down, and pulled out a black leather bag from under the bed without uttering a word. Qinyu was taken aback. What is this about? Open the bag and see, Qilin tossed it to Qinyu. Hearing this, Qinyu opened the leather bag, glanced inside, and pulled out a notebook. Qilin resumed his seat on the bed, rubbing his face, and spoke with a tone of resignation. This bag was left to me by my brother. Before he left, he told me there was a contact inside and that when I found myself in dire straits, I should seek out this person. At the time, I was preoccupied with him, and since I still had a job at the police station, I hadn't reached a point of desperation, so I didn't take it seriously. Later, when my brother was gone, Yuan Ku pressured me for supply channels, and that is when I remembered this bag, but I had given it to Bella, and when I went back to retrieve it, I caught her in a compromising situation with Tiger. In my fury, she might have panicked and claimed she had thrown it away, hence, I thought it was lost. Qinyu listened, stunned. But unexpectedly, when my mother, sister, and I escaped here, I discovered that the bag was with my mother. Qilin turned to smile. The bag wasn't thrown away by Bella. My mother, being meticulous, used it to store her belongings. That night when I told her and my sister we had to run, my mother packed many things, including this bag. Qinyu was rendered speechless. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Qilin's eyes involuntarily reflected a hint of bitterness, his voice laced with sarcasm and coldness. When I desperately searched for this bag, I thought it was lost. But when I had taken a life, lost my job, sustained injuries, and fled with my family, it reappeared. Do you think the heavens are treating me fairly? Haha. Observing Qilin, Qinyu suddenly felt that although his exterior remained unchanged, an ineffable transformation had taken place within him. I glanced at the notebook. There is only one page with writing, which contains a contact number. Jilin turned to Chin Yu and said, "But here, I can't make a call since you're here. Let us try to locate my brother's friend and establish a supply channel, no matter what." "What do you mean?" Chin Yu inquired cautiously. "I previously looked down on my brother, believing he lacked responsibility and only lived for himself." Jilin's lips curled into a smile, articulating clearly, "But now, I intend to follow the same path he did. The work he undertook, I shall now assume." Chapter 54, A Ray of Hope in Despair. After nightfall, Chin Yu and the old cat joined Jilin's family for dinner, continuously offering words of comfort to Chi's mother, assuring her that once the storm had passed, they would certainly find a way to reinstate Jilin as an officer in the 9th District. At that moment, the elderly lady remained unaware of Along's demise, and harbored no extravagant hopes for her son's future prosperity. Her only wish was to return to the days of yore, where her children had jobs and food on the table, so that even if she were to suddenly close her eyes one day, her heart would be at ease. However, both Chin Yu and the old cat were acutely aware that as long as the Yuan family remained unscathed, Jilin's status would not undergo any fundamental change, making any aspirations to return to the 9th District as a police officer nothing more than a delusion. After the meal, the three brothers made their way to Jilin's room, where the old cat firmly shut the door and retrieved a battered phone from his pocket. "This phone operates on a virtual card, from a small company in Fongbei," he explained, handing it to Jilin. "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "Understood," Jilin replied as he took the phone, glancing at the contact details in his notebook before decisively dialing the number. Moments later, he shook his head in disappointment. "It is unreachable, it says the phone is off." After a moment of contemplation, Chin Yu, with a rather grim expression, analyzed, "It's possible that your brother's friend has heard the news from Songjiang and is aware that something has happened to your brother. Therefore this number is no longer viable." "Damn it, if that is the case, we're finished." The old cat exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "Xiao Lin, send a text to this number," Chin Yu instructed, pulling out his e-cigarette. "Be straightforward and let him know that Along is gone, but you are his younger brother, and you can no longer stay in the 9th District, which is why you're reaching out." "Do you think that will alarm him?" Jilin furrowed his brow in concern. "Lying won't do any good," Chin Yu insisted. "With such a significant commotion in Songjiang, your brother's friend must have caught wind of it, so being honest will actually convey sincerity." "All right then," Jilin conceded, no longer disputing. As he began composing a text message to send to the number, Chin Yu took a drag from his e-cigarette and sighed. "The rest now depends on fate. If your brother's friend is already spooked and has changed his number, our chances of finding him are slim. However, if he is still in a state of observation, he should return our call." The old cat clasped his hands together, murmuring, "I pray that the Buddha opens his eyes. If we can successfully receive a call from Along's friend, I would gladly wish for Yuan Ku to meet a tragic end." 2 full days passed without a response from Along's friend, and by this time, a sense of hopelessness had thoroughly set in among the three brothers. Inside the modest dwelling, the usually carefree old cat bore a troubled expression, pacing with hands clasped behind his back. "I fear this matter is in jeopardy. If he were still using this phone, after 2 days, he surely would have responded." "Indeed," Jilin replied, sitting on the bed, his brow furrowed in worry. "His silence likely indicates the number is no longer in use." Chin Yu remained silent. "If that is the case, we're in a dire predicament," the old cat lamented. "Worse still, I might not be able to return to Songjiang. You've still got some security, at least with Old Li protecting you. Yuan Ku and the others won't move against you just yet," Chin Yu countered. "But for me, the situation is utterly bleak. Without a connection to the drug line, I have at most 3 months before they come for me." At this point, the three men fell into a heavy silence, their hearts laden with anxiety. Ding ding ding, just as the words left his mouth, the sound of a phone ringing broke the tension. The three men perked up, and Chin Yu immediately turned to the old cat, asking, "Is it yours?" The old cat, momentarily stunned, fished out his phone from his right pocket and, with an expression of uncontainable joy, exclaimed, "Yes, it's a new number, damn it, let Jilin answer it quickly." Chin Yu urged, excitement bubbling over as he rose to his feet. Jilin, sharing in the elation, took the phone with a sense of wonder, exclaiming, "I told you, the heavens have dealt me a rough hand, but they must leave a glimmer of hope." With that, Jilin pressed the answer button. "Hello." A deep voice resonated through the phone. Jilin switched to speaker mode. "Is this Along's friend?" The other party fell silent. "Don't overthink it, I am Along's brother," Jilin hurriedly added, fearing the call would be disconnected. "I've only used this number once, and I haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are." "How can you prove you are Along's brother?" The other person finally replied. "My name is Jilin. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister at home. My brother Along left home 2 years ago and hasn't been in touch since." Jilin elaborated on his brother's circumstances. "He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has a habit of propping one foot on the chair while eating." After a moment of silence, the other party responded, "Along is dead." "Why are you contacting me? Before he passed, he gave me your contact information. instructing me to reach out when I found myself in dire straits. Jilin replied earnestly that I am truly at my wit's end now. Long is dead, and his subordinates have been captured. The other party warned cautiously that I may also be on the radar in Songjiang, and I truly cannot assist you, that you'll have to fend for yourself. Wait, brother, Jilin called out, sensing the impending end of the call, that I'm not looking to rely on you. I want to discuss business. What business? The business my brother was involved in before. The other party paused for a long moment before responding with a cold laugh. Ha, your brother mentioned you. I and this line of work. Your temperament is unsuitable. Not necessarily, Jilin replied with undeniable confidence. Before I left Songjiang, I fired a gun on Century Avenue, took down a tiger, and single-handedly rescued my sister. It's not like my brother was any more capable while he was alive, was he? After hearing this, the other party fell silent once more, contemplating before asking. In drug trafficking, sheer audacity is the minimum requirement, but to succeed, you need connections. Does Ma's connection work? Jilin quickly retorted. I can still utilize his network. Have you secured a deal? Yes, I can reach old Ma right now. Simply securing a deal with the Ma family isn't enough, the other party countered, shaking his head. The nephew of the chief in the black market is currently with me, Jilin asserted, showcasing the keen perception he honed within the police department. He articulated his words with precision. With them, will that suffice? After careful consideration, the other party replied ambiguously, wait for my message. All right. With that, the two ended their call. In the southern region, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asia-Pacific map, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut dialed a number on his phone. After several seconds passed, he spoke calmly. Boss, Chi Long's younger brother has contacted me. Chapter 55, an appointment in Jiangzhou. On the other end of the line, the boss hesitated momentarily. Why did he suddenly reach out to you? He mentioned wanting to re-establish the drug supply line and expressed interest in procuring goods from us. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut replied succinctly. I probed a bit, and he claimed to have already negotiated with the Ma family. He also mentioned that Old Lee from the Black Street is backing him. From what I gathered, it seems we are the last hurdle to clear. Konggu, are you familiar with Chi Long's family situation? The boss inquired unexpectedly. I have a fair understanding, as Long has shared some details about his family with me. Konggu nodded. Earlier, when I spoke with that young man, the information he provided aligned quite closely with what I know. Some details can be verified, but certain aspects of daily life can only be elucidated by someone who has spent considerable time with them. Therefore, my personal assessment is that the young man is not lying. He is likely Chi Long's biological brother. The boss fell silent. Do you think I should meet him? Konggu tentatively suggested after a moment's pause. The market in Songjiang has been dismantled, and we've lost a crucial channel for distribution. In less than 2 months, I have accumulated quite an inventory here, hence, I believe it would be prudent to engage with him. If he truly possesses the capability to resolve the matter, it would save us the trouble of re-establishing our foothold in Songjiang. That seems somewhat risky, the boss replied with a slight shake of his head. What if Chi Long's brother is already under the control of the Yuan family? If he were to lead you into a trap, how would you respond? I am not afraid of Yuan Hua in Songjiang, but I do fear the pharmaceutical companies backing him. We have disrupted their markets by producing drugs clandestinely, and the Yuan family, alongside those who have profited from it, would be eager to find us and eliminate us. Surely that cannot be the case. Konggu frowned deeply. Regarding the situation in Songjiang, I've made some inquiries. This Chi Long's brother, Chi Lin, is the one who killed Yuan Hua's uncle and a high-ranking official, prompting his escape from District 9. Such enmity cannot be easily resolved. Does this Chi Lin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, he has a mother and a younger sister, Konggu replied. If those two have already fallen under Yuan Hua's control, could Chi Lin potentially cooperate with them? The boss probed further. Konggu was rendered speechless. We are not fully aware of the specifics in Songjiang. If Chi Lin is indeed being monitored, your appearance would undoubtedly attract attention. They wouldn't even need to act immediately. By following your lead, they could trace us back, the boss cautioned. If we were to be exposed, given our current situation, we would undoubtedly face annihilation in the face of the pharmaceutical companies and their political connections. Hearing this, Konggu felt a twinge of doubt. As long as we can consistently produce drugs, there will be no shortage of market opportunities in this age. Currently, when compared to several officially recognized pharmaceutical companies, we appear quite feeble, so we must exercise extreme caution, prioritizing survival before seeking growth, the boss advised softly. I do not recommend taking the risk of contacting Chi Lin. It would be best for you to lay low and temporarily abandon the Songjiang route. At this moment, Konggu wrestled with two conflicting thoughts. At first, his bond with Chi Long was incredibly strong. Otherwise, the latter would not have handed his contact information to his brother upon sensing impending trouble. Thus, Konggu wished to extend a helping hand to Chi Lin. Second, Konggu played a vital role within the team that clandestinely produced drugs, overseeing regional markets. The Songjiang territory had always been his lifeline. Should it be severed, he would not only incur significant financial losses but would also risk losing status within the team. After careful consideration, he gritted his teeth and continued, I believe Qilin poses no threat, as I have heard that Old Lee from the Black Street has indeed had a falling out with Yuan Ku. Moreover, considerable effort was invested in establishing the Songjiang line initially. I genuinely do not wish to abandon it so easily. So your intention is? I wish to make contact with Qilin, Kong Gu replied resolutely. But rest assured, if there is any indication of malintent, I will halt the proceedings right here. I would never implicate the company. The boss remained silent for a moment before responding softly, very well, if that is the case, proceed according to my instructions. You should. Half an hour later, Qilin answered the ringing phone. Hello. We can meet, Kong Gu stated directly. 3 days from now, I will be waiting for you at the Jijiang living area in Jiangzhou. There's an entertainment venue called the Platinum Palace in the district. You must arrive by 8 o'clock in the evening. Qilin paused. Jiangzhou, that's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in 3 days. As long as you do not dawdle on the road, you'll have ample time, Kong Gu replied decisively. I will wait for you for 3 days. All right, I understand. That will suffice. After uttering this, Kong Gu promptly hung up the phone. In the room, Jin Yu looked at Qilin and asked urgently, so, what did he say? He agrees to meet, but in Jiangzhou, and he insists we arrive within 3 days, Qilin replied with a furrowed brow. The timeline is rather tight. Old Cat interjected, Jiangzhou is quite a distance away, and we haven't met this person before. Relying solely on a phone number to rush over could be dangerous. What if the other party has ulterior motives? It could be quite perilous for us to return safely. Holding his phone, Qilin turned to the two men and declared, regardless of whether the other side has set a banquet or laid traps, I am committed to going. Otherwise, I will never have an opportunity to turn my fortunes around. Jin Yu glanced at Old Cat. Fugue, you have connections, you can choose not to go. Nonsense, the drug trade concerns Old Lee's very life. If you two are going all in, how could I possibly sit idly by? Old Cat replied without hesitation, for the first time, I feel that the name my mother gave me is indeed auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since we have all decided to go, let us not hesitate any longer. Jin Yu nodded and instructed, make arrangements for my mother and sister, we shall depart tonight. Understood. Qilin nodded. That evening, Jin Yu called his friend John, who helped arrange temporary accommodations for his mother and sister, paying for their meals in cash. After ensuring their comfort, the three men purchased 4 large barrels of gasoline at a premium price from a fuel vendor before setting off for the Jiangzhou planning area. On this journey, none of the three had the luxury of retreating. Each of their lives and fortunes hinged on the success of establishing contact with the drug supplier. In an era of chaos, with District 9 fragmented and lawlessness rampant, 3 brothers, united in desperation, embarked on their true journey from that day forth. Chapter 56. A 3-day dash to Jian. The residence of Qilin is situated approximately 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou. In former times, this distance could have been traversed by car in a mere 20 hours. However, the present circumstances are dire. The aftermath of natural disasters has rendered the landscape unrecognizable. After leaving the northern regions, Qilin found himself in the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert in central China, alongside the remnants of a once mighty river, now parched and reduced to barren ravines, which had once nurtured countless lives. The current living conditions in Asia can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier consists of uninhabitable zones, where devastation is particularly severe. Some areas are characterized by desiccated, cracked earth, with no water sources visible for hundreds of miles. Others are perpetually cold, with the ground frozen for countless miles, and some have been completely submerged underwater. In the face of these calamities, the government had deployed advanced technological interventions to mitigate the disasters, yet these efforts ultimately crumbled before the might of nature. Moreover, the remnants of these projects have left behind numerous hidden perils, such as nuclear waste and radioactive materials containing hazardous chemicals. Presently, these areas have transformed into territories that few dare to enter. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier comprises zones awaiting development. Although the conditions are harsh, the local populace has managed to adapt. However, due to limited geographical resources and the constraints of the 9 major districts, these areas cannot yet evolve into officially sanctioned living spaces under the protection of the government, where social environments are stable and living conditions relatively comfortable. The first tier consists of genuine living districts established by the unified government, categorized into 4 regions in Asia, 4 in the Euro-African Alliance, plus a specially designated 9th district. Our Chinese compatriots possess 2 significant urban areas, Districts 7 and 8, holding considerable sway within the unified government. When calamity truly struck, the world bore witness to the formidable strength and miraculous resilience of a population of 1.4 billion. The Jiangzhou awaiting development zone, located near District 7, boasts a relatively better geographical environment than the northern regions, with several thriving urban centers. One such area is the Jian Living District, as mentioned by Brother Kong, and the entirety of Jiangzhou is colloquially referred to as Quasi-District 10. In the past 2 years, The unified government had earnestly contemplated constructing a new city here. However, the scarcity of resources, the difficulty in managing a large populace, and the complex dynamics of various civil forces ultimately led to the abandonment of those plans. After nearly 3 days of relentless travel, Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and Old Cat finally arrived in Jian. Their journey, being cross-regional, was fraught with countless trials and tribulations. Later, Old Cat admitted that if not for Qin Yu's presence in the vehicle and his wealth of experience in the area, both he and Qi Lin might have faltered along the way, for not all obstacles can be surmounted by sheer determination alone. Despite the challenges faced, they were grateful to have reached their destination. Upon entering Jian, the trio quickly indulged in a warm meal and took a brief respite for several hours. As night fell, they hurriedly made their way to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Complex. In this era, entertainment venues have lost the grandeur and scale of previous establishments like clubs, nightclubs, and KTVs. When people struggle to meet their basic needs, there is little time for indulgence in frivolous pursuits. Buckingham Palace comprises 3 floors, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a space akin to a lounge for relaxation. Nowadays, few patrons visit solely for leisure, the majority are there for business gatherings and serious discussions. Due to the scarcity of resources, the standards of consumption have naturally risen. Following Brother Kang's guidance, Qi Lin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor, where a service attendant ushered in a dozen striking young women. "Are these the only beverages?" the attendant inquired politely. "Yes," Qi Lin nodded in response. "Then please, choose your companions," the attendant grinned. "We have all sorts available, proficient in singing, dancing, and playing instruments." Qin Yu and his companions were there to conduct serious business, their minds far removed from such recreational activities, and thus they politely declined. "Let's wait a moment, our guests have yet to arrive." Just as the attendant was about to respond, a young woman standing on the far left stepped forward, her face beaming with a smile. "Come on, just pick 3. We have assignments to fulfill, and if we don't take the stage all day, we won't just miss out on earnings, but we might even face deductions." Old Cat, ever the flirt, turned his attention to the speaking girl, taking in her bright eyes and alluring figure, and cheekily retorted, "With those looks, how could you possibly lack business?" Upon hearing Old Cat's comment, the girl immediately approached him, saying, "We have women of all complexions here. The competition is incredibly fierce. If I don't work hard, I won't earn anything." Old Cat leaned in closer to Qin Yu, whispering, "When visiting such places, we shouldn't attract too much attention. Why not let a few of them sit down now, and when the main guests arrive, we can usher them away. After all, you'll certainly want to keep him entertained." Considering Old Cat's suggestion, Qin Yu nodded. "Let's keep 3, then." "What is your name, lovely?" Old Cat asked, turning to the girl. "Coco," she replied. "Have a couple of friends join you," Old Cat casually suggested. Coco paused for a moment. "What, don't you have any friends here?" Old Cat teased with a sidelong glance. "I do," Coco quickly recovered, pointing to 2 girls on her left. "You two, come sit down." The 2 girls approached and settled next to Qi Lin and Qin Yu. The service attendant bowed politely, addressing the group, "Enjoy your time, esteemed guests." After exchanging pleasantries, the attendant departed. Feeling a bit bored, Old Cat gazed at Coco's long legs and, without thinking, remarked, "You've got quite the elasticity, huh?" "You're quite the flirt," Coco replied. "Not a flirt, just a man with a particular taste." Qi Lin, overhearing this, felt a slight headache coming on and leaned towards Qin Yu. "He really is something." Coco, crossing her legs, instinctively removed Old Cat's hand from her thigh, commenting, "Your hands are rather nice looking." Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut entered the lobby alone. The service attendant rushed over. "Sir, are you alone or expecting friends? Do you have a reservation?" "My surname is Kong. I've reserved a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting." The buzz-cut man scanned the surroundings. "Excellent, please follow me," the attendant replied, stepping aside to lead the way with a smile. Chapter 57. The long coat and the braided ponytail. Under the arrangement of his subordinates, Brother Kong stepped into the luxurious suite on the 3rd floor. After casting a swift glance around, he bent down and seated himself on the bed, retrieving his phone to send a message. "Boss, I've arrived and I'm ready to make contact with them. The response came promptly. Only after receiving permission did Brother Kong dial Qi Lin's number on his phone. "Hello. Greetings, Brother Kong." Qi Lin, having become familiar with the other party's name through several encounters, replied, "We have reached Buckingham Palace." "Where are you?" Brother Kong inquired. "In the private room on the 2nd floor, Qi Lin answered honestly. Brother Kong licked his lips, sitting in the dimly lit room, pausing for a moment before responding, "Come to suite 09 on the 3rd floor." "Understood." After their communication concluded, Brother Kong made his way to the door of the room, peering through the peephole at suite 09 diagonally across the corridor. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Qi Lin tucked his phone away and immediately turned to Qin Yu and Old Cat, saying, "The person has arrived, they're on the 3rd floor. Weren't we supposed to meet in this room? Why has he suddenly gone to the 3rd floor?" Old Cat frowned and replied, "Is that old rascal up to something?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chin-Yu quickly pinched Old Cat's wrist, glancing at the three young women and instructing, "You all can step out first." Old Cat fell silent upon hearing this. Kiki, momentarily taken aback, promptly said to the other two young women, "Let us step out," allowing the boss to discuss matters. After Kiki and the others left, Chin-Yu, sitting on the sofa, turned serious and remarked, "We have recklessly rushed in here without knowing what kind of people we are dealing with. We should proceed with caution, guarding against the treacherous rather than the honorable." Upon hearing this, the two of them drew out handguns they had acquired alongside their military gear and off-road vehicles, checking them carefully before picking up their bags containing spare magazines. Creak! The door to the private room suddenly swung open, and Kiki stood frozen, staring at the three men fiddling with firearms. Chin-Yu turned to the doorway, his eyes cold as he questioned Kiki, "Who the hell let you in?" "I thought I left my handbag on the sofa, brothers, thought you carry on, I'll come back for it later." Kiki quickly closed the door. Old Cat, glancing at the sofa and confirming Kiki's bag was indeed there, turned back and urged, "Hurry up." Once the three were sufficiently prepared, they hastily exited the private room and made their way to the third floor. Upstairs, Brother Kong's phone rang. He glanced at the number, reached for it just as he heard hurried footsteps echoing from outside the door. I in the corridor. A young man clad in a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered trousers, and filthy leather boots, with a wide leather belt cinched at his waist, strolled leisurely towards Suite 09, hands tucked within his sleeves. His long face was adorned with a thick, unkempt beard, his sharp eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. He glanced back at the corridor behind him before saying, "The person is right here, go on." As soon as his words fell, his companions on either side quickened their pace towards the front when suddenly, a shout arose from the direction of the second-floor staircase landing. "Brown, I entrusted all my capital to you, and you treat me this way, what do you mean by that?" "My dear Wu, please don't act like a gambler, all right? I am not God, I can't guarantee everyone profits." "Utter nonsense, you've set me up." The shout from the second-floor landing prompted the man near the left side of the corridor to ask the man in the sheepskin coat, "Are we still going ahead?" "Ignore it, you do your thing," the man in the coat replied, still with hands tucked in his sleeves. As his words ended, the two companions hastened their steps. On the second-floor landing, three middle-aged men were embroiled in a heated altercation with three Caucasians, shouting and cursing while reeking of alcohol. Given the narrowness of the staircase leading to the third floor, the commotion effectively blocked Chin-Yu and his companions from ascending. Noticing that their adversaries were inebriated and incessantly bickering, Chin-Yu reached out to the Caucasian man, saying, "Make way. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have any idea how expensive my suit is? Get lost," the Caucasian retorted arrogantly. Old Cat stepped forward, unsheathing his weapon, and with a swift left-handed slap to the man's face, remarked, "You're in our territory. Don't you know what it means to be discreet? Get out of the way." Upon seeing Old Cat's firearm, the Caucasian was momentarily stunned. Chin-Yu pushed through the crowd, forcing his way past the others while leading Old Cat and Chilin upwards. In less than 10 seconds, the three reached the third-floor corridor. Just as they turned to locate Suite 09 according to the sign, a sudden loud crash echoed from the left side, as if someone had kicked the door. Chin-Yu turned sharply at the sound. Bang! Immediately following, a gunshot rang out, reverberating throughout Buckingham Palace. "What is going on?" Chilin instinctively reached for his waist. Chin-Yu reacted quickly, scanning the signs and realizing that the gunfire had originated from the direction of Suite 09. Simultaneously, at the far end of the corridor, Brother Kong looked alarmed at the man in the sheepskin coat, exclaiming, "You bastards." The man in the coat pulled his right hand from his sleeve, grinning as he patted Brother Kong's cheek. "Isn't this thrilling? You don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you." The man in the coat chided Brother Kong with a smile before gesturing, "Let us go." Gunfire has erupted, one companion pointed at Brother Kong, alerting the man in the coat, "This place is connected to his boss." The man in the coat casually adjusted his ponytail, unperturbed, and declared, "Taking the front entrance is too troublesome. Let us jump out the window." Upon hearing this, the group swiftly made their way to the window. In the corridor, after hesitating for a moment, Chin-Yu broke into a sprint, rounding two corners to witness Brother Kong being dragged towards the window. Old Cat, standing slightly back, raised his head to observe the scene at the windowsill and quickly shouted, "Brother Kong." After calling out, Old Cat pulled Chin-Yu to hide around the corner of the corridor. At the window, upon hearing the voice, Brother Kong struggled to turn back, but upon seeing the corridor empty, he too instinctively called out, "Help me." Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, the man in the coat yanked Brother Kong and leaped downwards. In the corridor, Old Cat snapped back to reality, looking at Chin-Yu and saying, "It's over, this rascal is in serious trouble." Downstairs, the sound of rapid and heavy footsteps thundered ominously. "Damn it!" Chin-Yu cursed, rubbing his head, "What kind of luck is this? Why does everything we do run into obstacles? We must rescue Brother Kong, otherwise, our trip will have been in vain." Chilin shouted, his eyes reddened as he dashed towards the window. Chapter 58, The Kidnapped Intermediary, Addendum 1, Chinyu, Old Cat, and Chilin raced from the corridor to the window. Leaning over to gaze below, they discovered a landing on the second floor, from which the ponytail man and his cohorts had leaped onto the platform and subsequently descended the stairs beside it. Chinyu stood at the window, looking up and ahead, spotting the ponytail man and his gang as they forcefully ushered Brother Kong across the street and hastened towards the alley. Brother Kong just signaled for us to save him, which indicates he is acutely aware of his perilous predicament, Chilin exclaimed urgently, beckoning to the others. We must rescue him. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been in vain. Chinyu comprehended Chilin's intent, and there was no time for further hesitation. He turned to Old Cat and instructed, you go get the car. Chilin and I will follow and see what's happening. Be cautious, you two, Old Cat advised. Get the car and then call, Chinyu remarked tersely before stepping onto the windowsill and calling out to Chilin, let us go. With that, the two leapt down from the windowsill one after the other, while Old Cat turned and swiftly made his way towards the stairs leading to the second floor. After navigating 2 turns, just as Old Cat was about to descend the stairs, he heard hurried footsteps below and soon spotted 7 or 8 lackeys clad in Buckingham Palace work attire charging up, weapons in hand. They exchanged glances, and Old Cat reacted swiftly, his face betraying panic as he pointed down the corridor and shouted, damn, you're just in time. Someone fired shots moments ago and kidnapped a person who jumped out the window. How many of them? The lead lackey inquired, frowning. I couldn't see clearly, about 4 or 5, perhaps, Old Cat replied, stepping aside. Seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, they hesitated no longer and charged toward the window, weapons drawn. Old Cat wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath as he hurried downstairs. Damn, life has unexpectedly become thrilling. At the back of Buckingham Palace, after rushing down the steps of the landing, Chinyu was about to cross the street when Chilin suddenly pulled him back. It seems the other party has noticed we're following them. Let us not rush in, we should get closer before making our move. Startled, Chinyu turned to Chilin and replied, I understand. After a brief exchange, the two swiftly crossed the street and entered the alleyway. The power supply in the planned area was already abysmal, and after 10 o'clock at night, the majority of residential zones were shrouded in darkness, let alone this neglected alleyway. Thus, as Chinyu and Chilin walked slowly through the alley, they could only make out the distant silhouettes, but the adversaries had difficulty spotting them. They maintained a safe distance, allowing them to follow without incident. The alley was somewhat long and narrow, with guns clenched in their hands. Chinyu and Chilin trailed for about 200 meters, navigating 2 turns before reaching the end. At the mouth of the alley, an old, dilapidated pickup truck idled by the street. The ponytail man, with a gun pressed against Brother Kang's head, had just reached the vehicle when a young man in a black leather jacket approached from the left, engaging him in hushed conversation. Due to the distance, Chinyu and Chilin couldn't discern what the leather-clad youth was saying to the ponytail man, but they sensed that this group might be planning to withdraw. Should we rush in to rescue him? Chilin asked, his brow furrowed. Chinyu could clearly see the ponytail man and his crew illuminated by the truck's headlights and shook his head, responding, I don't believe these people are harmless. The leather jackets and combat boots suggest they've been in no man's land. Besides, we only have these 2 short guns. If we encounter them up close, we have no idea what they might pull from their coats. Chilin contemplated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he declared, if this doesn't work out, you can always return to the plant area, and Old Cat is protected by Lisi, so he'll never have to worry about survival. But what do I have? I've made it this far thanks to both of you. The drug line is my only chance to turn my life around. I must fight for it, even if it costs me my life. Chinyu was taken aback by his words. Even if he pulls out a mortar from his pocket, I will still confront them, Chilin resolved, gripping his gun and moving forward. I'll take the first shot. By the roadside, the ponytail man extracted a wad of cash from his overcoat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, thanks for this. We'll meet again. Don't mention it, Brother Xiao. If you need anything, just give me a call. There are too many eyes here, so I'll take my leave, the leather-clad man replied with a nod. Inside the alley, Chinyu and Chilin advanced side by side, their eyes locked onto the ponytail man, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters, 10 meters. As the distance between them diminished, Chinyu glanced at Chilin, whispering, a direct confrontation won't work. I'll take out those 2 on the side, and you grab the leader. Understood, Chilin said as he crouched, preparing to sprint. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the urgent ringing of a phone pierced the air. The ponytail man suddenly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat burst out from the chaos of Buckingham Palace, swiftly crossing the street and diving into the car. Viru. After starting the engine, Old Cat reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment complex. Tap tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a stunning young woman glided from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Old Cat turned at the sound, momentarily frozen in place. The girl, with a charming smile, slid into the passenger seat, her presence wafting a fragrant breeze as she closed the door behind her, saying, hey there, tonight I'm going with you. Kiki. Old Cat recalled her name after a moment of contemplation, realizing she was the beauty who had accompanied him in the private room earlier. Oh, you still remember my name? Kiki replied, grinning. Old Cat had no time for idle chatter, frowning as he urged, get out of the car, I'm busy tonight. What are you in such a hurry for? Kiki asked, leaning closer to Old Cat. I said get out. Old Cat shouted urgently. Hurry and leave. I have matters to attend to. Did you succeed and now want to escape? Kiki questioned, fixing her gaze on Old Cat. Old Cat was taken aback. What do you mean? Tell your two friends to bring Brother Kong back to me, Kiki said, her smile now absent. Old Cat stood stunned for 2 seconds before instinctively reaching for his waist. Beside the car, 3 men in suits silently surrounded him from behind. They made no move and bore no weapons, merely standing expressionlessly beside the driver's window, coldly observing Old Cat. Don't move, or things will go south, Kiki said, lightly pointing at Old Cat's chest with her delicate finger. Make a call to your friend. Who the hell are you? Old Cat asked, his eyes wide with shock. Kiki blinked her bright eyes, reaching into Old Cat's pocket to retrieve his phone, saying, I'm the boss. Old Cat stood there, dumbfounded. Kiki held the phone and commanded clearly, if you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it immediately and call your friend. Chapter 59. The sudden downpour of trouble. Additional update 2. On the street, upon hearing the ringing of a phone, Brother Xiao, sporting a ponytail, turned to glance down the alley, signaling with 2 fingers. Beside him, 2 young men were shoving Brother Kong into a car, while another pair brandished shotguns, racking the actions with a distinct clatter. A man clad in a black leather jacket, his expression tense, looked at Brother Xiao and said, no one saw me, right? That would be troublesome. If someone does, eliminate them, Brother Xiao replied, gesturing towards the armed duo. The 2 gunmen, receiving their cue, promptly spread out, shotguns at the ready, advancing towards the alley. Brother Xiao followed closely behind, his stride composed. In the silent alley, the ominous sound of footsteps echoed as the 2 gunmen pressed forward. Turning their heads to the left, they noticed an open wooden door behind a building, faint light spilling out. Brother Xiao, licking his lips, approached and first signaled his companions to remain still. Then, after a brief glance inside, he suddenly yanked the door handle. As the door swung open, a waft of greasy smoke escaped, and Brother Xiao, maintaining an impassive demeanor, peered inside, discovering a small restaurant's kitchen, where a Western chef was busy frying something. The chef, hearing the commotion, turned around with a jovial smile on his round face. The main entrance is at the front. Brother Xiao shot a quick look at the chef, hesitating for a moment before nodding. I took a wrong turn. The chef, hearing this, returned to his cooking. After surveying the kitchen without spotting anything amiss, Brother Xiao closed the door and departed with his 2 brothers. No sooner had they left than the storage room door swung open, revealing Qilin, who pointed a gun at another chef, his gaze menacing as he threatened, prepare your dishes well. Don't let your own carelessness be your undoing. Understood, understood, the chef by the stove nodded vigorously. Use the front entrance, Qin Yu urged Qilin, stowing his weapon. At the street corner, Brother Xiao climbed into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying, that was a restaurant's back kitchen. It seems one of the staff stepped out to make a call. There is nothing to worry about. Oh, that is a relief, the young man in the black jacket exhaled in relief. If there is anything, just call. Brother Xiao tossed this remark over his shoulder before shutting the car door and commanding, let us go. The driver shifted gears and slammed on the gas, speeding away. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, the young man in the black jacket excitedly retrieved the money Brother Xiao had given him earlier, counting it with his thumb as he walked, saliva dribbling from his mouth. At the front entrance, Qin Yu strode quickly, his head lowered as he spoke. These people have an inside man, otherwise, they wouldn't execute their task so efficiently. The one in the black jacket, Qilin remarked, his mind racing, is he from the restaurant? Absolutely, he just received money a moment ago, Qin Yu affirmed. What are you implying? I'll call Old Cat and ask him to drive over, Qin Yu said, pulling out his phone to dial Old Cat's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Qin Yu immediately exploded. What the hell, are you an idiot? Knowing we're in the middle of something, you still had the audacity to call, nearly getting us killed. Why are you so worked up? Your friend can't take calls right now, came a voice, cool and composed. Qin Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? I'm Brother Kong's boss, the voice replied succinctly. We met in the private room earlier. Qin Yu had an excellent memory. After a brief recollection, he inquired, you're the one who came back for the bag? Yes. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu felt perplexed. How long is gone? We were about to abandon the Songjiang lead, but Brother Kong insisted on helping you, and yet you've gone and breached the rules, the voice continued with a frown. Return him to me, and I'll settle for a leg from your friend. Then we can consider the matter closed. Qin Yu, momentarily stunned, quickly emphasized, you're placing an unjust blame on us. You know whether it's your fault or not, came the cold retort. That is utter nonsense. Brother Kong is not in our custody, he was taken by someone else, Qin Yu insisted, eyes wide. we hadn't even seen him yet. Brother Kong arranged to meet you tonight. The time and place were known only to us and you. The moment you two took out your guns and went upstairs, he was in danger. You expect me to believe you had nothing to do with it? Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words, frustration boiling within him. I don't care if you're from the Yuan family or some thugs from a pharmaceutical company. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I assure you, you won't even know where to bury this kid tomorrow. It truly wasn't us. Qin Yu nearly shouted in response. We came here to establish a supply channel. The woman's fingers tapped lightly on her thigh, her voice thoughtful as she responded, I have no foundation of trust with you. It's hard for me to believe your words. Here's the deal, if you claim this has nothing to do with you, come find me, and we'll discuss it face to face. Do you think I'm a fool? If you don't believe me now, why would I come to see you? Qin Yu shot back, furrowing his brow. If we fall into your hands, will we still have our heads? You neither return my man nor dare to meet me. Do you take me for some kind of hostess? She mocked. Then there is nothing to discuss. Tomorrow, I'll let you know where to burn paper for your friend. Wait. Qin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, implored, give me some time. I can prove we had nothing to do with this. The woman paused, contemplating for a moment, before glancing at her watch. Before dawn, if I don't receive a call from you, we won't need to communicate further. With that, Qin Yu heard the line go dead with a busy signal. What happened? Jilin asked urgently as Qin Yu lowered the phone from his ear. Damn it, Qin Yu cursed, his expression despondent as he replied, the woman who accompanied Old Cat tonight is Brother Kong's boss. She suspects we set him up, so she has taken Old Cat. Damn. Jilin, upon hearing this, kicked over a trash can by the roadside, exclaiming, why is everything going wrong? Not a single thing goes our way. On the street, Coco sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Boss, anyone bold enough to come to our territory to capture Brother Kong must be desperate, the driver stated, his expression grave as he gripped the steering wheel. Now that they've succeeded, it's likely they won't care about their accomplice, which puts Brother Kong in grave danger. This situation carries a different scent, Coco replied, her brows furrowed as she gently shook her head. Look into whether Brother Kong has offended anyone recently. What do you mean? The driver questioned, puzzled. Less questioning, more action, Coco said, her expression unyielding as she fixed her gaze on the driver. Understood, I'll make the call immediately. The driver nodded vigorously. Chapter 60, Before Dawn, Additional Update 3, on the street diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace's main gate, Qin Yu observed the throngs of patrons hastily departing in the wake of the gunfire. He spoke rapidly to Jilin, I'll go in for a moment, you wait here at the entrance. Let's go together. No need. Qin Yu shrugged off his coat, preparing to don it backwards. It's chaotic in there now. Even if we encounter him, it wouldn't be wise to act. I'll gather some information and return promptly. Then I'll wait nearby. If anything goes awry, you shoot, and I'll back you up. All right. After reversing his coat, Qin Yu glanced around before stepping onto the road. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and a nearby individual spoke into his phone. Something's gone awry at the store. I'll check it out and be home shortly. Don't worry, yeah. I'll take a day off tomorrow, haha. It's nothing serious, just that I had good luck today. The boss gave me a little bonus, and I'll treat you later. Hearing the voice, Qin Yu turned his head, his gaze instantly locking onto the man on the street speaking on the phone. He was dressed in a thick down jacket and sported a short haircut that made him appear unfamiliar. However, Qin Yu deduced from the man's trousers, physique, and gestures that he was indeed the individual who had just conversed with the man in the black jacket. Jilin, with his police background and inherent memory for details, also recognized the person. Qin Yu paused, turned around, and whispered to Jilin, this makes things easier, no need to go inside. I'll go. Jilin replied promptly and strode ahead. As the man in the black jacket ended his call, he prepared to cross the road towards the store's entrance. Hey, buddy. Jilin caught up and slapped the man on the shoulder from behind. The man turned around, his tone brash as he demanded, who are you? Jilin calmly pressed his gun against the man's waist, his expression impassive as he replied, speak to me with due caution. The man froze. Moments later, in the dimly lit street reeking of blood, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, bloodied and clutching his head, pleading, stop hitting me, please. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, where is he? Who are you talking about? Please, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Jilin kicked the man in the head in response. Where is Kong? I don't know him. The young man shielded his head with his arms, still attempting to argue. Qin Yu seized the collar of his jacket, gritting his teeth as he cursed, by the alley, next to the car. Did you take the money? Damn it, do you dare to lie? Do you believe I'll stuff a whole nest of rats down your throat? Upon hearing this, the youth blurted, you are the ones whose phone rang in the alley. You finally got it. Qin Yu struck his fist against the young man's head, demanding, where is he? Where is Kong? Brother, I'm just the messenger. Bang. Chin Yu lost all patience, shoving the young man aside. He raised his right leg, aiming a swift kick at the man's left knee. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones echoed. Ah! The young man howled in agony, kneeling and cradling his knee, shouting, "Stop, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. The one who kidnapped him is Xiao Gu, a guy from the no man's land called Lacey. He works for the Li family in Jiangshou. As for why they wanted Kong, I don't know, but he has likely been taken to Jianshan North." "Speak accurately." Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes, Kong has indeed been taken to Jianshan North, I'm certain. I heard them talking." The young man, no longer brave, pressed his forehead against the ground, his voice quaking with fear. In a certain warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jianshan, Old Cat perched awkwardly on the edge of a chair, grinning broadly at Kiki and saying, "Sister, it's all a misunderstanding. We're here for business, not for kidnapping. To be honest, I'm a police officer, a decent person. How could I possibly engage in such nefarious activities?" "Are you decent?" Kiki removed the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair flow freely. "You certainly weren't behaving like that in the private room." "I admit I was a bit indecent then, but I didn't see you as part of the service industry." Before he could finish, Kiki grasped Old Cat's chin, looking down at him and saying, "Don't flatter me. Don't waste time." "I'm not." "Tell me the truth, are you here for Kong?" "Really not, we came to make friends." Old Cat replied, wide-eyed, "My brother Lin's older brother is in the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would deliberately set a trap for Kong? There is no profit in that. Who killed along is irrelevant, what matters is who can ensure Lin lives better." Kiki said coldly, "And the Yuan family has the ability to make that happen." Old Cat fell silent at this. "I'll wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't return, then you and that foul mouth of yours will be permanently left in Jiangshou." Kiki released Old Cat's chin and turned to shout, "If they could smoothly take Kong, it indicates that Buckingham Palace might have their insider. Find out who it is and deal with them." "Understood, boss." The driver nodded and departed. After Kiki finished speaking, she strode upstairs. Old Cat watched her retreating figure, a chill inexplicably creeping into his heart. In this day and age, even a 5-foot-tall man struggles to survive. A frail woman making her way to the forefront and becoming a boss says a lot. At the very least, she isn't someone who shows mercy or hesitates. On the road, Chin Yu pulled the young man along, asking in a low voice, "How far is Jianshan North from here?" "About 10 kilometers. The youth hobbled alongside, nodding subserviently. Lin frowned, inquiring further, what were they planning to do with Kong? "I'm not sure." The youth shook his head, "I don't inquire about these matters. Asking too much is detrimental to oneself. Kong is in danger." Chin Yu remarked succinctly. The man with the small braid dared to flaunt money in front of Kong, which indicates they have no intention of letting him return alive. Upon hearing this, Lin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far. We don't have a vehicle. By the time we walk there, it will be too late. Chin Yu glanced at his watch. We need to find a way to get there quickly. Lin surveyed the streets, pausing for a moment before suddenly approaching a restaurant. He called out, "Is the boss around?" "What's up?" The boss inquired from behind the counter. "Is that motorcycle for sale?" "Are you crazy? It's not for sale." The boss replied dismissively, returning to his seat. Chin Yu entered, pulling out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. "Is it for sale?" The boss was taken aback but then leaned back, crossing his legs with a grin. "Add another 1,000, and I'll sell it to you, haha." Bang! Chin Yu slammed his gun on the table. "The money is gone. Will this suffice for a trade?" The boss recoiled in shock. Minutes later, as the cold wind howled, Chin Yu, and the young man rode on a small motorcycle, racing towards Jianshan North. Chapter 61, The Unfettered Brothers Xiao. Additional update 4. In the dead of night, within a building on a street in Jianshanbai, Brother Xiao sat at a dining table, leisurely indulging in exquisite dishes while sipping strong white liquor. After approximately 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s entered, leading a robust middle-aged man into the room. These two individuals were core members of the Li family from Jiangshou. The youth was named Li Tong, whose father held the position of the family's second-in-command. The middle-aged man following him was Dong Cheng, Li Tong's maternal uncle. Originally, the Li family had made its fortune by trading permanent residency permits in the 7th district. Subsequently, they ventured into the trading business. However, behind the scenes, they specialized in trafficking scarce resources, arms, food, cotton, crude oil, and more. They had dabbled in it all. Over the past 7 to 8 years, this family had burgeoned like a snowball, achieving a qualitative accumulation of capital. Unfortunately, this growth had come at the expense of the impoverished populace in the vicinity, as inflated prices meant that someone had to bear the burden. The Li family's intentions were clear. They sought to profit from the impoverished, yet, in recent years, the social environment in the 7th district had gradually stabilized, with various pro-people policies being implemented. Additionally, the population growth here was not as vigorous as in previous years. meaning that resources such as food and cotton were no longer in such dire scarcity. Observing the downturn in their industry, the Li family swiftly adjusted their focus towards the pharmaceutical sector, and their conflict with Brother Kong had arisen from interests in this very field. Upon entering the room, Li Tong, with an enthusiastic expression, inquired of Brother Xiao, "So, how does the food taste?" "I find everything I eat rather bland, as long as it fills me up, that's sufficient," Brother Xiao replied, merely glancing at Li Tong without any inclination to rise and greet him. "Brother Xiao certainly speaks in a humble manner," Li Tong chuckled, bending slightly to take a seat beside him. "With someone of your stature, where would you not find a hearty meal?" "Ha ha, you flatter me," Brother Xiao chuckled, putting down his chopsticks to pick up a cigarette box from the table. Li Tong poured himself a glass of white liquor, leaning forward with a smile and asking, "Honestly, Brother Xiao, I hold a great deal of respect for you. Why not stay and we can prosper together, embracing a better future?" "Ha ha, I appreciate your kind offer," Brother Xiao lit his cigarette, fixing his gaze on Li Tong as he said, "but my heart lies elsewhere, so let's keep things straightforward." Dongcheng interjected, "Think it over. Roaming outside is no match for the comfort of a steady job in one place. If you decide to stay, I will personally speak to my brother-in-law and ensure you receive at least 300,000 in dividends a year. It's not about the money. I wish to go to the 9th district." Brother Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "That is quite unfortunate," Li Tong sighed, raising his glass without pressing the issue further. "Brother Xiao, since you wish to leave, I shall not detain you. Should you require anything in the future, just let me know. You know what kind of person I am. We can sort things out when the time comes." "Fair enough." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, reached for his glass, clinked it against Li Tong's, and downed it in one go. "Uncle, settle Brother Xiao's payment," Li Tong instructed, placing his glass down. Dongcheng nodded and walked into the inner room. Less than 3 minutes later, he emerged carrying 10 bundles of cash, placing them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. "I thought we agreed on 50,000. "The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses," Li Tong replied with a smile. "Don't mention it. Just take it." "Your generosity puts me at ease," Brother Xiao chuckled, standing up to weigh the 5 bundles of cash in his hands. "Ha ha, young brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but this 50,000 is what I am owed. The other 50,000 is a favor. Money is easily spent, but favors are not so easily repaid. I am used to a leisurely life and am not accustomed to being in anyone's debt. Oh, the next time we meet, I shall treat you to a meal." Li Tong was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Xiao, you are being too formal." "Each person has their own character," Brother Xiao remarked, tucking the money away and habitually slipping his hands into his sleeves. "That said, I shall take my leave now. I'll see you off." "No need. I remember the way down the stairs, haha." Brother Xiao laughed, turning to leave with casual elegance. Li Tong and Dongcheng exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. "Sigh, if only we could keep this man. He could accomplish great things," Li Tong lamented. "These wild ones are set in their ways, they are not easily tamed," Dongcheng reassured softly. "Moreover, they are accustomed to doing things without rules. If they suddenly come to us, it could lead to trouble." "Well, if he wishes to leave, so be it. Have we extracted the information from Kong yet?" Li Tong shifted the topic. "His lips are sealed, he refuses to divulge who supplied him in Fongbei," Dongcheng chuckled. "But we've been fortunate. I found some information in his phone records. We can send someone to verify it in Fongbei, and then we can take action." "That scoundrel stole our big order in Fongbei," Li Tong said, hands on hips, his expression darkening. "Now that we have the information, you handle the rest." "Understood," Dongcheng replied, rising from his seat. "You enjoy your meal. I'll head down to check on things." "All right," Li Tong nodded. 7 to 8 minutes later. I in the basement, Dongcheng, accompanied by 2 lackeys, glared at the bloodied Kong and scolded, "Look at you, such a cowardly sight. I advised you to partner with us, but you refused. Now look where you are, your life hangs in the balance." Kong, dazed and disoriented, raised his head and cursed through gritted teeth, "I accept my fate, but you all have wronged me. From now on, you must be wary of my boss." "Your boss? That girl named Coco?" Dongcheng chuckled, hands behind his back, teasing, "Haha, noted. I shall remember to keep an eye on her when the opportunity arises." "Go to hell." Kong glared, furious. Dongcheng tilted his neck, laughing as he beckoned, "Let's get to work." As he spoke, the 2 men behind him drew their knives and stepped toward Kong. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Everyone paused, and Dongcheng answered, "Hello. Is this Brother Cheng? I am Xiao Wen from the Platinum Palace." "Which Xiao Wen? Have you forgotten me? I was the one who relayed the message to Brother Xiao that led to your capture of Kong," the youth in a black jacket reminded urgently over the phone. "Ah, I see." Dongcheng gestured for the 2 young men to hold off on Kong, stepping outside to inquire, "What is going on? Why the sudden call?" "After Kang's incident, the higher-ups are anxious. It seems they know you were involved. That woman has somehow obtained information and is heading towards Jinshanbai," the youth in the black jacket warned rapidly. They have quite a number of people, and they are coming with lethal intent. My suggestion is that you all should lay low for a while. Is this information credible? Dongqing asked. Absolutely. Good, understood, Dongqing nodded. Thank you, Xiaowan. You're welcome, Brother Cheng. All right, that will be all. The two ended their call. Across the street in an uninhabited yard, Qin Yu paced anxiously, gazing across the road, licking his lips as he said, prepare to act, this time, we must go all out. Qilin furrowed his brow, questioning, will this tactic be effective? They've succeeded. There's no need for them to fight desperately, Qin Yu asserted confidently. They will undoubtedly emerge, trust me. Chapter 62 A clash with the Li family of Jiangshou. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly called Dongqing was entirely due to Qin Yu's coercion, a move prompted by the latter's sense of helplessness. At present, Qin Yu had only Qilin by his side, and both of them were utterly in the dark regarding the opponent's rank, the nature of their organization, or the circumstances within the building. Recklessly charging in would significantly increase their chances of failing even if they were to fight for their lives. It must not be done blindly, for they were not superhumans, they had but one life to live. Less than 10 minutes after the call was made, figures began to emerge at the entrance across the street, with two drivers walking towards the back of the courtyard to retrieve a vehicle. Qilin squinted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he remarked, it seems there are quite a few of them. If we don't rescue Brother Kong, our trip to Jiangshou will be in vain, and we won't even get old cat back, Qin Yu replied through gritted teeth. There's no turning back now. We must take the plunge. Hearing this, Qilin turned to Qin Yu and resolutely declared, this time, it's either the three of us accomplish our mission and return, or we all perish here. Whoever shows cowardice and runs first is a son of a bitch. Let us get it done, Qin Yu nodded, drawing out his firearm across the road. Li Tong stepped out, frowning as he questioned Dongqing, is the information reliable? The call came from the insider who delivered the message to the boss, so it should be trustworthy, Dongqing replied, his brow furrowed. They must know we're behind this. They'll be furious. These people are here for a fight. We've already completed our task, there's no need to engage them directly, Li Tong responded calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Call the military security team. When they arrive, let the officials deal with them. Sounds good, Dongqing said with a smile as he took out his phone. On the street, two cars had come to a halt, and Li Tong and Dongqing were surrounded by 6 individuals, one of whom had already dashed forward to open the car door. From a vantage point across the courtyard, Qin Yu observed the crowd before turning to say, do you see that? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders. Indeed, Qilin nodded in agreement. But I don't see Brother Kong. As if on cue, 2 individuals rushed out from the building, carrying a large black bag, which they stuffed into the trunk of the car. Is he in the bag? Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he called, get in the car. Qilin quickly mounted the motorcycle's rear seat, his right arm hanging down with the gun at the ready. Let us move. Viru. The motorcycle's engine roared to life, shooting out of the courtyard like an arrow, heading straight for the 2 cars. On the roadside, some in the crowd turned upon hearing the motorcycle's sound. However, the vehicle was too swift, and the gunfire followed suit. Bang bang. Qilin, seated on the back, was the first to fire, his gun aimed directly at the crowd. There's someone. Dongqing shouted, reaching for Li Tong, who had just arrived at the car's side. Crash. The motorcycle's front collided heavily with Li Tong's midsection, propelling him forward, where he slammed against the car door with a thud. Qin Yu slammed on the brakes, dismounting the motorcycle and gripping Li Tong by the collar with his right hand. Qilin leaped off the motorcycle, gun pointed at Dongqing as he shouted, everyone, don't move. Step back. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching for their sidearms. Li Tong, having been struck by the motorcycle, felt intense pain in his lower back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he leaned against the car door, his expression twisted in agony. Qin Yu dismounted, holding Li Tong protectively in front of him with one hand while pulling a green fuse from his pocket with the other, shouting, I have a detonator, anyone who steps forward will blow up with me. Seeing the fuse, 7 or 8 people retreated several steps, scattering their formation. Li Tong, supporting his back with his right hand, turned to Qin Yu and said, are they from the Yu family? They seem to have come in small numbers. We have no ties to the Yu family, Qin Yu replied, sweat beading on his forehead. But Brother Kong has been taken by you, and we've inadvertently been made scapegoats. We've come to retrieve him. You're here for Xiao Kong. Yes, Qin Yu affirmed. If Xiao Kong comes with us, there will be no explosion, and we won't have to gamble with our lives. Qilin, gun trained on Dongqing, shouted hoarsely at the crowd, can't you understand human language? Back off, and raise your hands. Haha. Li Tong, leaning against the car, suddenly laughed, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu. Brother, you really have to bear this burden. Qin Yu was taken aback by this response. You're too late. Xiao Kong is gone, Li Tong feigned calmness, adding. You're talking nonsense. Qin Yu's heart sank, his face paling as he replied, "Don't play tricks with me. If I can't clear this burden, I'll have to take two with me. Do you still not believe me?" Li Tong turned to observe Qi Lin before succinctly stating, "He is in the trunk." Upon hearing this, an ominous sense of foreboding intensified within Qin Yu. He tugged at Li Tong, hesitating slightly before backing away from the car and slowly approaching the trunk, opening it with one hand. Inside the trunk, a strong smell of blood wafted from the large black bag. Qin Yu swallowed hard, pulling back the bag's opening. Brother Kong lay inside, unrecognizable, with two distinct wounds in his throat still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dongcheng hostage, immediately sensed something was amiss upon hearing Qin Yu's prolonged silence and trembled as he asked, How is he?" "He's gone," Qin Yu replied, his complexion ashen. "Damn it." Qi Lin's composure shattered, a torrent of pent-up anger, resentment, and despair surged through his mind. At the rear of the car, Li Tong raised his hands, a smile plastered on his face as he advised, "Brother, you see, the man is gone, and you two are likely in deep trouble as well. How about this, you lower your guns, and we sit down to have a chat." Bang! Qin Yu, upon hearing this, pressed Li Tong's head down violently against the car door, shouting, "Chat my ass. My brother has been taken. Is your brother's life more important than your own?" Li Tong tilted his head, looking at Qin Yu. "With so many of us here, if it comes to a fight, do you think you can make it out alive?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu fixed a piercing gaze on Li Tong. "Since Brother Kong is gone, I'm sorry, but I can only take you with me to clear this burden." "Heh." Dongcheng, who had remained silent until now, turned back with a grim expression and asked, "Do you think that's possible?" "I have a detonator." "Anything is possible," Qin Yu said, tugging at the green fuse, suddenly turning and shouting, "Damn it, which is better, a bullet or a bomb?" As his words fell, the scattered henchmen turned their gazes towards Dongcheng. "You really are terrifying," Dongcheng remarked, cocking his head at Qin Yu. He suddenly raised his arm, pointing at him, enunciating, "I've been in the planning district for years, and I've never let a single bomb get me. Come on, pull the fuse, and let us see who dies first." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand involuntarily trembled. The three brothers had come to Jiangzhou, with their guns and cars provided by the military. Where would they find scarce explosives and detonators? The green fuse had been yanked from the motorcycle, and the other end was merely tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In reality, he had nothing on him, he was only trying to intimidate. Yet now, the ruthless characters of the Li family in Jiangzhou were not easily swayed. What should he do? If he pulled the fuse, it certainly wouldn't detonate, but if it didn't explode, how could he suppress the Li family's henchmen, who relied on their lives for their livelihoods? Chapter 63, The Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 1. On the side of the street, 7 or 8 henchmen had their guns trained on Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dongcheng's gaze was filled with malice as he bellowed once more, "In Jiangzhou, there are at least 800 ruffians who earn their keep with a gun at their waist. But go ahead and inquire, who among them dares to stir trouble at the Li family? Standing here, not a single shout echoes back. Do they still deserve the surname Li, you little brat? I'll let you pull the trigger first. Do you dare?" Veins bulged on Qin Yu's forehead as he gripped the fake detonator with his left hand. Momentarily frozen in place, his thunder was a mere fade, and the opposing side was not intimidated in the slightest. "What to do now? I told you, sit down and talk properly, and we could even become friends, but now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Is there still a way out for you?" Li Tong leaned against the car, grinning as he beckoned, "Come on, kneel down first and throw away that worthless gun, and we can." Qin Yu seized Li Tong's hair and forcefully slammed his head 3 times against the car. His right hand instinctively reached for his pocket, preparing to draw his gun and fight back. "Aren't you going to pull the trigger? Let me ask you again, do you dare to shoot?" Dongcheng turned around and suddenly shouted at his men, "All of you who eat from my plate, get over here. We have plenty of guns and enough men. Are we afraid of these two just because they have a couple more lives? You talk too much." Qi Lin suddenly roared, "You bastard." Dongcheng pointed at Qi Lin's head, "Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I can't escape, I'll be buried right here in Jiangzhou. What of it?" Qi Lin shouted back, his face inches from Dongcheng's, suddenly pressing down on Dongcheng's head, the gun barrel aimed downward as he cursed, "You think you can take me? The last one who tried is already dead." The echoes of their shouts lingered in the air, followed by the sudden crack of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bright flashes of gunfire erupted, bullets piercing through Dongcheng's skull in an instant. The crowd was left in stunned silence, and Li Tong, who had just gained the psychological upper hand, stared wide-eyed at his uncle collapsing in a pool of blood. "Xiao Yu, get in the car." Qi Lin released Dongcheng's head and stepped forward suddenly. "Kill him!" Li Tong screamed, utterly losing his composure. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, Qi Lin stood his ground on the roadside, not dodging or evading, and opened fire at the nearest 2men.in close-range exchanges. Qi Lin relied on his superior marksmanship and commanding presence, quickly dropping one assailant, though 2 bursts of fire erupted from his chest as a bullet struck his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. Damn it, if you want to disrespect me, then let us all go down together. Seeing Qilin had set the pace, Qin Yu immediately drew his gun, lowering the muzzle. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and Li Tong let out a cry, dropping to one knee as blood streamed from his right leg. Come on. I am right here, shoot me, and I'll shoot him back. Anyone who flinches is a coward. Qin Yu's eyes burned with fury as he pressed down on Li Tong's head with his left hand, aiming his gun at Li Tong's chest with his right. Who dares? Step up. The scattered henchmen, 6 or 7 in total, were all in a panic, staring at Dong Cheng's corpse on the ground and the already injured Li Tong. Don't worry about me, just kill him. Li Tong screamed frantically. Hearing the commotion, Qilin turned back, aiming at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted, I've lost my elder brother and my home in Songjiang. After all the hardships to come to Jiangzhou, I've achieved nothing and lost a brother. Are you trying to intimidate me? I'm left with nothing but this life. If I don't fight today, living tomorrow will be even harder. Don't mention the Li family of Jiangzhou to me. Even if you're the head of the special zone, if you dare to choke me today, I'll take him down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the street echoed with gunfire again, and Li Tong's right knee was utterly shattered by a bullet, causing him to roll on the ground in agony before losing consciousness. Qilin suddenly turned around, lowering his gun and glaring coldly at the others. Who among you is a warrior? Damn it, I ask you, who is a warrior here, who has it harder than I do? Is there anyone? His words reverberated through the street, but not a single armed henchman dared to step forward. Is that it? Then let us go. Qin Yu grabbed Li Tong by the collar. Let us move. Qilin, you drive. 10 seconds later, Qilin started the car, and after Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the two of them fled in a disheveled manner. On the road, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat, blood gushing from his thigh, while Qilin drove, his gaze blankly fixed on the windshield, not uttering a word. Qin Yu took a deep drag from his e-cigarette, swiftly shedding his jacket and tearing at the inner lining, saying, Take off your vest, your shoulder is injured. Injured am I? Qilin had not even realized he had been shot. Keep driving. Don't move, let me handle it. Qin Yu reached over to unbutton Qilin's shirt. The car glided through the tranquil, darkened streets. The two brothers, one driving, the other tending to wounds, shared a silence that spoke volumes. After a long while, as they departed from Jianshan North, Qin Yu offered his e-cigarette to Qilin, his voice hoarse. You've changed so much since before. Life has offered me no choices, Qilin replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice gravelly. Once in Songjiang, and now in Jiangzhou, I've come to understand certain truths. What truths? Qin Yu inquired. For someone like me, with no connections, no background, and a plethora of burdens, the only edge I have in this era is the chance to exchange my worthless life for someone else's prosperous one. Qilin turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Yu. In this life, the things you gain by taking 100 steps back are nothing compared to the tangible rewards snatched forward with grit and determination, like a wolf. But how many times can we gamble our lives? Qin Yu asked, equally lost in thought as he gazed at the windshield. For me, Qilin died back in Songjiang. From this day forth, every moment is a gain, Qilin said with a smile, suddenly pressing down hard on the accelerator. As the clock approached 3 in the morning. At the entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu flung open the car door and leaned down to Qilin, saying, You're injured, I'll handle the rest. Qilin pressed down on his shoulder wound, murmuring, Be careful. It's nothing. With that, Qin Yu tossed a casual remark over his shoulder and strode towards the main entrance. A few minutes later, in the Grand Hall of Buckingham Palace. Sir, you are. I'm here to see your boss. Qin Yu leaned against the bar, smiling as he spoke. I have a business proposition. Do you have an appointment with him? No, just tell him I'm from District 9. Understood, please wait a moment. The other party nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, Qin Yu was escorted into the top-floor office by 3 henchmen. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a plaid shirt, lounged on the sofa, watching a streaming program without raising his head. From Songjiang. I don't recall having any dealings with that area. Qin Yu boldly approached and sat beside the middle-aged man, saying, Call that Coco and tell him you've figured out who captured Brother Kong. The middle-aged man was taken aback by this. Who exactly are you? Smack. Qin Yu delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. I told you to make the call. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed, and the 3 young men beside the sofa advanced, ready to retaliate. Qin Yu leisurely raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you so much as touch me, Brother Kong dies instantly. Chapter 64, Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu coldly for a while before bowing his head to retrieve his mobile phone. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 hybrid vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Coco alighted, clad in a woolen trench coat that accentuated her alluring figure as she strode toward the main entrance, speaking urgently into her phone. Yes, it was Lao Bai who called me. He said he has clarified Brother Kang's whereabouts. I've arrived and will meet shortly. All right, we will talk soon. As she hung up the call, Coco began to ascend the steps, but Chin Yu emerged from the inner door, pulling his boss along and casually draping his arm around her neck. Well, beautiful, looks like we meet again. Indeed, Coco replied, her gaze fixed on Chin Yu, surprise flickering in her eyes. The call was initiated at my behest, Chin Yu pointed at his boss, continuing, do not blame him. I coerced him with Brother Kong. What are you planning? Coco inquired calmly, her pretty face betraying no panic. I feel somewhat uneasy discussing matters on your turf, shall we find another location to converse? Chin Yu asked with a playful grin. Coco pondered for a moment, what if I choose not to go? Then Brother Kong will be lost. If Brother Kong is lost, so is your friend, she retorted. I still possess leverage, Chin Yu said, wrapping his arm around Coco's neck, leaning close to whisper, there's a young man from the Li family in Jiangzhou in my custody. Coco froze. I apprehended him under your banner, Chin Yu grinned, would you like to meet him? You speak without evidence. It is hard for me to trust, Coco replied. In response, Chin Yu raised his arm and gestured toward the distant car. Qilin lowered the window, revealing Li Tong's head. Does this reassure you? Chin Yu asked. Coco cast a glance towards the vehicle, and upon seeing Li Tong, her expression of surprise swiftly vanished. Very well, he is worth my accompanying you. Let us proceed. Do not take advantage of me. Do not capture me, Coco pointed at Chin Yu's arm. That is not feasible, I need you to protect me, Chin Yu replied, swiftly pressing a gun against Coco's waist. Coco endured for a moment, then turned to the people beside her, instructing, bring out the young man who captured me. I will call. Boss, you cannot go with him, the driver attempted to dissuade her. Coco waved her hand calmly, it is fine, even if negotiations fail, those two brutes cannot harm a young girl like me. Chin Yu smirked, do not label yourself as a young girl. I can hardly believe my eyes. Let us go. Coco smiled. Half an hour later, in an unknown desolate area of Jiangzhou, the vehicle came to a stop. Coco followed Chin Yu out, teasing, your mind is quite sharp. You knew to have Lao Bai summon me first. We are completely unfamiliar with the situation here in Jiangzhou, Chin Yu replied, rubbing his palms together. Having just arrived, I found myself unjustly blamed. I must tread carefully. Coco remained silent at his words. Chin Yu turned to survey the surroundings, then walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. A strong scent of blood wafted out, causing Coco to frown slightly. Chin Yu pulled open a black bag and murmured, we both did our best, but he is still gone. Coco glanced at Brother Kang's lifeless body, her eyes instantly turning cold. You see, I avoided directly calling you to meet, fearing you might overthink. Chin Yu noted her expression and quickly clarified, his death is not our doing. Tell me what you mean, Coco replied, unafraid of Brother Kang's corpse, as she reached to cover his head with the bag. Chin Yu organized his thoughts, standing beside the vehicle, and thoroughly explained the events leading up to this moment. After listening, Coco's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong. Indeed, otherwise why would I have brought him back? Chin Yu nodded, though I could not save him, Li Tong can prove that this matter is not our responsibility. Coco silently turned to glance at Li Tong, who had been gagged inside the car. After pacing in place for a moment, she remarked, I will release your friend shortly, let us consider this matter concluded. That is unacceptable, Chin Yu shook his head, I came to take over the drug line business. I never agreed to Brother Kong continuing his business in Songjiang. Coco calmly declined, your territory is too chaotic, and there are many voices of authority. After Along's demise, the Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I do not wish to take risks for now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, there is no one left to oversee the Songjiang side. Chin Yu observed Coco with a furrowed brow. Without clarifying the drug line issue, none of us can return to Songjiang. That is your problem, Coco replied tersely, hand over Li Tong to me, and I will see to it that your friend is released. This matter shall end here. Alas. Chin Yu sighed, pointing at Coco, you still do not grasp my meaning. What do you mean? If you abandon the Songjiang business, Li Tong will not accompany you today. Then you are willing to sacrifice your friend? Coco asked with a cold smile. I have stated, unless the drug business resumes, we cannot return to Songjiang, Chin Yu said, his expression stern as he pointed at Coco. If you intend to abandon me now, I will immediately take Li Tong and leave. He just spoke with me in the car, the business you are unwilling to pursue, he is willing to engage in. Coco was taken aback. Why did Brother Kong die, do you think I am unaware? Chin Yu fixed his gaze on Coco, adding through clenched teeth, the Li family also seeks to enter the drug trade. There is a conflict between you, is there not? Coco fell silent. If you do not pursue the Songjiang market, it will be seized by the Li family, Chin Yu continued, now I demand a clear answer from you. Will the drugs be released or not? If not, I will take Li Tong and leave immediately. Do you not care at all for your friend's life? One person dying is better than three, Chin Yu replied coldly. Coco deliberated for a moment, then tilted her head to regard Chin Yu, are you not afraid I will betray you after obtaining Li Tong? Do you think me foolish? If your goods do not go to Songjiang, do you believe I would hand Li Tong over to you? Coco stood with her hands on her hips, her toes pointed. You have more brains than Along. I am merely more desperate than he was, Chinyu responded helplessly. Very well, you have persuaded me. Coco extended her delicate finger, pointing at Chinyu's chest. However, my agreement is not due to fear of the Li family seizing our market. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. I value both of you, which is why I can take Li Tong away. Coco smiled. Collaboration also requires trust in the individuals. Then you will not misjudge the character of those involved. At this moment, Chinyu realized that Coco had likely contemplated agreeing to the drug line matter before arriving. However, this woman was astute and shrewd, testing her own ability to handle the situation and execute the task successfully. After exchanging glances, Coco suddenly smiled. What you said earlier was rather hurtful. What? Chinyu was taken aback. Here. Coco retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to Chinyu. Chinyu hesitated, then took the phone, only to discover that the screen displayed an ongoing call. The line is open, speak, Coco prompted, furrowing his brow. Chinyu answered, hello. Hello, you son of a BTCH. Damn it, Chinyu, I thought I misjudged you. You constantly prattle about brotherhood, yet behind my back, you are ready to sell me out. And what is this nonsense about one person dying being better than three? Why don't you just go die? Lao Mao raged, spitting words. In this society, when dealing with people, do not associate with dogs. I have truly grasped this now. Chinyu was drenched in sweat, covering the receiver as he stepped aside. Are you out of your mind? That was a negotiation. I had to intimidate her. Do you understand nothing? I am heartbroken, the difficult kind to console. Just get lost. Do not talk to me, Lao Mao lamented before hanging up. Really, what an idiot. Chinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Beside the vehicle, Coco reached out to open the car door, peering inside. Oh, young Master Li, you are awake. Li Tong looked up at Coco, his gaze filled with sheer terror. P.S.2 chapters will be updated in the morning, and 1 chapter in the evening. Chapter 65 The Wolfish Nature. 2 days later, in an inn located approximately 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Chinyu quietly inquired of the proprietor, how is my friend's condition? Our medicine is not potent enough. He is still running a fever, the owner replied softly. It would be best if a qualified physician could come to examine him. Can you find one? Money is not an issue, Chinyu asked. I can find someone, but these people are quite loose-lipped. I fear it might cause you trouble once they arrive, the owner subtly indicated. After a moment of contemplation, Chinyu reluctantly responded, then please procure some effective medicine for me, at least to reduce the inflammation and fever. Very well, I shall send someone to Jiangzhou to fetch it, the owner nodded. Upon hearing this, Chinyu produced cash and discreetly handed it to the proprietor, saying, thank you. Not at all, the owner replied without pretense, pocketing the money before turning to leave. I will bring you your meals shortly. Such inns are commonly found in areas with relatively good public safety, primarily catering to travelers and those on the run. However, the interior conditions are often poor, and the food options depend on what the owner has available in the kitchen, with little variety on the menu. Fortunately, the prices are low, and most proprietors are astute, discerning individuals who maintain discretion. After concluding his conversation with the owner, Chinyu returned to the adjacent room, where Qilin lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Anxiously, he asked, how is it? Any news from Kiki? Do not worry. I am handling everything, Chinyu gently reassured him. Focus on your recovery. During this period, Qilin had lost at least 20 pounds, his once plump cheeks now appearing gaunt. I fear that if Old Cat stays with the other party for too long, it could lead to trouble. I can sense that Kiki is keen to cooperate, especially now that we have acquired Li Tong. Chinyu comforted him once more. I can reach Old Cat at any time. There's no need for concern. That is good to hear, Qilin nodded. Just bear with it a little longer, I have already instructed the owner to fetch the medicine, Chinyu grinned. If your fever does not subside, I will have to call Kiki to send a reliable doctor. I can hold on, Qilin coughed lightly, his gaze fixed on Chinyu, a hint of hesitation on his face. Chinyu, perceptive to his emotions, picked up an electronic cigarette and asked with a smile, is there something on your mind? Qilin scratched his head. Haha. Chinyu took a drag from the cigarette, his eyes fixed on Qilin as he candidly remarked, we have risked our lives together more than once. Surely you can speak your mind with me. All right, I will speak, Qilin said. Hurry up. I would like to discuss whether, once we re-establish the drug line, I could take charge of the logistics. Qilin had unconsciously developed a habit of seeking Chinyu's opinion or approval whenever faced with a situation. Chinyu blinked, frowning as he replied, that was not my intention. Qilin was taken aback. What do you mean, are you planning to let the Ma family handle the logistics? That is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Chinyu immediately shook his head. The three of us risk our lives to establish this line. I cannot allow them direct contact with Kiki. If the sellers and suppliers become too closely linked, what necessity remains for us as intermediaries? Although the Ma family is currently willing to align with Li Si, if they establish direct communication with Kiki, it would inevitably diminish our bargaining power. Qilin had not anticipated that Qin Yu had already considered this aspect, and thus instinctively nodded in agreement. You are right. My initial thought was to have you oversee matters with Kiki, while I would facilitate connections in the middle, Qin Yu explained while smoking. This task is dangerous, requiring frequent travel between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you have your mother and younger sister to care for. If anything were to happen, it would be catastrophic. Furthermore, the intermediary role necessitates frequent interactions with both the Ma family and Kiki, where you would need to exert pressure and manage affairs. After a few seconds of silence, Qilin pressed on. Xiao Yu, I want to give it a try. Qin Yu turned to Qilin, gently advising, please do not take this the wrong way. The fate of your brother, Along, is still fresh in my mind. This role is not easy. Once the Yuan family realizes that the drug line has been re-established, they may seek to exploit the intermediary for their gain. Moreover, even if the Yuan family is currently quiet, you have seen how tragically Konggu met his end. This business is highly lucrative, and the competition is fierce. Old Cat and I are truly reluctant to let you. I understand your meaning. You and Old Cat are concerned that I have my younger sister and mother to think of, Qilin said, his eyes slightly reddening as he gazed at Qin Yu. After a long pause, he declared, but I cannot keep relying on you to take care of me. Xiao Yu, I do not wish to continue in the same manner, entrusting my fate and hopes to others. During this time, I have come to understand a fundamental truth: one must rise on their own. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Let me do it. I will perform better than anyone else, Qilin insisted. Having already hit rock bottom, if I do not seize this opportunity, I will never rise again. Are you certain? I am certain, Qilin affirmed resolutely. Very well, then you shall be responsible for this matter, Qin Yu said after careful consideration. From now on, Old Cat and I will handle the official dealings, while you take charge of the logistics. The three of us shall remain tightly bound, engaging in ventures that yield significant impact. Agreed, Qilin replied with a smile. Qin Yu set down the electronic cigarette, stood up, and pulled out his phone, stating, I need to call Old Ma. Are you going to request a supply list? Yes, and I will also ask to borrow some money, Qin Yu responded casually. Qilin was momentarily confused by this statement. What do you mean by borrowing money? Kiki will absolutely not provide you with goods for free. To acquire the first batch of supplies, we must pay her, Qin Yu articulated, raising his hands in exasperation. But who among us has the money? Who can afford to pay? Hearing this, Qilin felt even more puzzled. The payment should definitely come from Old Ma, and I believe he would be willing to cover it. If not, we could simply call Li. He should be able to resolve the financial matter without us needing to borrow. No, Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Old Ma, nor from Li. Qilin contemplated this for a moment. With a grin, Qin Yu explained, Old Li holds a high position as the chief of police, wielding significant influence in official matters. Although Old Ma has recently suffered greatly at the hands of Yuan Ku, losing some of his team, once the drug line is restored, he will still possess the charisma to rally his team. But think about it, what do we have, aside from your willingness to take risks and Old Cat's foolishness? What do we have that can stand on its own? Qilin pondered for a moment before exclaiming, we have Kiki and the suppliers. Correct, Qin Yu immediately affirmed. The suppliers are the absolute cohesion that connects everyone, and since they are in our hands, we must seize this opportunity to reconfigure the drug business around us. Therefore, we cannot allow Old Li to cover this expense, nor should we consult the Ma family about everything. You must understand, they are the downstream party. In the future, they will need to rely on us for their sustenance. Upon hearing this, Qilin squinted and scrutinized Qin Yu once more, giving him a thumbs up. No wonder even the proud Old Cat is willing to listen to you, and Li is willing to support you. You indeed possess something we lack. What is that? Qin Yu asked with a playful grin. The wolfish nature that makes your eyes redden at the scent of opportunity, Qilin said, finally making a sharp comparison after much thought. Hehe. Qin Yu displayed an apparently innocent smile as he dialed Old Ma's number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello. Old Ma's voice came through. Uncle Ma, please prepare a supply list indicating the required medicines and their previous purchase prices. I need it, Qin Yu stated. All right. Old Ma nodded, his eyes brightening. Also, lend me 150,000, I have a use for it, Qin Yu asserted with unwavering certainty. I will pay you back gradually. Old Ma furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Is it necessary to borrow so much? Think of something, I need it urgently. Fine, Old Ma acquiesced. That settles it. After concluding the call, Old Ma set down his phone and immediately called out to someone nearby, bring me the previous supply list. I need to review it again. Also, gather 150,000 quickly. Do we need that much money? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Make it happen. If Qin Yu accomplishes this, the drug line will soon be re-established, Old Ma declared with determination. Yuan Ku has already left us with no room to breathe. If we do not take this risk now, we may never have another chance. Chapter 66. A few words determine the fate of the kingdom. Another day passed. The funds from the Ma family, having traversed through 2 hands, ultimately found their way into Kik's account. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qi Lin began their wait for the delivery, which was to be brought to Songjiang by Kik's side, as both parties had previously agreed that the initial shipment would be handled by her. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu dialed Inspector Li's number. "Hello, Director," he said. "Has everything been thoroughly arranged?" Inspector Li inquired calmly. "Yes, it is all set. The supplier's goods are already en route and should arrive in Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest." Qin Yu nodded with a smile. "I have informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over and hand them to the Ma family." "Is it wise to let Zhu Wei handle such a large shipment?" Inspector Li asked with concern. "He will be fine. He is a member of the 3rd group, he is one of mine," Qin Yu asserted with conviction. "He saved me when the opposition tried to set me up last time." "Since you are confident, I shall refrain from further comments," Inspector Li replied. "Just ensure the matter is resolved swiftly and return promptly." "Understood, then I will let you get back to your work, Director. From now on, just call me Li Gu." Qin Yu was taken aback. Inspector Li had already hung up, pondering for a moment. Qin Yu shook his head and chuckled. With this old cat having such a foolish nephew, my path will be fraught with difficulties. It's quite worrisome." "What is going on?" Qi Lin looked up and inquired. "Nothing much. Old Li wants me to call him Big Brother. Hey, could you ask him if he needs any more brothers?" "Haha." The two shared a laugh, exchanging glances. Dressed in a well-fitted casual trench coat, Inspector Li stepped out of his office and turned to his secretary, saying, "Please contact the North Station. I need to head to Fongbei and arrange for a carriage." "Certainly," the secretary nodded. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Inspector Li arrived in Fongbei, the capital of the special zone, via light rail, and then took a car to a cadre compound in the city. Seated beside an intricately designed tea table on the 2nd floor, Inspector Li savored a strong cup of tea and remarked with a smile, "Teacher, I have been yearning for your tea since I've been in Songjiang. I'll make sure to bring some back for you," an elderly gentleman in his 60s replied, hands clasped behind his back, and gently asked, "Have matters progressed on your end?" "Indeed, it has been accomplished." Old Li looked up and stated matter-of-factly, "Teacher, in recent years, the academic faction has been gaining ground across various departments, with some officials consolidating their positions by aligning with local enterprises and powers. Consequently, we, the old-timers who entered the government early, must tread carefully. You flourish for 3 years, I for 5. Isn't that politics?" the teacher responded nonchalantly. "In a time of peace, changes are inevitable, let alone in the current climate. Ups and downs are quite normal. Yet these fluctuations are closely tied to people's sentiments. If one lacks ambition, how can one expect the winds of change to continue blowing?" Inspector Li remarked with a smile, "Regarding pharmaceuticals, my aim is not profit, but rather space and balance." "Indeed," the teacher nodded. "You may proceed with your plans. If necessary, I will speak to those in higher positions, make a point to visit Fongbei more often. I am aging, there will come a time when my words may carry less weight. If you wish to accomplish something, you must grow up quickly." "Thank you, teacher," Inspector Li replied gratefully. "In the realm of pharmaceutical interests, there are many you must satisfy," the teacher advised once more. "Matters of finance have always been tricky. I can pave connections for you, but you must decide whom to be close to and how to distribute your favors." "Understood." "Good, let us enjoy some tea." The old man signaled the end of that topic. By 7 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. Qin Yu, munching on a dry bun, furrowed his brow and asked Qi Lin, "Are you feeling any better?" "A bit," Qi Lin replied, still suffering from a low fever, his lips cracked and his face devoid of color, accompanied by persistent coughing. "Damn, the new medicine seems ineffective." Qin Yu set down the bun, frowning as he said, "How about this? I'll find the boss and ask him to recommend a doctor. I'll go myself." "No need," Qi Lin waved his hand. "Li Tong has been in our custody for several days. We don't know what the situation is like in Jiangzhou. It could be dangerous for you to go. If I don't go soon, you might burn to death," Qin Yu declared, laying down the bun. "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." "Really, there's no need," Qi Lin insisted, fearful of Qin Yu's safety. "Let us wait 3 or 4 more days. When the goods arrive in Songjiang, we can inform Kiki of Li Tong's location. They will bring a doctor when they come to fetch him. We can't wait any longer." Qin Yu reached for his coat. "A high fever can lead to serious complications." "I must see a doctor," I said. "It's unnecessary, just listen to me." The two began to argue over the matter of the doctor. "Boss, what is going on in there?" At that moment, the voice of the lodging house owner came from outside. Hearing the voice, Qin Yu turned to look toward the door, just as he caught sight of 7 or 8 individuals striding toward him through the window. "Who is it?" Qi Lin asked from the bed. Qin Yu frowned and pulled out his gun, flicking off the safety. Open the door. A clear female voice rang out from outside, surprised. Jin Yu opened the door. Outside stood Kiki, clad in a black trench coat, her long legs encased in knee-high boots, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an alluring and seductive aura. What brings you here? Jin Yu asked, taken aback. Just thought I'd drop by, Kiki replied whimsically as she stepped inside. Jin Yu stared at Kiki's retreating figure, frowning as he queried, how did you find out where we were staying? I just inquired, Kiki said, standing inside the room with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying the surroundings. A sense of unease crept over Jin Yu as he considered the implications. If it had not been Kiki who discovered their whereabouts, but rather someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou, the consequences could be dire. Kiki turned back, smiling brightly at Jin Yu as she reassured him, don't worry, the Li family won't find this place, they lack our resourcefulness. Jin Yu looked at Kiki in astonishment, sensing that she had somehow discerned his unspoken thoughts. Jilin, sitting on the bed, suddenly asked, what about my brother? Damn it, I came to Jiangzhou with so much enthusiasm, and before I could even rock out, I'm held captive by a woman. Old Cat stepped inside, looking worried as he asked, are you alright? Seeing this foolish friend, both Jin Yu and Jilin sighed in relief. I'm fine. Just injured my arm. Damn, I thought you were in trouble, Old Cat exclaimed, turning around urgently. Come, doctor, hurry and check on my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man carrying a medical bag walked in. Are you here to take Li Tong? Jin Yu asked Kiki. Yes, Kiki nodded. Jin Yu hesitated, his expression neutral as he responded, isn't this a bit out of order, didn't I say that Li Tong can only be handed over once the goods arrive? Kiki flashed a playful smile, the goods have already reached Jiangzhou. Impossible. The money just reached your hands today. Jin Yu was incredulous. Kiki, with her hands behind her back, replied softly, before the money even arrived, I had already arranged for the goods to be sent to Songjiang. Jin Yu was taken aback, his mind racing as he contemplated the depth of this young woman, who was seemingly his peer in age. At 9 o'clock, have someone received the goods, Kiki said, extending her hand, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 67. The formation of the team, the emergence of the core. The doctor, having meticulously cleaned Jilin's wound and administered intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days, finally turned to him and said, young man, your resilience is commendable. As long as you take care to keep warm and avoid catching a cold again, you shall be fine. Kiki nodded in response, thank you, Dr. Matsui. You're welcome. The doctor smiled, picking up his bag as he made his way out. Kiki glanced at her watch before cheerfully addressing Jin Yu, I will be staying here tonight. In an hour and a half, please come to my room, I shall treat you all to something delightful. All right. Jin Yu nodded in agreement. Let us go. Kiki called to her companions before stepping out of the room. Jin Yu casually closed the door behind them and playfully kicked the old cat's rear. How was it? Did you suffer there? What kind of intellect do you think I possess, that I could let a woman take care of me? The old cat retorted, rolling his eyes. They captured me, but when they refrained from resorting to violence, I immediately understood that you two must have secured some leverage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treated me so courteously. Thus, I have been living like a lord these past few days, indulging as I pleased, and managing to keep that little lady's driver in check, haha. Jin Yu, at a loss for words, scolded, you reckless fool, you seem unfazed wherever you go. Shouldn't I be? If I were to appear weak, Kiki might truly believe that old Kong has us under his thumb. The old cat, though appearing brash, exhibited a surprising calmness when faced with adversity. This demeanor was influenced by his privileged upbringing, allowing him to navigate situations with ease. Brother, I've heard all about the situation. The old cat sat beside Jilin, speaking with a rare tone of admiration. If it weren't for you and the foolish you, I might have truly lost Jiangzhou. Let's not mention anything else, your efforts this time have been quite uplifting. Jilin smiled, everyone has their role to play. Ah, by the way. Jin Yu suddenly interjected, I plan to appoint Jilin as the intermediary, responsible for coordinating the drug supply and distributing profits. The old cat was taken aback, that's quite a challenging and dangerous task. I am not afraid of danger. It is what I must do, Jilin replied softly. Upon hearing this, the old cat instinctively looked at Jin Yu, seeking his opinion. Do you think it's feasible? Yes, I agree. Jin Yu nodded affirmatively. Then it shall be as you say. The old cat finally expressed his approval. At a critical juncture in Songjiang, it was Jin Yu who discreetly contacted the Ma family, ensuring Jilin's protection at a pivotal moment. Their arduous journey to Jiangzhou was also guided by Jin Yu's ideas and strategies, helping Jilin to deftly sidestep the impending crisis. Now, with the situation regarding the drug line taking a decisive turn, it was once again Jin Yu who formulated the plan, allowing everyone to navigate various relationships towards a favorable outcome. Thus, both the old cat and Jilin found themselves unconsciously relying on Jin Yu as their anchor. This unintentional shift was beneficial, as when the brothers collaborated, it was essential to have a decisive leader. The old cat, with his somewhat reckless and idealistic nature, often lacked the prudence required in certain situations. As for Qilin, while he possessed ample resolve, he lacked experience, particularly in dealings with the nefarious individuals in the planning district. Hence, both understood that only Qin Yu, with over a decade of solitary survival experience and a keen vision, was truly suited to take the helm. As Qilin lay on the bed receiving his 4-drip, he pondered for a moment before asking, Xiao Yu, how do you intend to negotiate with Kiki? Will the prices remain the same as before? No, Qin Yu shook his head. Our situation differs from your elder brothers. He operated under the principle of one person's meal sufficing for the whole family, while we are now required to distribute profits among many. If the drug costs are excessively high, our profits will dwindle, making it difficult to satisfy all parties involved. The old cat crudely picked his nose, getting straight to the point. Old Li is already in Feng Bei. He may demand 50% of the profits. That much. Qilin frowned. Old Li's focus is not on profit but rather, he aims to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself. The old cat explained softly, this 50% primarily goes to the upper echelons. He wants to retain much for himself. That still seems rather excessive, Qilin remarked, turning to Qin Yu, and the Ma family will also demand a share. 50% is understandable, Qin Yu replied with a smile. The greatest advantage in this business lies in Director Li's connections. If he can ensure the smooth sale of the drugs, even if our immediate profits are modest, the stability will compensate over time. If we can't make significant profits in the short term, we will rely on gradual capital accumulation. There is no rush, we shall take our time. Indeed. Qilin nodded. The three brothers continued their discussion while keeping an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Qilin finally removed the needle and stepped out with Qin Yu and the old cat to the room diagonally across. Inside Kik's room, a savory aroma filled the air, with a rusted copper pot simmering with bubbling broth on the table. Nearby, several plates of frozen lamb had been thinly sliced into alternating red and white rolls, creating a surprisingly appetizing sight in this era. I brought the lamb and vegetables. The soup was prepared by the owner. Kiki, dressed in a loose turtleneck sweater, gestured for them to sit. Come, let us dine together. Then I shall not hold back. The old cat, unable to contain his appetite, stepped forward and tossed a hefty chop of meat into the pot. Ah, the last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. We, who feasted on government rations, cannot compare to the freedom enjoyed by you folks in the planning district. Hee hee. Kiki chuckled, turning to the old cat. Your old Li, seated in that position, can casually raise his hand. Do you still crave hot pot? Upon hearing this, the old cat immediately put on a facade. Sister, you have no idea, I am a man of ambition. Although I am related to old Li, my dignity forbids me from relying on him for sustenance. Just shut up and eat. Qin Yu interjected, nearly exasperated. What's wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? The old cat asked with a sidelong glance. That is quite a bit of nonsense. Qin Yu mumbled in agreement. Come on, everyone sit down. Kiki graciously invited them. Upon hearing her invitation, everyone took their seats around the round table, and Kik's driver and others did not join them, opting to dine separately in the adjacent room. After pouring drinks for the 3 men, Kiki raised her glass and, with spirited enthusiasm, declared, First, let us toast to a successful future collaboration. Second, your capture of Li Tong avenges Brother Kong. Third, doing business with me means ensuring my profits, so I must thank you. I shall drink 3 cups in salute. The old cat, gazing at the spirited Kiki, winked cheekily. This woman has quite the capacity for liquor. It's a pity she isn't performing at the Buckingham Palace. Do be quiet. Qin Yu reached out to ruffle the old cat's hair. Chapter 68. The young lady is named Eugenian. At the dining table, Kiki commenced the evening by consuming nearly 5 taels of white liquor, yet she remained unfazed, her composure intact. Observing her fortitude, Qin Yu felt somewhat obliged to match her pace, thus he and old cat downed 3 cups in quick succession. Meanwhile, Qilin, unable to partake due to an injury, could only sit idly by, abstaining from the festivities. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, a slight inebriation began to envelop the gathering. With a smile, Qin Yu finally inquired, Kiki, what is your full name? My name is Eugene Yan, Kiki replied crisply, wiping the grease from her lips. Qin Yu paused, slightly taken aback. That sounds rather masculine, doesn't it? It's quite melodious, though perhaps somewhat unconventional for a girl, old cat interjected. It suggests an ostentation that may not be suitable. You really don't understand anything, Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Ji referred to the beauty of jade. As a name, it conveys elegance and simplicity, carrying a positive connotation. He lacks any cultural literacy, so don't stoop to his level, Qilin advised. I can see he is quite the ignoramus, Kiki nodded in agreement. I actually believe the name suits you well, Qin Yu observed, tilting his head to regard Kiki. You possess more prowess than many men. Not at all, Kiki shook her head modestly. I merely inherited my father's legacy. Does your family lack men? Old cat queried. Not at all, Kiki replied, playfully spearing some lamb. But the men in my family are no match for me. The three were momentarily taken aback, and Kiki playfully added, just kidding. My two older brothers are responsible for other matters, heh. Suddenly, Chinyu posed a question, may I visit the pharmaceutical production workshop? Kiki immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Why not? Your client status is insufficient, and I do not fully trust you. How could I possibly allow you access to the workshop? She decisively refused. Then how can I ascertain the quality of the medicines? Chinyu pressed. Kiki replied in a calm tone, after you've received 2 shipments, you will understand that my name, Eugenian, is synonymous with quality assurance. Merely words won't suffice. Chinyu blinked and grinned, then asked, how about this? You need not show us the workshop, and when we return for the second batch, I will provide you with an advance payment, settling the remainder once the goods are sold. Oh my, you seem robust and trustworthy, yet why resort to such cunning tactics? Kiki inquired with wide eyes. Are you experiencing financial difficulties? Afraid of stockpiling debts and unable to cope, hence the desire to inspect the workshop. Chinyu was momentarily speechless, then shamelessly replied, I believe this arrangement ensures security for everyone. Kiki paused, her chopsticks hovering, before responding, the advance must exceed 50% for me to release the goods. Wait, let us negotiate further. Chinyu attempted to persuade her. Do not push your luck. My terms are already quite generous, Kiki interrupted immediately, seeing that negotiation was futile. Chinyu conceded, then how about this, reduce the purchase price for me. You know, Songjong has the Yuan family, and possibly the Li family in the future. Without a competitive price, I find it difficult to contend with them. That is not possible, the price remains as previously agreed, and it is already quite low. Kiki reiterated her refusal, furrowing his brow. Chinyu urged softly, the situation is not what it once was. When a long-supplied old ma, there were far fewer competitors, and no tensions. Consider this, if you cannot safeguard the Songjong market, not only will you earn nothing, but you will also be aiding the other 2 families. Kiki regarded Chinyu thoughtfully. You are indeed quite shrewd. You're offering a discount, and we are genuinely eager to collaborate, Old Cat chimed in. To be frank, in this industry, every connection must be cultivated, and what ends up on our plates is but a morsel. How you distribute your profits is irrelevant to me, Kiki responded, turning away. My goods are already reasonably priced. If I were to offer further concessions, how would we survive? I believe you wouldn't want to see the Yuan and Li families encroach upon your market, Chinyu suggested, producing an electronic cigarette. Establishing channels and attracting clientele is a prudent strategy, even if it means earning slightly less. Kiki listened to the 2 of them, her countenance adorned with a subtle smile, remaining silent. Do not attempt to charm me. We are discussing serious matters, so cease your flirtations, Old Cat remarked cheekily. Haha, Kiki chuckled. The fact that we are seated here conversing indicates that you have accepted my pricing, correct? Chinyu faltered. Do not invoke market conditions. We all know that the Yu family must indeed compete with the other 2 factions, but it is merely a matter of market share. However, your situation is different. You rely on this to survive, am I right? Kiki pressed Chinyu further. As he looked at her, Chinyu suddenly felt a headache coming on, for this girl was indeed sharper than most. Gathering for a meal is meant to facilitate a productive dialogue. I want to employ the glitch of take it or leave it, but you cannot be unreasonable, Kiki stated after considerable contemplation. Let us each make concessions that I shall grant you a 10% reduction in the price of medicine, provided that your monthly order exceeds 200,000 yuan. If you fall short by even a single unit, I shall revert to our original pricing. Upon hearing this, Old Cat erupted with enthusiasm. You truly know how to conduct business, 200,000 worth of goods per month. You're compelling us to face off against the other 2 families for market share. That was your assertion. I am merely offering you a more favorable price to secure the market, Kiki replied with a smile. If it were otherwise, what reason would I have to lower my prices? Old Cat was rendered speechless for a moment, then raised his thumb in admiration. If you were a man, you would have already outmaneuvered the Li family. Kiki, lifting her cup of warm liquor, boldly proclaimed, the demise of the Li family is merely a matter of time. Chinyu regarded Kiki with newfound admiration, feeling a sense of reassurance regarding their future collaboration. Initially, he had thought that despite Kiki's sharpness, being a woman in this business landscape would place her at a disadvantage compared to seasoned men. However, upon engaging with her, he realized that this seemingly naive young lady possessed an uncanny wit, capable of jesting and banter like a friend, yet when it came to business, she was unyielding. Her thoughts were clear, her expression succinct. Often, the rambling of men paled in comparison to her directness and relevance. As the formalities of business concluded, the banquet drew to a close. Just as Chinyu prepared to return to arrange matters with Li Tong, Kiki suddenly called out to him, I have a favor to ask. Apologies, I can accept the collaboration, but I cannot serve a female boss. That is my bottom line. Chinyu turned back with a smile. Old Cat immediately raised his hand. I have no bottom line, I can serve, just tell me what you need. Chapter 69. Want to drink with you at night? Kiki looked speechlessly at the two. Can you both just leave? Hee, just tell me what you need, Chinyu grinned, baring his teeth. I want some skincare products. I can't find them here, and they are too expensive in Zone 7. When you return, could you ask someone to help me get some from Fongbei? It's cheaper there. Kik's charming face blossomed with a radiant smile once again. Sure, just give me a list tomorrow, and I'll have someone buy it for you. Chinyu readily agreed. I'll give you my account later. You can just transfer the money. Do I really have to pay? Kiki blinked her big, watery eyes in surprise. Chinyu was taken aback. Is your father a high-ranking official? Do you not have to pay for cosmetics? Kiki spread her small hands. I've done such a big favor for you too. Shouldn't you give me a little kickback? This is just too inconsiderate. Chinyu looked at her, speechless. Come on, aren't you a boss yourself? This is just too. Even if I'm a boss, I'm still a woman, and women are always thrifty. You'll understand eventually. Just don't go overboard. I can't afford anything too extravagant. Chinyu tossed out a remark, clutching his pants as he hurried out, fearing she would make further requests. After they left, Kiki pulled out her bed sheet from her luggage, laid it on the cold bed, and sat down heavily. After a few seconds, she dialed her father's number. Hello, Dad. How's everything going? A warm voice responded. It's all settled. For the second shipment, they will provide the advance payment. Chinyu negotiated the price down. I agreed to a 10% reduction, but on the condition that they must place orders worth 200,000 every month. That's good. It's even better than I expected. The other party nodded in satisfaction. Are you back yet? Not yet, I'm staying here tonight. Kiki shook her head. Why not come back? The conditions there are terrible. Oh, I've stayed in worse places. You don't need to worry. I'll return tomorrow. Kiki said with a cheerful tone. Tell my brother to hurry up with the second batch. Okay, I'll urge him. Then I'll freshen up and get some sleep. Yes, rest early, take care of yourself, and don't overwork. Her father showed great concern for his daughter. In the adjacent room, Old Cat sat on a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, how are we supposed to sleep on this 2-meter bed? Come on, brother, stop being so picky. Chilin responded with exasperation. Given this environment, having a place to stay is good enough. We can squeeze in together. I'm not used to squeezing. Old Cat took a puff from his e-cigarette. Chinyu carelessly stripped off his clothes and flopped onto the bed, cursing, you are such a pretentious show-off. It's not like you have to share a bed with me. Forget it, I won't squeeze with you anymore. I'll find another place. Old Cat, fueled by alcohol, stood up. What are you going to do? Chilin asked curiously. Where are you going to find a place? Didn't you notice? Kiki has had a bit too much to drink, and she's feeling a bit lonely. I'm going to get her some drinks and cheer her up. Old Cat's inner fervor was beginning to show. Just give it up. Chinyu lay on the bed, cursing. Stop being a fool, okay? Besides, didn't you say you liked Lin Yanlei? Who doesn't like her? Chilin commented dryly. Go ahead and sleep, Old Cat said, clutching his pants and leaving the room. Chilin lay on the bed, frowning as he asked, do you think this fool will provoke Kiki? Old Cat knows his limits. It'll be fine. Chinyu turned over, resting a hand on Chilin's abdomen. Little brother, lie this way, I'm feeling a bit cold. Chilin was taken aback. What do you mean? Have you heard the saying, don't let the back door be blocked? Get away from me. Chilin pushed Chinyu away. What kind of people are you? I am still injured, and you don't leave me alone. Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and most of the occupants had fallen asleep. Old Cat, having procured some food and drink, lightly knocked on Kik's door. Are you asleep? After a moment, Kiki, with a pink towel wrapped around her head and dressed in a thick nightgown, opened the door, looking dazed. What do you want? The alcohol hasn't worn off yet, and I think there might be some loopholes in our collaboration. Old Cat scrutinized Kiki from head to toe. Shall we discuss it further? Kiki paused, glancing at Old Cat's face, then smiled. Sure, come on in. Hearing this, Old Cat's heart nearly melted. He stepped inside, using his backside to nudge the door shut. Sister, let me tell you, from the moment I first saw you, I felt you were more generous than any man and particularly good at business. Sit down for a moment. I'll go grab something from the bathroom, Kiki invited, swiftly closing the door. Okay, go ahead. Old Cat nodded repeatedly. Kiki, wearing slippers, walked to the bathroom door, turned back, and asked, hey, it's quite cold. You've been holed up in my warehouse for several days. Do you want to take a shower? There's hot water. Old Cat was instantly stunned, his heart racing. What are you staring at? Are you going to wash or not? Kiki asked playfully. Is that appropriate? Old Cat stood up, swiftly removing his outer coat. Come on, we're all from the same world. It's no big deal. Go wash up, and we'll have a good drink later, Kiki said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Honestly, I admire you quite a bit. Admire me for what? Old Cat was perplexed. You're a real man. You were completely unfazed when you were with me, Kiki softly remarked. In all these years of doing business with my family, I've met many people, but very few like you. Old Cat felt a surge of excitement, shedding his sweater and rushing into the bathroom without a shower head. Sister, just wait a moment. I'll share some stories from my past, Kiki pouted, then sat on the worn-out sofa, lowering her head to read. Inside the bathroom, Old Cat hurriedly filled the wooden tub with water and vigorously scrubbed himself, putting in a serious effort. 20 minutes later, when Kiki heard the water had stopped, she calmly called from the sofa, Cat, you can use the big bath towel hanging on the rope, don't take your clothes out. They're filthy. Old Cat, upon hearing this, pulled down the large bath towel from the rope, shaking his head in awe. What an opportunity! If I don't seize this, it would be a waste of my name, Li Fu Gue. A few minutes later, wrapped in a bath towel and clad in an outer coat, Old Cat emerged, only to find Kiki standing by the door, engrossed in something. What's wrong? Old Cat asked, steam rising from his head. I don't know what happened. The door suddenly won't lock, and it opens by itself when the wind blows. Come, let me help you, Old Cat offered. No need, just stay outside for a moment, I'll shift the lock up a bit, Kiki instructed, stand outside and brace it. Alright, Old Cat complied, rushing out to hold the door in place. Kiki twisted the lock a couple of times, then smiled, it should be fine now, step back, I'll see if I can close the door tightly. It's too cold, the latch must have frozen. No worries, just shut it, I'll try pulling it, Old Cat nodded. As the words fell, Kiki smiled at Old Cat and reached to pull the iron door shut. Old Cat eagerly gripped the doorknob, pulling it outward with all his might, exclaiming, it's secure now. It won't open. Silence followed inside. Old Cat shivered from the cold wind, cheerfully calling out, open up, it's freezing out here, let me in. Still, there was no response. Old Cat paused, knocking on the door, let me in. Inside, Kiki was sprawled across the bed, laughing uncontrollably, you're not respecting me. I just want you to cool off for a bit. Old Cat gaped, letting the cold wind rush into his mouth, shouting, it's windy out here, speak louder, I can't hear you. Kiki laughed again and casually turned off the lights. Old Cat knocked on the door for a good 2 or 3 minutes, and as realization dawned, he yelled, sister, this is a bit excessive, that you aren't tea drinking, so just give me my clothes back. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn it, it's too cold outside. Kiki continued to ignore him. I swear, the most venomous hearts belong to women. Old Cat gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing around. A strong gust of cold wind swept through, causing goosebumps to rise on Old Cat's skin, making him instinctively hug his shoulders. However, as he turned, the towel around his waist fell with a loud snap. The chill hit him, and Old Cat's face turned pale as he bent down to retrieve the towel. Creak! The small door next to him swung open. The innkeeper, holding a flashlight, having just finished checking the courtyard, turned to see Old Cat exposed, and was momentarily stunned. Old Cat was equally taken aback. The innkeeper stammered for a moment, utterly baffled. Bro. What exactly are you practicing? Don't make a fuss, do you have any clothes? Old Cat asked, clutching the towel. The innkeeper stood there for quite a while, and suddenly his face flushed red. Have you no decency? Chapter 70. The journey home. Early the next morning, within the dining quarters, Chin Yu was enjoying his breakfast while casting a sidelong glance at the Old Cat, inquiring, where did you sleep last night? Where else could I have gone? I spent the entire night in the front hall with the boss, the Old Cat grumbled through clenched teeth. That woman is truly vicious. If you don't handle your business, does she just strip me of my clothes like it's nothing? You clearly deserve a reprimand. Chin Yu chuckled. It's not hard to deduce. Do you even know who she is? She is the daughter of the supplier's boss, and not only is she clever, but how could she possibly engage in anything frivolous with you? Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at something during dinner, you know, the Old Cat replied, casting a sidelong glance. I imagined it would be a tale of kindling and fire, do you understand? Yet it turned out to be a story of worms and cold winds, didn't it? Shi Lin interjected. That's too much. Can we even eat this meal? What are you two implying? The Old Cat exclaimed in exasperation. Ha ha ha. Shi Lin and Chin Yu laughed heartily, both giving the Old Cat a thumbs up in a show of respect. Just as the three of them finished breakfast, Kiki breezed in, her face aglow with cheerfulness. Upon seeing her, the Old Cat immediately ground his teeth and said, oh, you're up quite early. Indeed, Kiki replied with a smile, turning to the Old Cat, you seem to be in good health. You didn't catch a cold in this chilly weather. There's no point in talking to you, I'm stepping out for a smoke, the Old Cat declared as he got up to leave. Giggling, Kiki said, I had the boss wash your clothes. I paid for it. The Old Cat was momentarily taken aback. Well, at least you still have some humanity left. Kiki turned to Chin Yu and said, today, I'll be taking Litong with me. Yes, we've completed our delivery as well, so we'll be heading back, Chin Yu replied, extending his hand. Let us keep in touch. Upon hearing this, Kiki's playful demeanor vanished, and she shook Chin Yu's hand, saying, the prices I offered you were intentionally low to capture a share of the market. I sincerely hope you take this endeavor seriously for everyone's benefit. Absolutely. Then let us dispense with any further pleasantries. I wish you safe travels, Kiki concluded. All right, Chinyu waved his hand, let me see you off. Oh, right, Kiki suddenly exclaimed as she reached the doorway, patting her smooth forehead. How could I forget the important matter? Haniko-san, come here for a moment. After calling out twice, a burly man approached from a distance, carrying something in his hands. Kiki swiftly took it from him and turned to Chilin, saying, Here is some money, medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept them. Chilin looked at Kiki with surprise. What is this? I deeply regret that Along had an incident in Songjiang. Although I hardly knew him, he did a great deal for us and never betrayed us in our direst moments. I am sincerely grateful, Kiki stated politely and formally. This is a small token of my appreciation. Chilin was momentarily stunned, feeling deeply moved. My brother has been out there for years, always telling me about the friends he has made. Yet after his incident, you are the only one who thought of him and remembered he has family. Thank you. You're welcome. Kiki handed the items to Chilin, smiling as she nodded. All right then, we're off. Let us go. I'll see you off. A little over 10 minutes later, Chinyu, the old cat, and Chilin were on the road, bidding farewell to Kiki's team. This girl is truly remarkable, the old cat commented with his hands behind his back. She is both cultured and capable, and she approaches her work with great care. Who would have thought she would bring something for Chilin in memory of Along? Indeed, Chinyu agreed. You didn't see it, Chilin remarked, looking at the old cat. Li Tong seemed pretty tough, but do you know what expression he had when he saw Kiki in the car? What expression? It was as if he had encountered a deathly foe intent on killing him, Chilin replied without hesitation. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, an unmistakable one at that. That indicates there are still matters about this girl we are unaware of, the old cat responded thoughtfully. Regardless of what we know or don't, at this moment, our relationship with her is amicable, Chinyu said, chuckling as he patted the old cat on the shoulder. Wouldn't you agree, brother? I don't think our relationship is that amicable, haha. Chinyu laughed, let us pack our things and return triumphantly to the city. In the afternoon, after handing over the money to the boss, Chinyu waited for over 2 hours before the gasoline and ammunition were finally brought back. With everything prepared, the three brothers set off on their journey back to the city. However, their mindset had shifted. They had arrived with trepidation and anxiety but were returning with joyous hearts, filled with boundless ambitions. Their venture to Jiangzhou had yielded a significant acquisition in pharmaceuticals, finally providing them with the capital to establish themselves firmly in Songjiang. That night, in a certain office building belonging to the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki sipped her self-brewed lemon tea, sitting on the sofa as she looked at Li Tong and asked, Have you considered the consequences of those who sought to kill me? Feigning calmness, Li Tong smirked and replied, You wouldn't dare touch me. If you sever ties with us now, you won't farewell either. Are you that confident? Kiki inquired, setting down her teacup. As for this matter, I've accepted my fate that I'm not doing anything or saying anything. I am just waiting for my family to negotiate with you, Li Tong thought to himself, fully aware that his father and uncle were already in contact with the Yu family. You're quite arrogant, Kiki said with a smile. You killed Brother Kong, yet you can't even utter a word of remorse. Isn't it quite normal for someone to die in the competition on the streets? Li Tong replied softly. Kiki stood up, clasping her hands behind her back as she gazed at Li Tong. Are you genuinely not afraid of me, or merely pretending to become? Li Tong clenched his fists tightly. I am not a mere thug on the streets. I have the Li family backing me. Oh, Kiki nodded, suddenly turning and calling out, Haniko-san. The door swung open, and a burly man in a black t-shirt bowed and said, Boss. Teach this young master of the Li family how to speak to me, Kiki tossed over her shoulder before turning to leave. Haniko-san drew his gun, expressionless as he aimed it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, if you do this, the two families will soon be at each other's throats. Bang. Bang. The sound of 2 gunshots rang out, shattering Li Tong's kneecaps. Ah! Li Tong cried out in pain, toppling backward and overturning a chair. Kiki turned around, hands behind her back, and scolded Li Tong, You're merely a side branch of the Li family. Why are you putting on such a show? Do you really think the Li family would risk severing ties with us for you? Haniko said, Drag him to Brother Kong's memorial, don't treat his wounds, and let him kneel with a bullet in his bone for a night. Understood, Haniko-san nodded. An hour later, the elder brother of the Yu family called, his tone tinged with reproach, Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've already finalized the negotiations on our end. Are you foolish? With Li Tong in our grasp, his uncle's death will inevitably weigh on us as well. Since we've already severed ties, why should we allow him to return unscathed? Kiki replied, her brows slightly furrowed. The people beneath us are working hard to earn money for us. If someone of Brother Kong's stature meets with misfortune and I don't react, won't that dishearten the others? Chapter 71, The Virtue of Daily Kindness. In the early hours of the morning, just past 3 o'clock, on the highway, After a brief slumber, the old cat, still bleary-eyed, cast a glance out of the car window and inquired, "Where are we now?" "We've been out of Jiangzhou for a while," Qin replied with a yawn, "but we still have quite a distance to go. Pull over ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite to eat. After that, you can rest while I take the wheel," the old cat said, rubbing his face. "All right," Qin acquiesced, and after driving for less than 2 kilometers, he halted the vehicle in a clearing. The old cat casually retrieved some provisions from the back of the car and draped a thick military coat over the already slumbering Qilin before he began to eat. Qin stepped out for a couple of puffs on his cigarette, then turned back to fetch some tissue from inside the car. "You eat, I'm going to take a dump. Do you have any decency at all?" "I'm trying to have my meal. I'm attending to my needs while you enjoy yours, it won't interfere," Qin chuckled, clutching the tissue as he headed towards the expansive field, seeking a spot with favorable feng shui before squatting down. Inside the car, the old cat paired his smoked meat with a steamed bun and washed it down with a couple of bottles of water before stepping out to unfasten his belt for a quick urination. In the field, Qin shouted, "I'm not done yet, and you've already finished. You eat faster than a pig." "Shut it," the old cat retorted, fastening his belt. "Hurry up, or I'll just drive off without you." "Just a moment, I'm almost finished." Qin wiped his nearly numb rear and stood up, securing his belt before striding back. The old cat was already in the driver's seat, warming up the engine. As Qin crunched through the snow, having walked barely 20 meters, he suddenly felt something trip him. What on earth is that? Although the night was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the basic contours of the ground. Qin lifted his leg to kick at the object beneath his foot, then bent down for a closer look, only to find a purplish-blue face staring back at him. Damn! Qin Rao, though audacious, was taken aback at that moment. He stepped back a couple of paces and scrutinized the scene more closely, only to discover a boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, lying in the snow, clad in thick garments. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, his hair covered in frost, resembling a super saiyan due to the cold. In the designated planning zone, such occurrences were not uncommon. Each year, numerous individuals without a path forward succumbed to the frigid elements, perishing amidst the ice and snow. Thus, Qin hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Help me, please," a feeble voice called out from behind him just as he had walked less than 10 meters away. Hesitating again, he turned back to gaze at the snowbank. The boy remained motionless, weakly repeating, help me." Qin Rao stood in silence for an extended period before finally asking, "How long have you been lying here?" Help me," the boy merely echoed those words. "Who knows what you've done? Besides, you seem in dire straits. Dead weight is a burden to everyone." Qin Rao muttered dismissively and resolutely turned to depart. The boy's frail cries continued, but with each step, Qin Rao distanced himself, the voice fading into the distance. In the vehicle, the old cat noticed Qin Rao approaching and immediately scoffed, "What took you so long to wipe your backside?" Qin Rao glanced back at him, "Let us go." The old cat shifted gears, and they slowly departed from the spot. Inside the car, Qin Rao's brow furrowed, the mirth on his face replaced by a somber expression. "What's wrong? Did you run into a ghost?" "What's with that expression?" the old cat inquired, sensing something amiss. Qin Rao silently recalled the boy in the snow and felt an unexpected softness in his heart. Had this been in the past, during his time in the planning zone, he would have undoubtedly ignored such matters, feeling no guilt. After all, a child of unknown origins could easily bring trouble. Moreover, at that time, he was homeless and struggling for self-preservation, incapable of aiding anyone. However, circumstances had shifted, his life had improved to some extent, and that child still had breath and the ability to speak. If he chose to look away, that fragile life would surely perish amidst the icy expanse. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Rao envisioned his own childhood, marked by isolation. The similarities struck him: a thick cotton coat, tattered boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a neglected child. Closing his eyes, he remained silent for several seconds before suddenly declaring, "Reverse the car." "What for?" The old cat was bewildered. "Just reverse, quickly," Qin Rao urged. The old cat, perplexed, complied while grumbling, "Are you out of your mind? Why go back? Do you feel bad for leaving a mess? Shut up and drive back." After a brief interval, the vehicle came to a halt in an open area once more. Qin Rao retrieved a military coat from the trunk and strode purposefully into the snow, wrapping it around the boy he had found. The old cat stood by the roadside, astonished, and asked, "Where did you find this person?" "Encountered him while taking a dump," Qin Rao replied breathlessly. "He is still alive." "Goodness, how old is he? Is he even an adult?" the old cat remarked, glancing at the boy. "His face is nearly purple." Holding the child, Qin Rao promptly instructed, "You need to fetch the heater from the car and light it in the open area." "All right." The old cat, being kind-hearted, rushed to the vehicle, retrieving the heater from the trunk in a state of urgency. Qin Rao laid the child on the ground and turned to ask, "Is there any alcohol in the car?" "Not much left, we need it for the heater," the old cat replied, holding the heater. Qin Yurao surveyed the surroundings and quickly said, undress him, but be gentle, his body is frozen stiff. If you're too rough, you might injure him. What kind of weather is this to be undressing someone? If you don't understand, just be quiet. Qin Yurao dashed into the snow, scooping up handfuls of white snow to return with. The old cat ignited the heater and cautiously began to remove the boy's clothing. Qin Yurao, clutching the snow, exerted all his strength to rub it against the boy's back and chest. Initially, the snow refused to melt, but after several minutes of vigorous rubbing, water began to trickle from his hands. After laboring for nearly half an hour, sweat dripped from Qin Yurao's brow as he pressed against the boy's chest and called out, "Can you hear me? If you can, open your eyes, or I might just throw you away." After repeating himself 6 or 7 times, the boy murmured, help me, he's responding." Lin, who had just exited the vehicle, shouted from the side. Qin Yurao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Whether he survives now depends on him. "Should we take him back?" the old cat asked. "He is undoubtedly an abandoned child. If we save him, we must take him back," Qin Yurao affirmed, nodding. "Lift him into the car." After rescuing the child, the trio hastily continued their journey to Songjiang. The following day, Lin exited the vehicle to return home, while Qin Yurao and the old cat drove for several more hours before finally returning to Songjiang. I in the back seat. After 2 days, the boy began to regain color in his cheeks and weakly called out, "Is there anything to eat? Give me something." The old cat, taken aback by the words, remarked, "Little master, what kind of attitude does this child have? We went out of our way to save him, and he is acting like a lord." Chapter 72, From Covert Struggles to Open Conflicts. Upon returning to Songjiang, Qin Yu and Old Cat drove back to courtyard number 88 with the child they had picked up along the way. Inside the house, Qin Yu removed the child's already foul-smelling clothes and carelessly tossed them at the entrance, then bent down to splash his face with cold water. "What are you planning to do with this child? Are you going to let him stay here indefinitely?" Old Cat casually inquired, wiping his face with a towel. Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "I hardly have the time to look after him. Once he is better, I'll ask Shu Wei if he can arrange a little work for him in Songjiang, just enough for him to survive. Finding him a small job is feasible, but he lacks residency rights. Being an undocumented immigrant, he could be removed at any moment." Old Cat pondered for a moment. "Forget it, I'll help you look into it later. I know some truck owners who work both within and outside the district. While they don't venture deep into the planned area, they could help him obtain a temporary residence permit every 30 days. "That sounds good. Since we've taken the child in, to think of a solution." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Shall we head back to the police station? Old Li is still waiting for us." "All right, let us go." After a brief discussion, the two locked the door and left courtyard number 88. In the afternoon, within the office of the police chief. Chief Li looked contentedly at Qin Yu and gestured, "Have a seat." Qin Yu grinned as he sat down in the chair opposite. "Uncle Li, did you just return from Fongbei?" "Yes." Chief Li casually tossed a cigarette to Qin Yu and spoke in a steady voice, "I've concluded matters in Fongbei. However, you still need to inform the Ma family to keep a low profile. The higher-ups expect us to observe the profits first before diving into a myriad of complications." "I understand." Qin Yu nodded and softly inquired, "Since the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can start working on Malar's case?" Chief Li contemplated for a moment. "Yes, proceed, but ensure that there are no flaws in the process. In the near future, Yuan Ku might scrutinize you closely." "Understood, I'll be cautious," Qin Yu affirmed. Chief Li took a puff of his cigarette, smiling as he opened a drawer, retrieving 2 certificates along with corresponding shoulder and arm insignia. "Take a look at these." Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, reaching out to accept the items from Chief Li. After a cursory glance, he grinned widely. "Wow, thank you, Chief, I've received the 2nd-level officer approval so swiftly. From today onwards, your team will officially transfer to the 4th squad, and you will be appointed as the leader of the 3rd team. Later, you should hand over duties to Yuan Ku." Chief Li continued, looking at Qin Yu with a smile, "You'll be stationed with the 4th squad for a while, and I'll have the captain reassigned, allowing you to take on the role of acting captain, gradually transitioning into a permanent position." Qin Yu recognized that his path to advancement was not merely due to Old Cat's connections or Chief Li's admiration, but rather the result of the life and death struggles alongside Lin and Old Cat in Jiangzhou. It was at this moment that he truly felt he had gained connections and support. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Qin Yu expressed sincerely. "No need for gratitude, you've earned this." Chief Li waved his hand dismissively. "Now, go ahead. I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you regarding the dormitory reassignment. Speak with Sister Wen in logistics." Qin Yu stood and nodded, "Got it. Work diligently, your future prospects are brightening," Chief Li remarked, exhaling smoke with a cheerful demeanor. "Of course," Qin Yu flashed a grin, nodding before turning to leave. Half an hour later, within the 3rd team's dormitory, Qin Yu sat on his bed, reviewing Malar's case file while on the phone. "Yes, Chief Li has already informed me. Proceed according to my instructions, have the Min handle everything. and Malar should keep quiet. You needn't worry about the prosecution. Chief Lee will intervene. Yes, the Min is charged with illegal possession. While he won't face severe punishment, he should be prepared for around 15 years. No, don't let the lawyer contact me, just have him meet the Min directly. Alright, go ahead and take care of it. As he concluded the call, Guanqi entered with a scowl on his face. Why is that fool Lao San acting like he has lost his mother? I really want to scrub his mouth with a steel brush. The handover was supposed to be handled by Qin Yu, but he had been reluctant to deal with Yuan Ku and the others, so he sent Guanqi in his stead, not anticipating that complications would arise. What is going on? Qin Yu inquired. Guanqi loosened his collar, his expression grim as he replied, during the big arrest on Tusha Street, you had that incident at the butcher shop, right? When we went to rescue, we utilized some of the team's firearms and ammunition, along with 2 grenades. Lao San claims this wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying the scene, he said it contradicts what we told him, so he is demanding a detailed report from me, or else he'll escalate the matter to the chief. And if he does escalate it, what is the worst that could happen? Qin Yu, still new, was still figuring out the rules of the game. All equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during operations must be reported for approval to ensure strict management, Guanqi explained in a low voice. But in such chaotic circumstances, if you encounter an unexpected situation during a patrol or case, having equipment and ammunition get damaged is entirely normal. Yet, he is using this to pick a fight, claiming the equipment was approved for the first team, while we misused it, and now he can't account for it with logistics. This guy's perspective is limited to these trivial matters in the office, Qin Yu muttered irritably. Ignore him. If he wants to stir trouble, let him. No, team leader, Guanqi quickly urged. The usage of ammunition must be reported to the police station, as it pertains to whether officers might hoard important equipment or weapons. If Lao San decides to make things difficult for us and misrepresents the report, you could face disciplinary action. Qin Yu frowned, rising in annoyance. He is truly exasperating. Ugh, let us go take a look. A short while later, Guanqi and Qin Yu returned to the first team's office area. Lao San lounged back with his legs crossed, engrossed in a live stream on his computer. Qin Yu approached patiently, tapping his shoulder. Brother San, busy, are we? Lao San turned around, glancing at Qin Yu. Oh, if it isn't team leader Qin, haha, congratulations on your promotion to 2nd level. I'm still far behind you, Qin Yu smiled before getting straight to the point. I came to ask when we can finalize the handover. I want to expedite it as well, but the incident at the butcher shop was quite unclear. I checked the scene afterward and didn't see where grenades were used, Lao San replied bluntly. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then leaned closer, whispering in Lao San's ear, Brother San, those 2 grenades weren't used. I hid them because someone is always trying to set me up, and I need some hard goods for self-defense. Would you like one? I can find an opportunity to get you one some night. Lao San's expression darkened as he slowly rose from his seat. Are you trying to scare me again? Haha. Qin Yu grinned at him. So, how is your courage holding up? Chapter 73. I do not wish to grow up old. 3 stared coldly at Qin Yu and sneered, when you first arrived, you were utterly inexperienced, yet now you've ascended to the position of group leader. Are you still attempting to play the outlaw with me? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated, even with the police department's special approval allowing you to act without consequence? I doubt you would dare to take any action. Brother San, do you comprehend why you are destined to remain a lackey for team leader Yuan? Qin Yu retorted, pointing at old 3's chest. It is because your horizons are so limited. You have grown accustomed to being a subordinate and lack the mindset to take charge. At your level, do you think I need to compete with you, my friend, who has yet to perish after killing Yuan Wei, might just return one day and pay you a visit for dinner, believe it or not? Upon hearing this, old 3's heart sank, realizing that Qin Yu was alluding to Qilin. Team leader Yuan hasn't said a word, yet you're putting on such a show. Our group has been assigned to Team 4, that was an order from Li Si. You think by obstructing me, you are doing me a disservice, but in reality, you are only drawing Li Si's ire, Qin Yu scornfully chided. Brother San, when do you plan to mature? If Brother San were to mature, would he have acted heroically when encountering Matsushita at the restaurant last time? Guanqi interjected, he is a well-meaning individual. Old 3 erupted at this comment, what the hell, are you getting a bit too cocky? With that, he swung a fist toward Guanqi's head. Don't hit, don't resort to violence, Brother San. Qin Yu had been anticipating old 3's loss of control, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around his shoulder while clenching his right fist, exclaiming, Brother San, let me explain. We can exchange words here without issue, but if you lay a hand on someone, that escalates the situation. Old 3 had always looked down on Guanqi, and upon hearing the provocation, he charged in, throwing punches. Thud. Guanqi dodged, feigning a blow to the face, falling backward onto the ground, and immediately shouted, why are you hitting me? On what grounds? I'll report this to the police department, I'll submit materials to the supervisory office, and I'll sue you to death. Come on, get up, I'll take responsibility. Old 3, infuriated, raised his foot to kick Guanchi. Chin locked his left arm around Old 3's neck, his right fist tightly clenched, and delivered 3 or 4 solid blows to his chest. Initially reluctant to engage with Chin, Old 3, after receiving a couple of hits, lost his temper completely and began to grapple with him, shouting, "Beat him!" Members from other teams surged forward upon Old 3's command, and chaos erupted as they began to tussle with Chin. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 opponents, while only Guanchi stood by Chin side. However, neither of them was particularly weak-willed, both were quite cunning and had even prepared themselves not to retaliate. Guanchi, still on the ground, continued to yell, "Old 3, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll extort you. I'll let you extort." Old 3, teeth bared, picked up a stool, ready to smash it down. Just then, Yuan-ku entered through the front door, his eyes wide as he shouted, "What is going on? Have you all lost your minds?" His booming voice instantly silenced the room. Old 3, panting, turned to Yuan-ku, saying, "Team leader Yuan, don't interfere today, I'd rather strip down than let this go." Yuan-ku, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on and scolded, "Shut your mouth and put the chair down." Old 3 calmed down slightly at this, holding back for a moment before tossing the chair aside. Yuan-ku frowned, surveying the room before stepping up to Chin and asking, "Oh, so you've become quite the big shot, have you? Carefree enough to throw punches wherever you please, is it?" Chin smiled, "Team leader Yuan, I'm just a poor fellow. How could I be so arrogant? Today, Li Si issued an order for us to assist Team 4, so I asked Guanchi to come over for the handover. Brother San insisted that the equipment I used during our last case at the meat shop doesn't match up. I merely came to discuss this with him, and he got all worked up. Look, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe me, we can review the footage." Upon hearing this, Yuan-ku's expression darkened further. "Xiao-Chi, go to the monitoring room and have the clerk pull up the footage." Chin quickly added, "Forget it." Yuan-ku waved his hand immediately, his expression stern as he addressed Old 3, "Hurry up and complete the handover with them. They used a flashbang in that case, which indeed doesn't match," Old 3 attempted to argue. "I told you to do as I say. If it doesn't match, figure it out yourself." Yuan-ku shouted, glaring. Old 3 clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Yuan-ku turned back to Chin smiling as he asked, "Chin Group, do you have any other requests? I'll have someone take care of it for you." "No, nothing at all," Chin quickly waved his hand. "Ah, well, in the future, if you need anything, just come by and say hello," Yuan-ku said, hands behind his back. "You're a favorite of Director Li now. The entire police department is revolving around you." "Team leader Yuan, you're just joking," Chin said as he helped Guanchi to his feet, turning to leave. "All right, you carry on, Team leader Yuan. We'll take our leave." Yuan-ku looked at Chin still smiling as he remarked, "Chin Group, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department." "Thank you, Team leader Yuan." Chin did not look back, leading Guanchi out. Inside, Yuan-ku turned back, his face dark as he asked Old 3, "This deputy team leader, can you even handle the job?" "It's not that I'm unreasonable, it's that Guanchi dares to speak to me in such a condescending manner now," Old 3 argued. "What did he say to you that was so condescending?" He said I haven't matured." Old 3 glared, panting in response. Yuan-ku fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before sitting down and replying, "That's quite a succinct summary." Old 3 felt humiliated, his face flushing as he glanced at the other officers nearby, feeling a surge of anger and wanting to retort. Yuan-ku looked at Old 3 and suddenly shouted, "Li Si has made it clear he intends to support Chin What are you trying to accomplish by obstructing him over such trivial matters? Are you capable of stopping Chin or are you just trying to infuriate Li Si, wearing the title of deputy team leader, yet engaging in such foolishness? This is an office. We speak with a smile while getting the job done, not like some back alley brawl where every issue is met with violence." Old 3 was left speechless by the scolding. "If you don't have the confidence to decisively deal with him, then don't make a move over these petty matters. It only makes you look foolish." Yuan-ku frowned at Old 3, "Li Si has already chosen his side, and it's not with us, so you can't act as you did before, thinking you can do as you please within the police department. Otherwise, if you give them something to hold against you, you could be in serious trouble." Older than Yuan-ku, Old 3 remained silent after the lengthy reprimand, finally conceding, "I understand." Yuan-ku knew that while Old 3 had limited ability and average skills, he was still loyal to the Yuan family and to himself. Thus, after calming his emotions, he offered him a way out. "Tonight, you're coming with me to my elder brother's place. Recently, there have been rumors that Old Moss people are back in business, which might be related to Chin Yu's disappearance during this time." "All right." Old 3 nodded. That evening, after treating his colleagues to a meal, Chin Yu returned home early to prepare for rest. Upon entering, he found Lin Yanlei seated in a chair, resting her chin on her hand, engaging in conversation with the child he had brought home. Chapter 74 Code 3088 Chin-yu gazed at the two with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Oh dear, how have you two become friends?" Lin Yanlei chuckled in response, "Hee. As soon as I returned from work, I found him trying to pry open my door. When I asked what he was doing, he claimed he needed to borrow something to eat." Upon hearing this, Chin-yu turned and spotted the child seated on the bed, devouring noodles. "Wait a moment, isn't this a bit uncouth? Don't you understand the principle that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow? Why resort to stealing from a neighbor?" The little boy, dark-skinned with long hair and a face smudged with dirt, looked up at Chin-yu and protested, "I didn't steal. I borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I came to a familiar place to grab something to eat." "Breaking into someone's home without so much as a word, and you call that borrowing?" Chin-yu ruffled the boy's hair and warned, "Keep this up, and I won't hesitate to toss you in." "I'm just borrowing. I intend to return it tomorrow," the boy declared, shuffling the noodles into his mouth with a palpable air of streetwise bravado. "We're all children of the world. A spit from me is a nail driven in. I won't take anything without giving it back, I promise." Chin-yu was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know about being a child of the world?" "Hee, this little brother speaks quite interestingly. We've been chatting for a while now," Lin Yanlei remarked, her large eyes narrowing with mirth. "Hey, brother, what do you plan to return my noodles with tomorrow? Every creature has its path." "I promise to return, so I will. Why do you, a mere girl, have so much to say?" The boy rolled his eyes. Chin-yu, hearing this, mirrored the gesture and turned to Lin Yanlei. "I found him rummaging through the snowdrifts in the planning area. It seems no one is looking after him. He's grown wild, like a feral donkey." "You have a kind heart," Lin Yanlei remarked, somewhat speechless as she regarded Chin-yu. "What can I say? Fate has brought us together." Chin-yu deftly changed the subject. "Have you eaten?" "I had something at work." Lin Yanlei stretched her arms and yawned. "Oh, by the way, I washed the gloves you borrowed last time. Just wait a moment, I'll fetch them for you." "Did you buy gloves?" Chin-yu asked. "Oh dear, I've been so busy lately. When would I have had the time to shop?" Lin Yanlei pouted. "I haven't been out shopping in ages, and I have to return to Fongbei next month." "Then keep the gloves. They're a gift." Chin-yu grinned. "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you." "Do tell, what is it?" "When you go back to Fongbei, could you bring me some cosmetics?" Chin-yu pulled a list from his pocket that Coco had given him. "My friend asked me for help. Just buy what's on this list, and I'll give you the money tomorrow or the day after." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanlei's eyes sparkled mischievously as she looked at Chin-yu. "Oh, are you buying for your beloved? The old cat lady? Get lost. Are you seeing someone?" Lin Yanlei pressed further. "No, she's just an ordinary friend." Chin-yu stood beside the cabinet, his mind wandering, and suddenly asked, "Why do you want to know? Are you jealous?" Lin Yanlei's face turned crimson at this remark. "Are you out of your mind? Jealous of you? What a ridiculous thought." With that, she turned and walked away. Chin-yu watched her graceful figure retreat and called out, "He.s. eating. Should I come to your room to chat?" "Get lost." Lin Yanlei retorted sharply, hurrying back to her own room. "Look at how flustered you are," the little boy commented, blinking his big eyes as he observed Chin-yu. Chin-yu turned to him and asked, pulling out a cigarette, "What is your name?" "My name is Wang Hunan, and some friends on the streets call me Big Tooth." The boy slurped his noodle soup, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Ah!" Chin-yu sighed, glancing around his humble abode. "As you can see, my life is rather ordinary, but the fact that we crossed paths is fate. For now, why not stay here and recuperate? I'll find you some work later, it's the least I can do." Wang Hunan set down his bowl and looked up at Chin-yu, his expression earnest yet feigning maturity as he said, "You saved my life. From now on, we are brothers. You can ask me to do anything. Then start by washing the dishes. I'll get you some hot water," Chin-yu instructed. "After you're done, return the dishes to Lin Yanlei, and be polite when you speak to her." Upon hearing this, Wang Hunan immediately frowned. "Damn it, how can a child of the world do a woman's work?" Chin-yu raised an eyebrow. "What's the issue? Do you expect me to serve you? Now, hurry and wash the dishes." "Little master." "Who are you calling little master? Show some respect, or I'll knock you flat," Chin-yu retorted, slapping him lightly. "Get on with it." Over an hour later, as the lights of 1,000 homes dimmed, Chin-yu had given Big Tooth a bath in the wooden tub and was now using his razor to shave the boy's head. Big Tooth, having eaten his fill and quenched his thirst, felt drowsy and sat quietly in the chair. "How old are you?" Chin-yu inquired. 18. "Don't kid me, tell the truth." "I'm 3 years younger." "That's nonsense." "That means you're only 15, Chin-yu remarked, rinsing the razor. "How did you end up sleeping in the snowdrifts?" "I ran away from the hills. I had run out of food, and it was cold. I was so tired that I fell asleep in the snowdrift." Big Tooth's body and face were covered in frostbite, and as the warmth of the room enveloped him, he felt an itch that drove him to scratch at his skin. His frail physique made him limp noticeably, evoking a sense of pity. "Why were you up in the hills?" "My brother took me there." Big Tooth paused momentarily but continued with a steady voice, articulating clearly, "We were gathering scarce ingredients and capturing live animals." "Are there still live animals up there?" "There are, but you have to venture deeper." Big Tooth spoke matter-of-factly. "Last month, we went deep into the mountain where the snow pits were several meters deep. The trafficker had a gun and forced us to go in to gather ginseng. Everyone was terrified and reluctant to enter. He shot 3 people, and my brother was among them." Qin Yu was momentarily stunned by this revelation. "I was still young and couldn't take revenge, but one day, I will bury that trafficker's head in the very snow pit where my brother died," Big Tooth said softly, yet his tone remained eerily calm. Qin Yu frowned, continuing to shave under the dim light. "My brother is gone. Every time I sleep in the shed, I think of him." Big Tooth lowered his head slightly. "I feared I would always remember him, so I ran away that very night, and then I met you." "What about your parents?" Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling. "They were lost during the chaos before the 9th district was established. They probably died long ago." "Just like me," Qin Yu paused, responding in a teasing tone. Big Tooth was taken aback. "Then we must be quite fated. Do you seek revenge?" Qin Yu asked nonchalantly. "The man who killed my only family, I will surely make him pay," Big Tooth said without hesitation. "Then live well," Qin Yu nodded. Under the dim light, Big Tooth's unkempt hair fell to the floor, and soon he was left bald. At that moment, Qin Yu noticed the 4 tattooed digits on his neck. 3088, what does that mean? "In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried. There are too many of us, and since we are subdivided into groups, the boss can't remember everyone, hence, we are assigned numbers. If something happens, we verify the numbers at night to see who is missing." Big Tooth cursed vehemently. "We are mere tools, shovels, baskets, ginseng pickers, but we are not considered human, haha." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sudden warmth in his eyes, memories flooding back to him. He reached out and ruffled Big Tooth's head, scolding, "You little rascal, your words are quite piercing." Chapter 75, The eccentric Ma Lao heir. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this period, Qin Yu remained undeterred in his daily life despite the Ya's unexpected intrusion. He continued to manage the handover of work responsibilities, oversee the operations of the drug line, and attend to matters concerning the Ma Lao heir case, while the Ya focused on recuperating at home. Each day, Qin Yu would allocate 2 yuan for the Ya's lunch, and they would typically share their remaining meals together. Following the public revelation of his conflict with Lao San in the office, Qin Yu encountered no further obstacles at work. Yuan Ku and his associates had begun to overtly disregard his presence, while the drug line's business was managed by Old Ma, yielding a tolerable initial profit. Overall, the streets during this time exhibited an unusual tranquility. Not only had confrontations between drug dealers diminished, but even other fringe industries had grown remarkably subdued. Amidst this serene environment, Ma Lao heir was finally released from prison. Old Ma had enlisted a lawyer and, employing the subtle methods taught to him by Qin Yu, discreetly urged the Min to take the fall for the situation. The Min, valuing their friendship despite Old Ma's fervent insistence, readily assumed responsibility for the core aspects of the case. Subsequently, Ma Lao heir, grasping the situation, leveraged various connections to extricate himself from the predicament. Ultimately, he was convicted of the crime of assisting in the concealment of illegal drugs and was sentenced to 3 months of outside supervision by the district court, required to report regularly to the police and pay a fine of 10,000 yuan. While Ma Lao heir was liberated, the Min faced a dire fate, being incarcerated in a maximum security prison, enduring the agonizing anticipation of a sentence of no less than 15 years. Previously, Qin Yu's impression of Ma Lao heir had been limited to the perception of him as somewhat reckless, blunt, and brash. He had always regarded him as an individual prone to impulsive actions and explosive temper, often speaking without thought. However, he recognized that despite his myriad flaws, Ma Lao heir held a strong sense of brotherhood. When Ma Lao heir was initially apprehended, Qin Yu was aligned with Yuan Ku's faction, and he had not refrained from subjecting Ma Lao heir to considerable pressure in hopes of compelling him to abandon the case. Yet, the latter had chosen to remain steadfast, refusing to implicate the Min or his uncle, Old Ma. Consequently, Qin Yu did not perceive him as utterly malevolent. Rather, he found his ostentatious approach to matters somewhat difficult to navigate. To Qin Yu's surprise, the day after Ma Lao heir's release, he personally called to invite him out for a meal and a gathering. Prior to this, Qin Yu had not contemplated forming a deeper connection with him, as their past encounters had been somewhat contentious, leaving him apprehensive about potential awkwardness in meeting again. Nonetheless, with Ma Lao heir extending the invitation, Qin Yu felt it inappropriate to decline, recognizing that fostering a more amicable relationship would benefit both parties. After careful consideration, Qin Yu reached out to Lao Mao, Shu Wei, and Guan Qi, hoping to facilitate an introduction among this small circle, thereby easing future collaborations. On Friday evening, shortly after 7 o'clock, the group convened at a renowned Chinese restaurant in the Black Street district. However, during the meal, both sides exhibited a degree of restraint, as the attendees, with the exception of Lao Mao and the accompanying two individuals, had all previously engaged in altercations with Ma Lao Er. While the atmosphere was not overtly awkward, it remained largely confined to superficial niceties. As the drinks flowed and the dishes circulated, Ma Lao Er, displaying signs of inebriation, insisted on taking Qin Yu and the others to Tusha Street for further entertainment. The group, feeling unable to decline, exited the restaurant, prepared to accompany him unexpectedly. However, Ma Lao Er exhibited a rather jovial drunkenness at the entrance, much to the amusement of Qin Yu and Lao Mao. The incident that ensued began when Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Ma Lao Er engaged in casual banter while awaiting Guan Chi's arrival with a car. A disheveled old man was embroiled in a heated argument with a young restaurant worker. To the left of the steps, a young man, clad in an apron, was using a snow shovel to clear the freshly fallen snow. The scruffy old man stood nearby, exclaiming, "Why won't you let me in to order food?" The young worker retorted vehemently, "You come here every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns. Who do you think is going to serve you? Look at the snow on your shoes, you'll track it all over the place once you step inside, and I'll have to clean up after you. Just leave, I'm not serving you today." The elderly man, appearing to be over 60, was left blushing with embarrassment after being chastised by a mere child. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The worker, in a fit of irritation, kicked a tattered bag off the low windowsill, shouting, "Take your junk with you, don't leave it on the sill, it leaks oil, making it a pain to clean." "Why didn't you just say that instead of kicking it?" the old man stammered, visibly shaking with anger. "You can't just wish me dead because I annoy you. I still have a right to live. Why do you have so much to say when I tell you to leave? Can't you understand?" The young worker glared fiercely. "If you keep talking back, I'll teach you a lesson." The old man, with clenched teeth, sighed and bent down to retrieve his tattered bag, brushing off the snow. Smack! At that moment, Ma Lao Er, who had been conversing with Qin Yu, suddenly turned and slapped the young worker on the head. "What's wrong with you? Did your parents not teach you how to speak to the elderly?" The worker, taken aback, stammered, "What did I do wrong? I've been listening to you for a while now, and you haven't spoken a single decent word," Ma Lao Er retorted, grabbing the young man by the collar. "You're acting like a big shot just because you're serving tea and water. Tell me, what makes you superior to others? That old man comes every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns, and he is filthy, with snow all over his shoes. I'm just trying to keep the place clean for everyone. Go to hell." Ma Lao Er, his temper flaring, slapped the young worker twice. "Apologize, now." The worker, intimidated by Ma Lao Er's imposing presence and possessing a timid disposition, was on the verge of tears after receiving the blows. "Bro, I was just saying a couple of words to him, I said apologize." Ma Lao Er shouted at the old man. The worker gulped, turning to the elderly gentleman, his voice barely above a whisper, "I'm sorry, sir." "Everyone ages eventually," the old man replied coolly. Ma Lao Er, with his thick eyebrows and piercing gaze, appeared rather fierce. His glare intensified, and he became increasingly furious with the young worker, ultimately bellowing, "Go inside and set up a table for me, order 4 dishes, I'm treating this gentleman to a meal. You filthy wretch, go fetch a mop and follow him to clean up after him. If you don't do it properly, I'll make you clear all the snow off Tusha Street." "Why yes, understood," the worker nodded, trembling. Just then, Guan Chi and the others arrived with the car, and Ma Lao Er waved goodbye to the old man with a smile. "Take care, sir." The elderly gentleman, momentarily dazed, quickly bowed in gratitude. I thank you, young man." "What's there to thank me for? I'm young and money comes easily," Ma Lao Er replied dismissively, hopping into the vehicle without further conversation. Lao Mao, observing the entire exchange, shook his head and remarked, "This kid has a good heart. He just handed over 500 yuan without a second thought. This man is worth cultivating a friendship with," Qin Yu added, smiling in approval. On their way to Tusha Street, Qin Yu playfully inquired, "Lao Er, that old man clearly is in need of money. If you wanted to do a good deed, why not just give him the cash directly?" Ma Lao Er, reeking of alcohol, pondered for a moment before delivering a classic retort. "I can afford to treat his grandson to a year's worth of steamed buns, but I can't save him. Those are two different matters." "You truly are an intriguing character," Qin Yu mused, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, within a mid-range entertainment venue on Tusha Street, several of Yuan Hua's subordinates were reveling in merriment. Chapter 76. In a chaotic era, only this nonchalance is lacking. Within the 3-story private room of the Wansha Entertainment Center, located in the dusty street, a row of graceful young women stood elegantly. Ma Lao Er, inhaling deeply on his cigarette, turned to Qin Yu and remarked, "Come on, today you may choose first. If you find one unsatisfactory, we'll order 2 or 3. I'll cover all expenses." "I want that one, yes, the one gazing at me with such affection," Old Cat unabashedly called out, waving his hand. "Good evening, Appa," a girl with a striking appearance cheerfully approached, greeting Old Cat in Korean. Once Old Cat made his selection, Qin Yu and the other two also chose their companions to sit beside them. Shortly thereafter, Ma Lao Er summoned the service staff to bring drinks and personally serenaded a song, warming up the atmosphere. Setting aside the trivial banter for the moment, it was only after the alcohol had eased their relations that Ma Lao Er settled beside Qin Yu, raised his glass, and said, Xiao Yu, Ma Lao Er, am not one to indulge in frivolities. Although we had our disagreements, it was merely a matter of differing positions that I have my reasons for not laying down the law, just as you have your reasons for giving me a beating from time to time. However, from this day forth, we shall dine from the same pot, so let us turn the page on our past. What do you think? Agreed, let us turn the page, Qin Yu replied succinctly, raising his glass to clink with Ma Lao Er's before downing the drink in one go. Ma Lao Er expectorated somewhat crudely, wiped his mouth, and said to Qin Yu, my uncle is getting older, and he won't be able to manage things outside for much longer. Moving forward, I may be the one to handle business matters. Xiao Yu, I am straightforward by nature. In our future dealings, feel free to express your thoughts directly. If I disagree, I will explain why. Let us avoid all that guessing game nonsense, it's simply uninteresting. Haha, understood, Qin Yu nodded, fixing his gaze on Ma Lao Er as he responded, if business is to be entrusted to you, I do need to offer a few words of advice. Go ahead, Ma Lao Er nodded. When I returned, Li Si had a word with me. He specifically advised us to maintain a low profile in our business dealings. Qin Yu lowered his voice. The Yuan family has substantial backing from several major pharmaceutical companies, and they possess solid local connections. We have only just begun to establish our lines, and some of Li Si's associates are observing us, waiting to see if we can truly deliver. Therefore, we must focus on achieving results without courting trouble. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao Er immediately waved his hand dismissively. Oh, we've been in the pharmaceutical business for a while now. You can rest assured, I know how to handle it. To be frank, Qin Yu pulled out an electronic cigarette and continued softly, the supplier has imposed strict targets. If we wish to secure lower prices for the pharmaceuticals, we must achieve at least 250,000 in sales each month. Do you understand what this implies? Though taken aback, Ma Lao Er was not naive, he quickly replied, it implies our relationship with the supplier is quite fragile. Precisely, Qin Yu affirmed with a nod, the supplier is also keen to assess whether we are capable of genuine collaboration. Consider this, they are engaged in clandestine drug production, a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. Thus, if our capabilities are lacking, the supplier would prefer to forego the business rather than take risks. I see your point, Ma Lao Er nodded. We must prioritize stability in the early stages. Qin Yu poured himself another glass of liquor. Once our relationship with the supplier solidifies, we will naturally stand taller. Rest easy, I've got it under control, Ma Lao Er replied nonchalantly. Come, let us drink to that. Qin Yu felt he had said enough, and without further ado, he raised his glass. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks once more. With the serious matters concluded, Ma Lao Er then called out to our robust man with a stern countenance and a scar running down his left eyelid, Brother Zishu, come over here. I'd like to introduce you properly. From a distance, a man engaged in conversation with Old Cat and others approached, holding his drink. This is Lu Zishu, he has been with my family for nearly a decade, essentially watching me grow up, Ma Lao Er introduced with a smile. He had some business earlier, so he couldn't join us for the meal. You two should get acquainted. I am Qin Yu. Hello, Lu Zishu greeted with a steady voice, a smile gracing his face. I was tied up earlier, I appreciate your understanding, Qin Zhu. Too kind, Qin Yu replied with a smile, just call me Xiao Yu. Despite Lu Zishu's noticeably fierce appearance, marked by his scar, he spoke with a deep, resonant voice, exuding a calm demeanor without the airs of a seasoned veteran in the underworld. After their introductions, Ma Lao Er then explained to Qin Yu with a chuckle, my old man intends to delegate authority to me, but he fears I might not be able to handle it, so he has brought Brother Zishu in to assist me, providing some guidance. Hence, many matters I discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an unexplainable sense of reassurance. That sounds rather good, having an experienced hand around can keep you in check, otherwise, you might end up in a brawl with the waitstaff over a meal, and that is a cause for concern. Haha. Laughter erupted among the group. Now, let us put aside other matters. Everyone drink up and enjoy yourselves, Ma Lao Er cheerfully called out to the young women beside him, go, bring me a few dancers, I want a full Latin session. Qin Yu, exasperated, tugged at Ma Lao Er, that is enough. You've already spent quite a bit today. Ma Lao Er waved dismissively, what is the purpose of earning money if not to spend it? To put it bluntly, if this incident had happened, I wouldn't have run into you. Given Minggu's penchant for doing things right and willingness to shoulder the burden for me, I'd have been in deep trouble, I'd be dead, and what good would money do then? Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words in response. I've got 100 on me today. I'll spend it all. If I die tomorrow, at least I won't have regrets, Ma Lao Er shouted with an air of abandon. Ladies, Let us get lively, treat my friend well. ILL tossed 2 grand on the table shortly. Yay. Appa, awesome. The young women erupted into cheers, rallying around Malau as Chinyu sat on the sofa, chuckling at Malau. He quietly mused. Some claim to disdain wealth, perhaps they are merely pretending, or perhaps they simply lack it, yet, to embody such nonchalance is a rarity he had seldom encountered in his 20 years, and Malau was indeed one of those few. This man may lack refinement, his conversation steeped in the rawness of the underworld, and if scrutinized closely, he possessed numerous flaws, yet, it was this genuine spirit that evoked respect. Living life with such abandon is no small feat, whether in the previously serene times or in the current chaotic era. Though Chinyu had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, he could not withstand the rhythm set by Malau. Within an hour, he was thoroughly intoxicated, supported by Shu Wei and Guanqi as they escorted him home. Meanwhile, Old Cat gradually lost himself in the revelry, feeling as though he had met a kindred spirit in Malau, a connection that felt long overdue. As the night deepened, Old Cat, now thoroughly inebriated, was assisted by a young woman, clutching Malau's hand as he slurred, "Brother, I can't go on. I am heading home to sober up. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a bath." "Haha, you've had too much to drink. Go on, I'll settle the bill and leave soon," Malau replied with a chuckle. "Thank you for the generous hospitality. Make sure to report back on how that girl fares tomorrow." "Sure thing." After exchanging pleasantries, Old Cat was led away by the young woman. 15 minutes later, Malau, Lu Zishu, and the others finished paying the bill and were about to leave the entertainment center when they suddenly heard one of Yuan Hua's men calling from within the music bar, "Donggo, offering 500. "What the hell, they're here too." Upon hearing the call, Malau turned back, squinting his bleary eyes at the figure seated in the music bar. Chapter 77 Intoxicated or Intentional. Upon observing Maleoni's state, Lu Zishu immediately intervened, saying, "What do their actions have to do with us? Let us return and rest." "Who is performing today?" Maleoni swayed slightly and inquired of a nearby companion. "The enchantress." "The one from Thailand?" Maleoni asked again. "Indeed," his companion affirmed with a nod. Maleoni burped and flashed a grin at Lu Zishu, exclaiming, "Come on, let us go in and take a look. The last time I tried to arrange a meeting with her, she wasn't around. It's getting late. We should head back." Lu Zishu frowned and replied. "That Yongdong is also present. If we go over there, he has his own amusements, and I have mine. Is there a problem with that?" Maleoni retorted, glaring fiercely. "This place is not that large. Shall I always avoid them?" Lu Zishu was rendered speechless. "Let us go, let us take a look inside," Maleoni urged, leading the way into the music bar. The music bars of this era bore little difference from those of the past, perhaps with the sole distinction that they placed greater emphasis on the performance aspect, meaning that individuals with peculiar talents frequently graced the stage. The majority of patrons tended to be older, as the younger crowd often lacked disposable income. Moreover, in such an environment, dining was a challenge for most, with wealthy scions being a rare breed. On stage, a strikingly alluring young woman, tall and elegantly dressed, was showcasing a rather risque talent, maintaining a distinctly Thai style, albeit with considerable boldness. Leone, a man of varied tastes, found himself somewhat enamored with the performing enchantress. However, after 2 unfortunate attempts to arrange a meeting with her, compounded by the recent misfortunes befalling his family, he felt an unexpressed frustration simmering within. Thus, when the host announced the auction for a late-night meal with the enchantress, he did not hesitate to interject, "I bid 1,000. As his words echoed, the spotlight shifted to the entrance, where Maleoni, grinning and baring his teeth, took a seat at an unoccupied table, waving cheerfully at the enchantress. "The owner at the entrance bids 1,000, the host proclaimed loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare opportunity. The enchantress will be performing in Fongbei next week, and it will be challenging to arrange another meeting. Wealthy patrons, indulge while you can. Now, is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" This auction for a late-night meal was intended to enliven the atmosphere. Most guests participated merely for amusement. Many had no intention of pursuing anything further with the performers, and even if a performer agreed to dine or drink with you, it did not guarantee an overnight stay. Furthermore, as the enchantress was an individual of charm and allure, Yongdong's involvement was purely for show, a drunken attempt at boasting. However, with Maleoni's entrance, the entire ambience shifted inexplicably. Yongdong, a longtime associate of Yuan Hua, though not directly involved in the ground-level competition, possessed 2 formally registered companies and held significant business dealings with the Yuan family, thus looking down upon the grassroots individuals from the Ma family. Seated on the sofa, Yongdong adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and curiously asked a friend nearby, "Has that fellow come out?" "Yes, I heard it was Officer Li who arranged it for him," his friend nodded. "Huh? He is lucky to be alive, yet he seems oblivious to his own identity," Yongdong chuckled, gesturing dismissively. "Xiao Lu, why don't you have some fun with him?" The young man standing at the front immediately raised his hand and shouted, 1,005. 2,000, Ma Leone replied, not blinking an eye. 2,005. 3,000. In less than 5 seconds, the bidding escalated to 3,000, a sum that had already surpassed the playful intent of the gathering. The patrons were acutely aware that both parties were now genuinely invested in the outcome. At the entrance, Lucy Shu frowned and cautioned Ma Leone, that's enough. Is 3,000 really worth it for a woman? It's not about the money, Ma Leone replied, crossing his legs and fixating his gaze on Yongdong, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hey, do you still have any bullets left? If not, I'll just have her come over for a drink. Inside, the young man returned, bending slightly to ask Yongdong, brother, should we keep bidding? No more bids, Yongdong replied with a dark expression. Let him play his games. 3,000. Is there anyone willing to bid more than 3,000? The host inquired. No one responded. Now, let us invite the enchantress to toast the owner at the entrance, the host announced. Ma Leone stood up and turned to Lu Zishu, asking, do you still have money? Lu Zishu was momentarily taken aback and replied, somewhat exasperated, if you have no money, why are you bidding? Do you have any? Ma Leone pressed impatiently. Yes, Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Leone pointed at Yongdong and shouted to the host, I want tea. Have any drinks? Let the lady go to their table instead. That big brother has been shouting for a while. He must be a bit parched, ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and even the seasoned host found himself at a loss for words. Yongdong sat on the sofa, his expression dark and silent. What the hell? Just a while ago, you were stripped of your dignity, and now you come here to play the fool. A burly man suddenly leapt up from the sofa, grabbing a bottle from the table and hurling it towards Ma Leone. Bang! The bottle shattered upon hitting the table, and an inevitable conflict erupted. 7 or 8 individuals rushed over, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Ma Leone and his companions. Yongdong shouted several times from the sofa in an attempt to intervene, but to no avail. At the entrance, Ma Leone, already 8 parts intoxicated, found himself overpowered despite his fervor, as his side was outnumbered. Furthermore, the establishment staff sided with Yongdong, leading to a swift disadvantage for Ma Leone. 3 or 4 individuals cornered him against the wall, pummeling him mercilessly. Lu Zishu grappled with 3 of the establishment's henchmen. While he managed to avoid serious injury, he was nonetheless detained. The chaotic brawl continued for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, ultimately culminating in Ma Leone receiving a thorough beating. The manager of the entertainment venue rushed over to separate the parties and turned to Ma Leone, saying, what are you doing? We're all acquaintances here, causing such a scene only embarrasses me. Ma Leone wiped the blood from his nose, unfazed, and chuckled, it's fine, it has nothing to do with you. Bah, a little beating is just what I need to sober up. Do you have a vehicle? Should we go to the hospital? The manager inquired. No need, these minor injuries are nothing to fret over, Ma Leone replied, wiping the blood from the back of his hand, appearing intoxicated yet remarkably rational as he addressed the manager. Apologies for the trouble. I'm fine, but the boss might not be pleased. Just clean yourself up, the manager advised. No need, I'll take my leave. Ma Leone waved dismissively and exited the entertainment venue. Outside, in the car, Lu Zishu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, what was the point of this? You spent money and got beaten up. When we return, Uncle Ma will definitely scold you. Wasn't I just standing up for myself? I've had too much to drink today. Ma Leone crudely stuffed a piece of tissue into his nose, stating, let us go back and get some sleep. Sigh, when will you learn to avoid trouble? Lu Zishu lamented. Inside the music bar, after the commotion at the entrance was resolved, the manager approached Yongdong's table and sat down on the sofa, saying, brother, don't drink anymore, trust me, it's best you head home early. What's the matter? Yongdong asked, tilting his head curiously. Chapter 78, The reckless man. Yongdong had initially contemplated leaving, yet upon hearing the manager's words, he felt a sense of embarrassment rising within him. Are you really trying to chase me away? Ma Lar is quite a stubborn fellow. He never takes a loss in Tuzhou Street, the manager advised in a hushed tone. He has had quite a bit to drink today, I suspect he'll be back shortly. Yongdong inwardly cursed the manager for his indiscretion but simultaneously recognized that Ma Lar was a reckless character, and it was beneath him to engage with such a hothead. Thus, he felt trapped in the situation. Leaving would be a slight against his dignity, as if he were afraid of Ma Lar, while staying might invite complications. After much deliberation, Yongdong smiled and replied, no worries. If he doesn't show up today, I want leave. Why engage in a contest with him? Never mind, just pour some more drinks, let us continue our revelry for a while. Yongdong maintained a nonchalant smile on his face. Sigh, the manager sighed as he rose to his feet. Once the manager departed, Yongdong promptly instructed a nearby friend, call home and have a couple of people come over. Just say there's a situation at the company. After the recovery from the ordeal, Uncle Lu resided not far from Tuzhou Street, so the drive took less than 10 minutes before Ma Lar delivered him home. At the roadside, Uncle Lu leaned against the car window, instructing, make sure to get some sleep when you get back. There's business to attend to tomorrow. Call me when you wake up. Understood, Ma Lauer nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Take care, brother. After exchanging a few more words, Uncle Lou turned to leave. The young driver, noticing Uncle Lou's departure, turned and asked, heading back to the warehouse. Ma Lauer replied, casually rubbing the scabs on his face. 20 minutes later, shortly after the newly arrived drinks were placed on the table, two young men hurriedly rushed into the entertainment city and approached Yongdong, exclaiming, Brother, there's been an issue at the company. President Yuan wants you to return immediately. What's going on that requires such urgency? Yongdong inquired in front of the manager. Not sure, just that you need to hurry back. This weekend is anything but peaceful. Yongdong feigned helplessness as he stood up, frowning, then let us put the drinks on hold. We should head back. All right, the manager concurred, also rising. If there's business, you'd best leave promptly. Seizing the opportunity he had created for himself, Yongdong smoothly exited, leading his companions as they ambled toward the entrance of the entertainment city. Outside, the tires squeaked against the snow as they came to a halt at the roadside. Ma Lauer, accompanied by the two brothers who had just been beaten, wrapped himself in his coat and exited the car. At that moment, Yongdong and his group were just stepping out of the entertainment city, and they collided face to face. Leaving? Ma Lauer, with blood still adorning his face and reeking of alcohol, inquired. Yongdong was taken aback. What exactly do you want? I want to deal with you. Ma Lauer produced a gun from his coat and stepped up the stairs. The manager, hearing the commotion, rushed out and frowned, advising, Old Air, why is this still going on? Can you show me some respect and stop this ruckus? Ma Lauer tilted his head and stared at him. Where was your respect when I was being beaten? The manager was at a loss for words. Is this street under your control? Ma Lauer pushed the manager aside. Stop talking nonsense. This doesn't concern you. Get lost. Yongdong remained rooted in place, his expression cold as he asked, Don't you feel the pain from what happened a while ago? Your old Ma hasn't dared to show his face since. Do you have any idea in your mind? Ma Lauer raised his gun, pointing it at Yongdong's head, and asked, What's the count? 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6? Faced with the seemingly intoxicated and irrational Ma Lauer, Yongdong found himself momentarily speechless. Let me give you a count. Ma Lauer gritted his teeth, pressing the gun against Yongdong's head, enunciating each word. 1, 2, 3. Either you kneel and bow 3 times to me, Ma Lauer, or I'll shoot you dead. You're bluffing. Yongdong scoffed. Ma Lauer, do you truly believe no one can handle you? To the left, one of Yongdong's friends reached out to grab Ma Lauer's arm. Ma Lauer swiftly turned the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced through Yongdong's friend's palm, blood gushing forth. On the steps, the crowd fell silent. Ma Lauer seized Yongdong by the collar, his eyes ablaze as he shouted, Do you know how many of my friends and relatives were caught and killed during that recent incident? Do you have any idea? Yongdong was rendered speechless. Do you think I'm just drunk? Ma Lauer slapped Yongdong's cheek. Damn it, I'm using this gun and these bullets to talk to you. Yongdong's face flushed crimson, inwardly cursing his misfortune for encountering such a reckless and consequence-free individual today. Yongdong, I have no other demands today. I just want to know if you can kneel and bow 3 times for me. Ma Lauer pointed to the ground, suddenly shouting, 1. Yongdong clenched his fists, staring intently into Ma Lauer's eyes, remaining silent. 2. Ma Lauer's chest heaved, his finger poised on the trigger. Yongdong's expression fluctuated, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the people around him. In a low voice, he said to Ma Lauer, the territory of Tusha Street is limited. Can't you leave yourself some room to maneuver? What do you mean by room? Today, I have a gun in my hand. If I don't take you down, tomorrow you'll beat me. Is that what you call room? Ma Lauer bellowed like thunder, can you kneel or not? Yongdong felt his head ringing from the shout, glancing at the expressions of those nearby. All right, stand straight. I'll fire 3 shots to send you off. Ma Lauer. Seeing that he was genuinely losing his temper, Yongdong instinctively raised his hand to open the gun's barrel. Fine, I concede. Upon hearing this, Ma Lauer tilted his head back, taking a step back with a smile as he looked at Yongdong. Yongdong's cheeks were flushed, as if they would bleed, his chest heaving violently. Do you see the south? Kneel over there. Ma Lauer pointed to the left. Heh, all right. Yongdong chuckled, pushing Ma Lauer aside, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his back straight, loudly proclaiming, Brother Air, how do you find my posture? Haha. Ma Lauer laughed, ruffling Yongdong's hair. Bow your head. Yongdong bent down and touched his forehead to the ground 3 times. Damn, your posture is quite a charade, but I'm satisfied. Yongdong, you do have an eye for people, haha. Ma Lauer patted Yongdong's head twice before turning down the steps, shouting, Let us go. As he finished speaking, the 2 brothers who had come with him stuffed their right hands into their coats and retreated from the entrance. Once in the car, Ma Lauer spat on the road and, grinning at Yongdong, shouted, "Go back and tell Yuan Hua that there's an old saying, don't laugh at others in tattered clothes." 10 years of fortune can shift from east to west, the Ma family cannot remain as the third rate for eternity, and Yuan Hua cannot always flourish, the feng shui of Tusha Street is due for a change. A few minutes later, inside the car, the driver gripped the steering wheel, still shaken, and asked the half-asleep Ma Lauer, "You were too reckless. Yongdong is considered a significant figure here. Have you thought about what would have happened if he hadn't knelt? One thing you should ponder thrice, that is, when you hesitate." Ma Lauer replied nonchalantly, "Why overthink, just act boldly. If he doesn't kneel, I'll shoot him. The gun is in my hand, what do I have to fear?" Chapter 79 Power and Money. Every person possesses a mix of strengths and weaknesses, though some traits are more conspicuous than others. In this regard, Ma Lauer is a person whose virtues and flaws are starkly apparent. He exhibits an impulsive nature and often acts without considering the consequences, yet, from another perspective, he is also warm-hearted, never nitpicking with friends and proving to be highly trustworthy. If it were someone else, they might have chosen to lay low for a few days after the incident with Yongdong, observing the reactions from a distance. However, this fellow did not even change his residence that night, returning home to sleep soundly as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, old Ma arrived at his nephew's abode and kicked him squarely on the head. "What the hell, who is it?" Ma Lauer groggily awoke. Old Ma, hands clasped behind his back, glared at him with a face tinged with anger. "Have you lost your mind after a few drinks? Who told you to go after Yongdong?" Ma Lauer, sitting up in bed with bare shoulders, blinked sleepily and replied with a hint of impatience, "They struck first, and everyone in the music bar witnessed it. What was I supposed to do, just sit there in silence? Do you think I'm oblivious to everything? Did you even consider that if you hadn't provoked them, they wouldn't have retaliated? Uncle, with the turmoil over at Tuja Street, our family has lost Ma Guang, and my little nephew has been taken in. We've lost so many people." Ma Lauer's eyes reddened as he lamented, "We make our living in this underworld. If you constantly let others trample us, who will stand by you? 50 kilograms of drugs is enough to earn a death sentence. The risk is the same for everyone, but those who work for the Yuan family enjoy wine and meat along with respect, while those who work for you face the threat of police and the risk of being slapped in the face. Tell me, isn't that infuriating?" Old Ma was moved by his words. "Last night, I admit I lost my temper a bit, but you can't blame me. If they hadn't attacked, I would have left." Ma Lauer, displaying a sense of filial piety, replied, "Uncle, I understand what you're saying. I'll be more cautious moving forward. Please don't be angry, alright? You need to mature. These matters on the ground are not merely about fighting and killing." Old Ma sighed. "Has Chin not mentioned it? Old Li has repeatedly advised us to keep a low profile lately. If you stir up trouble now, it will be difficult for those above to support you." "Yes, I understand." Ma Lauer, suffering from a hangover, appeared quite disheveled, with bloodshot eyes and a sallow complexion. "Look at you, you look dreadful," Old Ma remarked, squinting at his nephew. "Hurry up and wash your face. We need to head to the warehouse to check the inventory." "All right," Ma Lauer nodded eagerly. A post-drinking debacle quietly passed, and for the following week, the streets remained uneventful. It seemed that Ma Lauer's act of forcing Yongdong to kneel had not affected the Yuan and Ma families. One noon, at the entrance of a small restaurant opposite the police station, Qin Yu, dressed in casual attire, walked in with Xu Wei. "Hey, Qin team leader, over here, over here." A young man in his mid-20s immediately stood up and waved. Qin Yu glanced at him, his expression impassive as he approached. "Qin team leader, is it too noisy? We could book a private room instead," the young man asked, bowing slightly. Previously, Qin Yu had not felt any advantages of power, but since officially taking over as the leader of the third team, a subtle change had begun to manifest. The young man before him was a residency intermediary, primarily assisting individuals in the planned area to apply for permanent residency in the 9th district. However, his background was mediocre, and he engaged in many illegal activities behind the scenes. Recently, one of his underlings had been apprehended by Xu Wei. The young man had only managed to connect with Qin Yu through Old Cat, hoping to plead for leniency. Once seated, Qin Yu quietly gestured for the others to sit as well. "Good, good." After the young man sat down, he immediately turned to shout, "Quick, bring dishes for our table." Qin Yu, arms crossed, fell silent. "Qin team leader, you've been quite busy lately, haven't you?" "Not too bad." "Hey, I heard there have been significant personnel changes within the police station recently. It seems that Elkason has been reassigned." "I'm not very clear. He has been out on field duty," Qin Yu replied, shaking his head expressionlessly. The young man continued to struggle for conversation, but Qin Yu's curt responses left him feeling somewhat awkward. Most importantly, he felt increasingly intimidated by Qin Yu. He could not decipher the leader's true attitude. After a brief lull, the young man pulled a gift box from his bag and, with a forced smile, said to Qin Yu, "Regarding that matter, I hope Qin Yu can show some mercy. We will certainly avoid making mistakes in the future." Furthermore, Old Cat is aware of this, and he gave me quite a scolding. Sigh. these days, it's tough for anyone to earn a few bucks. Chin Yu paused for a moment, then pushed the gift box back, stating, I don't need the gift. Chin team leader, please don't. Let me finish, Chin Yu interrupted, frowning. Since Old Cat has put in a word, I will find a way to assist you with that matter. However, let me make one thing clear, if you continue to engage in fraudulent activities regarding the residency of deceased individuals and sell them at inflated prices, I will deal with you as well. I understand, the young man nodded repeatedly. What is your name? Chin Yu inquired. You can call me Xiao Lu. Alright, await further news. Chin Yu nodded at him. Good, the young man chimed, eager to move on. Let us eat. In less than 5 minutes, having only taken a couple of bites, Chin Yu forced an excuse to leave but discreetly instructed Xu Wei, you stay behind and discuss the case with him. Upon returning to the police station, just as Chin Yu was about to call Chi Lin, Xu Wei strolled back in, the gift box the young man had intended for Chin Yu tucked under his arm. Why are you back? Chin Yu asked, slightly bewildered. Since you've left, why would I stay and eat with them? Xu Wei replied with a grin. You just wanted me to stay behind to retrieve the gift they offered, didn't you? Hearing this, Chin Yu sighed in exasperation. How can you be so clueless? How could you not grasp such a simple intention? What do you mean? Xu Wei was equally confused. What kind of valuable gift could someone who traffics residency rights offer you? Chin Yu replied, furrowing his brow. I wanted you to stay so you could have more interactions with him. In our line of work, we need to have our eyes open on the streets. Though he may not hold a high position, he interacts with a diverse array of individuals. If you can leverage him well, it would ease our future investigations significantly. Ah, now I get it. Xu Wei finally understood. Chin Yu glanced at Xu Wei, then took the box from under his arm, opening it to reveal an ordinary watch and 2,000 in cash. Wow, this is quite generous, Xu Wei exclaimed upon seeing the money. If you don't accept his money, he'll never know your worth. But once you do, in his eyes, you'll only be worth 2,000 and a watch, Chin Yu stated bluntly, tossing the box onto the table. After pondering for a moment, Xu Wei nodded, that makes sense. Chin Yu removed 500 from the box, stating, I'll take this. You guys can split the rest. Didn't you say you didn't want to accept money? Xu Wei asked, puzzled. Then why take 500? Don't be ridiculous, you've already brought it back. How could I not take any? Chin Yu retorted shamelessly. I have a little kid at home, and I need to get him some medicine to help him recover. Money is tight. What about the watch? Are you taking that too? Don't wear a new watch at the police station, it won't look good, Chin Yu softly advised. Sell it somewhere else. Understood. Remember what I told you. Chin Yu sat back in his chair and reiterated, in the future, let us keep some clever people on the streets. We shouldn't take their gifts, but instead, we can afford to offer them some conveniences when necessary. Do you understand? Yes. Xu Wei finally grasped Chin Yu's intention completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Hua sat within the confines of his office, glaring at the sales report and exclaiming, damn it. Sales plummeted by 30% this week, who can explain why? On the sofa, a balding middle-aged man, reclining with his legs crossed, responded, what is there to explain? Old Ma has started distributing drugs. They're reselling for less than half our price. Anyone with a brain would go buy from him. Chapter 80 Yongdong offers advice. Yuan Hua, somewhat incredulous, inquired, is it possible they can offer prices so much lower than ours? Indeed, it is over double, the bald man retorted, his teeth gritted in frustration. I cannot fathom what Old Ma is thinking. If he wishes to compete, he should at least set a reasonable price. This approach will ruin the market. Moreover, I am baffled by their channels. It appears they are acquiring goods without any expenditure. Yuan Hua glanced at the report once more, his agitation evident as he paced the room before stating, inform the heads responsible for distribution to convene with me immediately. Around 2 in the afternoon, a dozen prominent figures responsible for distribution arrived at the meeting room, among them Yongdong, who had previously clashed with Old Ma, seated at the head of the table. Yuan Hua puffed on a cigarette, squinting at the gathered assembly. Sales have plummeted by 30%. I expect solutions from you all. As his words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the room until a younger man interjected, I have received word that their supply channels have set clear sales targets for Old Ma's side, over 250,000 in sales each month to qualify for lower purchasing prices. Consequently, the distributors under Ma are frantically scrambling to accumulate performance to secure better commissions. That is utter nonsense. 250,000 in sales each month. Old Ma intends to monopolize half the market on Black Street. Another gruff-looking man exclaimed, glaring. If they continue to disrupt the market like this, next month we won't be merely facing a 30% drop. We'll be facing closure. Then we should engage in a price war with them, another chimed in, we can lower our prices as well. Yuan Hua immediately dismissed the idea, selling at a reduced price is a fool's errand. Setting aside the impact on the market environment, consider how our customers would react. If they previously paid $2 for our product and suddenly it drops to 1, how would they feel? They would resent us, believing we had exploited their hard-earned money. Even if our prices match Ma's, they will still purchase from him instead. What shall we do then? Underprice Ma even further. The room fell silent in response. Is there a way to leverage official channels against Ma's side? The bald man suggested. That's not feasible. The younger man shook his head. Last time, Ma's group suffered greatly, and they have since become wary. They no longer distribute goods on Black Street, they have shuttered previous storefronts and now only communicate privately with their respective suppliers, distributing quotas in layers. Furthermore, each transaction occurs at different locations, and the amounts are minimal, deliberately skirting legal boundaries. Even if you catch them, the most they face is a year or so in prison. The other's expressions darkened at this revelation, plunging the room back into silence. After several minutes, just as Yuan Hua was about to pose another question, Yongdong, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Old Yuan, I have but one question for you. Yuan Hua paused. Go ahead. First, clarify your stance regarding Ma's operation. Do you intend to adopt a hardline approach or are you willing to endure their market encroachment for the time being? Yongdong asked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in chaos. Is that even a question? We must retaliate. Exactly, allowing them to continue their assault on the market will spell disaster for us and our profits. The distributors beneath us will not follow if we falter. We must devise a strategy to counter them. Black Street is not expansive, and their monthly target of 250,000 will undoubtedly shrink our share. Without waiting for Yuan Hua to respond, the distributors and leaders began voicing their opinions. Their vested interests were at stake, and upon witnessing the dismal figures on the report, they were incensed. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment before urging, speak plainly, do not keep me in suspense. I have a plan that could eliminate Ma's operation, Yongdong stated with a smile. The room fell silent in astonishment. Then please, share it, the bald man urged. Yongdong contemplated for a moment before rising. This matter requires a private discussion with old Yuan. Yuan Hua was taken aback by this request. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua allowed the others a brief respite while he retreated to his office with Yongdong, closing the door behind them as they began to converse quietly. Please, enlighten me. What is your proposal? It can be approached in this manner, Yongdong leaned in, whispering to Yuan Hua. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, on the streets of a residential area in Songjiang North, Qin Yu, clad in a thick military coat, sat in the passenger seat and asked Old Cat, does Old Ma summon you daily for some frivolous outing? Old Ma is a good man, Old Cat replied without hesitation. Since I met him, I've been so busy every night that I can hardly find time to don my trousers. Qin Yu fell silent, exasperated. I truly don't understand you. We're both men, I can comprehend certain needs, but your level of desperation, that I've seldom encountered anyone like you with nightly escapades. How do you manage? I find it perplexing as well. It is not only not exhausting, but rather invigorating, Old Cat shamelessly replied. Look, even chatting with you gets me riled up. How strange is that? After a moment of confusion, Qin Yu responded, you are quite the character. I am impressed. I would like to exercise restraint, but my capabilities simply do not allow for it. Stop with the nonsense, Qin Yu retorted. You ought to practice some moderation and refrain from seeking out Old Ma every day. He is newly responsible for the drug line and needs to manage everything. Don't let your indulgence hinder his responsibilities. Surely that cannot be the case. While I indulge, it doesn't affect my duties. I still arrive on time for work, don't I? Old Cat replied earnestly. Not everyone shares your disposition, some become unable to rein themselves in, Qin Yu replied softly. Just do your best to control yourself. Understood, Old Cat nodded. Keep an eye out. I need to step out for a moment. Qin Yu said as he opened the car door. At that moment, illuminated solely by moonlight, a young man with braids approached and entered the car, calling out, see you. Qin Yu paused outside the vehicle, his expression one of surprise. The engine roared to life, and the car across the street drove away. What's wrong? Old Cat asked from inside the car, noticing Qin Yu's hesitation. Damn, that person looks oddly familiar, Qin Yu muttered. Who are you talking about? They resemble those who apprehended Brother Kong, Qin Yu recalled after a moment's reflection before turning to respond. Chapter 81 A fractious dispute before the battle within the opulent confines of the Grand Palace Entertainment Complex on Dusty Street, Yuan Hua, weary from fatigue, returned to his residence on the top floor. He sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought for quite some time before he resolved to remove his outer garments, take a shower, and rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Startled, he called out, Who is it? It's me, came a familiar voice. Yuan Hua paused momentarily, then stepped forward to open the door. Upon seeing his younger brother, Yuan Ku, he beckoned, Come in. Are you heading to bed? Yes, I'm a bit tired and planning to wash up and sleep. Yuan Hua closed the door behind him. What brings you back so suddenly today? I'll be heading back to the team shortly to discuss the case. Yuan Ku retrieved a can of beer produced in foam bay from the refrigerator, settled onto the sofa, and inquired, I heard you're planning to take some action against the Ma family again. Yuan Hua, sitting opposite him, lit a cigarette and replied, indeed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku immediately shook his head. I do not agree. What do you mean you don't agree? Yuan Hua was taken aback. I disagree with your continued pursuit of the Ma family. Yuan Ku took a sip of his beer. I believe we can afford to be patient now. Patient? Yuan Hua frowned in response. Our sales figures have plummeted by 30% this week. Do you understand what that signifies? It means our entire pharmaceutical team's operational costs are skyrocketing. At today's company meeting, the expressions on everyone's faces were already quite grim. It's not just my own urgency, the entire company is anxious, do you comprehend? Their anxiety is not for the company's well-being, Yuan Ku countered, setting down his beer. The veterans around you are only concerned about money. With sales declining, their shares diminish as well, which is why they are pressuring you to act against the Ma family, but you are the manager, the one in charge. You cannot view this issue from a singular perspective, you must consider the larger picture. Our previous dealings with the Ma family have already strained our relations with the police department. Now that the storm has just begun to settle, you wish to make another move. What would they think? They want to question whether the other managers in the company have issues. They will only doubt your capability to lead. Nonsense. Yuan Hua, already feeling dejected, was further incensed by his brother's words. He abruptly stood up and shouted, can this era even be compared to the past? In former times, if you made a mistake, you might not even get out of a city before facing dire consequences. But is it the same now? Lin committed murder and plunged into a planned area. Do we have any means to counter that? The battles for interests on the streets are inherently brutal. You understand this, I understand this, and those in higher circles understand it even more. If we wish to topple the Ma family, there will be a price to pay. It's only a matter of time, and we must confront it. Otherwise, we will be usurped in the market, our survival space will be consumed. Brother, your thinking has become flawed, you are still viewing conflicts of interest through the lens of the past, Yuan Ku retorted resolutely. I have told you more than once that all 9 districts, including the planned areas, will eventually have a perfected system. If we continue to demand a life or death struggle in every situation, we will inevitably be eliminated. Yuan Hua, hands on his hips, gazed at his brother and queried, then tell me, what approach will not lead to obsolescence? Right now, I want you to resolve the issue of our declining sales, provide me with a reasonable plan immediately. We could allow the Ma family to flourish, temporarily relinquishing a portion of the market to let them expand rapidly. Yuan Ku replied without hesitation. Yuan Hua was taken aback, incredulously asking, repeat that, allow the Ma family to do what? Let them expand rapidly and seize the market, Yuan Ku reiterated. That's absurd. Yuan Hua erupted, his temper flaring. Once the market is seized, how do you propose we reclaim it later? We have suffered considerable losses on the black market just to establish our pharmaceutical line. You suggest we simply give up? Are you joking, or have you had too much to drink? I am not speaking nonsense, Yuan Ku responded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If the Ma family captures the market, who will be more anxious than you? Have you considered that? Yuan Hua paused, taken aback by this statement. I'll tell you, if the Ma family establishes themselves in Songjiang, the most anxious parties will not be us, but several pharmaceutical companies. Because if suppliers producing drugs illegally rise to power, it will mean that the pharmaceutical companies we collaborate with will likely be impacted across all 9 districts. Do you understand? Yuan Ku gestured animatedly, his voice rising. Thus, we do not need to confront the Ma family directly. We merely need to wait for them to grow rapidly, allowing the pharmaceutical companies to become restless, and then, using their powerful connections, eliminate the Ma family. In this way, we need not engage with the Ma family ourselves. We can simply capitalize on the situation to deliver the final blow. If the pharmaceutical companies become overly aggressive, they might even target Laoli as well. Yuan Hua remained silent for a considerable time, then suddenly posed a question, but what if the pharmaceutical companies dispose of the Ma family and Laoli, only to later feel that we have appeared too feeble in this matter, failing to mount an effective counterattack? They could simply switch to another partner. What then, if we lose the market and suffer the initial investment, how will we cope? Trust me, the pharmaceutical companies will definitely infer our intentions but will not change partners. Our political connections in the local area are unparalleled, only we can facilitate their operations without complications, Yuan Ku insisted resolutely. Yuan Hua shook his head. Your proposed plan is far too risky, I cannot agree to it. If we lose our current market and reputation, we will undoubtedly languish in the short term. Furthermore, if the company fails to mount an effective counterattack, the upper management will not be pleased and could create significant turmoil. They are losing real money, and that is enough to provoke a backlash. Brother, you need to adopt a firmer stance. I have previously told you that while these veterans may have helped you establish your domain, they also bring a multitude of troubles. They huddle together, seemingly submissive to you, but that is contingent upon the wealth you can provide them, Yuan Ku attempted to persuade him further. This matter is not open for discussion. I will proceed according to Yongdong's plan, Yuan Hua interrupted decisively. Brother, don't be so obstinate. Don't shout at me, I am already exhausted and do not wish to argue with you. Yuan Hua slammed his fist down, shattering a glass, and glared, shouting, can you let me sleep peacefully? Yuan Ku stared at his elder brother, speechless for a long moment, then sighed, all right, I won't say anything more. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Yuan Ku, seething with anger, stormed out, not even bothering to change his slippers. On the sofa, Yuan Hua let out a long sigh, who can see my struggles? Even my own brother fails to understand. The following morning, while Ma Lao Er was still asleep, he received a phone call from a friend claiming that Lao San wished to meet with him to resolve the misunderstandings between their families and to negotiate the pharmaceutical line issues. Chapter 82 The Negotiation Genius at Home. Ma Lao Er, in a state of drowsiness, picked up the phone and inquired, what does Lao San want to discuss with me? What is there for us to talk about? I'm not sure either, he simply asked me to convey a message that he wishes to meet and chat, his friend replied softly. After pondering for a moment, Ma Lao Er immediately responded with a smile, all right then, let us have a chat. However, I won't be seeking him out, I'll send him an address tonight, and you can ask him to come over. Sure, I'll let him know shortly. Yes, that is settled. After exchanging a few words, Ma Lao Er dismissed the matter as unimportant and resumed his deep slumber. The street names in Songjiang are exceedingly diverse, although predominantly named in Chinese, there are also European-style names. This stylistic choice is a reflection of the area's rich ethnic diversity, accommodating individuals of all skin tones, thereby instilling a sense of belonging among the residents. At 8:30 in the evening, on Charlie Street in the southern city, Lao San, accompanied by two friends, was ushered into a dilapidated building. Ascending to the third floor, they entered a bustling mahjong room filled with thick smoke, where Ma Lao Er sat at a table, clad in a cotton coat, smiling and waving, come, take a seat. Lao San, grinning, stepped forward and sat down opposite Ma Lao Er. Want to play a couple of rounds? Ma Lao Er idly toyed with the mahjong tiles. Sure, let us play, Lao San nodded. Hey, bring over a couple of players to join us for a while, Ma Lao Er called out. Before long, two young men emerged from the mahjong room and took their seats at the table, with the four of them soon engrossed in the game. After a couple of rounds, Ma Lao Er did not inquire about the purpose of Lao San's visit, focusing solely on his game. Noticing the lack of serious discussion from the other side, Lao San finally took the initiative to speak. Xiao Er, the matter of Tusha Street has long since passed. Both our sides have incurred substantial losses from our back and forth. You see, since your return, we've kept quiet and not caused any trouble. Just the other day, you dealt with Yongdong, and Huagu said nothing, right? 30,000, Ma Lao Er replied, still looking down at the tiles without further comment. There is an old saying that goes, harmony brings wealth, Lao San continued patiently. By drastically lowering drug prices, once buyers become accustomed to it, everyone's profit margins will be severely compressed. To put it bluntly, we are all in this business to seek profits. None of us are here to save the world. If we continue to fight like this, you'll have to hide whenever you release stock, and we won't be able to sell our goods either. In the end, it will just lead to mutual destruction, won't it? Haha. Ma Lao Er chuckled, raising his eyes to look at Lao San. At first, we were willing to be your little brothers, happy to follow in your wake and pick up scraps, but you wouldn't allow it. You insisted on pushing us to the brink. Now that you're hurting and feeling the pain, you want to start negotiations. Is that even feasible? Does Yuan Hua consider himself a god, believing that only he can sing hallelujah in Songjiang? Haha. Lao San's expression darkened upon hearing this. Now, that is not a constructive way to approach this. If we want to negotiate, it's for the good of all. You truly wish to negotiate? Ma Lao Er leaned forward, stretching his neck to ask. Why else would I be here? Am I just here to play mahjong with you? Lao San replied with a wry smile. All right then, let me outline my conditions. Ma Lao Er wiped his eye with a finger, then looked down at the tiles. The market in Songjiang is divided into two parts. The Black Street district along with Tusha Street will be ours, and the remainder will be yours. Your people are not to enter and release stock. I will raise retail prices to match yours. Lao San was taken aback, staring blankly for a while. Are you joking? Why would I have the leisure to jest? Who would give me an award for making you laugh? Ma Lao Er took a puff from his electronic cigarette. Lao San glared at Ma Lao Er, his face ashen. Do you honestly believe we would agree to such a proposal? The Black Street area is the most lucrative in all of Songjiang, and Tusha Street accounts for 70% of the Black Street's output. If we hand over both areas to you, where would I be left? You insisted on negotiating. If we are to talk, I must express my thoughts. You are free to disagree. I am not forcing you, am I? Ma Lao Er replied with a neutral expression. Lao San clenched his jaw in silence. I'm perplexed. If Yuan Ku cannot make decisions on your side, what do you intend to discuss with me? Ma Lao Er tilted his head, looking at Lao San with a tone of mockery. If I were to ask you for $5, you'd have to report it upwards. So tell me, what is there for us to discuss? Here is an idea. Go back and tell Yuan Hua that if he truly has sincerity, he should come here himself. How about that? What the hell do you mean? Lao San, insulted, stood up and shouted. Third brother, when will you grow up? Ma Lao looked up at him and asked, what is the matter? Do you still want to take me on? Lao San, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, could scarcely contain himself, yet thinking of his purpose for being there, he could only endure. I reiterate, if you wish to negotiate, have Yuan Hua come personally to divide the territory. Ma Lao inhaled from his cigarette, glanced at the tiles, and said, I've won. It is a pure hand, all honors, with a self-drawn win. Now, let us settle the stakes before you leave. Lao San clenched his fists, reaching into his wallet. Ma Lao you're becoming more and more like a big boss these days. If that is not the case, then why are you with me? I genuinely need someone with your negotiation skills. Go to hell, Lao San cursed, tossing down the money. I'll discuss what you mentioned with Huagu. I'll await your news, third brother, Ma Lao said as he pocketed the money. A few minutes later, inside the police vehicle, Lao San dialed Yuan Hua's number. Huagu, I've met with Ma Lao. What did he say? He wants us to hand over the Black Street and Tusha Street entirely to him. And what did you say? I didn't make any firm statements, I just said I'd discuss it with you first, Lao San replied candidly. Alright, I understand, come back, Yuan Hua instructed. Got it. With that, they ended the call. Inside the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua turned to Yongdong and remarked, this Ma Lao really has delusions of grandeur, wanting the rights to really stop in the Black Street and Tusha Street. Haha, Yongdong chuckled, this fool might do well as a lackey in the planning district, but when it comes to business and negotiations, he still has a long way to go. What is the next step? Yuan Hua asked. Here is the plan. You first let Lao San. Yongdong began to whisper to Yuan Hua. At the entrance of Courtyard 88, Qin Yu locked the motorcycle he had borrowed from Old Cat and, carrying some dinner, approached his home. However, just as he was about to enter, he was startled by an unspeakable sound coming from inside. Xiang Xiang, in the stillness of the night, my love for you runs deep. Come, let me read your palm. Daya, let go of me. Little sister, don't push me. Outside, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned by the sounds he heard. Chapter 83, The Taste of Home, Extra Update 1, Damn, this kid is truly lewd. After eavesdropping outside the door for quite some time, Qin Yu, his face flushed, cursed under his breath, realizing that if he didn't enter, it was highly likely that Daya would finish what he started inside. Bang! Qin Yu yanked the door open and shouted, Open up. Who is it? Daya called out in inquiry. Are you deaf? Hurry up and open the door, Qin Yu barked impatiently. After about a minute, Daya, his face rosy and sporting a shaved head, opened the door and exclaimed, Oh, brother, you're back. Get aside. Qin Yu pushed Daya's round head aside and stepped into the room, where he spotted a young girl sitting on the bed, her big eyes gazing at him. Xiang Xiang, this is my brother, Daya introduced. Xiang Xiang stood up. Hello, brother. Which family do you belong to? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. She is the daughter of Sister Hua. Daya and I are quite close, Daya rushed to explain. Qin Yu kicked him lightly. It's clear that you two are quite close. Brother, I'm leaving now, Xiang Xiang said, glancing at Daya, who was about her age. Noticing Qin Yu's shyness, she swiftly dashed out. Sis, I'll come help you with work tomorrow, Daya shouted reluctantly from the doorway. Qin Yu delivered a sharp kick to Daya's waist, causing him to stumble, and scolded, Your extracurricular activities seem rather abundant, don't they? I haven't even found a girlfriend yet, and you have someone living here already. Are you getting ahead of yourself? Hee, Daya scratched his head and chuckled, I only just met her not long ago. Not long and you already have her here. She was helping me with chores, Daya pointed inside, saying, Look how clean we've made the place. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned around, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that the room was indeed much cleaner than before. The cabinet and floor were polished to a shine, and even Qin Yu's dirty clothes and bedding had been washed. Moreover, Daya had somehow managed to acquire a single bed, which was positioned against the inner wall. Did that girl tidy up? Qin Yu asked, frowning. I did the heavy lifting, she did the small tasks. We worked together, Daya replied. Although he had gradually recovered, he still held the demeanor of a small rogue, yet he was industrious. Whenever Qin Yu was away, he would tackle manageable chores, such as shoveling snow at the entrance or attending to the outdoor toilet. Qin Yu closed the door behind him, looking at Daya with exasperation. How did you meet this girl? Only Lin Jie's place has an indoor bathroom, our outdoor toilet is practically overflowing. So, with nothing to do, I tidied it up, and that is how I met her, Daya said with a smile. Xiang Xiang's mother runs a meat shop called Sister Hua, with 6 or 7 big ladies working there. During their downtime, Xiang Xiang helps out. We kept running into each other and became familiar. Familiar doesn't mean you should bring her home, you need to consider her background. Chinyu scolded vehemently. How are you more reckless than an old tomcat? I didn't mean anything by it. We were just chatting, Daya defended himself, adjusting his pants. You constantly brag about your past, yet your actions are so unrefined, Chinyu admonished. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. And you're still so young, yet you're already thinking about this. Listen, keep your distance. If you cause any trouble, don't say I didn't warn you. I understand. I want tea, Daya replied with a grin. Let's eat, Chinyu announced, carrying the dinner he'd brought home from work and walking over to the table. Daya eagerly set the dishes out, poured Chinyu a glass of warm water, and then squatted on one leg on a chair near the window, devouring his meal. Where are you going? Come over and eat. Chinyu called out. I'm fine here. Daya shook his head, his mouth smeared with grease. When this boy was first rescued, his clothes were tattered, and his hair long and unkempt, giving him a rather dirty appearance. However, now he had shaved his head and donned fitted clothes, looking quite handsome. His skin was fair, his eyes bright and spirited, exuding a cleverness, especially with his long eyelashes that gave him an almost feminine allure. Moreover, he was still growing, despite being only 15, he stood nearly 1.72 meters tall, though he lacked the muscular build Chinyu had anticipated that he had a large frame but little flesh on his bones. As Chinyu ate, he couldn't help but observe Daya that he noticed that although the boy appeared boisterous and carefree, he was surprisingly cautious in their interactions. For instance, when Daya served himself, he never took from the center of the dish, only the edges. Though he made noise while eating, Chinyu could clearly sense that he was trying to control it. The moment he became aware of the sound, he would instantly adjust. Even at bedtime, there were countless details to note. Whenever Chinyu climbed into bed, regardless of how tired Daya was, he would immediately turn off the light without making a sound. The more Daya behaved this way, the more uncomfortable Chinyu felt. Indeed, he saw his own reflection in Daya once again. He recalled the time when the old man at the planning district first took him in. The mindset, posture, and behaviors of both he and Daya were remarkably similar, as if they were cut from the same mold. Feigning strength while fearing abandonment, living under someone else's roof, treading carefully, even contemplating each breath in advance. Chinyu turned to look at him and suddenly called out, "Stop squatting there to eat. Come to the table." Daya froze. "We can chat a bit, haha," Chinyu smiled. "Chat about what?" "About whether you are still a virgin," Chinyu teased, looking at him with amusement. Daya blushed at the remark, quickly replying, "Of course not, I did it when I was 13. Eh? Chinyu was taken aback, waving his hands. "Come here, let's discuss the details. This truly is a boy with a story." "I didn't mean the flying one," I got flustered and misspoke. Daya awkwardly walked over. "Haha, come on, let's talk." Chinyu lowered his head and helped Daya serve 2 chopsticks of meat, briefly saying, "We're both men. When dealing with matters, don't be so timid. Since I've allowed you to stay, you needn't be so reserved." "I'm not being reserved," Daya protested. "I'm not reserved with anyone." "Stop the nonsense. Tell me about the eagle," Chinyu inquired playfully. "How did you take to the skies?" "I already said, it's not that kind of eagle." In the dark alleys, on a certain street, Yongdong sat in the car, turning to a young man beside him and instructed, "Observe which days he hasn't been at the warehouse, then give me a call." Chapter 84. The undercurrent approaches. Additional update 2. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has slipped by. During this period, Chinyu devoted the majority of his energy to preparing for the upcoming end-of-year examination for the second-level police sergeant. Since Li Si had clearly informed him that he would be promoted to captain at the beginning of next year, he needed to master the art of writing performance reports, learn how to handle the examiners from the police station, and also prepare quarterly work reports, among other responsibilities. As Chinyu busied himself, he delegated most of the matters regarding the pharmaceutical line to Old Cat, Chu Wei, and others. Fortunately, Coco's team proved to be quite professional, consistently delivering goods on schedule, alleviating any additional concerns from their end. Each party had its own affairs to attend to, and Ma Lao Er was also occupied. He was still engaged in a tug-of-war with Lao San, who seemed genuinely intent on sitting down for a serious discussion rather than continuing the conflict. On this particular evening, shortly after 9 o'clock, Ma Lao Er sat in the warehouse, speaking into the phone with old Ma. "Lao San has been reaching out to me consistently over the past few days, eager to have another discussion." After a moment of contemplation, old Ma replied, "If we release our goods at a lower price, the sales from the Yuan family will plummet. It is only natural for Yuan Hua to be restless, but for him to seek reconciliation is somewhat unexpected." "What is so surprising about that?" Ma Lao Er retorted with a dismissive scoff. "Yuan Hua is not like us. He is entangled in numerous interests and must always consider the higher-ups' opinions before acting. Our sales rights from Xiao Yu grant us considerably more freedom than he has. In simple terms, as long as we can sell our goods, we need not consult Xiao Yu about the specific operational methods. Thus, it's perfectly normal for Yuan Hua to feel anxious now. If he fails to eliminate us, it means his sales will continue to decline, and when the upper echelons get impatient, how will he justify his performance? I believe Yuan Hua genuinely wishes to negotiate, but we should merely engage in a back and forth without committing either way. As long as we can buy some time, we can seize the market. Old Ma, feeling under the weather, coughed twice before responding. Do not underestimate the situation. I know Yuan Hua's character well. He is accustomed to being domineering and will not tolerate a team of similar stature competing for business. Even if he appears somewhat soft now, we must remain vigilant. Uncle, I believe you are being overly cautious, perhaps a bit frightened by the recent incident at Tusa Street, Ma Lao countered, furrowing his brow. You must understand that the pricing of pharmaceuticals is currently in our hands. Our costs are lower than his, and given that Yuan Hua is backed by a large corporation, his prices cannot drop. Without that flexibility, he cannot compete with us. Therefore, we shouldn't concern ourselves with them. We should boldly expand our market share. I mentioned in today's meeting that our 100 or so distributors each carry only 200 grams of pharmaceuticals daily, and individuals are prohibited from large-scale sales. Even if they try to create official trouble for us, they will have no grounds to do so. Should they apprehend someone, the maximum penalty would be 1.5 years, which is utterly meaningless. While this approach may indeed be safer, I reiterate, although they may seem soft now, we must not let our guard down. The new year is approaching, and it would be best not to give Old Li any trouble, Old Ma cautioned once more. All right, I understand. Ma Lao nodded in agreement. During this time, you should focus on recuperating at home. I will keep an eye on things on the ground. There won't be any issues. Yes, and you should refrain from being overly complacent. Remain vigilant in the warehouse to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Understood. Very well then, I'm feeling a headache coming on. I plan to rest for a while. Okay. After the uncle and nephew concluded their conversation, they ended the call. Late at night, around 10 o'clock, within the warehouse, Ma Lao, draped in a military overcoat, sat idly on a chair, fiddling with his phone while watching a live stream. The door opened, and Lu Zishu stepped inside, reminding him, I've just unloaded 2 boxes of goods. There are fewer than 10 boxes left that will run out by the end of the week. Perhaps you should notify Qin Yu to arrange for a restock. Xiao Yu has been busy with his studies lately and hasn't had time to manage this, Ma Lao yawned in response. However, I've already spoken with Old Cat, and the delivery will come in a few days. You just need to prepare to receive it. Understood. Lu Zishu nodded. As Ma Lao watched the variety show on the streaming platform, he sighed, damn it, this is rather dull. Hey, could you bring a couple of people over to play cards? Not possible. I have to head out soon, Lu Zishu replied, sipping water and shaking his head. I've arranged a few agents in the suburban village who are interested in stocking goods. I'm going to check in on them. What am I supposed to do then? Ma Lao, unable to sit still, felt restless after a day without going out. Just stay here. I've been here all day. I am getting bored, Ma Lao said, taking a drag from his cigarette, turning off the stream, and flipping through his contacts. Ding-a-ling. At that moment, his phone rang. Ma Lao's eyes lit up as he immediately answered, hello. Cat, are you missing me? Where are you? Old Cat inquired. I'm at the warehouse. What's up? Are you busy? Old Lu from the security team is here with me, Old Cat said softly. If you're free, come over to settle a bill. I'd like to introduce you to him, haha. The captain of the security team? Ma Lao asked. Yes, Old Cat nodded. If you're busy, you can come tomorrow. He has been involved in some business with me recently, so we've been in frequent contact. I'm not busy, Ma Lao replied, rising to his feet. I'm absolutely bored out of my mind. Where are you? I'll come over right now. At RJ's place. Alright, wait for me. Ma Lao hung up, quickly grabbing his coat from the rack. Lu Zishu, sitting on the sofa, frowned and asked, what are you off to now? Old Cat is introducing me to the captain of the security team. I need to go. Stop joking, you're just trying to go drink again, aren't you? Lu Zishu questioned, exasperated. Damn it, making new connections is serious business, Ma Lao insisted, hurriedly stepping out of the room and calling out, Xiao Chu, I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the warehouse and distribute the medicine as per the quantity. Isn't the key with you? A young man downstairs shouted. I left it on the table, just take it, but don't give it to anyone else. Alright, I got it. After hastily passing on a few instructions, Ma Lao left the warehouse. Lu Zishu, having his own matters to attend to, didn't linger long and hurried off to the living village. As the clock approached 11 at night, a car hastily pulled up on the street behind the warehouse. A young man stepped out and approached the vehicle, frowning as he asked, Did you bring the goods? Yes, replied the driver. Is he not here? Correct, the young man ordered immediately, unload the goods at the back door and leave quickly. Understood. The driver nodded. 5 minutes later, the driver, holding the steering wheel with one hand, drove away, bowing his head to send a text message, Boss, the matter is settled. Chapter 85 A series of fortuitous mishaps. At 11:30 at night, a young man clad in a thick cotton jacket entered the warehouse, cheerfully exclaiming, "Second brother, could you come down for a moment? I've come to collect my quota." As his words faded, Xiao Chu, sporting a buzz cut, opened the door from the upper floor and leaned over the railing to inquire, "Here for the quota." "Ah, I just returned, preparing to hit the streets soon." "Just a moment," Xiao Chu called out, turning back to fetch the key, locking the door behind him before descending the stairs. Noticing the key in Xiao Chu's hand, the young man expressed his surprise. "Have you begun distributing quotas now? Wow, you've been promoted." "Hee, not at all," Xiao Chu replied with a smile. "Second brother has stepped out for a bit, and neither Uncle Si nor brother are around, so I'm filling in for them." "That's quite a responsibility, then. Let us not get carried away. Second brother is rather laid back," Xiao Chu casually dismissed. "The old man wouldn't entrust this task to me in the first place." As they conversed, they walked to the back room on the first floor, where Xiao Chu unlocked the door, instructing, "Wait here." "All right," the young man complied. "What medication do you need?" Xiao Chu inquired. 5 boxes of Malanfang injections," the young man responded softly. Xiao Chu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the storage area, retrieving 5 boxes as indicated by the labels. Meanwhile, within a nightclub, Mao Lao Er embraced the captain of the security team, saying, "Rest assured, brother, if you take care of me, I shall ensure I am worthy of your trust. Here is the plan. I'll let you choose from the girls downstairs, and if you find one to your liking, you can take her with you, but what if I'm not satisfied?" "Damn, do you have such high standards?" Mao Lao Er brushed his hair back, adding, "If you don't find anyone suitable, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Let me tell you, brother, in this circle, they call me the horn blower, and I've never met anyone I couldn't handle." "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the group. The security captain turned to Old Cat, giving him a thumbs up. "Your brother has quite the talent. We get along well. In the future, if anything comes up on the streets, I'll rely on you." Old Cat raised his glass. "Just a small matter," Captain Lu waved his hand dismissively, subtly acknowledging Old Cat. "Since the police chief is from your family, how could I not comply? Let us not discuss that here. Saying such things in public could get me killed." They exchanged pleasantries over their drinks. On a street in the dark alleys, the young man who had just collected the goods from Xiao Chu stood with his hand in his pocket, glancing around. After a brief wait, a gaunt old man approached, wiping frost from his beard. "Is that you, old man? Where is the medicine?" the old man asked bluntly. The young man surveyed the surroundings once more before producing a box of medication from his coat and handing it over. 2 boxes in total, 120. The old man hesitated. "Give me 2 more." "That's not possible." The young man shook his head. "One person can only buy 2 boxes. Hurry up and pay. You must give me 2 more. It's chaotic out here, and if the supply runs out, my son will die," the old man implored. "Please, I'll give you an extra 5 yuan." "It's not about the money," the young man replied, visibly troubled. "The higher-ups won't allow me to distribute more. Just give me 2 more. No one will know. Please, hurry." The old man pressed urgently. "Consider this an old man's plea. I can bring you more customers later. There are plenty of people in my neighborhood working near the nuclear waste area. They're all sick." The young man regarded the old man with sympathy. How could they continue to work there knowing about the radiation? "If I don't work, I'll starve. If I do, I get sick. What else can I do?" The old man sighed reluctantly. The young man discreetly retrieved another box of medication from his coat and handed it to the old man, saying, "I can only give you 3 boxes at most. If the higher-ups find out, I'll be in trouble." "Fine, I'll give you 180. That's unnecessary. I don't need your extra 5 yuan. Go home and buy something for your child to eat," the young man replied gently. "Thank you," the old man said gratefully, taking the medicine and money before hurriedly leaving the alley. The young man lingered in the alley for a moment before disappearing into the night, preparing to head to his next delivery location. Back in the nightclub, while Old Cat was enjoying his drink, his phone suddenly rang. After a brief conversation outside lasting no more than 5 minutes, he returned to the private room. "Damn, I thought you had slipped away again," Mao Lao Er exclaimed, his face flushed as he waved his hands. Come, let us play a little game." "Not yet," Old Cat said, pulling Mao Lao Er aside. "Have you made any deliveries tonight?" "Of course, every day." "Then quickly call the others and cancel tonight's shipments." Old Cat frowned. "The police department is conducting a sweep tonight, and they hadn't informed us beforehand. It is likely to be strict, so make arrangements to avoid any issues." Mao Lao Er was taken aback. "What is this sudden sweep about?" "Probably some officials from Fongbei are here. I'm not entirely sure." "Just make sure to halt everything," Old Cat urged. "All right." Mao Lao Er, upon hearing this, stood up and stepped outside to call Xiao Chu, but the call went unanswered. Eventually, he had no choice but to shout to his subordinate, "Lu Er, quickly return to the warehouse and tell Xiao Chu not to release any more goods. Lock up and head home." "I understand," the subordinate nodded. Then, Ma Lao Air called several other suppliers to inform them to cease shipments immediately and return home to rest. Meanwhile, the young man who had sold the medication to the old man had already sold out his entire stock of 5 boxes. At around midnight, after returning home, the old man personally administered an intravenous drip to his son lying on the bed using a disposable syringe. "Dad, don't buy me medicine again next time, it's a waste of money," the son weakly protested. "I don't want to buy it either, but you are my son," the old man sighed. "Open your mouth and eat something." In the dimly lit room, the old man fed his son in silence before dozing off in a chair, preparing to remove the needle later. About half an hour later, the son, who had been lying quietly in bed, suddenly began gasping for breath, his eyes wide with panic, reaching out to strike his father's face. "Dad. Dad, I can't breathe, my chest hurts." Chapter 86. The onset of a tempest the following day, shortly after 9 in the morning, inside a modest inn, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden hue across the floor. On the bed, Malonyo lay entwined with a woman, deep in slumber, while discarded garments and a heap of papers and wrappers lay strewn about the floor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed, accompanied by a voice from outside. "Second brother, are you there?" Malonyo, groggy from his dreams, rubbed his eyes and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiao Lu." "Hurry and open the door." After a moment of dazed contemplation, Malonyo glanced at his watch and cursed, "Damn it, what time is it? Can't a person get any sleep in the morning?" With that, he hastily gathered some clothes from the floor, draped them over himself, and opened the door. "Second brother, we have a serious situation." "What kind of serious situation?" "Did the special zone chief die?" Malonyo yawned, inquiring. "No joke, something's really happened." Xiao Lu, his face etched with worry, exclaimed, "Last night, our drugs caused 2 deaths, and now 4 or 5 dozen buyers are storming the warehouse. Brothers, he just returned and got cornered, he was beaten up." Upon hearing this, Malonyo instantly snapped to attention. "People died, how did the buyers find out where our warehouse is?" "I have no idea," Xiao Lu shook his head. "I tried calling you earlier, but couldn't get through. Uncle Ma is anxious and wants you to contact him immediately." Regaining his composure, Malonyo swiftly turned and dashed back into the room. The girl on the bed lazily opened her eyes. "Honey, why are you in such a fluster?" Malonyo rushed to her, pushing her aside. "Where's my underwear? Quickly, help me find it." "You're wearing it, aren't you?" Across the street from the Ma family's warehouse, old Ma, pale-faced, pushed open the car door, clad in a military coat, leading 3 or 4 individuals as they strode purposefully towards a nearby crowd. "Don't go over there, don't go over there." Just then, Lu Zishu and a young man, bloodied and tattered, rushed over from the side and seized old Ma's arm. "What are you two doing here?" Old Ma asked, momentarily taken aback. "There are over 100 people inside and outside the warehouse, all regular buyers of our drugs, and they've gone mad, attacking anyone who enters." Lu Zishu, clutching his head, urged, "You shouldn't go in. They're not listening to anyone now." "Nonsense, I should at least have the chance to explain." Old Ma shouted in frustration, "I'll go and tell them our drugs are not at fault." "It's futile." Lu Zishu firmly held onto old Ma's arm. "2 people truly died, and they're extremely agitated. They won't listen to anyone now. Besides, the police have arrived and sealed off the warehouse. If you go in, you won't be able to get out." Old Ma, his eyes wide with rage, cursed, "Something has happened. Why wasn't the stock moved at the first sign of trouble?" "I have no idea what happened." Suddenly, 4 or 5 dozen people burst in. They didn't say a word, just started attacking. Lu Zishu replied helplessly, "Forget the stock. If I had been a few minutes later, I might have been killed inside." Old Ma fell silent. "Listen to me, we should leave first and investigate what is going on." Lu Zishu insisted, forcibly pulling Old Ma into the car. At the warehouse entrance, over 100 regular buyers were truly incensed, blocking the doorway and shouting incessantly. "Old Ma, you've lost all decency, we've supported you with our meager earnings, and you sell us counterfeit drugs that harm us. Come out, let those selling drugs step forward. Otherwise, we'll storm in and beat you. On to Chaji Street, without us protecting you. What do you think the Ma family can do? We supported you, hoping for some affordable medicine, and you treat us like this." Amidst the cacophony of curses and cries, the atmosphere at the warehouse door descended into chaos. These impoverished brothers, who had scraped together every last coin to buy medicine, were genuinely desperate. They harbored resentment towards the Ma family for their unprincipled actions, but more importantly, they feared that with such conduct, would there still be affordable medicine for them in the future? How would they survive? These swirling emotions caused the crowd to gradually lose control as they began to assault the warehouse's front door. The police present were too few to quell such fury and could only retreat to the back, calling for reinforcements. On the street, Yongdong sat in his car, chuckling as he cursed, "Damn that Malonyo, let us see how cocky he is now." He's still waving his gun around. "Brother Dong, how should we handle that side?" asked Lao San. "Take care of it," Yongdong replied without hesitation. Lao San paused. Isn't that excessive, can't we just let him go? Hearing this, Yong Dong frowned. We can show weakness, find someone to take care of it immediately. Lao San felt a twinge of discomfort but, knowing his position was limited, refrained from voicing any objections. As noon approached, Director Lee returned to the police station with a grim expression, and upon entering, his first words were, "Have Chin Yu come to my office." A short while later, Chin Yu hurried into the office, closing the door behind him. Director Lee. What is going on? Lee's face was stormy as he sat in his chair, raising an eyebrow. Have you been drinking too much at recent gatherings, mistaking rat poison for a life-saving drug to sell? Standing across from the desk, Chin Yu did not respond. Lee suddenly slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Speak up, what is happening?" To be honest, I'm still unclear, Chin Yu replied, furrowing his brow. I just heard about this incident. Before I returned, someone from the police station personally called me, informing me that this case is related to the fugitive old Ma, and thus it has been directly assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division. Bypassing our police station, Director Lee interjected. After receiving this news, I immediately reached out to some contacts, and they told me that the goods in Old Ma's warehouse have already been cleared out, and the police have taken them to the identification department for inspection. Chin Yu was taken aback. Are you still confused? Lee glared at him. I understand, Chin Yu quickly nodded. It was the Yuan family who did it. I can comprehend that the Yuan family is involved. He stood up, his expression darkening as he shouted, but I cannot fathom how the goods, which were under the direct supervision of the Ma family, could possibly be counterfeit. What on earth is old Ma doing? Doesn't he care about his own life? Chin Yu too found it perplexing, unable to grasp how the Yuan family managed to get their hands on the Ma family's goods. The police have already taken the two individuals who died from drug use back to the police hospital. Director Lee pointed at Chin Yu. If their cause of death matches the batch of drugs that has been cleared out, do you understand what that implies? Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Chin Yu's brow. It means the Ma family's reputation will collapse, and they won't be able to sell a single box of goods in the future. Lee fixed his gaze on Chin Yu, quietly emphasizing, many people outside already know the Ma family has our backing. If their reputation crumbles, think about what that means for us. Without hesitation, Chin Yu replied, I'll head over to the Ma family immediately. Be discreet, don't let others find out. Lee cautioned. Understood. Chin Yu nodded and turned to leave. 2 minutes later, the phone rang in the office, and Director Lee immediately answered, Hello. This is serious, they are well prepared. The voice on the other end was succinct. Your nephew, Old Cat, has been getting too close to Malonyo lately. Be cautious of them trying to smear you. Lee pondered for a moment before hastily distancing himself. Old Cat has many friends in the dog meat business. He does not represent me. Moreover, I have not been in contact with the Ma family. Be clear in your stance. If the Ma family is in trouble, declare your position immediately and don't let any mud stick to you. The friend advised. Got it. Director Lee nodded. Chapter 87, The Fatal Move on the Road. Chin Yu drove with a stoic expression, directing his inquiry towards the Old Cat. Were you with Ma Lauer last night? Yes, the Old Cat replied, momentarily taken aback. Listen, I've told you before, the drug line is now under Ma Lauer's purview. You shouldn't be dragging him out for frivolous pursuits, Chin Yu said, his agitation palpable. Now look, a serious problem has arisen. Brother, it's not that I wanted him out. It was just that old Lou from the security team was present last night, and I thought it prudent to introduce them, which is why I called. The Old Cat explained, looking quite innocent. Moreover, I specifically asked him if he had any matters to attend to before calling, and he himself said he was just bored. Chin Yu sighed. Ma Lauer has his merits, but his penchant for revelry is a hindrance. The moment he hears of a drinking gathering, he throws himself into it without a second thought. It's truly exasperating. Half an hour later, at Old Ma's residence, Chin Yu and the Old Cat step into the living room to find Ma Lauer sitting silently on the sofa, head bowed. Speak up. Say something. Old Ma shouted, hands on his hips, his face flushed with rage. We're in the midst of a shipment, and Sishu has issues as well. Why aren't you watching the warehouse? Ma Lauer rubbed his face and looked up, responding. The Old Cat said he wanted to introduce me to someone, so I thought, smack. Old Ma, trembling with anger, delivered a forceful slap that sent Ma Lauer toppling sideways onto the sofa. You always have an excuse. Old Ma glared, pointing an accusatory finger. You play around during work hours, and one day, you will drag all of us down with you. Ma Lauer, after a moment's pause, turned his head and spat blood, still silent. When Old San contacted you, I warned you to be cautious, because I know Yuan Hua's character all too well. He is not the kind of person who allows the market to breathe, or offers you a chance to profit. Old Ma continued to berate him, his body shaking with rage. Yet, you seem to have no sense of urgency. Whenever someone beckons you for revelry, you come running. In your 20s, you squander all your energy on women and drinking. If I were to suddenly die one day, what sort of successor would you be? You are inferior even to a single finger of Yuan Ku. Ma Lauer, a man who took great pride in his reputation, felt a surge of indignation as he listened to his uncle's tirade. Though he dared not retort, he clenched his fists and spat, "If I find out who is causing trouble, I'll ensure they are utterly destroyed." Do you see? Old Ma, hearing this, grew even angrier. He gestured towards his nephew and shouted at Lu Zishu, "He still hasn't grasped who is responsible for this mess. He is not even sober yet, and he is still thinking about women." Ma Lauer was taken aback. "I swear, I won't let you off lightly for this. You ve disrespected the brothers we ve lost." Old Ma whipped off his belt, pointing to the ground. "Kneel. Can we discuss this later? We need to resolve the situation first." Ma Lauer glanced at Qin Yu and the old cat, his face reddening with embarrassment. "I said kneel." Old Ma was utterly enraged, disregarding the setting. Ma Lauer clenched his fists, watching his uncle nearly faint with fury, and promptly knelt on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Old Ma lashed out with the belt, striking his nephew's head mercilessly, while Ma Lauer did not flinch or argue. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before rushing to intervene. "Uncle, the problem is already out in the open. Stop this, please. Have you lost your mind? The warehouse keys are crucial, and you just handed them to outsiders. What were you thinking?" Old Ma continued to berate him while relentlessly striking. Ma Lauer's face was bloodied from the blows, but upon hearing his uncle's words, he immediately asked, "Was it Xiao Chu? Was it him?" "Uncle, if you keep this up, I'm leaving. We need to focus on resolving this issue, not fighting." Qin Yu shouted at Old Ma. "Since something has happened, we must find a solution. This spectacle serves no purpose." Old Ma, panting, set down his belt and pointed at Ma Lauer, shouting, "You're useless, a complete waste. It's not that I fear Yuan Hua, but we have no one to carry on." Upon hearing this, Ma Lauer's neck veins bulged, but he refrained from retorting. "Let us go to the other room and discuss this." Qin Yu exchanged a glance with the old cat and supported Old Ma into the inner room. In the living room, Lu Zishu approached Ma Lauer. "Come, stand up." Ma Lauer turned, his eyes red, asking, "Was it Xiao Chu?" Alas, Lu Zishu sighed, "He was the one who took the keys himself yesterday. Who else could it be? Moreover, he is unreachable today after the incident." Ma Lauer rose, his expression fierce, declaring, "This mess is mine to clean up. If I can't wash it away, I'll kneel in Tusha Street. If those who buy drugs want to kill me, I won't even resist." With that, Ma Lauer strode towards the door. "Come back." Lu Zishu called after him. "I'm going to find Xiao Chu. Don't worry about it." Ma Lauer shouted as he walked down the hallway. Inside, Old Ma, overwhelmed with emotion, coughed continuously after sitting down. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yu placed a glass of water on the table. "Drink some water." Getting angry won't help now that the situation has escalated. "Useless, a hopeless waste." Old Ma shook his head, lamenting, "To allow the goods to be swapped right under our noses in our own home. I don't even know what to say. This is partly my fault. I was the one who called him last night." The old cat took some responsibility. He was just trying to make connections with the security team. "Nonsense!" Old Ma scolded, his face stern. "Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Does he not understand? This kid is like a stubborn weed. The moment he hears of festivities, he loses all reason." The old cat fell silent. After considerable thought, Qin Yu decided to change the subject. "Uncle Ma, we need to devise a plan to minimize the fallout." Old Ma furrowed his brow in contemplation, eventually shaking his head and sighing. "Buyers only recognize the goods, not the people. They previously supported me because they found my prices reasonable and effective, that they appreciated my efforts, but now, with someone dead from the drugs, and it indeed being from our supply, how can I explain that? How can I convince them? Moreover, there is no doubt that the counterfeit drugs go beyond just those few boxes sold. If Yuan Hua intends to take me down, he is aiming to finish me off. I can already guess that a significant portion of the drugs confiscated by the police has surely been swapped. What if we spend some money to have the drug dealers take the fall?" The old cat suggested quietly. "We could claim the drugs were swapped without our knowledge, just to salvage some funds. If the dealers take the heat, we can protect them from within. If you were the buyer, would you believe such a story?" Old Ma countered. "Even if someone did, the drugs confiscated by the police also contain fakes. How would you explain that?" The old cat pondered deeply, furrowing his brow in concern. "Indeed, if we proceed like this, it could very well exacerbate the situation." At the entrance of the Grand Palace on Tusha Street, Old San stood in the alley, puffing on an e-cigarette, saying, "Find that kid and deal with him." 1,000, a burly man replied in a low voice. "I'll give you 1,500 to ensure it's handled cleanly." Old San glanced around. "Bring the body back, and I'll pay you." "Got it." The burly man nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 88. He is quite pitiful within the dwelling. Old Ma coughed twice, clutching his chest as he addressed Qin Yu. "It is not difficult to cleanse oneself. One merely needs to apprehend Xiao Chu and unearth the individuals behind him. I can personally step forward to elucidate the matter. Is Xiao Chu the one who changes the medicine? Qin Yu inquired. That should indeed be the rascal. Old Ma nodded in affirmation. He vanished after the incident. Upon hearing this, Old Cat could not restrain himself from interjecting. Given the significance of the warehouse, we ought to have someone utterly trustworthy overseeing it. In this day and age, aside from one's own siblings and parents, who can one truly rely upon? Old Ma sighed. 500 yuan, 5,000 yuan, those can be bargained with loyalty. But what about 50,000, 100,000, there will always come a time when temptation strikes. True enough, Old Cat helplessly agreed. Old Ma turned, furrowing his brow as he asked Qin Yu, what does Old Li mean by his silence? He finds it difficult to express his stance, Qin Yu subtly reminded Old Ma. In other words, the matter must be handled by us. Old Ma bluntly continued, he is of no assistance, am I correct? You must understand, while they are targeting you, those above are also targeting him. Qin Yu comprehended Li Si's predicament well. You have more freedom on the streets, but from his position, he truly is besieged on all sides. Very well then, keep an eye on the police station for me, Old Ma whispered. If there is any news, call me. We shall first seek out this Xiao Chu. Understood, Qin Yu nodded. As the two conversed, a mobile phone rang. Hello. Old Ma answered the call. Old Heir and I have emerged. Lu Zishu's voice resonated. We are inquiring about Xiao Chu. Tell Ma Old Heir, if he cannot grasp this matter clearly, he should promptly vacate and go perish wherever he pleases. Old Ma tossed out a remark before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Qin Yu gazed at the elder with concern. Uncle Ma, are you all right? If not, we should find someone to examine you. I am fine, heaven cannot take me at this juncture. Old Ma waved his hand dismissively. In a decrepit building in the slums of the southern city, Ma Old Heir turned and commanded, break it open. As his words fell, two young men approached, wielding crowbars used for prying off tires in the snow. They inserted the tools into the door's crevice and pried it open with a loud clang. Ma Old Heir promptly stepped inside, casting a swift glance around. The interior was dilapidated, emanating a musty odor. The curtains in the living room were drawn, and the table was cluttered with leftover food and trash. Drawing his gun with his right hand, Ma Old Heir scanned the living room before kicking open the bedroom door, yet found no signs of life. This kid has definitely fled, Lu Zishu declared as he stepped inside. Ma Old Heir tucked his gun into his waistband and, after a brief survey of the premises, noticed several puddles of still wet snow melt on the floor leading from the doorway to the cabinet, and an electronic cigarette tossed on the bed, its charging light still aglow. Shall we go? Lu Zishu called out. Ma Old Heir licked his lips and promptly instructed, this lad returned just now, he cannot have left for long. You must call Xiao Lu immediately and inquire if Xiao Chu has any relatives in Songjiang, or if he has any good friends nearby. Hurry. All right, Lu Zishu replied, nodding. Inside a butcher shop on the black market, Xiao Chu, with a backpack slung across his shoulder, sat on a bed in a room, dialing Old San's number. Hello, third brother. Have you arrived? Old San asked. I have, Xiao Chu nodded. Are you coming over? I had a slight matter to attend to. I'm on my way there now, Old San replied in a hushed tone. Heh, third brother, Xiao Chu scratched his head. If it's inconvenient for you, I can give you a card number, and you can transfer the escape fees to me. Don't be ridiculous, Old San immediately frowned and refused. You went missing today, and the Ma family will be frantic looking for you. What if something goes wrong while you're out? Xiao Chu paused. Third brother, have you caught wind of something? Is it even necessary to ask? Over 100 barrels of medicine arrived at the warehouse around noon today. They are after Old Ma with a vengeance. Old San chuckled. They are in a complete panic now, so we must exercise caution. What do you mean by that? Just wait for me, I will give you the money and arrange for 2 people to escort you out of Songjiang. Am I to stay in the planned area? Xiao Chu was taken aback and immediately refused. Brother, I absolutely will not go to such a dead-end place. No, you will circle around the planned area and then head to Linen, Old San instructed softly. I have a friend there who can look after you. Very well, I will await your arrival, Xiao Chu nodded. All right, that is settled. After their conversation concluded, they ended the call. Within the Grand Palace, Old San entered a private room, where he found Yuan Hua animatedly engaged in a game of mahjong with Yongdong and others. Is it all settled? Yongdong inquired, glancing back. Indeed, Old San affirmed. Heh, without him, this is a deadlock, Yongdong sneered. Once the Ma family's reputation is tarnished, even at a lower price, he will still be unable to sell his goods. Heh, Old Li will also suffer this time. 8 dots, Yuan Hua declared, laying down a tile. Yongdong gazed at the 8 dots on the table, hesitating before he remarked, Heh, President Yuan, you are being too generous with me today. I feel almost embarrassed to win. Just play your hand, Yuan Hua replied cheerfully. Whatever you win today, I will double it for you. Ah, President Yuan playing business mahjong, now that is a rare sight, haha, chuckled a bald man nearby. Yuan Hua lit a cigarette, looking up at Yongdong as he remarked, you handled this matter well, but Old Li will not remain idle. Thus, I suggest you lay low for a while until the situation calms down. Otherwise, I fear he may seek trouble with you. After some deliberation, Yongdong immediately pushed aside his tiles and said, all right, I will leave tomorrow. I will win, and Dragon 7 will pay. Old San watched the others play, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he could not help but ask, President Yuan, must Xiao Chu truly be done for? Everyone present was momentarily taken aback by his question. He is merely a small pawn on the run, Old San feigned nonchalance with a smile. It is rather pitiful. Yuan Hua, counting his money, softly asked, Old San, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Old San blinked. Yuan Hua, smiling, raised his head and inquired again, what did you say? I truly did not hear you. Ah, it's nothing, Old San grinned. Hee. Yuan Hua paid the money and waved for the game to continue. Come, shuffle the tiles and let us keep playing. Meanwhile, a red-faced man drove swiftly, on the roadside of the slums. Ma Old Air frowned as he asked Xiao Lu, are you certain he has a good relationship with Xiao Chu? Absolutely, Xiao Lu nodded. Find him, Ma Old Air called out, leading the way into the car. Hurry up. Chapter 89. The survival instinct of the underdog inside the butcher shop. Xiao Chu sat on the bed, inhaling from his electronic cigarette, his gaze betraying a hint of agitation as he constantly glanced at the watch on his wrist. Outside, the abrupt screech of brakes echoed as an old SUV came to a halt at the intersection. Within the vehicle, a burly man with a ruddy complexion lowered his head to dial Lao San's number, his words succinct, I've arrived, ready to proceed. He's in 307, Lao San responded in a hushed tone. Understood. The red-faced man ended the call, lowered his head to retrieve a pair of surgical rubber gloves from the cluttered compartment, donned them, and then grabbed a knitted cap from the back seat, securing it atop his head before stepping out of the vehicle. The car was in neutral with the handbrake engaged, yet the engine remained running, the front of the vehicle oriented toward the broadest street, ensuring a swift escape upon his exit. Prepared, the man adjusted his attire and strode with purpose into the butcher shop. Hey, brother, come to play, a young man at the entrance called out, rising to greet him. The girl is inside. Let me fetch her for you to choose. Not yet, I'm here to discuss something with a friend. The red-faced man tilted his chin slightly, lowering his head to inquire, where's 307? The young man, feeling somewhat disillusioned, returned to his chair, impatience etched across his face as he pointed towards the left staircase. Go upstairs, take 2 steps left, and you'll see it. Thank you. The red-faced man ascended the stairs. Inside the makeshift bar, the young man scoffed, muttering, penny pincher, always coming here to talk nonsense. Meanwhile, upstairs in the dimly lit corridor, the red-faced man slipped his right hand into his coat, his keen eyes scanning both sides. Inside the private room, Xiao Chu furrowed his brow, engrossed in a game on his phone, yet unable to concentrate. After his character met its demise twice in quick succession, he abruptly stood, exclaiming, damn, why is it taking so long? Still no word. He paced the room, his shoulder bag slung across him, and instinctively made his way to the door, leaning against the peephole to observe. 303, 305. The red-faced man halted abruptly before the door marked 305, suddenly pulling out a gun from his coat, lowering his wrist to position the firearm along the seam of his trousers before taking a couple more steps. 307 was now within his sights. He glanced around, pressed himself against the door, and knocked. Inside the room. Xiao Chu peered outside, noticing the corridor was still, and turned to head back to the bathroom, his nerves fraying. He felt as if he might burst from the tension. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted him. Startled, Xiao Chu pivoted to the door, pressing his cheek against the doorframe, peering through the peephole. Is that you, Xiao Chu? Open up, Sangu is downstairs. Let me call you, came the red-faced man's voice. Xiao Chu's heart leaped at the sound, his mouth opening to respond, but as his hand reached for the doorknob, he suddenly froze. Xiao Chu, are you in there? Open the door, the red-faced man continued to call. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Chu's forehead, his face turning pale as his right arm trembled while he retrieved a slender military knife from his bag. After a brief, tense standoff, the red-faced man grew impatient, stepping back before abruptly raising his right leg. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed as the door lock shattered like a thief in the night, flinging the door open. The red-faced man stepped inside, only to find the room enveloped in darkness, utterly vacant. Whoosh! Rapid breaths filled the air as Xiao Chu wiped the sweat from his face, immediately silencing his phone, while gripping the dagger tightly with his right hand, remaining in room 306, peering across at the opposite door. Downstairs, footsteps echoed as a service attendant called out, "What's going on? Who's kicking the door?" Damn it, the red-faced man cursed, frowning before exiting the private room, hastily moving along the wall. Before long, he collided with the service attendant. "Who's kicking the door?" the attendant inquired. "Is there anyone in room 307? The red-faced man raised his gun, pressing the barrel against the attendant's forehead, his seasoned demeanor demanding, "Did the person in room 307 open any other rooms?" The attendant stood in shock. "Speak up, or I'll put you down," the red-faced man threatened, his demeanor menacing. I didn't notice, it wasn't my shift," the attendant stammered, his face pale. The red-faced man scrutinized the attendant, noticing the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist, and promptly commanded, use the walkie-talkie to check, quickly. Thud. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated from outside. The red-faced man turned his head, rapidly asking, does the private room have windows? The attendant, unwilling to provoke the armed man, replied hastily, even numbered rooms have windows. The red-faced man pivoted, sprinting back, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the door of room 306, raising his foot to deliver 3 powerful kicks. Bang! The door swung open, revealing the lights on inside, the stench of smoke pungent in the air, while the window directly opposite stood wide open, cold wind gusting into the room. After a brief pause, the red-faced man charged to the window, glancing down to see Xiao Chu limping across the street, disappearing into the alleyway on the opposite side. Damn it, the 1500 I had in my grasp is gone, he cursed, pulling out his phone, dialing Lao San's number as he ran outside. Approximately 3 minutes later, Xiao Chu stumbled out of the alley, his phone ringing in his pocket. Hello. After a moment's contemplation, he answered, Sangu, your approach was rather ruthless. Xiao Chu, did you misunderstand? Misunderstand? It certainly doesn't feel that way. I could smell the gunpowder in the air, Xiao Chu responded with a cold laugh. If I hadn't been running with Lao Ma and the others for years, I might not have made it through tonight. I sent someone to pick you up. Sangu, I'm just a minor character in this tale. I beseech you, spare me this time, I don't want the remaining payment. Xiao Chu lowered his voice, if you push me too far, I want to return to Songjiang again. Xiao Chu, please listen to me, what more is there to say, Sangu? Your friend terrified me. With a scowl, Xiao Chu hung up and vanished into the night. At the card table, Yuan Hua noticed Lao San's unusual demeanor and immediately inquired, what's wrong? Xiao Chu slipped through my fingers, Lao San replied, trembling slightly, this kid is quite cunning. He gave me room 307's number while he kept an eye on 306. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua overturned the mahjong tiles, rising to his feet, is the situation compromised? Yes. Lao San nodded. Slap. Yuan Hua delivered a resounding slap across Lao San's face, causing him to stagger back several steps. Is your brain the size of a mung bean, a police officer on duty, and you can't even subdue a thug? Lao San lowered his head, these lowlifes have been out in the field for so long, they've become crafty. I think you're the one who is becoming crafty, you fool. You can't even manage a single task. With no desire to continue playing mahjong, Yuan Hua immediately turned to Yongdong and asked, if this kid doesn't receive the remaining payment, will his mentality change? In the city, Ma Lao Er sat in the car, addressing Xiao Lu, get him out, I'll be waiting down below. Understood. Xiao Lu nodded. Chapter 90. Yuan Hua's favor. Yongdong lowered his head to light a cigarette, contemplating for a while before responding, I don't believe there will be any change in his mindset. We've overlooked a crucial matter. Yuan Hua frowned, I'm afraid he might seek revenge. If the Ma family remains unaware that he is behind this, he may retaliate against us for the incident, Yongdong confidently replied. However, even a fool can see that the goods in the Ma family's warehouse must have been swapped by Xiao Chu. Do you think this young man would dare to return and engage in any dealings with the Ma family? Even if old Ma were to release him, little Ma would be unlikely to agree. Moreover, let's consider this, even if little Ma were to let him go, would the police turn a blind eye? The authorities now require someone to take the fall, especially after 2 drug dealers have been killed and so many counterfeit drugs have been uncovered. Yuan Hua pondered deeply, finding Yongdong's reasoning sound. As long as Xiao Chu does not lose his wits, he will undoubtedly choose to abscond with the upfront payment. Yongdong added, previously, I offered him a substantial sum. He has no need to continue risking himself in this murky situation, the complexities involved are too great, with a slight misstep, he could lose his life. That won't do, Yuan Hua shook his head, keeping him alive poses a threat, especially since Old Ma is not alone. Old Li stands behind him, the only way to ensure the matter is settled is to silence him permanently. Indeed, that is correct, the bald man nodded. Yuan Hua paced back and forth in the room for a few steps, then turned to Yongdong and said, you should seek him out and take care of this matter. It will also give you a chance to lay low. Understood, Yongdong readily agreed. Alright, that's enough for now, Yuan Hua said, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked toward the door, beckoning Yongdong, come with me. We need to talk. Sure, Yongdong immediately rose to follow him. A few minutes later, in the office, Yuan Hua pulled a financial approval slip from the drawer, wrote down a figure of 100,000, stamped it with a steel seal, and slid it across the desk to Yongdong. What does this mean? Yongdong was taken aback. This is part of your bonus for the second half of the year, Yuan Hua replied with a smile. I've approved it now. We'll settle the larger amounts at year-end. Isn't that inappropriate? Yongdong responded in surprise. Our pharmaceutical business has been tight lately, and sales have declined. If you give me a bonus ahead of time, won't others think too much about it? Yuan Hua rose at the sound, his expression serious as he said, Yongdong, among our group of veterans, you are the most astute. In every critical moment, you have managed to devise solutions that help me navigate through difficulties. Thus, exceptional talent deserves exceptional treatment. If others are dissatisfied, let them demonstrate their own achievements. Yongdong grinned. Why are you being so sentimental today? Not quite. Yuan Hua stepped to the window, pouring himself a glass of liquor. A few days ago, Xiao Ku and I had a heated argument. He told me our company's operational model is outdated. Despite our current scale, we still appear as a group of bumbling fools. He may have been a bit extreme in his words, but if you think about it, there is some truth to it. Yongdong chose not to respond. To conquer the world, we need people like Baldy. To maintain it, we require individuals like you. Yuan Hua gazed at Yongdong and said, in the coming years, I will establish your position and gradually grant you certain privileges. If you work diligently for the company, I, Yuan Hua, will not neglect you or the others. Yongdong smiled. My presence here is not solely due to the company's promising future, but rather because you, Yuan Hua, are the boss. Your sense of loyalty reassures me. Indeed, Yuan Hua nodded gravely. In the city, on a small road surrounding a dilapidated courtyard, Mao Lao Air sat expressionless in his car, waiting for approximately 10 minutes before spotting Xiao Lu leading a young man of similar age out through the main gate. Get out of the car, Mao Lao Air called, pushing the car door open first. On the way, the young man nervously addressed Xiao Lu. Brother, I truly don't know what he did. Relax, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, Xiao Lu replied with a smile. While they were speaking, Mao Lao Air had already dashed out from the alley, grabbing the young man's collar and slamming him against the wall, demanding, do you recognize me? Why yes, the young man stammered, his face turning pale. What's wrong, Brother Air? Can you find Xiao Chu? Mao Lao Air pressed down on the young man's shoulder, his expression grim. The young man blinked in confusion. Brother, I really don't know where he is. We haven't been in contact today. At this, Mao Lao Air snapped his fingers, and Uncle Lu drew his gun, pressing it against the young man's forehead. Brother, please don't do this. I'll ask you one more time. Can you find Xiao Chu? Mao Lao Air's voice was hoarse as he raised a finger, stating, listen carefully, I am only asking once. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel and the strong scent of gunpowder, the young man's legs suddenly felt weak. He seems to be heading to Fongbei. Why is he going there? Mao Lao Air pressed further. We have a friend working at a casino in Fongbei. The young man swallowed hard. Xiao Chu would have a place to stay there. Mao Lao Air fell silent for a moment. Did Xiao Chu tell you this personally? And no, the young man shook his head. Xiao Chu lies to everyone. He never speaks the truth. I know he intends to go to Fongbei because that friend from the casino called me today. He asked if I was going to Fongbei with Xiao Chu. I told him I couldn't go due to family matters. Are the three of you very close? Yes, I've known that friend for over 10 years, the young man nodded. Do you know where he is? Brother, Xiao Chu may have offended you, but my friend, I am only looking for Xiao Chu. Your friend is irrelevant, and you are even less so, Mao Lao Air replied, furrowing his brow. Just tell me the location. He is at the casino in Fongbei, the young man finally admitted after a pause. Mao Lao Air scrutinized him. You're not lying to me, are you? No, absolutely not, the young man shook his head vigorously. I've heard of your reputation, I wouldn't dare lie. All right, Mao Lao Air nodded, turning to shout, Xiao Lu, take him to our warehouse on Tusha Street for a few days. Once I find Xiao Chu, I will release him immediately. Brother, what do you mean by this? Please, don't do this. I've already told you, why are you still imprisoning me? The young man pleaded in panic, let me go home. My father is unwell, and I need to cook for him in the morning. Your father's meals are being taken care of. Mao Lao Air turned to leave. This is a precaution against treachery, not against honest men. As long as I find Xiao Chu, you will be released instantly. The young man trembled by the wall. Brother, this isn't fair. Please, don't go. Let me think this over. I lied. He's not at the casino. He's at the Minjue Carnival. Uncle Lu approached and kicked him. Are you just playing games? Brother, I won't play anymore. This time I'm telling the absolute truth. The young man fell to his knees, swearing fervently. 2 hours later, Mao Lao Air stood at Songjiang North Station, speaking into the phone with Qin Yu. I need to go to Fongbei. Xiao Chu has run there. Chapter 91. To push someone deeper into the abyss or to lend a helping hand. Qin Yu was taken aback. Is the information reliable? It should be, Mao Lao Air replied, furrowing his brow. I apprehended his friend immediately and detained him. He wouldn't dare lie. Then return quickly. We need to discuss how to extricate Xiao Chu from this predicament. I'm already at the North Station, Mao Lao Air said, glancing at his watch. I have 10 minutes until boarding. Qin Yu was stunned by this revelation. You're leaving already? Isn't that too hasty? It can't be helped, Mao Lao Air responded, looking down. My old man values reputation more than life itself. If the other side resorts to underhanded tactics and anything happens to Xiao Chu, it will be impossible to salvage the situation. This mess was caused by me, so I must rectify it, he added. But we need to strategize. You rushing in without any preparation on my end, Qin Yu expressed his concern. Someone like Xiao Chu might not stay in one place for long. Ma Lao shook his head. If he heads to Fongbei and realizes he doesn't fit in, he could slip away unnoticed, making him nearly impossible to track down. I've already figured it out, he'll likely leave a few hours before me. If I board now, I can certainly intercept him in Fongbei. Qin Yu fell silent. My old man is upset with me, so I won't call him, Ma Lao said quietly. Please inform him that I'm taking Lu Zishu and Xiao Lu with me. Once the matter is resolved, I will find a way to return the entire vehicle. You need identification to take the light rail, Qin Yu warned, frowning. If you cause a major incident in Fongbei, you will definitely be implicated. That would be troublesome, especially since you're operating under a case. Don't worry, I've enlisted the help of a scalper, Ma Lao replied, looking down. A little money can solve this issue. I still advise against such a sudden trip, Qin Yu said, increasingly uneasy. Xiao Yu, if this matter isn't handled properly, the Ma family will never regain their standing in Songjiang, Ma Lao declared seriously. The brothers below depend on the drug trade for their livelihoods. I cannot jeopardize everyone for a single night of indulgence. There can be no hesitation. If we're to act, it must be swift. Keep your phone on, contact me if anything arises, Qin Yu instructed. I'll get a new number. I'll call you on that line, Ma Lao replied thoughtfully. If anything happens to me, it won't implicate you. Stay safe. Indeed, that's the plan. After their conversation, Ma Lao hung up and entered the light rail waiting hall, where a well-dressed middle-aged man gestured for him to follow. Come with me. Inside the police station, Qin Yu became increasingly anxious about the situation and quickly dialed Lao Mao. Hello. Come to Team 3 at once. Understood. Lao Mao hung up and arrived at the office area within 5 minutes. Qin Yu pulled Lao Mao into a small conference room and locked the door behind them. Ma Lao is heading to Fongbei. What for? Lao Mao asked, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to capture Xiao Chu? Qin Yu crossed his arms, his expression grave. He has picked up some leads. Someone mentioned Xiao Chu is running towards Fongbei. Ma Lao fears that this kid won't remain there for long or might get into trouble, so he rushed to get a ticket and is now pursuing him. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Mao asked, is the information Ma Lao received trustworthy, or could it be a trap set by the other side? That's precisely my concern, Qin Yu replied, pacing the room. Xiao Chu is a minor player. However, we have no way of knowing whether he has been in cahoots with the Yuan family for a long time or has just been recently bought off. If he has just been acquired, it could lead to two outcomes. He either takes the money and flees, or Yuan Hua might ensure he remains silent forever to secure the situation. But if he has been in league with the Yuan family for an extended period, that would complicate matters. Are you suggesting that if they have been colluding for a long time, Xiao Chu could be deliberately leaking information to lure the Ma family into a trap? Lao Mao grasped the implication. Precisely, Qin Yu nodded. It's clear as day that the Ma family's reputation has suffered due to their counterfeit drugs, and the only way to remedy that is by capturing Xiao Chu, the pawn in this scheme, to cleanse their name. Thus, if the other side plays their cards right and leaks his hiding spot, the Ma family will undoubtedly pursue him. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao broke into a cold sweat. If that's the case, we're in serious trouble. To put it bluntly, Ma Lao's approach is bold but lacks finesse. His style is too reckless, and there are many on the other side who are cunning. If they wish to ensnare him, they will succeed without fail. Exactly, Qin Yu said, his agitation palpable. My greatest fear is that if he were operating in Songjiang, at least we'd have old Ma and ourselves keeping an eye on things. But him leading a team to Fongbei is indeed precarious. What are you thinking then? Lao Mao inquired. Qin Yu pulled out an e-cigarette and took a deep drag. I intend to go to Fongbei. Lao Mao was momentarily stunned. That's not appropriate, is it? We both hold positions of responsibility, and Fongbei isn't exactly a planned area. If anything goes awry, Old Li would be exceptionally displeased, considering everyone knows we're his people. What else can we do? Qin Yu asked, exasperated. If Ma Lao gets into trouble, our hard-won drug line will essentially be obliterated. Finish. Lao Mao ran his fingers over his freshly shaved head. Can you decipher Old Li's intentions? I can. Qin Yu nodded resolutely. Old Li's stance is clear. The Ma family is not our only option. If they falter, we can always cultivate another group of operatives to stand up because the supply chain is in our hands. Lao Mao looked up. So he likely won't approve of our going. Listen, Lao Mao, it's just the two of us here, so I can speak frankly, Qin Yu said, revealing his thoughts without hesitation. I want to protect the Ma family, and I have my own interests at heart. Go on. The Ma family's second round of distribution was facilitated by us. They rely on our goods and have done their utmost to cooperate. As long as they exist, we maintain our leverage. If they were to vanish, and Oldly were to replace them with a new batch of people, we would have no influence over them. Do you understand? Chinyu stated plainly, without mincing words. I'm not suggesting that Oldly has ulterior motives, but if the connections behind him were to insist on replacing the Ma family with a different group, what then? We would be powerless, right? We would have to comply, but that holds no appeal for me. Without control over the people on the ground, we would merely be middlemen, merely a cog in the drug trade. Lao Mao was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you afraid I'll relay this to Oldly? I'm not one to easily trust anyone. In the planned area, I met a young man who lived with me for 8 months, sleeping just a meter apart, yet every night before sleeping, I would stash my money under my pillow and keep my gun within arm's reach. On the surface, we appeared to be as close as brothers, but in reality, I regarded him merely as a colleague for making money. He has even remarked that it seems quite difficult to truly understand me. Chinyu looked at Lao Mao and chuckled softly. However, once I decide to confide in you, I will never conceal my thoughts. I will express my ideas candidly. You may not appreciate them, but I must be sincere. Therefore, my earlier remarks were not directed at anyone else. I merely wish to convey to you, Lao Mao, that this is how I feel, without concealing anything from you. How you choose to handle this is up to you. Lao Mao pondered for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. In truth, if it comes to a matter of allegiance, I should side with Oldly. However, from a personal standpoint, I genuinely do not wish for the downfall of the Ma family. As you mentioned, if Oldly or his connections were to assign a new group to take over this role, and they end up not aligning with us, it would indeed be troublesome. Chinyu frowned and replied, you need to decide on this matter. I must first pay Oldly a visit. You've made your decision to go. I can only say that I will do my utmost to assist the Ma family, Chinyu said, turning to gaze out the window with a sigh. In the entire black market, they are the only ones with the guts to stand up to the Yuan family. If they were to fall, the darkness over Songjiang would persist indefinitely, and that would be utterly meaningless. Within the Grand Palace, Yongdong listened to soft music while smoking a cigar, exuding an air of authority as he remarked, what use is it to investigate Xiao Chu's banking activities? He is a rogue, earning dirty money daily. How could he possibly expose himself through that? Investigate his interpersonal connections. As soon as someone goes on the run, they will surely seek refuge with acquaintances. Chapter 92. The journey to Fongbei. Inside the director's office, Director Li scrutinized Chinyu and succinctly remarked, allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the counterfeit drug situation. You speak. Chinyu nodded in acknowledgement. Given the difficulty in clearing the matter, it would be prudent for Old Ma to fully accept responsibility, Director Li stated with a cautious demeanor. Let him find someone to step forward and voluntarily confess, thereby minimizing the chances of the situation deteriorating further. As for the 2 unfortunate victims, they ought to receive considerable compensation. Chinyu paused momentarily before responding. Director, are you suggesting that Old Ma admit to selling counterfeit drugs? Wouldn't that be playing into Yuan Hua's hands? If he does not concede, what alternative do you propose? Director Li inquired, his brow furrowing. Do you possess absolute certainty in apprehending the individual who swapped the counterfeit drugs? Moreover, do you have any insight into Yuan Hua's subsequent maneuvers? Should the situation escalate, what countermeasures do you have at your disposal? Chinyu fell silent. By acknowledging the issue now and designating someone to bear the blame, at the very least, it would provide a more manageable situation for the police department. Director Li rose from his seat, sighing as he continued, mistakes come with consequences, and this serves as a stark lesson. I doubt Old Ma would agree. Chinyu shook his head. He understands that his survival in this underworld relies on his reputation and influence. Forcing him to confess to selling counterfeit drugs would strip him of years of hard-earned trust. How would he survive thereafter? Yet, if this matter remains unresolved, the blame for the counterfeit drugs will inevitably fall upon him, and Yuan Hua will continue to strike. If the situation worsens, not only will the Ma family's reputation be tarnished, but we will also face significant repercussions, Director Li remarked, scrutinizing Chinyu. If Old Ma consents, I can afford him some time to ponder. If he refuses, our collaboration will cease, and we shall seek another party to handle the situation. Chinyu dreaded the prospect of Director Li broaching this subject, yet the matter was laid bare. For Director Li, as long as the team responsible for distributing the drugs could ensure smooth operations, it mattered little whether it was the Ma family, the Li family, or the Bai family. He sought stability devoid of complications, and the Ma family's current misstep had instilled a sense of peril in him. Thus, it was understandable that he might consider abandoning the Ma family when necessary. After all, in the adult world, practicality often supersedes sentiment, especially since Director Li had no personal affection for Old Ma. After a lengthy deliberation, Chinyu looked up at Director Li and said, Uncle, I believe there may still be time. Old Ma has already identified the whereabouts of the individual who swapped the counterfeit drugs. Where? Director Li inquired. In Fongbei, Chinyu replied candidly. Director Li paced a few steps within the office, softly questioning, what do you suppose Yuan Hua is planning now? He's likely preparing to eliminate the individual involved, Jin Yu responded without hesitation. Are you familiar with the situation in Feng Bei? Director Li probed further. Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Director Li turned to face him, stating, the pharmaceutical companies behind Yuanhua are all located in Feng Bei. The influence these individuals wield is beyond your imagination. If Old Ma could not secure the whereabouts of that individual in Songjiang, what makes you think you can achieve anything in Feng Bei? Jin Yu fell silent once more. On their turf, how arduous would it be for you to return with that individual unharmed? Director Li added, frowning. I believe it is unnecessary to take such risks. Exercising rational caution is the wisest course of action. After a lengthy pause, Jin Yu clenched his fists and replied, I wish to give it a try. Director Li was taken aback. Have you lost your senses? Are you not aware of your own status? Old Ma may dare to confront others with a gun, but can you? The matter should still be handled by Old Ma. I merely intend to offer him some guidance, Jin Yu insisted. If it succeeds, the one who will suffer the most will be Yuanhua. If it fails, you remain the director, and I shall bear the blame alone. What is it you seek? Director Li shouted in confusion. Is it only Old Ma and Yuanhua in Songjiang? You possess goods, are you truly concerned about finding buyers? I share a personal connection with Old Ma, and I wish to assist him. Jin Yu offered a rather tenuous justification. Director Li fell silent. After a brief interval, Jin Yu exited the office and promptly called his captain to request a 3-day leave. Meanwhile, the police commissioner sat on the sofa, looking up at Old Li, and asked, what is Jin Yu up to? Did he receive a substantial sum from the Ma family? Otherwise, why would he involve himself in this matter? Director Li shook his head and replied, it is not a matter of money. What Jin Yu seeks is influence. Influence, what do you mean? He fears I might replace the Ma family and assign others to handle the distribution, Director Li assessed incisively. He wishes to maintain control over the ground operations, which is why he has decided to take a risk. The commissioner was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. If that is the case, then this Jin Yu is not only astute but also remarkably bold. Let him proceed, Director Li responded from the window. A mule wishing to become a horse must endure trials. Jin Yu is a second-tier officer and someone you overtly look after. If he encounters trouble in Feng Bei, it will be easy for the higher-ups to come after you, the commissioner cautioned. Director Li shook his head. If you fear trouble, will it simply vanish? A few days ago, who could have anticipated the counterfeit drug incident? Ever since I clashed with Yuanhua over Qilin, it has been evident that my role as director would not be an easy one. The commissioner remained silent. Retrieving a single individual will not resolve any significant issues, Director Li remarked, his gaze fixed out the window. Let us hope that Jin Yu's journey to Feng Bei yields some unforeseen developments. 2 hours later, at courtyard 88. Jin Yu handed 50 yuan to Daya, saying, I'll be away for a few days, do not cause any trouble at home. If anything urgent arises, seek out Shu Wei at the police station. Do you understand? Got it, Daya nodded. When will you return? Not certain, Jin Yu glanced at his watch. Make sure not to wander outside tonight, lock the doors early and get some rest. You need not worry about me. I've slept in the open fields before, Daya cheerfully replied. I will certainly look after the house for you. Just then, Jin Yu's phone rang. Hello. How are you traveling? Old Ma inquired. Taking the light rail, Jin Yu answered before softly asking, are you going too? That fool Old Ma sometimes acts without thinking. Old Ma nodded. I'm uneasy and wish to check in on things. After some deliberation, Jin Yu replied, you cannot take the light rail. You still have a case pending. While you could take the back route, it still bears some risk. We'll drive, Old Ma succinctly stated. You go ahead, we'll meet in Feng Bei. Understood. Later that evening, around 7, Jin Yu boarded the light rail to Feng Bei with Guan Qi. However, as soon as they settled in, Old Cat, wearing a woolen hat and munching on a ham sandwich, approached them. Jin Yu was taken aback. You're going too? Old Cat rolled his eyes and replied with eloquence, to transcend this mundane existence with you is to embrace a transient wanderlust. Hee hee. Jin Yu gazed at Old Cat and shared an understanding smile. In the urban area of Feng Bei, Old Ma stood in a dilapidated alley, waiting for quite some time until a young man approached. Need a sound? The young man inquired, looking up. Yes, introduced by Old Lu, Old Ma nodded. The young man glanced around before lowering his head to open a slung fabric bag. Choose for yourself, take what you need. Old Ma leaned down to inspect the bag, which was filled to the brim with dark firearms and gleaming ammunition. Chapter 93. In the opulent office of the general manager's assistant at the Longxing Pharmaceutical Company in Feng Bei, a young man with a strikingly handsome visage and fair complexion, neatly styled with a side parting, was intensely focused on his computer screen, meticulously revising the report on the restructured production line for pharmaceuticals. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. The young man lifted his gaze and called out, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal an elegantly poised secretary, who, with a warm smile, reminded him, "Mr. Xing, the president and the manager have returned and are in the small conference room on the top floor. Returned? The young man responded with a momentary look of surprise before quickly rising to say, hurry, please help me print this report. I need to change into something more appropriate. Of course, the secretary nodded in acknowledgement. With a sense of urgency, the young man pushed his chair back and dashed into the adjoining break room to change his attire. He was Xing Ziheo, the third son of the Longxing family, aged 24, a recent graduate from a prestigious university in District 7, currently serving as the assistant to the general manager. The Longxing Company was the largest enterprise tied to Yuanhua in Fongbei. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xing Ziheo had exchanged his expensive white suit for the company as standard work attire and tied on a rather austere necktie. He then turned to the secretary and inquired, how do I look? Quite good, the secretary replied, stifling a giggle, though it appears a bit too understated for your usual style. My father prefers this approach, Xing Ziheo grinned, reaching for the freshly printed report on the desk. Please book a table at a decent Western restaurant. I might take my father there shortly. Understood, the secretary nodded once more, having given his instructions. Xing Ziheo strode confidently out of the office, report in hand. In the small conference room on the top floor, a robust middle-aged man sat on a sofa, taking a sip of tea before gesturing to a group of executives. Call Peter in. You all may leave now. We'll reconvene for a meeting tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Xing, the assembled executives replied in unison, bowing respectfully as they gathered their well-prepared reports and documents, hastily exiting the room. About 5 minutes later, a foreigner clad in a leather jacket entered and sat down just as Xing Ziheo opened the door with a cheerful, Dad, second brother, Director Peter. Mr. Xing glanced up at his youngest son, offering a brief nod as he asked, still at the company. Xing Ziheo responded with a respectful smile, there's been quite a bit to handle lately. I am just putting in some extra hours. Mr. Xing interlaced his fingers, teasingly quipping, I hope you're not just working late because you heard I was back. Dad, could you not embarrass me? Xing Ziheo chuckled, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Do you have something to discuss? The second brother, seated to the left, inquired softly. Ah, just a small matter, Xing Ziheo replied, handing the report to his father and taking a seat on the sofa. I've been frequently visiting the workshop to observe the production line, and I've noticed that our equipment is rather outdated, resulting in significant labor costs. Therefore, Mr. Xing casually picked up the report, glancing at the title on the cover before responding, I've considered equipment replacement. Fine, I'll take a look at it later. Dad, I've spent considerable time on this equipment report, conducted research, and even consulted with several suppliers. Xing Ziheo began to elaborate. Mr. Xing set the report down and turned to Peter, asking, Peter, has Shirong mentioned the equipment replacement for Plant 2 to you? He has, and the report he provided is impeccable, the foreigner responded, giving a thumbs up. It's as if crafted by the hand of God. Xing Ziheo was momentarily taken aback. Haha, Mr. Xing chuckled, pointing at his third son. You and your elder brother are indeed on the same wavelength. Well, leave the report here, I'll review it later. Ah. Xing Ziheo, feeling frustrated, nodded with a flushed face after a long pause. You may step out now. We have some matters to discuss, Mr. Xing gently instructed. Xing Ziheo slowly stood, smiling as he asked, Dad, shall we have dinner together tonight? Mr. Xing pondered for a moment, glancing at his watch before replying, no need. The three of us will just grab a quick bite after a soak. All right, Xing Ziheo continued to smile, then I'll let you get back to it. Mr. Xing nodded before turning to his second son. Continue with the discussion we were having about the new pharmaceuticals. Xing Ziheo cast a glance at the three men before exiting, his smile having been replaced by a stormy expression. At the door, the secretary, who had been waiting anxiously for his return, immediately inquired with a bright smile, Did you submit the report? Was the president pleased? Xing Ziheo abruptly turned, his eyes reddening as he retorted, Is that your concern? The secretary promptly fell silent. 2 hours later, within a luxurious apartment building in Fongbei, Xing Ziheo held a vial of a potent neuropharmaceutical produced by his company, lowering his arm to inject himself with a syringe. Ugh! Xing Ziheo closed his eyes, trembling as he inhaled deeply. Seconds later, he collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing violently. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of the door opening broke the silence, and a beautiful young woman entered, carrying a large assortment of items. Oh dear, darling, I'm so sorry. I had to take my mother back to the hospital. Xing Ziheo, his gaze vacant, looked at the girl and suddenly smiled. It's fine, come here. At the sound of his voice, the girl quickly set down her belongings, changed into slippers, and rushed over, grabbing his arm. Have you eaten yet, baby? Xing Ziheo wrapped his arms around her neck, then abruptly asked, I noticed a disposable razor for men in the trash. Whose is it? The girl paused. It's my dad's. He stayed here with my mom yesterday. I called you last night, why didn't you answer? Xing Ziheo gently squeezed her neck as he questioned, Are you lying to me? I didn't. You made me wait for an hour and a half. And you brought people home. My mom needed to see a doctor, so they came over. They really were here last night. Smack. Xing Seheo, gripping the girl's neck with one hand, raised his right arm and struck her face with a punch. Damn it, you made me wait. Who do you think you are to make me wait, huh? Blood streamed from the girl's nose as she cried out, pushing him away. Are you insane? They really were here. My phone was dead. If you don't believe me, call my dad. Push me, argue with me, you really don't know your place, do you? Xing Seheo, in a frenzy, unleashed all his pent-up frustration onto the girl, flailing his fists like a wild beast. Initially, she resisted, but after taking several blows to her head, she became dazed, instinctively defending her vital areas with her arms as his fists rained down upon her. Xing Seheo continued to strike for what felt like an eternity, 7 or 8 minutes, until he finally felt the fatigue set in, sitting on the floor, panting heavily, drenched in blood. The girl, her face swollen beyond recognition, finally managed to cry out, "It really was my parents, call them if you don't believe me." I'll be damned. Xing Seheo staggered to his feet, his anger slightly subsiding. There's money in the nightstand. Take it and leave. What do you mean? I've had enough. Tomorrow, someone else will be living here. Xing Seheo grabbed a pink jacket and strode out. Downstairs. As Xing Seheo settled into his car, his phone rang from his pocket. Hello. Hello, Mr. Xing, this is Yongdong from Songjiang. Speak. Xing Seheo pulled out a cigarette, responding with a neutral tone. We've lost a very important person in Songjiang. They may have gone to Fongbei, Yongdong replied politely. President Yuan has requested that I come to you for assistance. Call me when you arrive, Xing Seheo replied tersely before hanging up. In Songjiang, Yongdong sat in the car, frowning as he turned to his aide in the passenger seat. Are you sure he is headed to Fongbei? Not absolutely certain, the aide replied cautiously. I've inquired with some acquaintances of Xiao Chu and learned that he has a friend in Fongbei with whom he is quite close. He probably can't stay in Songjiang any longer, so he is likely headed to Fongbei. After considering for a moment, Yongdong instructed, keep digging, we'll head to Fongbei for now. Understood, the aide nodded. Late at night, around 10 o'clock, Qin Yu, Old Cat, and Guanqi emerged from the Fongbei train station. Chapter 94, sword pointing at 1 Tao. The distance from Songjiang to Fongbei is approximately 600 kilometers. If one takes the light rail, and if not hindered by extreme temperature restrictions, the journey would take just over 3 hours. Upon exiting the station, Qin Yu, Old Cat, and Guanqi promptly contacted Ma Lauer. Hello, the call connected, and Ma Lauer's voice came through. Where are you? Qin Yu inquired. I just met someone to get the information. I'm at the MG Carnival, Ma Lauer responded in a low voice. I had Brother Z inquire a bit, but it turns out that Xiao Chu's friend isn't working the night shift today. Qin Yu paused at this revelation. That implies he might have already met with Xiao Chu. Indeed. Ma Lauer nodded. I want to leave. I'll wait right here for him. It's unlikely he'll show up tonight. Qin Yu advised immediately. Why don't you come find us, and we can discuss it together. Discuss what? We have no other leads at the moment. We can only pursue Xiao Qiu. Ma Lauer frowned in response. What if that fellow returns to the carnival in the dead of night? If I leave, I might miss the opportunity. No need for discussion. I'll just wait here. Old Air, you mustn't act in haste when handling this matter. You arrive by light rail. If there is any commotion, it's easy to get locked down. Qin Yu reiterated insistently. You must remain composed. I'm aware. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Lauer continued, but don't focus all your attention on me. If possible, it would be best for you to take a shortcut on your end. How do you propose we do that? Qin Yu asked, somewhat taken aback that we don't have any significant connections here. Getting information requires friends of friends. Ma Lauer candidly replied. However, if you can find someone local with some influence to inquire about this fellow at the MG Carnival, it would simplify matters greatly. Are you referring to Xiao Chu's friend? Qin Yu queried. Precisely. Ma Lauer nodded vigorously. Since Xiao Chu just arrived, it's quite likely that this fellow will take a few days off to accompany him. I don't have a vehicle on this end, so I can only wait outside. This approach is not only slow but also contingent on the other party's reactions. If you could locate a local acquaintance to help gather information about where this fellow resides, we wouldn't have to wait around so aimlessly. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu replied, all right, I'll do my best to try. What is Xiao Chu's friend's name? Wan Tao. Got it. I'll remember that. Okay, let us leave it at that for now. Oh, by the way, Ma Shu is also here, Qin Yu reminded him. Ma Lauer paused, then with a hint of resignation said, he still doesn't trust me. Well, if he is here, then so be it. We'll work together to get this sorted out. Thanks, Xiao Yu. After a brief silence, Ma Lauer added, you've shouldered quite a bit of pressure for me with Li Si regarding this matter, and I appreciate it. If my buddy can get through this, just wait and see how I'll treat you in the future. Let us set that aside for now. Agreed. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. At the station entrance, Old Cat looked at Qin Yu and asked, what did Ma Lauer say? Xiao Chu's friend isn't working the night shift tonight. Qin Yu turned to respond. Old Air is waiting with Brother Z, but he has no idea when that fellow might return to the MG, so he wants us to find some local connections to inquire about him and see if we can uncover any details about Wan Tao. Then we'll have to reach out to Old Lee. Old Cat replied softly. I don't have any connections in Fongbei either. Should you call, or should I? Qin Yu asked. Come on, given what you just said, you clearly want me to call. Old Cat rolled his eyes. Then you go ahead. Qin Yu nodded. After finalizing their plan, Old Cat stepped aside and dialed Old Lee's number. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Guan Qi hesitated to contact their acquaintances in Songjiang, as leaking information could lead to greater complications. Approximately 10 minutes later, Old Cat returned, looking at Qin Yu as he spoke. Old Lee agreed to help us inquire. Great. Qin Yu glanced at his watch. Then let us head into the city first, find a place to settle, and wait for Ma Shu. Let us go. Old Cat nodded and followed Qin Yu as they made their way to the street. On the light rail train, Yongdong sat in a luxurious private compartment, sipping water when his aide entered after knocking. Brother Dong, I've clarified the situation. Xiao Chu's friend works as a croupier at the MG Carnival and ISNT on the night shift today, the aide reported as he leaned in. Yongdong pondered for a moment. Can you find out where this fellow lives? I contacted a friend in the new district, but he is not familiar with the MG's situation, so it might be difficult to ask. The aide shook his head. After thinking for a while, Yongdong promptly pulled out his phone. What is this fellow's name? Wan Tao. The aide replied. Yongdong nodded and dialed Xing Ziheo's number. Hello, hey, Xing Xiao, I need to bother you for a moment. Haha, go on. Are you familiar with the MG Carnival? Yongdong asked. Who in Fongbei's upscale entertainment scene doesn't he know me? Xing Ziheo scoffed. That's fantastic. Yongdong immediately exclaimed. Could you help me inquire about someone? He works as a croupier at the MG, named Wan Tao. I need to know his address and some basic details. Does this involve anything to do with the drug line? Xing Ziheo asked with a frown. Indeed, Yongdong explained politely. This fellow is crucial for us to suppress our competitors in Songjiang. Otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you. All right, call me when you arrive, Xing Ziheo said before hanging up. Once the call ended, Yongdong's smile vanished. I've struggled for over a decade, yet a little brat speaks more effectively than I do. Is this society fair? He is only riding on his father's coattails, the aide flattered. He can't compare to you, with just that one father. Even if I chase for another decade, I might not catch up. Yongdong put down his phone, turned to gaze out the window in silence for a moment, then suddenly asked, what do you think Lao Ma is up to now? The aide was taken aback, seemingly not grasping the question. Yongdong pulled out a pack of cigarettes, furrowing his brow in contemplation before saying, come here, I need to assign you some tasks. Speak, Brother Dong, call Lao San and have him check at the North Station and the inspection checkpoint. Yongdong whispered instructions to his aide. In the urban area of Fongbei, as Qin Yu prepared to hail a cab, Old Cat suddenly called out from behind, hey, I just remembered something. What is it? Qin Yu turned around. Hasn't the little fairy returned to Fongbei? Old Cat asked, his eyes bright with realization. Are you talking about Lin Hanhan? Qin Yu responded, recalling that Lin Yanlei had indeed intended to return to Fongbei, and he had even asked her to buy cosmetics for Kiki. It has been several days since I last saw her. She should be back by now. Then why don't we ask her about Wan Tao? Old Cat suggested excitedly. Didn't you say before that her family has considerable influence in Fongbei, and they are long established? There might be someone among her peers who could help us look into this. Qin Yu paused, considering the idea. I'll give her a call and ask. Old Cat, determined, pulled out his phone and muttered, right now, we're just trying to find a way. Anyone who can help will do. On a certain street, Lin Yanlei, holding her phone, furiously demanded, Lin Yan, are you coming or not? I'm freezing to death out here. Chapter 95, Meeting Lin Hanins on the street. Old Cat dialed Lin Yanlei's number 3 times before finally connecting the call. Hello, little fairy, who are you on the phone with? Why are you suddenly reaching out to me? Lin Yanlei inquired, perplexed. I miss you, deeply and painfully, he confessed. Have some dignity and speak to me properly, Lin Yanlei retorted, rolling her eyes. Hee. Old Cat chuckled before getting to the point. I have a favor to ask of you. You want me to help you? How strange. Lin Yanlei was taken aback. Let me be clear, there's no way I am helping you fabricate news. That's not the case, he clarified. Then what is it? Well, I need to gather information about someone in Fongbei. He works at the MG Carnival, Old Cat asked succinctly. Do you know this place? Yes, Lin Yanlei nodded. MG is quite well known in Fongbei. That's great, Old Cat eagerly pressed on. Do you have any acquaintances there who could help me find out about a certain individual? Lin Yanlei pouted slightly. Find out what? I hardly know anyone there. I don't gamble or seek companionship. Do you have friends who frequent the place? Old Cat persisted. Could you ask around? We urgently need to locate this person. Lin Yanlei blinked and pondered for a moment. Are you trying to solve a case? Not exactly a case. Someone colluded with the Yuan family and deceived one of our friends. This fellow has come to Fongbei looking for his friend, and he works at the MG Carnival. We had no choice but to come here, Old Cat explained, furrowing his brow. The situation regarding the drugs has become rather murky, and we can only confront this individual to resolve the issue. Lin Yanlei appeared confused. What are you talking about? It's also jumbled. I don't understand a word. This matter is rather complex and difficult to discuss over the phone. You? Lin Yanlei paused before asking, who are you referring to? Myself, Xiao Yu, and Guanqi have all come to Fongbei. We're around the bus station, Old Cat casually replied. Lin Yanlei smiled. Qin Yu is also here. Yes, after this incident, we were all taken advantage of. Old Cat nodded. Lin Yanlei bit her red lip, contemplating for a moment before softly responding. How about this? Come to Warm Winter Club in an hour, and we can meet to discuss it. Although I don't go to MG, my brothers sometimes do, so I can help you inquire. That would be wonderful. See you soon. All right, see you soon. With that, the two concluded their conversation. Qin Yu stood by the roadside, hands in his pockets, and asked, what did Lin Hanin say? Old Cat deliberately looked at Qin Yu with a complex expression, shaking his head and sighing. As the old saying goes, proximity to water allows one to obtain the moon first. What the hell are you talking about? Qin Yu responded, bewildered. I'll ask when I get back if there are any vacant rooms in number 88 courtyard. Old Cat replied sideways. It's time for me to launch a counterattack. Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? I don't understand. Seriously, how did you become the captain with that brain of yours? Guanqi interjected, unable to hold back. Haven't you figured it out yet? Old Cat called, and Lin Yanlei didn't brush him off. She only agreed to meet when he mentioned you were here. Got it. Oh, I see. Qin Yu feigned indifference while nodding upon hearing this. Old Cat exploded, reaching out to slap Guanqi's head. Only you would understand, you fool. The foundational architecture and overall scale of Fongbei far surpass that of Songjiang. Here, skyscrapers abound, and the transportation system is efficient. Although it is deep into the night, the main roads remain brightly lit, with vehicles hurrying by. Near various governmental offices, police officers patrol regularly, and groups of young people can be seen walking along the streets. In summary, while it may not compare to first-tier cities before a disaster strikes, it appears significantly more peaceful and stable than Songjiang. It resembles a vigorous youth, with construction sites visible everywhere, frequent revisions of policies, and developmental strategies being implemented. In contrast, Songjiang resembles an ailing elder, riddled with ailments and struggling for change. Currently, amidst extreme material scarcity, the special district government must make selective and discerning developmental choices. Resource allocation is inevitable, and with a stronger foundation, Fongbei has advanced a decade, possibly even 20 years, ahead of Songjiang. In Songjiang, it is quite rare to find taxis, as the entire city has fewer than 30 vehicles with proper operating licenses. This is a result of the municipal government's efforts to improve transportation in the special district, allocating funds for purchases. However, this remains a superficial endeavor. The vehicles are too expensive for individuals to operate or afford, thus hindering scalability. In contrast, Fongbei fares much better, as the special district government has contracted several large companies to operate the service, providing support through various projects. Therefore, while large corporations may not earn substantial profits from this endeavor, they are willing to enhance their reputations and improve public transportation for the city's residents, despite the exorbitant prices. The three individuals, eager to reach the Warm Winter Club, opted for a taxi. As Qin Yu sat in the vehicle, he turned to gaze at the towering buildings and the illuminated business complexes, suddenly exclaiming, now this feels like a place where people actually live. Of course, Old Cat replied with a smile, the special district government and the joint government are working tirelessly to support Fongbei. How could it not feel like a livable place? After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu added, if this is where people reside, then what about the planned areas? As soon as he spoke, both Old Cat and Guanqi fell silent. At the border checkpoint between Songjiang and Fongbei, an old SUV was parked by the roadside as two armed soldiers approached. Identification, one soldier called out monotonously. The driver produced several residency permits from Songjiang, lowering the window to hand them over. The soldier glanced at the documents, pausing for a full minute on the third one before asking, what is your purpose for going to Fongbei? My uncle is going for medical treatment, the driver replied with a smile. All right, step out. I need to conduct a search. The soldier gestured. The backseat occupant, Old Ma, who had deliberately applied makeup, hesitated momentarily before promptly exiting the vehicle. After a thorough inspection lasting around 10 minutes, the soldier, finding no contraband, waved his hand, declaring, you may proceed, next vehicle. 5 minutes later, Old Ma dialed Qin Yu's number. I've passed the checkpoint and I'm about to enter Fongbei. Good, head to the Warm Winter Club upon entering Fongbei, Qin Yu instructed. The light rail train sped along its route. Yongdong stood by the window, gazing into the boundless expanse of snow-covered land, his voice hoarse as he inquired, are you certain? Chapter 96. The gathering of forces. About an hour later, Yongdong, accompanied by 4 attendants, hurriedly exited the train station and soon encountered the third prince of Longxing Pharmaceuticals, the young master Xing Ziheo. Hello, Ziheo, Yongdong greeted politely, extending his palm. Xing Ziheo, seated in the car, made no effort to rise but offered a perfunctory handshake, stating, get in. Yongdong smiled, gesturing for his attendants to take the vehicle behind, while he himself entered Xing Ziheo's car, courteously remarking, "My apologies for the trouble, young Master Xing. In Songjiang, the competition you face consists merely of a bunch of ruffians, isn't it?" Xing Ziheo questioned with a hint of dissatisfaction. Has Yuan Hua been unable to handle these individuals after all this time? Yongdong paused momentarily before swiftly clarifying, "These ruffians have some connections. The chief inspector from the underbelly is currently backing them. What can a mere inspector accomplish?" Xing Ziheo retorted dismissively. Wasn't Yuan Hua previously claiming to have strong relationships with the higher-ups of the police and the municipal government? Why isn't he utilizing those connections now? Yongdong, naturally reluctant to contradict this arrogant young master or delve into the complexities of the ground struggle, could only respond with a smile. "We did indeed make some initial missteps. We were rather careless." Upon hearing this, Xing Ziheo furrowed his brow and remarked, "The company sought out old Yuan for peace of mind, yet it seems you are far from at ease." "Indeed, we shall strive to rectify our shortcomings moving forward," Yongdong nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Ziheo pulled out his phone and inquired, "What is the name of that little ruffian working at Minjue?" Yongdong blinked, quickly responding with a smile, "Let's not seek him out just yet." Xing Ziheo was taken aback. "What do you mean? Did you not come here to find this person?" Here as the thing while in the car, I realized that since this little figure is crucial, our eagerness to locate him would surely be matched by their urgency as well. So I had someone inquire a bit. Yongdong carefully organized his thoughts, softly advising Xing Ziheo. Within the warm winter clubhouse's lounge, Qin Yu, frugal as ever, ordered a glass of lemonade for both Old Cat and Guanqi, all the while glancing anxiously at his watch. "Don't fret. Hasn't Ma Lao remained silent as well?" Old Cat gently reassured, "There's no point in rushing, let's be patient." No sooner had he spoken than a graceful figure entered through the main door, cheerfully waving at the trio. "Hello, brothers. Oh, you finally made it." Old Cat chuckled, adjusting his trousers in greeting, "Take a seat over here." Lin Yanlei casually placed her bag on the table and shifted to sit opposite Qin Yu, teasingly saying, "Three grown men, and you're just drinking lemonade at a bar. You should try something stronger." "I'm nearly at my wit's end. If things don't go well in Fongbei, I might as well drink rat poison instead of lemonade," Qin Yu replied, exasperated. "Isn't this about your friend S issue? Why would you drink rat poison?" Lin Yanlei inquired curiously. "Ah, it's a long story." Old Cat began to explain the situation to Lin Yanlei, selectively omitting many details, such as their relationship with the Ma family and the upper echelon struggles. Lin Yanlei, a girl with a strong sense of justice, frowned upon hearing Old Cat's account. How could the Yuan family be so malicious? They previously sold their drugs at exorbitant prices, and I even filmed it, resulting in a destroyed camera. And now, to seize the market, they poisoned two innocent people. It's utterly despicable. The trio fell silent. Lin Yanlei clenched her jaw and turned to Qin Yu, stating, "I can assist with this, but I've never been to Minjue Carnival. Wait a moment, once my brother is done with his meeting upstairs, he'll come down and help you gather some intel. He has quite a few friends around here." "Your brother, what family does he belong to?" Qin Yu asked, intrigued. "My cousin," Lin Yanlei replied with a smile. "All right, let us wait then." Old Cat nodded and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Since I have no plans today, I can join you for a drink," Lin Yanlei replied, removing her coat. "Let's have some pre-mixed cocktails." Qin Yu rolled his eyes at her suggestion. "Just stick to lemonade. The alcohol is too expensive." "Is this how you treat someone who is doing you a favor? What's wrong with me having a drink?" Lin Yanlei shot him a disapproving look. "He's too stingy." "I'll treat you," Old Cat said, eager to please. "Order whatever you like, even if you want the Emperor's saliva, I'll foot the bill." "You're truly repulsive," Lin Yanlei exclaimed in exasperation, and so, as they chatted idly, they awaited Lin Yanlei's cousin's descent. Time passed, and after about an hour, with nearly half the patrons having left the bar, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Uncle Ma. I've arrived at the entrance of the warm winter clubhouse," Old Ma's voice echoed. Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately stood, replying, "All right, head to the main entrance, I'll come to get you." "Okay." With that, they ended the call, and Qin Yu turned to Lin Yanlei, saying, "You all continue your conversation. I need to greet an elder." Upstairs, a remarkably handsome young man, clad in a woolen overcoat, sat on a sofa, engrossed in a thick stack of documents. The bright light illuminated his face, clearly reflecting his features and physique. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, with fair skin and finely chiseled facial features that gave him an androgynous appearance. Upon closer inspection, one might find a resemblance to Lin Yanlei, though the exact similarities were hard to pinpoint. "Take a look. Does this direction seem feasible? If so, I shall draft a new contract upon returning to District 7, the middle-aged man across from him asked with a smile. "There's no rush, I'll thoroughly digest the information before responding," the young man replied with a grin. "Expect a message from me tomorrow." "Your working style is quite different from your father's," the middle-aged man remarked, setting down his wine glass. At such a young age, you're already so composed. Your future is indeed promising. Not at all, I simply cannot afford mistakes in this matter. The young man scratched his head and promptly rose to pour a drink for his counterpart, saying, "Here, uncle, allow me to toast to you." In the lobby of the warm winter clubhouse, Chinyu had just picked up old Ma and was leading him toward the small bar. On the street, Shinseheyo held his phone, decisively stating, "You all come over at once." "Yes, the address I just sent you, all right, that will be all." Seeing Shinseheyo hang up, Yongdong quickly furrowed his brow and advised, "Young Master Shing, you seem to have misunderstood me. This matter can entirely be handled without our involvement. If you seek out official connections, it may save a great deal of trouble and even allow for negotiations." Halfway through Yongdong's explanation, Shinseheyo waved his hand impatiently and interrupted with a dismissive glance. "Do you really think these few ruffians are worth my effort to seek connections for? Just wrap this up and return with the person, that's all that needs to be done. I believe this might be a bit reckless. They are not to be trifled with. They have long thrived on the edge of a knife." Yongdong attempted to persuade further. Shinseheyo turned and fixed his gaze on him, questioning sharply, "With your timid demeanor, how can you assist our family in resolving the pharmaceutical issue?" Yongdong fell silent at the rebuke. Minutes later, 2 more vehicles hastily pulled up to the roadside, and Shinseheyo immediately commanded, "Tell them to follow us." Chapter 97. The conflict begins inside the quaint little bar. Chinyu introduced Lin Nianlei to Leoma and others before they all took their seats. "Do you have any leads?" Leoma inquired softly, glancing at Chinyu. "I'm not sure yet. I am waiting for my friend's brother to come down and help us gather some information," Chinyu replied as he turned back. "Please thank your friend for me," Leoma said, his face haggard from the recent turmoil he had endured. Beside them, Lin Nianlei looked at Leoma and the others with her large, blinking eyes, then turned to Chinyu and said, "When my brother comes down, you don't need to say much, just mention that I'm his colleague and that I need to find someone named Wan Tao regarding a news matter." Chinyu paused, taken aback. "Why do you say it that way? Is there something inconvenient?" Lin Nianlei sheepishly scratched her head and replied with a smile, "My brother doesn't want me to get too involved in matters outside." "Oh, I understand," Chinyu nodded in acknowledgement. Old Cat glanced at Uncle Ma and, after a prolonged silence, suggested, "As long as your brother is of sound mind, he shouldn't believe that Uncle Ma and the others are your colleagues." Uncle Ma understood the implication. "You all continue your conversation. We'll wait over here. Quick, order a few glasses of lemonade for Uncle Ma, it's diuretic," Old Cat called out mischievously to Guanqi. "Damn." Guanqi rolled his eyes and followed Uncle Ma and the others to a nearby booth. Just as they had formulated their plan, Lin Nianlei's phone rang. "Hello, Nian Nian, oh, no, it's you, brother, are you done? All right, come on down, I'm at the little bar." "Yes, that's it." A few minutes later, a handsome young man, accompanied by a follower clad in a wool coat, strode into the bar. "This is the place, brother," Lin Nianlei called out, waving. "Haha, do you have friends here?" The young man approached with a smile while his follower sat upright on the sofa by the entrance, scanning the surroundings. Lin Nianlei rose from her seat and introduced, "This is my brother, Lin Xiao. Brother, these are my colleagues, Chinyu and Old Cat." "Hello," Lin Xiao extended his hand. "Nice to meet you," Chinyu responded, rising to shake hands. Old Cat, standing nearby, unabashedly flattered, "Your family's genes are remarkable, each one of you looks like a star." "This young man knows how to speak," Lin Nianlei chuckled, pulling her brother to sit beside her. "I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "We're pursuing a news case and need to find a key person, but we can't locate him." Lin Nianlei responded with a straight face, "I've inquired, and this person works as a code setter at MG. Can you help me ask around?" Lin Xiao chuckled, intriguingly questioning, "What news are you chasing that involves a code setter? You're not studying journalism. If I told you, you wouldn't understand." Lin Nianlei pouted playfully, "Oh, come on, there are outsiders here. Can you give me some face, help me ask? I've told you 1,000 times, if you go to Songjiang, oh, why is it so hard to ask for your help?" Lin Nianlei interrupted, pouting, "Are you going to help or not? If not, we'll take our leave and won't contact you again." "Fine, I'll help you," Lin Xiao relented, pulling out a distinctive military green phone that was half touchscreen and half keypad. "What's the name of the person you're looking for?" "Wan Tao," Lin Nianlei responded cheerfully. Lin Xiao scanned his contacts, stood up, and was about to step aside to make a call when a group of over a dozen people suddenly entered the little bar. In the dim light, Shinseheyo glanced around, casually asking, "Point out who's from the opposite side." In the booth on the right, Leoma's companions immediately fixated on Yongdong, who involuntarily stood up, his face paling as he exclaimed, "Why is Yongdong here?" Yongdong stepped forward and stood next to Shinseheyo, saying, "The 2 young ones on the left and the table on the right are all from the opposite side." Shinseheyo, instinctively sniffing, laughed as he approached Chinyu and asked, "What kind of guts do you have to bring trouble all the way to Fongbei?" Chinyu rose in response, "And who might you be?" "Change of location." Let me tell you who I am. Xing Zihao waved his hand. Take them all away. As soon as he said that, the crowd surged forward, reaching out to grab Qin Yu and the others. Bang! Old Cat was utterly unprepared for the ambush. After a moment of shock, he immediately threw a punch, shouting, "What do you want? I'm an active officer from Songjiang." "A mere officer, and you dare shout in Fongbei?" Xing Zihao sneered, his brow furrowing as he shouted, "You really haven't been to a big city. Hurry, take them away." Before Leoma and the others arrived, they had to pass through the borders of Songjiang and Fongbei, so they were unable to carry firearms, while the opposing group was clearly well prepared, leaving everyone at a disadvantage. 3 or 4 individuals surrounded Qin Yu and Old Cat, discreetly revealing their guns. "Don't move, if you do, I'll shoot you." "Bow your head," I said, "bow your head." Shouts and curses echoed within the little bar. Leoma stepped back, and the 2 brothers beside him, without hesitation, grabbed the liquor bottles from the table and charged forward. Xing Zihao leaned against the booth, pulling out a cigarette box and said, "Aren't you the fugitives? If you dare to fight back, I'll make sure you regret it. I can't let too many of you go. I'll be doing a service to the public." At the entrance, Lin Xiao's expression transitioned from shock and confusion to escalating anger. He shoved his phone back into his pocket and turned to Lin Yanlei, saying, "You've really gotten yourself into deep trouble. What are you doing? Is there no law anymore?" Lin Yanlei pushed against the young man gripping Qin Yu's back. "Let go of my friend." Lin Xiao yanked Lin Yanlei's left arm from behind and shouted, "Come home with me." "They're trying to capture my friend," Lin Yanlei insisted, pulling Qin Yu closer. "He saved my life in Songjiang. I'm telling you to come home with me." Lin Xiao repeated firmly. "Let go of me," the young man threatening Qin Yu shouted, eyes glinting with malice. Xing Zihao turned his attention to Lin Yanlei and immediately asked, "What's this girl's role?" "She's a reporter from Songjiang," Yongdong began to warn. "She's the one old Yuan was." Before Yongdong could finish his sentence, Xing Zihao, disregarding gender, suddenly kicked out with force. "Damn it, still contacting the media to stir up trouble. You all have some guts." Bang! The unexpected kick sent Lin Yanlei crashing to the ground. Lin Xiao was taken aback and rushed to help Lin Yanlei up, glaring furiously, "How dare you hit anyone?" As he spoke, the followers seated at the entrance sprang into action, rushing towards the chaotic crowd. Chapter 98, The Fortunate Yet Unfortunate Beginning. As soon as Xing Zihao caught sight of Lin Xiao charging towards him, his instinctive reaction was to take 2 steps back, his eyes wide with alarm as he shouted, "Damn it, are you all blind? Hold him down." His shout alerted the others. Several young men on the right, who had intended to assist in capturing Old Ma, immediately turned and rushed towards Lin Xiao. "Do you dare to fight back?" A burly youth raised the butt of his gun and swung it towards Lin Xiao's head. In an impressively swift motion, Lin Xiao sidestepped, tilting his head slightly to the left, and raised his right arm to meet the youth's arm, swiftly clamping his palm around the young man's wrist. Following this, Lin Xiao's right knee surged upward, crashing forcefully into the youth's abdomen. Bang! From behind the crowd, Lin Xiao's companion rushed forward, delivering a sharp kick to the side of the youth's head, sending him sprawling half a meter away, landing flat on his back with his eyes rolling back. "Do you still dare to fight back? Beat him." After Lin Xiao and his companion took down one opponent, the others instantly erupted in chaos, as 4 or 5 individuals surged forward, brandishing guns and daggers in an attempt to assault the duo. At the entrance, Yongdong observed the scuffle unfolding and immediately rushed to Xing Zihao, advising him, "Just take the people away. It's not worth dealing with those who are uninvolved. Otherwise, it could lead to complications." "Damn it, I can handle any trouble that arises in Fongbei," Xing Zihao retorted,